Chapter 181. So the four of them headed downstairs together. As they passed the first floor, the few people who had just come up to ask for food were heading back down to the basement. When they saw Enon and the others, they assumed they were bringing them food. When they saw Enon and the others simply walking out, the anticipation in their eyes turned to deep resentment. Enon cast a light-type protective shield over the four men. This would consume a significant amount of her energy, so she planned to make a quick decision. The three men surrounded Enon and killed the zombies. Enon headed straight for the sewer entrance. Lucci followed. He looked at Enon and said, "I only open it a little, just in case there are a lot of insects and flies." Enon nodded, and then a vine sprouted from under the manhole cover, pushing it up. After opening a gap of about 10 centimeters, it stopped growing. Fusen glanced at the vine during a break in the fight, further convincing himself that it was Lucci who had tripped him. His face darkened again. Enon flashed a flashlight in his hand, shining it inside. A horrible stench wafted up. Below, piles of rotting zombie corpses lay piled high, the entire sewer filled with pus and rotting flesh. Countless maggots and flies crawled over the corpses. They were twice as large as the flies before the apocalypse, glowing green and extremely disgusting. Sensing the light, the flies immediately took flight. Lucci quickly retracted the vines and replaced the manhole cover, but dozens more flew out. "Enter the building," Enon said, running toward it. However, upon reaching the main entrance, Enon found it locked. Qi Xian, observing from the window several men maliciously pressing against the door, said coldly, "Those food seekers are blocking the door." Fusen kicked the door open, and at the same moment, Lucci immediately restrained the men. Enon then kicked them all out, one by one. "Ah! Ah!" The men howled as they were kicked out. Bang! Enon closed the door. She glanced at the men outside, bitten by zombies and flies. She clapped her hands and walked up. It seemed the madman was right. Many mutated flies and insects appeared during the hot spell in the previous life. But their numbers were not very large. Zombie corpses were mostly piled up in the streets and on the buildings. Although the heat and decay of the corpses might cause some flies and insects to mutate, it wouldn't be widespread. The zombie corpses would soon dry up into mummies due to the heat and lack of water. Piling the zombie corpses in the sewers would greatly prolong their existence. The resulting number of flies and insects would also be terrifying. As Enon pondered this, she silently asked the system, "How long does the primary zombie suppressant provide immunity to the zombie virus?" The system's voice echoed in Enon's mind. Primary zombie suppressants can provide immunity to ordinary people for 3 to 5 days, with variations depending on individual constitutions. Primary zombie suppressants can provide immunity to psychics for 5 to 10 days, with variations depending on individual constitutions. Enon breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not particularly short. Then, we just need to take the psychics who've been treated with the primary zombie suppressant with us. They'd be immune to the bites of these flies and insects. She calculated the remaining primary zombie suppressants she had. There were only 8 left. Enon sighed silently and reluctantly spent 20,000 points to buy 20. She looked at Lucci. "Lu. Base Captain Lu, when will you come back to my base with me?" Lucci, walking, heard Enon's question. His heart skipped a beat. He looked at her closely. "Anytime." Enon was overjoyed. 100,000 points were now secured. She smiled, her eyes narrowing. "Okay." Qi Xian and Fusen felt a pang of bitterness at this. As the four of them walked upstairs, the madman was still eating. He ate with big mouthfuls, but fearing he would never get to eat again, he chewed slowly, as if savoring every flavor. As if realizing something, Enon looked at the man and asked, "You're clearly conscious. Why are they calling you a madman?" The man was stunned for a moment, swallowing hard. He slowly raised his head. As if accustomed to being bullied, he cowered. From the moment he appeared, he had been staring at the feet of Enon and the others. He kept his head down even when he spoke. At this moment, he looked up at Enon, the first time he had ever looked directly at him. He was completely stunned, as if frozen. It was not until Wankai called out to him that he seemed to come back to his senses. He lowered his head and frantically shoveled at his food. Without a word. After quickly finishing his meal, he ran downstairs. As if trying to escape, he ran downstairs in such haste that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Enon frowned, puzzled. She had just seen his eyes beneath his tangled hair, and they seemed familiar to her. Thinking carefully, she walked behind the man who was frantically trying to stand up. The man seemed to have eaten too quickly, and was choking. He coughed forcefully, as he struggled to his feet. Enon's uncertain voice echoed behind him. "Sulu?" The man's body stiffened suddenly. Enan knew she had guessed correctly. The next second, the man was sprinting down the stairs. As he ran, he shouted, I'm not Sulu. Enan knew his pride was hurt. She thought of the night she said goodbye to him at Longting Base. He had been forcing a smile, a hint of high-spirited resilience between his brows. Enan felt a sudden pang of pain. She chased after him. Sulu, if you can't find him, stop looking. Come back to my base with me. Sulu stopped. He trembled slightly, his shoulders twitching. He didn't want to give up, either. Every time he found nothing. Every time he returned disappointed. He told himself in his heart, he's dead. He'd been dead for a long time. He didn't know what he was obsessed with. Maybe he really was crazy. They were right, he was a madman, a lunatic. Suddenly, the roar of zombies could be heard from the distant factory. An's heart tightened. She looked at Sulu and said, Sulu, wait until I'm done with this zombie king, and I take you back to base. With that, Enan rushed forward. Lu Chi and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Enan approaching. It looks like the zombie king has emerged. Enan pulled out his binoculars and saw the zombie king standing atop the tallest building in the factory. Enan took out his intercom and said, all psychics and team leaders who have just received the primary zombie virus suppressant, come to me. As he spoke, Enan gave Lu Chi, Qi Xian, and Fu Sun each a primary zombie virus inhibitor. He then took the remaining inhibitors and headed for the rooftop. At this moment, all the team leaders arrived by helicopter. Enan gave each team leader, who hadn't used the primary zombie virus inhibitor, a dose, and explained the current situation and plan to them. Soon, helicopters flew straight towards the factory building. Water-based psychics began releasing water balls to put out the fire. Their water was a ball, a stream, a wave. Qi Xian's was a wave. The extremely aggressive wave rose from the ground, flooding the entire ground. The fire was extinguished. By this point, the ordinary zombies had almost all been burned to death. A few zombies with hardened skin lingered. Though their skin wasn't completely burned, their mouths were covered in large patches of charred flesh, practically rendering them useless. The entire factory was reduced to a charred ruin. The zombie king saw Enan and the others flying over and turned to run back into the building. Again, Enan was helpless. She could only quickly disembark from the helicopter and rush into the building. She left a message, don't come down, I go alone. And then she disappeared into the building. The zombie king was difficult to chase, and too many people would only cause trouble. Lu Chi and Fu Sun both wanted to go down. Qi Xian stopped them. Don't go, don't cause trouble for her. Chapter 182. Lu Chi and Fu Sun stopped what they were doing upon hearing this. Their eyes met, and they both looked away immediately. Lu Chi's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on the building below. Fu Sun's face remained sullen. Neither of them paid any attention to the other. Qi Xian glanced at the two of them, but remained silent. Beneath the helicopter, a massive wave of zombies began to rush towards them. The violent trembling of the ground reached everyone's ears. Damn it! Suddenly, An's curses echoed from the corridor. Lu Chi's face darkened, and he immediately pushed open the door and jumped down. Their helicopter was about 5 or 6 meters from the building's rooftop. Not too high. Lu Chi landed safely and ran towards the passageway. Fu Sun and Qi Xian followed closely behind. Instantly, everyone in the other helicopters received the team leader's order to jump down. They had only one goal at this moment, to protect their base commander from the zombie horde, even though Chung Su and the others had some understanding of An's strength. Even though they believed Enan had a high chance of escaping unscathed, they couldn't bear to watch her fight alone. A large number of zombies began to climb the stairs. All the psychics formed a circle, working together to stop the zombie invasion. Just as Lu Chi was about to rush to the passage door, bang! A loud noise was heard. The zombie king's body flew out of the passage and landed heavily on the ground. Following closely behind, Enan rushed out of the swarm of mutant insects and flies, raising her long sword and soaring. Thunder rumbled from the long sword, and a gleam of light shone. She struck with incredible speed, using all her strength, fiercely striking the wounded and weakened zombie king. At the same time, vines appeared around the zombie king, tightly binding it and preventing it from moving. Lu Chi retracted his left hand, which was surging with wood energy, and watched calmly. He knew that if Enan struck with that blow, the zombie king would undoubtedly die. However, just as Enan's long sword was about to strike, something no one had expected occurred. A circle of light appeared beneath the zombie king. The circle of light lasted only a second before disappearing. But it still managed to neutralize Enan's attack in the critical moment. Seeing this, An's pupils shrank sharply. Chung Su and the others seemed to realize something as well. They exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their eyes. Enan stared intently at the zombie king's filthy, expressionless face and his hair, stained with blood and mud. Her voice was tinged with a hint of doubt. Qi, water. The next second, a massive wave swept in, slamming into the zombie king. Layer after layer of spray washed over him, until his white hair was washed out. Enan frowned. She immediately ordered Chung Su to fetch Su Le from the other side. Is he someone you know? Lucci looked at Enan. Enan's eyes were solemn, and she nodded. The white-haired boy I met on a mission in City M. His name was Yin. Lucci looked over and saw Yin, now a zombie king, entangled in vines. But he continued to struggle and roar frantically. Not a trace of human consciousness remained. The zombie swarm continued to go wild under the zombie king's roar. The psychics continued to stop and kill the zombies. The next second, a raging fire erupted from the zombie king, burning Lucci's vines. But Lucci's vines wouldn't burn so easily. Even if they did, he could immediately capture him with new vines. The zombie king had been severely weakened by An's attack, and with Lucci controlling him, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for a while. Soon, Su Le was picked up. He stepped off the helicopter timidly, looking at the zombie horde around him, and the psychics desperately trying to stop them, a look of confusion on his face. He walked towards Enan and asked, "Why did you call me here?" Enan looked at him seriously and said, "Take a closer look at this zombie king." He then cast a light shield over him to protect him from the bites of the mutated insects and flies. Su Le raised his head and looked at the giant zombie in front of him, restrained by the vines. For almost a second, he was stunned. Su Le stared with his mouth open in disbelief. He then let out a loud cry and lunged at the zombie king. Chung Su and the others immediately stopped him. "Don't come any closer, he's a zombie king now." "No, let me go!" Su Le struggled as he spoke, seeming to be in extreme pain, yet also with a hint of relief. "I finally found you, Yin, I finally found you." With red eyes, he looked at Chung Su and the others who were holding him back. "I beg you, please let me go. I'm not afraid of death. The real Su Le died 6 months ago. Now I just want to reunite with my good brother." Enan approached him. "Su Le, he doesn't recognize you. He's lost his memories of his human life." Su Le, however, didn't care at all. He shook his head frantically. "He definitely remembers me. Let me go. Even if he bites me to death, I don't care. I just want to talk to him." Seeing Su Le's frenzy, Chung Su and the others had no choice but to let him go. Freed, Su Le immediately lunged at Yin. Qi sighed silently. So, he'd been searching for so long, unaware that the person he was looking for had always been so close. The others remained silent, watching silently. In the apocalypse, everyone experiences life and death every day. Comrades fighting alongside you today could leave you at any moment. The human heart has long since grown numb. Su Le threw himself at Yin's side, frantically calling his name. However, Yin, now a zombie king, sensed the approach of a living being and struggled even more frantically. Though his eyes, bloodied by An's slash, were blind, his extremely sensitive perception allowed him to immediately detect Su Le's presence. "Yin, I'm Su Le." "Yin, do you still recognize me?" "I'm Su Le." "You kid, why are you so ugly now? I really want to take a picture and laugh at you." Su Le laughed as he spoke. His eyes widened, tears streaming down his face. "Danger?" Lucci's voice whispered softly. Enan also saw that Yin, now a zombie king, was rapidly recovering thanks to his self-healing ability. He was almost free of the vines. Lucci's vines continued to clench, one after another. Ouch! Yin, transformed into a zombie king, kept biting Su Le's arm. Time and again, An's light-based abilities blocked his attacks. Su Le shouted for a long time, but his former friend, now a zombie king, showed no sign of regaining any sense. He grew increasingly desperate. His voice, initially filled with excitement and happiness, turned into a pitiful wail. "Yin, look at me, do you really not even recognize me? How could you not even recognize me? I've been looking for you for so long." Ouch! Yin's body gradually recovered under his healing power, and he began to struggle frantically. His roar grew louder and louder, like a giant monster about to break free from its confines. He couldn't wait to devour all life around him. "Su Le, time is running out. He'd be fully recovered soon, and then he could very well harm us." Enan walked up behind Su Le and whispered a warning. There were so many people here, and if the zombie king broke free, there was a high probability of harming the psychics. Sulu froze for a moment. He looked up at Enon and asked desperately, "Are you going to kill him?" Enon nodded. The zombie king must be killed. Sulu then stared blankly at Shiryen. His fong-filled mouth was now bared, and his gradually returning gray-white pupils gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. The raging flames that continuously erupted from his body further demonstrated his extreme rage. Sulu calmed down and murmured, "Every day these past few months has been painful. I truly regret running away that day. I've wondered countless times if I hadn't driven away that day, but instead rushed in to save him, would he have been safe and sound? I always console myself by saying I drove off to seek help. But only I know that I was scared. Facing those bandits, who were stronger and more reckless than me, I was afraid of death. I owe him my life. Now that he's become a zombie, I want to become one with him." As he spoke, he seemed determined to die. He stared intently at Enon, his words each word, "Take this light from me. I want to die by his mouth." Enon's face was grim. She looked at him. "But Shiryen might want you to live well?" "Yes." Jiang he also stepped forward. "Sulu, when he chose to let you go first, wasn't it because he wanted you to live well?" "No." Sulu clutched his head in agony, shaking his head frantically. "I can't forgive myself, I can't. Let me die, let him bite me to death, please. Since he doesn't want to live, there's no need to persuade him." Fusun grabbed Enon, and then, "Leave him alone." Lucci looked at Fusun's hand holding Enon's arm, his eyes dark. Enon looked at Sulu calmly. "Okay, your life, you make your own decision." With that, the light on Sulu's body vanished. "Ouch!" Shiryen bit him. He bit down with all his might, as if he had longed for human flesh and now finally found his satiate. Sulu, however, advanced instead of retreating. A faint smile graced his face. It was as if he had finally reunited with an old friend after a long absence. He smiled and hugged Shiryen tightly. His body, meanwhile, was reduced to a bloody mess by Shiryen's fierce bites. In his final moments, Sulu's eyes held a warm smile. He could almost see the lively, white-haired boy walking towards him. A playful smile graced his face, his eyes a bright, sunny glow. He said, "Lizzie, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go!" Chapter 183. Ouch! Ouch! The entire center of the rooftop was filled with the sound of the zombie king gnawing on human flesh. Sulu's body was shattered by the bite. "Prepare to kill the zombie king." Enon's voice was cold, and she raised her knife. At that moment, she seemed to see a hint of emotion in Shiryen's eyes that didn't belong to a zombie. His movements of gnawing on human flesh also began to slow. Enon's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "Did you see that?" Fearing she had misjudged him, there was a hint of black in his gray pupils. Lucci said solemnly. "Yes, I saw it too, Jiang," he said. "I saw it too." Enon stepped forward. She stared intently at Shiryen's grayish-white eyes, their black pupils flickering. "Shiryen, can you hear me?" Shiryen, transformed into the zombie king, stopped what he was doing. Although his body was still entangled in vines, his head and a small part of his arms could move. He stared directly at Enon. Staring intently. Something was different. Enon's heart trembled. He immediately inserted the remaining 3 zombie inhibitors into Shiryen's arms, and used his healing ability on him. The virus carried by the zombie king was much more difficult to cure than ordinary viruses. Basic zombie virus inhibitors were completely useless. Healing abilities might not help either. In a previous life, Enon had witnessed with his own eyes how high-ranking members of the base, bitten by the zombie king, could not be cured by healing users and quickly transformed into high-level zombies. Some even leapt directly to a higher level of zombie. Even the bite itself was incurable, let alone the zombie itself. The viruses in his body were so numerous, so strong, and so deeply rooted that they had penetrated deeply into his brain and changed every cell tissue in his body. Trying to eliminate it was simply a fantasy. Even a max-level healing psychic wouldn't be able to do it. Not to mention Enon, who only had a 4th-level healing psychic at the moment. But despite this, she still wanted to give it a try. It might be a drop in the bucket, but what if? But the next second, Shiryen roared like a madman. Enon's prayers were unsuccessful. Shiryen's pale eyes had regained their former bloodlust. A trace of humanity shone through. The vines are almost unable to control him. The other with psychics also unleashed their vines on Shiryen. But their vines were quickly broken free. "Boss, are you going to kill him or not?" Chung Su and the others looked at Enon anxiously. Enon watched Shiryen, repeatedly pinned down by Lucci's vines, frantically struggling to get up. His body had fully recovered. If he couldn't be contained, another fierce battle would be inevitable. Either he died, or her psychics were crippled. Ann's brow furrowed, her heart in turmoil. She had just seen a flash of sanity in his eyes, but at this moment, the primary inhibitors were ineffective, and neither was her own 4th-level healing ability. Ouch! The zombie king broke free and lunged at the crowd. He pounced on a psychic with the force of thunder. The psychic, overcome by fear, was unable to dodge. The zombie's maw bit him fiercely. Ah! The man screamed, and the psychics behind him also reacted by dodging. The zombie king's enormous size and overwhelming intimidation intimidated them. And then, the bitten man showed no wounds. His face was pale as he stared at the zombie king, suddenly enveloped by mist. Though its jaws bit him, it seemed as if an invisible barrier protected him. The man was now paralyzed by shock and unable to move, and was quickly pulled back by his teammates. The zombie king turned to look at Lu Qi. He lunged frantically at Lu Qi. But his mobility and attack power had been greatly reduced. In Lu Qi's eyes, he looked like an ordinary zombie, slightly stronger than a level 4 zombie. Lu Qi did not kill him. He slashed at the zombie with every blow. Under the suppression of his domain power, the zombie king's physical strength was significantly weakened. Many wounds appeared on his body, and streams of green liquid and red and white pus flowed out. In between the confrontations, Lu Qi looked at Heroine. Her solemn eyes fixed on the zombie king, shrouded in mist. Clearly, she was not willing to give up. Lu Qi's eyes were dark as he held the wounded Heroine tightly in check. His voice was deep and powerful. "Heroine, can you hear me?" The zombie king roared frantically, his fierce eyes fixed on Lu Qi. He didn't react at all. He quickly broke free from Lu Qi's hold and counterattacked, but Lu Qi swung his sword to meet him. Soon, the power of the domain vanished. Chung Su, Jiang He, and the others immediately rushed forward. They joined forces to suppress him. The zombie king, now battered by Lu Qi's attacks, was now much weaker. While trying to hold him down, they frantically called out, "Heroine! Heroine, wake up! Heroine, do you remember us?" "Ah! Ah!" The only response was the zombie king's furious roar. A fierce ray of light slashed down. The zombie king's frantically healing body was slashed to the ground again. Lu Qi's vines immediately trapped him. Chung Su and the others retreated to make way for Heroine. Heroine retracted the light energy that had just protected Chung Su and the others, enveloping herself in it. She was now filled with a peak of light energy. Looking at the still frantic zombie king, Heroine lost the last shred of hope. An ordinary zombie couldn't even be brought back to consciousness, let alone a zombie king. They were dreaming. She said calmly, "Heroine, goodbye." With that, Heroine unleashed several rays of light. The light blades pierced the zombie king's body, leaving burning marks. She didn't use the knife again. Instead, she intended to give him the most honorable death. Ouch! The zombie king roared frantically under Heroine's countless light blades, but he couldn't even stand. After hundreds of light blades, the zombie king's vitality was completely gone. He lay on the ground, barely breathing. Heroine concentrated a final wave of light in his palm. The light was so intense it could kill him with a single blow. Just then, the zombie king's weak eyes opened, revealing a faint gray-brown pupil within their previously pale pupils. Heroine was startled and sheathed his supernatural power. Lu Qi, Fu Sun, Chung Su, and the others stepped forward, watching the scene in disbelief. Heroine suddenly remembered that light had the power to heal and purify. However, she had repeatedly tried to use light to heal and purify human wounds, but to no avail. She had only successfully tested it in wastelands infected by the zombie virus. So, she had always believed that light could not heal humans. Unexpectedly, it could actually heal zombies to some degree. At this moment, the zombie hordes around them seemed to have ceased their roar and frenzy. They stopped climbing the stairs, as if freed from the zombie king's summons, and returning to their usual wandering, searching for the scent of human flesh. "Heroine! Heroine, are you conscious?" Jiang He and the others kept calling out to Heroine. The gray-brown pupils in Heroine's eyes flickered before gradually solidifying. His gaze suddenly cleared. He glanced at Heroine and the others, seeming to be filled with shock and grief. He stared at Su Li's shattered, gnawed corpse beneath him, the massive zombie body trembling. "Ah!" He howled mournfully, then broke free from Lu Qi's vines, scooped up Su Li's body, and strode away. He moved with incredible speed, scrambling along the ground, and vanished in an instant. Heroine looked at the intense fluctuations of light-based supernatural power in his palm. What was going on? Heroine had regained some consciousness, but she was still in the body of the Zombie King. Is her supernatural power level too low? Thinking this way, Enon secretly asked, System, will the maximum level of light-based supernatural power be able to purify zombies into humans in the future? The system couldn't answer that question. No supernatural power had ever reached its maximum level. It required the host to upgrade and develop it themselves. Yin seemed to have regained a trace of human consciousness, so why did she run away? Chung Su was extremely puzzled. Fu Sun snorted coldly. If it were you, having killed so many people, including your own brothers, you would also be devastated. On the rooftop, all the supernatural users were still chatting. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. The Zombie King had regained a trace of human consciousness. No one dared to imagine it. Lu Qi walked towards Enon, looking at her worried face. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Kai's anxious voice came from the side. He hurriedly said to Fu Sun, Brother Fu, Su Yang and the others have sent word that Tianzi base is attacking our base and stealing our supplies. Fu Sun's face darkened upon hearing this. He looked at Enon. I go back and stop them. They had moved to resist the zombie horde, leaving a large amount of supplies at the base and some people to guard it. This was to prevent a surprise attack from Tianzi base. But no one expected them to arrive so quickly. You go first, I follow later. Enon nodded and said Jiang He and the others to follow Fu Sun and the others. She herself led another group to the other side of the lake. She produced a large number of fly nets from her spaceship. Catch the mutant flies. Chapter 184. Mutated insects and flies are difficult to eliminate and extremely hard to avoid. If they were allowed to remain in M City, they would only cause great harm to the survivors. So Enon would never allow them to appear in M City on a large scale. She led all the psychics, who had received suppressants, to gather up the mutant insects and flies. Then she threw the bags filled with mutant insects and flies into the space, organizing everyone to leave in an orderly manner. After finishing all this, Enon realized that Lu Qi was still following her. Not only that, his base's helicopter was also following hers. She looked at him in confusion, about to ask. Lu Qi said, Aren't we going to your base? I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I go with you. Hearing him say this, Enon understood. She nodded, That's perfect. I have an extra helper. Lu. Base Commander Lu, please go with them to Section 002 for support. I have some business to attend to at 1G Entertainment City. Damn it, she always wanted to call him Commander Lu. Lu Qi picked up the intercom. Su Liang, you guys go with the helicopter ahead for support. I have something to talk to. He paused. I need to go to 1G Entertainment City for something. Enon blinked at him. What was he talking about? Yes, Base Commander. Su Liang's honest voice came over the intercom. 2 seconds later, Su Liang's voice came again. Unlike his earlier seriousness, his tone was now relaxed, clearly chatting with the people around him. Haha, if you want me to be nagging, this base commander is chasing Nan. Oh no, chasing Enon. What's the big deal? We're not stupid. Haha. Lu Qi's face darkened, and he frantically searched for the intercom. But in his haste, he dropped it. At that moment, another man's voice rang out over the intercom. Yes, I noticed it too. Didn't you see the base commander eating in front of her? He chewed his food so slowly and carefully. The base commander eats privately with big mouthfuls. He could finish a whole lunch box in 3 bites. Haha, it's okay. He's looking for a wife, no need to shudder. Our base commander is like a peacock spreading its feathers. We should cooperate. The base commander is already quite old, isn't he? It's time for him to find a partner and have children. Lu Qi finally picked up the intercom this time. His face was so dark, his ears red. Su Liang. Oh my god. I forgot to turn off the intercom again. Then the green light on the intercom went out. Silence returned to the air. Enon looked out the window, pretending not to hear. But Lu Qi still caught the smile that she couldn't suppress. He lowered his eyes, a tenderness in them. The helicopter flew on. At the intersection, An's helicopter separated from the main group and flew straight to 1G Entertainment City. She estimated that with so many people like Fu Sun and Chung Su, they shouldn't have any trouble dealing with Tianzi base. Her first priority was to go to 1G Entertainment City and store the supplies in the space so that Renyu and the others could reunite at Section 002. At this moment, the Zombie King Yin had regained a trace of his human willpower and should not launch a large-scale attack on Section 002. It was time to move back and properly deal with Tianzi base. After arriving at 1G Entertainment City, Enon immediately rushed down to explain the situation to Renyu and the others. Then she began to store the supplies in the space on a large scale. This was the first time Lu Chi had witnessed Yin An's massive collection of supplies. It truly shocked him. Their Dawn base now had a space-based psychic, but compared to Yin An's space, it was nothing. Yin An quickly finished collecting supplies on the 4th floor, while Rinyu and the others were on the rooftop, ready to go. Just then, a sharp curse rang out. Why don't you just go to hell? You ate the half piece of bread I saved for your brother, and you, a damn girl. How can you be so vicious? Stealing at such a young age. What followed was a barrage of beatings and accusations. Yin An instinctively knew it was Song Xiaodi. She went downstairs and, as expected, saw Song Xiaodi crawling on the ground, beaten to a pulp. Her thin body was covered in scars, covered in wounds bleeding from being beaten with an iron rod. Her thin face held a pair of eyes filled with strength and stubbornness. She clutched her head and said, Mom, I'm going to starve to death if I don't eat. Your death is a small matter, but your brother's is a big deal. Wang Ping said, pointing at the chubby boy sitting on a straw mat. Look at your brother, he's skinny from hunger. Go downstairs and find food, or go begging from house to house. If you don't find anything, I beat you to death. The girl trembled and stood up, gazing blankly at the dark, desolate floor. Every survivor inside had their backs turned, avoiding them. It seemed they were accustomed to this family's noise, and unwilling to lend a hand. Mom, I can't find any food, the girl whispered. Wang Ping raised her iron rod, and was about to strike him down. Behind her, Song Zhenghua, watching all this, wore a cold expression. I want to play, I want to play. At that moment, their son suddenly jumped up and ran around, shouting, I'm so bored. I want to play. I want to go on the slide. I want to play with building blocks. Wang Ping, seeing this, had to temporarily give up on scolding Song Xiaodi. She ran over to her beloved son and soothed him, longer, baby, there's no slide right now. Why don't you sit on daddy and play? Song Zhenghua rolled his eyes at Wang Ping. I haven't eaten in days. How can I carry my son? Then you have to carry him too. Your son wants to play. The chubby boy was overjoyed to hear he could ride on his daddy. With Wang Ping's help, he sat on his skinny father. Then, Song Zhenghua collapsed, unable to hold on. This distressed their son, who ran around crying, It's not fun. Sob, sob, it's not fun. He cried and screamed, running aimlessly with his eyes closed. He was almost at the elevator. Seeing this, Song Xiaodi and Wang Ping both rushed to the elevator. Song Xiaodi, her thin frame, ran faster than Wang Ping. She immediately grabbed her brother, whose foot was about to fall. It's dangerous there. Don't go. The elevator building had already collapsed, leaving only an empty hallway. Many ordinary zombies were piled up below, roaring every day. If they stepped in, they would be doomed. The boy, held back by Song Xiaodi, was extremely dissatisfied and pushed her away. Leave me alone. Song Xiaodi was shoved to the ground. At the same time, the boy fell backwards due to inertia. Ah! My son! Wang Ping screamed sharply and lunged downwards. But she didn't have time to grab her son's hand. Her voice was so loud that many people on the floor looked over. They watched from afar, unwilling to approach. It was as if Wang Ping's family were some kind of pest, and everyone avoided them. Yin An stood at the stairs. She looked at Song Xiaodi and said, If you want to come back to the base with me, I take you back now. She didn't call Song Xiaodi by her name. She felt that a girl shouldn't have such a name. Her life shouldn't be just about her brother. Song Xiaodi heard Yin An's voice, and looked towards the hallway. She saw her there. Hope suddenly lit up in her eyes. In an instant, her once gray and lifeless face lit up. Pa! The next moment, she was slapped to the ground by her mother, Wang Ping. Wang Ping glanced fiercely in Yin An's direction, then turned to Song Xiaodi. Go get your brother. In the shaft, a boy's cry for help rang out. Mom, help me. Dad, help me. Song Zhenghua immediately ran to check, and saw his son clinging to a broken ladder. Although he couldn't get up, his life was not in immediate danger. As long as someone stepped down to help him climb up, Song Zhenghua's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Song Xiaodi. You, quickly get your brother up. With that, he stepped forward and pulled Song Xiaodi away. Song Xiaodi immediately looked at Yin An. Sister, big sister, can you take me away? Take me away. She finished. Whoosh. A dart flew straight at Song Zhenghua's arm, which was holding Song Xiaodi. He screamed, letting go. My hand, my hand. Old man, what's wrong with your hand? Wang Ping hurried forward to check on her husband's bleeding hand, cut by a dart. Yin An and Lu Chi approached Song Xiaodi. Lu Qi picked up the little girl. Yinan unleashed some healing powers on Song Xiaodi, healing all her injuries. At this moment, Wang Ping, having reacted, rushed over screaming, "You can't take her. She's trying to rescue her brother." "Pa!" Yinan slapped her in the face. Wang Ping fell to the ground. Half of her face was instantly red and swollen, and blood flowed from her mouth. Yinan said nothing more, and quickly left with Lu Qi. Wang Ping and Song Zhenhua tried to give chase, but were driven back by the lightning behind Yinan. The people watching the spectacle around them simply thought they deserved it. They watched with amusement, but no one stepped forward to help. "Hurry, save our son!" Seeing Yinan and the other man disappear, Wang Ping quickly lay down at the shaft entrance, watching her son cry for help from below. "Zhenhua, save our son!" Song Zhenhua's eyes darkened at this moment, and his voice was cold. "Go and save our son. Do you want our Song family to be extinct?" With this, he grabbed Wang Ping and pushed her downwards. "Ah!" Wang Ping didn't react and stumbled, but she held onto Song Zhenhua's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Song Zhenhua's eyes darkened. He picked up an iron rod stained with Song Xiaodi's blood and struck Wang Ping's hand with it. "Let go. If you don't save your son, should I? As his mother, you should sacrifice yourself. You old woman, just let go." He hammered away. Wang Ping's hands were covered in blood, the flesh peeling and revealing the bare bones. Even after 3 knuckles were broken, Wang Ping refused to let go. Her crimson eyes fixed on Song Zhenhua. Filled with endless malice, "You worse than a beast, I've been with you for so many years, I've borne so many children for you, and you're asking me to die. Then neither of us will live." With that, Wang Ping, finding the strength to pull Song Zhenhua down with her, dragged them both down into the pile of zombies. She also dragged their son, who was clinging to the ladder, down with him. The family of 3 fell together into the pile of zombies in the shaft. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Sensing the approach of the living, the long-starved zombies in the shaft opened their mouths wildly. They bit Wang Ping and her family frantically. However, even as death approached, the 3 of them continued to push and pull at each other. Each seemed intent on pinning the other down. Wang Ping was the most miserable, with her husband and son riding on her. She was the first to be bitten by the zombies. The zombies gnawed at her face, head, and eyeballs, tearing her limbs apart. In her despair, Wang Ping recalled her mother-in-law's earnest words to her when she first married into the Song family. "A woman's duty is to give birth to a son for her husband. Give birth well, raise him, and we, the Song family, will not let you down." She shed tears of regret. Chapter 185. On the helicopter, Yinan brought some food to Song Xiaodi. The little girl was clearly starving. After thanking her repeatedly, she wolfed down her food. She ate with big mouthfuls. After a few bites, something seemed to occur to her. She puffed out her food-filled cheeks and looked at Yinan. "Sister, I don't want to be called Song Xiaodi anymore. I want to change my name. I listened to everything you said the other day. I want to choose my own life. I want to live for myself." The girl's eyes widened. She looked completely different from the expression she had when Yinan first met her. It was as if she had a soul. She continued, "Sister, you saved me, you saved me. Can you help me think of a new name?" Yinan patted her head. "Okay, then you be called," she said, looking at Lu Qi. She was truly terrible at naming. What should she call her? Lu Qi's lips curled slightly. "Call me Song Qianji, 1,000 branches, dense leaves, lush growth." Yinan looked at the little girl. "Do you like it?" The little girl nodded repeatedly. "I do. From now on, I be called Song Qianji." She wanted to live for herself. Song Qianji smiled happily, tears welling in her eyes. After comforting the little girl, Yinan remembered the designated power orb in her space. This power orb required the presence of a designated power user. That was why she hadn't used it. She had many options in mind. Qi Ye's dark power, Xiao Rui's poison power, Xing Yi's mirror image, Lu Qi's domain power, Qi Xian's discrimination power. She thought all of these powers were good. Now that Lu Qi was beside her, should she specifically request his domain power? Yinan hesitated for a moment, then decided to wait. She really couldn't bear to waste a 50,000 point power ball. Yinan glanced at Lu Qi from time to time, her face tangled. Song Qianji, watching from across from her, asked, puzzled, "Sister, why are you always looking at brother?" Yinan sat up straight. "No, no way." She denied it repeatedly. Lu Qi, however, was overjoyed. He chuckled and said to Song Qianji, "Don't ask too much. I be shy." "Oh," Song Qianji murmured, her wide eyes flickering between Yinan and Lu Qi. She muttered to herself as she watched. Sister and brother are so good looking. What a perfect match. The helicopter quickly arrived at base 002, where a chaotic battle was taking place. However, it was clear that Fu Sun and his men had the upper hand, and the men at Tianzi base were retreating. Even the supplies they stole were almost entirely seized by Cheng Su and his men. With the addition of Ren Yu, Song Yin, and the others, base 002 was even more powerful. They forced the men from Tianzi base to abandon their vehicles and weapons and flee. Yinan left the little girl in the care of Bai Jing and the others while he joined the battle. This made the men from Tianzi base run even faster. Unable to take a single piece of supplies, they fought and retreated, speeding towards City T. As soon as the Tianzi base vehicles drove away, Cheng Su rushed towards Yinan. Boss, almost all the supplies were left intact. But they had a space-based psychic who took a lot of supplies, and he's now escaped. Yinan was furious when she heard this. She immediately pulled out a modified motorcycle from her space and gave chase. Anan! Fu Sun immediately drove after them. Hey, boss! Cheng Su watched Yinan disappear in a flash and shouted anxiously, Boss, it's not safe for you to go alone. There's someone in that gang who can disable everyone else's abilities. It's incredibly strange. What? Hearing this, Lu Qi immediately got in his car and gave chase. For a moment, Qi Xian, Fu Sun, and Lu Qi, each in a car, were closely following. Do we still need to chase them? Jiang He watched the scene, unsure whether to follow. Probably not. Boss is invincible. The other three are redundant. Ren Yu said coldly. Song Yin folded his arms and watched. Men are trouble. Behind Song Yin, Fu Yin, who was walking towards them, fell silent. He had finally mustered the courage to approach Song Yin. During the earlier battle, he had been secretly following behind her, using his abilities to protect her. The battle was finally over. After a mental struggle, he walked over, intending to say goodbye. Then he heard her say this. Fu Yin backed off again. Song Yin shook the ice crystals off his sword and said coldly, During the battle just now, several of my ice blades were blown away by the wind. Wind and I really have a conflict. Fu Yin shuddered. Oh no! Now his hope was even slimmer. Hey, is second young master Fu alright? Jiang He asked, looking at Fu Yin, who stood not far behind Song Yin, with a complex expression. Fu Yin shook his head repeatedly, nothing, just passing by. He left calmly, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 186. Yinan raced on his motorcycle, his light-based powers enveloping him, perfectly dodging every zombie that lunged at him. She heard the scraping of wheels from several armored vehicles behind her and turned back, puzzled. She saw 3 armored vehicles following closely behind her. What the hell? A bodyguard group? Yinan waved, signaling them to turn back. Then, he sped off. Fu Sun saw Yinan's gesture. She's waving at me. She needs me. So he sped off, following closely. Soon, Yinan spotted the Tianzi base vehicle. The people on the Tianzi base vehicle were horrified at the sound of Yinan's motorcycle. That woman with the strongest fighting power is chasing us. What's she trying to do? Speed up. But then, the next second, Yinan's grappling hook shot straight into the underbody of their vehicle, embedding itself firmly inside. Lightning shot through the grappling hooks and shot straight toward their car, nearly popping the men's eyes out of their heads. Our deputy base commander is in the car up front. He said he was coming to steal your supplies. We're just doing his bidding. Yinan said coldly, Where's the space-based Esper? In the deputy base commander's car. Given their loyalty, Yinan let them go. At this moment, Lu Qi and the other two's cars caught up. Block the car up front. Yinan said, accelerating at full speed. The cars ahead also noticed Yinan and his group chasing them. They all accelerated, and the zombie swarm surged towards them even more frantically. Several cars were blocked by the zombie tide, making it difficult for them to move forward, but Yinan paid them no mind. She only had eyes for the car up front. Magnetic field abilities, huh? I copy your superpowers today, using spatial powers to steal supplies, huh? I smash your head. Yinan, determined, gave chase with all his might. The zombie horde couldn't do anything to Yinan, so they could only madly attack the vehicles at Tianzi base. In the lead vehicle, Ji Chen, the deputy commander of Tianzi base, coldly stared at the woman approaching from behind, his eyes filled with disbelief. In this apocalypse, there are still people so brazen as to ride motorcycles among a swarm of zombies? Aren't they afraid of being bitten? Drive faster. As Ji Chen spoke, he saw a silver grappling hook pierce the armored vehicle's metal and shoot in. The silver tip gleamed with an icy cold light. Sensing something ominous, Ji Chen raised his foot to kick the hook. The next moment, A flash of blue-purple lightning appeared on the hook. He quickly retracted his foot, his eyes cold, and released his magnetic field power. On the motorcycle, Enon suddenly felt all his superpowers lose their effectiveness. She looked at the man's sinister, smug grin in the car window, and grinned back. Ji-Chen was stunned by Enon's bright smile. The next second, Enon's grappling hook tightened and flew towards their car. At the same time, her motorcycle was sucked into space. Banned her powers, right? But space isn't a power. Ji-Chen was completely stunned. He had seen the motorcycle vanish with his own eyes. Aren't space powers banned? He looked at the space-powered user beside him in astonishment. The frail man kept saying, I can't use my powers anymore. Squeak. Enon had already climbed onto the roof of the car. She flipped over, kicked the window, and stomped inside. At the same time, Lu Qi and the other two's cars caught up. They surrounded Ji-Chen's car, forcing it to stop. Inside the car, Enon fought Ji-Chen and several other men. Outside, Lu Qi and the other two all rushed out. Behind Ji-Chen, over 20 vehicles from the Tianzi base also stopped. They all rushed towards Ji-Chen, trying to block Lu Qi and his men. At this moment, none of them could use their powers. The zombies, mingling in the crowd, were already on a killing spree. After the apocalypse, human psychics continued to evolve, making it increasingly difficult for many of their lower-level zombies to feast on human flesh. At this moment, this was like a godsend for the zombies. The combat effectiveness of these psychics had drastically decreased, leaving them virtually powerless against the zombies. The stench of blood, mixed with the scent of human flesh, filled every corner. Enon had only one goal, to kill the space psychic. Every strike was deadly. She struck quickly and ruthlessly, but the space inside the car was cramped. Ji-Chen and several other strong men fiercely protected the space psychic. Enon was unable to succeed. Most importantly, Ji-Chen possessed dual abilities. He even possessed a fire element. He continuously unleashed flames at Enon. Although Enon dodged most of them, some even caught fire on his two companions. He still didn't stop. He hurled fireball after fireball. Instantly, the car erupted in flames. Anan! Lu Qi fought his way through the crowd, flinging the car door open. Instantly, blazing flames erupted. He ignored all else and dove in. Fu Sun also fought his way through the zombie horde, smashing the window on the other side of the car. He grabbed Ji-Chen's hair and pulled him away. Don't touch my woman. Qi Xian stood behind Fu Sun, helping him fend off the two zombies that were charging at him. Enon seized the opportunity to catch the space-based psychic and scramble out of the car. The car was now engulfed in flames, threatening to explode at any moment. Enon looked at Lu Qi and the others and said, "Get in the car. It's going to explode." As she finished dealing with the space-based psychic, suddenly, a vast amount of supplies appeared on the ground. Then, they vanished, reappearing in Enon's space. You? Ji-Chen was furious at this. Get in the car. Get out. Lu Qi and the others quickly climbed in. Enon then took out the designated psychic orb and ran towards Ji-Chen. She silently chanted, magnetic field power. Ding! Successfully obtained the magnetic field power, 10,000 points awarded, and more points. Enon was just feeling happy when Ji-Chen grabbed her arm tightly. Enon tried to break free, but saw his other hand pull a bag of explosives from his pocket. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out. Anan! Fu Sun and Qi Xian immediately rushed out of the car and toward the flames. And Lu Qi, who hadn't gotten in the car yet, was the first to rush over. Boom! 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 Second explosion. Enon, who had already slipped into space, heard the second explosion and immediately dodged. The magnetic field power had vanished. She was bathed in light power as she stared at the figure in the soaring flames. Anxious, Enon immediately shouted, Lu Qi. She rushed into the flames, enveloping Lu Qi with her light power, then grabbed his hand and rushed out. As soon as the flames appeared, Enon checked Lu Qi's body from head to toe. Luckily, fortunately, only minor burns. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, she met Lu Qi's deep eyes. Enon's heartbeat quickened. She heard him whisper softly, and then, won't you admit you like me? So anxious. He only called out his name. He truly cared deeply. In the sky, Chung Su's helicopter flew over. He saw Enon and the others from afar and exclaimed, Holy crap, thank goodness you made it. The boss and the others looked bad. Hearing this, Renyu and the others also looked over. Fu Yin searched frantically, but couldn't find Fu Sun. He felt something was amiss. Where's my brother? Only then did Enon remember Qi Xian and Fu Sun. She didn't have time to answer Lu Qi and looked to the other side of the car. At that moment, Qi Xian, in a dishevel, rushed out from the flames. He unleashed his water power at the last moment before the magnetic field power faded. He was just in time. Several zombies immediately lunged at him, and Enan quickly helped him. "Are you okay, Qi Xian?" Qi Xian's body was now covered in burns. He looked at Enan and pointed into the flames. "Fu Sun, he's still in there." "What?" Enan immediately rushed in under the light shield. He saw Fu Sun kneeling there, his entire arm bruised and bleeding. He was clearly the most seriously injured of the three. He saw Enan rushing in. He just stared at her silently, his bitter black eyes filled with pain. He just stood there, letting the flames dance and burn his skin. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. All he could think of was Enan's urgent words. Lu Qi. Chapter 187. The University Entertainment City on Old Tree Street is a tough nut to crack. To kill zombies in a zombie-swarming dungeon like this, you must not bring too many people, and you must bring the strongest ones. You're talking nonsense. Are you going to bring someone without any fighting power? I think Su Ying's team is the most suitable. She and Pei are among the best in the base. In the conference room, everyone was talking at once. I found it quite annoying. These people, after all, just didn't want to kill zombies. They were just afraid of death. The elderly Kevin beside me came over. He looked at me earnestly. "Fu Sun, I'm quite old, and my fighting power is definitely not as good as yours. This time, you should take charge." I had a good impression of Uncle Kevin, my father's old friend, whom I had met in my childhood. I stroked the mo down my father had left me, and nodded in agreement. "Since everyone at the base is so afraid of death, let's go find our teammates in the safe zone." I led a group to the safe zone. It was just as chaotic as I imagined. All sorts of people gathered there, a mixed bag. As soon as they saw the Nightfall base sign, they rushed over to grab a piece of the action, their ugly desires and ambitions written all over their faces. It made me sick to my stomach. Could they possibly take advantage of the Nightfall base? It was sheer foolishness. After a bunch of mediocre psychics displayed themselves, I spotted a girl with a strength ability. Her strength surpassed all the strength psychics I ever seen. I was immediately intrigued. Her teammates were also incredibly powerful, with rare ice and speed abilities, and exceptional earth abilities. I was quite satisfied. Although, one of them had a vase without any special powers. That wasn't a big deal. But at the time, I didn't realize how much of a shock this vase would have on me. Our group arrived safely at the University Entertainment City on Laoshu Street. We fought our way in. But what troubled me was that the assistance of the five of them didn't make our progress any easier. On the contrary, I felt an unprecedented strain. Logically, with such powerful special powers joining us, we should have no trouble. I couldn't help but secretly observe them many times. But every time I looked at them, they were desperately killing zombies. Each of them was covered in sweat, and the tallest man's face was even deformed from excessive exertion. I could only console myself by saying that there were too many zombies, and the terrain was too unfavorable. Then we lost a member of our team before we finally made it in. I felt that something was wrong. Why were they charging ahead, yet no one died? Why didn't that powerless vase have a single wound? I didn't show it on my face, but secretly began to observe them. The more I observed, the more I realized something was wrong with her. Finally, after I successfully sent her team away, I questioned her about where the supplies had gone. As the base's top fighter, I had the confidence and resources to handle a woman like her. Unexpectedly, she pinned me to the ground in 2 strikes, her lightning, more powerful than my own, leaving me numb and painful all over. She gently called me an idiot. I was truly furious. As I grew more angry, I began to feel a bit ridiculous. Underestimating the enemy was my most ridiculous thing. Then I went to Longting Base to find her again. There was no way I was going to just give away the supplies on the 3rd underground floor. But even more ridiculous was that I was once again tricked by her. We lost many soldiers and generals, lost all our weapons and armor. A complete and utter defeat. A crushing defeat. I began searching for information about her. In this apocalypse, finding information about someone is harder than climbing to the sky. But I was stubborn and determined to learn more about her. That night, I returned to the base to the mockery of Kevin's men. Uncle Kevin, who had always been gentle to me since childhood, revealed a ferocious expression for the first time. "Fu Sun, how could this happen? That's a huge amount of supplies and weapons." Feeling irritated, I could only explain calmly, "That woman is wicked. She can make things vanish out of thin air." He stood up and shouted at me, "After all, she's just a woman. It's truly shameful that you lost to one." I couldn't help but feel furious. All the weapons and men are my resources, Kevin. Why are you mad at me? With that, I turned and left, and he continued to yell behind me, aren't we working together now? What's yours is mine. I ignored him. He always refused to go out and kill zombies. Why should what's mine be his? I respected him for my late father's sake, but I didn't want him to boss me around. Brother Fu, there's a woman outside the base looking for you. When my subordinates came to report, my first thought was the woman in the black combat uniform. I hurriedly asked, what are you wearing? It's very dirty. I can't quite remember, but it must have been a light-colored skirt. I lost interest. No. But Brother Fu, she said they're old acquaintances. Old acquaintances? A few colleagues from the company flashed through my mind, but I ultimately decided to go and take a look. When I reached the reception room behind the main gate, I didn't want to go any further. I turned coldly, and was about to leave. The woman chased me out. Fu Sun! I frowned, hating the sound of my name coming out of her mouth. After all, the last time she called my name was during the darkest year in my memory. That year, my father had just passed away, and I was only 14 years old and studying abroad. I was rushing back to China to attend my father's funeral when she rushed over to me and said, Fu Sun, the engagement between our two families is off. Your father has passed away, and your Fu group is in debt. It's now a shell. The once glorious Fu group no longer exists. Our Yu family is a prestigious and aristocratic family. I can't possibly be with you. She was wearing a white dress and delicate white lace gloves, standing before me with a commanding presence. Compared to my devastated self, she seemed like an unattainable princess. I was lost in the grief of losing my father. I just stared at her silently. This girl, my childhood sweetheart. She had once been so lovely, bright, and kind, but now, she looked at me like a piece of trash. I nodded calmly. I agreed to cancel. Later, after Fu Group grew stronger and regained its status as a business giant, she contacted me again. But I never saw her again. Unexpectedly, in the apocalypse, she came back. I walked quickly, but somehow, she caught up with me. She clutched my sleeve tightly. Brother Sun, I was young and naive back then. Don't be angry with me. Since we grew up together, please take me in. I haven't eaten in 4 days. My family arranged for me to be with Xiaoziqing, but you've always been the only one in my heart. I have speed powers now. I can kill zombies for you. She kept saying this. I coldly pushed her away. Miss you, you know. Because of you, I'm so misogynistic that I feel sick when other women touch me. With that, I left. She continued to scream after me, but was quickly dragged away by my subordinates. Afterward, I didn't care where she went. I kept thinking about that mysterious woman. I often asked Wang Kai and the others if they had found any information about her. Invariably, there was no news. Later, Qiu Yansheng from City C offered me 1,000 tons of supplies to negotiate a partnership, asking me to help him eliminate both Hu Qingyu and the Polar Night base. Help him become the ultimate boss of City C. I agreed. With the supplies, why not? But then again, I ran into that woman. She alone took all my bulletproof vehicles, along with the guns, ammunition, and food inside. I was furious. Finally, we found a few rickety cars on the roadside and secretly reunited with the Qiu family. Xiao Ming saw me driving up in my rickety car and immediately cut most of the benefits I offered him. I was speechless. It was truly my fault. That day, my right eyelid kept twitching. Because I felt that this woman's presence in City C was definitely something special. Since she wasn't from the Qiu family, she was most likely the unexpected variable we hadn't planned for. But for some reason, I didn't tell the Qiu family to be wary of this variable. Sure enough, she appeared again, driving my bulletproof car, carrying my gun. But the target was also me. Chapter 188. But this time, I wasn't angry. Perhaps I was furious to the extreme. I was remarkably calm. She called me a hostage. I actually did it willingly. I felt her grip on me, her hands gripping me with immense force, showing no mercy. I wasn't angry at all. I looked at her indifferently. Her eyelashes were thick and long, and the curve of her eye sockets was beautiful. I watched her leisurely, as if she were certain of victory. I watched her negotiate terms with others with a cold expression. My heart was remarkably calm. I even felt a sense of peace. For the first time since the apocalypse, I felt such peace. After returning home that day, I kept thinking of her hair fluttering in the light, and her unfathomable eyes. I want to form an alliance with Yin An's Galaxy Base, I said in the conference room. There was a chorus of dissent from the audience, all from Kevin's men. Ever since our last disagreement, He and I have been getting increasingly at odds. I'm aware of what he's been doing behind my back. I originally thought he was simply parting ways with me. After all, as my father's old friend, I had a strong bias against him. I never imagined he'd steal my weapons and supplies, and before leaving, he even set fire to the base. Brother, it turns out the person who met with Kevin privately half a month ago was Xiao Zicheng from the Tianzi base in T-City, Fu Yin said hurriedly. I had a vague idea. Xiao Zicheng had always been at odds with me. He actually been colluding with Kevin behind the scenes to bring me down. I fought with all my might, but at the same time, the zombie swarm in M City grew increasingly ferocious. Waves of organized zombies attacked us. Attacked from all sides, I couldn't resist. I decided to seek her out and form an alliance. However, I never imagined that after just 2 months of not seeing her, she was already in love. The man beside her was gentle, handsome, and kind. Standing behind her, he looked at her with an extremely tender gaze. I felt deeply uncomfortable. But soon, I found out they weren't in a relationship. My heart was lifted. I couldn't explain why all this happened, but I just knew that being around her made me feel at ease. When I couldn't sleep at night, I go see her under the pretext of discussing business. Until I saw the love letter she sent me. In an instant, it was like the clouds clearing and the sun shining. All my emotions, no longer suppressed, seemed to have found an outlet. I completely understood. I was in love with her. And she liked me too. She liked me, yet she was always cold to me. She liked me, yet she was always impatient with me. I thought she probably thought I wasn't taking the initiative enough. After all, girls are passive. Every day after that, my heart felt as sweet as if I'd eaten candied fruit. I'd never been happier in the past 30 years. I decided that after this zombie crisis was over, I would organize a grand confession party. Let her be the happiest princess in the world. But soon, a man named Lu Qi appeared. Enan clearly treated him differently. He was also extremely outstanding. A brilliant and handsome man, a talent beyond compare. A man 1 in a million. I sensed a sense of danger. But things kept happening around me. I didn't even have time to assert my sovereignty before I rushed into the sea of fire. The moment the explosion struck, my mind went blank. I hoped she wouldn't be hurt. I prayed. Boom! The violent explosion injured my right arm, but I was relieved not to see her in the car. She got out safely. Thankfully. The next second, I heard her urgent cry from outside the firelight, Lu Qi. I froze in place. I rushed in too. She had no eyes for me. Only for the officer named Lu Qi. For a moment, I seemed to understand something. I heard something break. I saw her step into the firelight and look at me. The anxiety in her eyes was simply concern for an ordinary teammate. A sudden surge of heartache and exploding pain washed over me. I felt a vast, foggy blackness before my eyes, and my eyelids felt incredibly heavy. I forced a smile and looked at her. I'm fine, get out. If she doesn't like me, it doesn't really matter. Just don't get hurt. I bear the rest alone. I'm Fu Sun and I'm moved. Chapter 189. Enan rushed into the flames and saw Fu Sun kneeling there. One of his arms had been injured by the explosion, blood gushing out, and his body was covered in wounds. But he just stared at her quietly. Emotions swirled in his dark eyes, emotions Enan couldn't quite grasp. Just as Enan was about to take a step forward, he saw him force himself to stand, a carefree smile on his face. As if to reassure her, he said, I'm fine, get out. Seeing him still trying to act brave despite his serious condition, Enan pulled him out without a word. As she did so, she secretly activated her healing powers to heal him. Brother. Boss, get up here. The helicopter hovered overhead, and the ladder was flung down. Lu Qi immediately pulled Enan over, and then you go first. The zombies all around rushed towards them frantically. The moment they saw Jichen dead, the rest of the people at Tianzi base had already gotten into their cars and fled. Enan covered the others with light shields and quickly climbed up. Qi Xian followed behind, helping Fu Sun, the most seriously injured, up the ladder. Fu Sun's right arm was injured and weak, making climbing extremely difficult. He was halfway up when he felt a sharp pain in his arm, unable to exert any strength. Just then, a hand reached out. Fu Sun looked up. It was Lu Qi. His dark eyes now held only support for his teammates, without a trace of the hostility that had previously lingered between the two. Fu Sun grabbed his hand and, with Lu Qi's help, climbed up. Soon, everyone was safely aboard the helicopter. Fu Yin and the others kicked down the zombies that were climbing up, and the helicopter then steadily returned. Brother, how are you so badly injured? Fu Yin's heart ached at the sight of Fu Sun like this. Enan sat down next to Fu Sun. I heal you. Fu Sun dodged Yinan's hand, smiling easily and shaking his head, his eyes lowered. It's okay. For a moment, Yinan and Fu Yin were silent. Yinan looked at the red flesh on Fu Sun's arm, where it had been blasted. You call it okay? But if he said no, she wouldn't continue to rush to treat him. Yinan withdrew her hand and sat back down beside Lu Qi. Fu Yin was completely stunned by his brother's condition. How could it be? His brother actually refused Sister and Anne's touch, but Fu Yin didn't dare ask any further. Seeing his brother so distressed, something must have happened to him that was deeply hurtful. Lu Qi glanced at Fu Sun, his deep eyes devoid of emotion. Qi Xian was as quiet as ever. For a moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. The helicopter was exceptionally quiet. Soon, it arrived at Subbase 002. Everyone in the base was busy at the moment. After waves of fighting, many buildings had been damaged. Not even a single wall remained intact. Yinan spent 10,000 points to purchase a base loyalty gate, then reluctantly bought some new materials for building the walls. These materials were new alloys that were even stronger than metal. Not only were they bulletproof, fireproof, and virusproof, they were also indestructible. For now, she could only buy materials for the base's construction workers. Thankfully, Fu Sun had considered every aspect of his recruitment efforts. 002 base had a sizable construction team, most of whom were psychics. They could attack zombies and build houses. The cost effectiveness was excellent. This whole ordeal cost Yinan another 23,000 points. This was a real pain in the ass. Boss, it'd take at least half a month to rebuild the defenses at base 002, Chung Su reported. Yinan knew now wasn't the time to rush into dealing with Tianza base. She should first repair base 002, and then make further plans. She waved, and Chung Su came over. Yinan whispered a few words. Chung Su's eyes lit up. Another dirty trick. I love it. With that, Chung Su took 2 bags of mutant flies from Yinan and ran out. Brother Ren, get to work. The next second, Lu Qi walked in, his arms folded across his chest, a smile in his eyes. Another dirty trick. Chung Su's grinning so brightly. Seeing Lu Qi brightened Yinan's mood. She stepped forward and said, It's perfect. I'm free now. Come back to my main base. Lu Qi looked into her bright eyes and chuckled softly. Okay. Soon, Yinan took Lu Qi and Song Qianji to City C. Inside the 002 NB base. The psychics working at the helicopter looked up at the departing helicopter, their gossip aroused. What's the relationship between the base commander and that officer? They're probably boyfriend and girlfriend. The base commander was so happy when he looked at him. By the way, that officer is so handsome. Su Liang and the others nearby heard this, and nodded in agreement. Our base commander is indeed very handsome. You have good taste. The people at 002 base also noticed Su Liang and the others. They were puzzled. Hey, I heard your Dawn base spans 2 cities. With such a large base, how can you be so free and still have time to help us? Su Liang and the others fell silent. They thought of what Base Commander Gu at Dawn Base had said. We've been busy lately. Don't be away for too long. They hesitated. Oh, who cares? If Base Commander Gu calls into task, Base Commander Lu will take the fall. Fu Yin watched the departing helicopter, then glanced back at the building behind him. His brother had been locked in his room since returning, refusing to open the door no matter who knocked. He sighed helplessly. At that moment, Fu Yin caught sight of Qi Xian, who was moving the goods as if nothing had happened, and ran after him. Qi Xian, don't you like the base commander too? Aren't you sad at all seeing her with Lu Qi? Qi Xian shook his head faintly. Being by her side is good. The rest doesn't matter. With that, he turned and left. But once he stepped into the shadows, the desolation in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Chapter 190. The closer the helicopter got to the main base of the Galaxy base, the fewer zombies there were below. In contrast, the number of psychics increased. Some of them drove armored vehicles in teams of 5. Others were in groups of 3 or 4, carrying weapons and supplies. At the sight of the helicopter, they all looked up and waved, enthusiastically welcoming Yinan's return. Wow! Song Qianji leaned against the window, marveling at the behemoth in the distance. Lu Qi looked over and saw brand new, sturdy buildings standing tall. The area covered was so vast it was almost as vast as a small city. Beyond that, the 7 or 8 meter high alloy protective wall was incredibly sturdy. The cannons and crossbows mounted high above added a touch of solemnity to the imposing walls. From afar, it was so daunting that one dared not approach. A look of surprise crossed his eyes as he looked at Yinan, Is this your base? Yes. Enan smiled faintly and nodded. The base commander is back. It's the base commander. Outside the tall base gate, several men in brand new uniforms, guns in hand, were extremely excited upon seeing Enan. Leading them was none other than Qian. He had long been the captain of the base's security team. The helicopter landed smoothly, and Enan disembarked, followed closely by Lu Qi and Song Qianji. All the security psychics gathered, and stood neatly behind Qian. Some psychics currently on missions also came over respectfully. Hello, base commander. Welcome back, base commander. For a moment, the cheers of welcome were endless. Enan waved her hand. All right, don't attract the zombie horde. She then looked at Lu Qi. Let me introduce you. This is the base commander of Dawn Base. He's visiting us today. Only then did Qian and the others notice the man and little girl behind Enan. They stared at each other, seemingly at a loss for what to call this tall, handsome man. They whispered, Is this the base commander's boyfriend? He should be. This is the first time I've seen the base commander bring a man home. What, sister-in-law? No, that's not right. How can we call her sister-in-law? We should call her Madam Base Commander. Madam Base Commander's Madam is too long and doesn't flow. The boss's man should be called sister-in-law. Why sister-in-law? What if there's a second sister-in-law? That makes sense. So, just as Lu Qi and Enan were happily chatting, all the security guards outside the base gate stood at attention and shouted in unison, Hello. Sister-in-law. Deafening. Reverent. Deafening. Enan, ? On the other side, the gathered psychics immediately followed. We can't lose momentum. Hello, sister-in-law. Deafening. Reverent. Deafening. The roars made Lu Qi feel embarrassed. Ah! 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 In the distance, the roar of a zombie horde reached him. Enan silently observed the group. You summoned this zombie horde, so you must deal with it yourself. Yes, boss. Qian and the others saluted with smiles, showing no fear of the zombie horde. Enan summoned Bufu from space. Roar! With a roar, a massive tiger appeared on the ground. His body was 5 times the size of an ordinary tiger, and his fire ability had reached level 4. His jaws opened, spewing out a thick, blazing flame, so majestic. Its name is Bufu, and it joined your security team. Enan patted Bufu's head. It seemed to understand, shaking its head and running towards the zombies in the distance. Wow, this is my first time seeing a mutant tiger with superpowers. So impressive. It could crush me with one slap. The superpowered people exclaimed in amazement. 2 meals of meat a day, don't let it go hungry. Feed it until it's full. Yes, base commander. You know, Bufu usually eats all he wants in the space. When he's hungry, he goes into the space's livestock area to eat the cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens. This guy has a big appetite. After giving all these instructions, Enan looked at Lu Qi and Song Qianji and said, Let's go into the base. She then realized that Lu Qi was preoccupied, as if he was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Lu Qi looked back at Enan and said, I was thinking, you're so powerful, you seem to have everything you need. This made him worried. What could he give her to please her next time? Enan shook his head repeatedly. He was short on points. He was short on points. He was especially short on points, she coughed. Build your base well, recruit more people, expand it, and then join me. Lu Qi nodded. That's not impossible. His words filled Enan with joy. Lots of points. Chapter 191. New member detected, loyalty 99%, loyalty passed, successfully added to the base member list. New member detected, loyalty 100%, loyalty passed, successfully added to the base member list. Beep. A top-tier, handsome guy with full favorability has been added to the base. 100,000 points reward. Beep. 2 members have joined the base. 200 points reward. Enan beamed. The 3 of them entered the base. The entire journey was filled with a flourishing scene. Hello, base commander. Hello, base commander. Every passing psychic greeted Enan. Song Qianji's little head darted left and right, filled with curiosity and excitement. Base commander, this is the latest list of psychics who have passed the assessment. Qian excitedly ran towards Enan, holding a list. Originally, Jiang He was in charge of personnel transfers at the base. Now that she was away, these matters were temporarily handed over to Qian. You arrived just in time. Take this little girl to familiarize herself with the environment and arrange accommodations for her. Okay, leave it to me. Enan took the list. The names of 50 psychics were neatly written on it. Not far away, in the training area, Ichi was assessing the psychics. The base's assessment of psychics is divided into 5 major areas: psychic level, psychic strength, firearms accuracy, physical fitness index, and mental strength. To this end, Inan even specially set up training grounds, training buildings, and assessment venues. He put in a lot of effort. Seeing Inan and his companions approach, Ichi stood straight and said, "Hello, Base Commander." Behind him, all the psychics stood straight. "Hello, Base Commander." High spirits, everyone was respectful. "Are all these psychics here those who recently passed the assessment?" Inan asked, and Ichi immediately reported, "Yes, this batch of psychics has met all the requirements and can immediately enter combat." His voice was strong and powerful, and he exuded a professional demeanor. Looking at Ichi like this, Lu Chi recalled his previous lazy demeanor at the national base, and realized he had been faking it. Ichi now noticed Lu Chi. He was extremely surprised. "Commander Lu, why are you here?" "I brought him here," Inan replied. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from the crowd of psychics. He walked straight towards Inan. Ichi reacted immediately and stopped him. "What are you doing?" The man had dark skin, but his features were handsome. He stopped, his sharp eyes fixed on Inan. "Base Commander, I like you." He actually confessed out loud. For a moment, everyone around him looked at him with mixed expressions. The psychics in other areas also heard the commotion and poked their heads in. Oh my god, the base commander had been confessed to. Ichi was not pleased. If his subordinates disobeyed, it would be his people who would be in trouble. He immediately scolded them. "What are you doing?" "Discipline. Back off." The man stood firm, staring at Inan. "Base Commander, I've been in love with you since I joined the base 2 months ago. I'm serious. I like you, and I want to be your partner." He spoke in one breath, his tone incredibly firm. Lu Chi's face darkened. At this moment, another boy rushed over and pulled him back. "Kong Yinshin, what's wrong with you? Can't you see the base commander's girlfriend is right next to her?" "Girlfriend?" The man named Kong Yinshin looked at Lu Chi, pursing his lips stubbornly, as if unwilling to accept the situation. He looked at Inan. "Base Commander, is this your girlfriend?" Ichi simply didn't try to stop him. Since the boss wasn't angry, he would just watch the fun from the side. Zhang Meng also brought his men over to watch the fun. More and more people gathered around. Inan was stunned by the question, and looked at Lu Chi. The explosion had made her realize her true feelings. She wasn't the kind of person who was pretentious or coy. Once she saw clearly, she made a firm choice. It didn't matter to her who made the first move. Thinking with this, Inan admitted it openly. "Yes, I am." The two voices spoke almost simultaneously. Lu Chi's heart softened, and he gently held Inan's hand. Unexpectedly, the man named Kong Yinshin didn't flinch at all. He stepped forward and stood directly in front of Lu Chi. "I want to compete with you." Lu Chi said calmly. "What? Shooting? Okay." Lu Chi readily agreed. The crowd around him was immediately excited. They were buzzing with discussion. "Kong Yinshin's shooting is the most accurate among our psychics. He used to be in the northern military region. I heard he was a marksman. The base commander's boyfriend may look handsome, but he's definitely not as good a shot as Kong Yinshin. I think Kong Yinshin will win this time too." Everyone chattered. Hey, let's place our bets. I'm betting 10 level 3 crystal cores on Kong Yinshin to win." Someone shouted, placing 10 third-level crystal cores on the table nearby. 2 stones were also used to represent Kong Yinshin and Lu Chi. Instantly, everyone rushed over to place their bets. Zhang Meng even joined in. When Ichi saw Zhang Meng join in, he got anxious. He hated to see his brothers profit, so he also took out a few third-level crystal cores. On the table, Kong Yinshin's crystal cores had piled up like a small mountain. Lu Chi's had very few. The bets on him were all from girls, giving him sympathy votes because he looked good. Ichi looked at Lu Chi's deep, gloomy gaze and grinned sheepishly. "Commander Lu, although I admire you greatly, when it comes to shooting, I still trust Kong Yinshin." After all, he had personally trained Kong Yinshin, and his accuracy was unmatched. Seeing Lu Chi's expression remain calm, Inan rolled up her sleeves and said, "Okay, if you all want to place your bets, I do it too." Her words attracted a lot of attention, and everyone made way for the base commander. And so, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Inan waved his hand. 300 level 3 crystal cores appeared at Lu Chi's location. "Wow, the base commander is sending us crystal cores. So many. We're definitely going to make a killing this time." Lu Chi smiled at Inan. "Do you really believe I can win?" Enid raised her head proudly. Yes, I support my man. Seeing her like this, Lu Qi couldn't help but rub her head. Kong Yinshan, however, looked unhappy. He turned and headed towards the shooting range, seemingly determined to win. Lu Qi followed. What's the competition? Automatic rifle, 10 rounds at 300 meters. Okay. The two men said, each picking up their rifle and choosing their firing spot. He Qi and the others moved the target. Soon, the target was positioned at 300 meters. Kong Yinshan fired first. His movements were smooth and efficient. He loaded the rifle, aimed, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 10 rounds in a row, all hitting the 10 rings. Instantly, cheers rang out all around. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. The crystal core was stable. There was no way they could lose. Enan looked at Lu Qi. He was calm and composed. He said to Qi, move the target another 300 meters. Then, the expressions of the people around him changed. They were currently holding automatic rifles, with a maximum effective range of only 600 meters. That was the maximum range for target practice. Their usual range for automatic rifle tests was around 200 meters. This time, the difficulty was pushed to its maximum. All right, Commander Lu. He Qi called from afar. Lu Qi began to load his rifle. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and the distinct veins beneath his fair skin were clearly visible, revealing a thriving strength. His black military uniform, tightly cinched at the waist, showcased his impeccable figure. He was simple, capable, yet calm and dignified. Enan, watching, couldn't help but sigh. Why hadn't she noticed how charming he was before? Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots in a row, all 10 hits. Your turn. Lu Qi lowered his gun. Kong Yinshan's face was grim now. Clearly, he was unsure. He had never tried a target at a distance of 600 meters. But he still held the gun steadily. Bang! Bang! The second shot missed. Ah! A sudden chorus of sighs erupted from all around. Their crystal cores. Enan couldn't help but smile at this. Even though I won, I still give you all the cores. Don't be so dejected. Cheer up. Really? Thank you, Base Commander. You're so kind, Base Commander. Everyone cheered. All right, everyone, Team 4 of the Psychic Training Center, listen up. Zhang Ming's voice was full of energy. Instantly, dozens of psychics formed a square formation. Let's go! Zombie-type combat drill. With that, he led the psychics out. The other teams followed suit. Kong Yinshan, persuaded by He Qi and the others, returned to his team. Let's go, I show you the planting area. Enan said, pulling Lu Qi along and heading towards the planting area. At this moment, Kong Yinshan's voice rang out from behind him. Captain, I can be your second boyfriend. I don't mind being your concubine. You kid, you won't listen, will you? He Qi was so angry that he kicked him. Lu Qi tightened his grip on Enan's hand. Anyone who can't beat me in target practice has no right to approach you. Enan raised his eyes. What if I beat you? No way. Lu Qi shook his head. The only person who could beat him in target practice was Gusu. Gusu definitely wouldn't compete with him for an in. He was absolutely confident. Chapter 192. Before the two reached the planting area, a man rushed over. Base Commander. Base Commander. The voice was filled with urgency. Enan saw him running from the central control building, and knew he must have something important to tell him. Renyu is usually in charge of the base's central control building. At the moment, they were not there. What's going on? The man took a few deep breaths. The Midnight Base in City C1 has requested support from us. It seems the situation is urgent. Their base commander has been waiting for you at the control console in Yuhua Bridge for almost half a day. Midnight Base? Enan's heart skipped a beat. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She hadn't expected the Midnight Base to hold out this long. It had taken nearly 3 months for them to come seeking support. He Qi, you and your team, follow me to Yuhua Bridge. The group hurried towards Yuhua Bridge. Lu Qi was helpless. He had thought they would finally have a chance to be alone with her, but now something unexpected had happened. Time was running out for him. The base was constantly busy, and the situation wasn't optimistic. This time, he truly delayed too long. Lu Qi suspected that if he didn't return to the base, Gusu would tear it apart. At this moment, on Yuhua Bridge, south of the dividing line lay the psychics of the Galaxy base. Each of them wore clean, neat clothes and carried a variety of weapons. They were well organized and on high alert. North of the dividing line, however, the situation was much more dilapidated. Although it had also been completely cleared of zombies, only a handful of psychics remained guarding it. They were all dressed in tattered clothes and looked slovenly. But they embodied the normal human condition in the apocalypse. The galaxy base was a miracle, an existence that could never be replicated. As soon as Enan landed, the captain of the squad guarding Yuwa Bridge stepped forward respectfully. Base Commander. Where are the people from Midnight Base? Behind the demarcation line, I take you there. The man said, walking forward with his back straight. The others immediately drew their guns. In unison. Aiming at the other side of Yuwa Bridge. It was as if they could rip them apart with a hail of bullets if the other side had any ill intentions. Lucci saw it all. Her base was truly well managed. Even better than his and Goose's bases. At the same time, several armed men approached from the other side of Yuwa Bridge. Leading them was none other than Yenemo, the base commander of Midnight Base. After not seeing him for many days, he looked even thinner and more haggard than before. Both groups stopped a little over 20 meters from the demarcation line. Only Enan and Yenemo continued forward. Lucci didn't follow. He gave her plenty of space to be independent, and didn't interfere in any of her affairs. Commander of Galaxy Base, we at Polar Night need your help. Yenemo went straight to the point, stating his purpose. Benefits. Enan was also a straightforward person. Supplies, in exchange for weapons. Okay. Enan agreed readily. She had been waiting for that. Yenemo seemed surprised by Enan's straightforwardness. His dark green eyes fixed on her. I need a lot of weapons. We're facing a combined attack from 2, maybe even 3, cities. I know. Enan nodded. North of City C1 are City L and City L1, with City Q close behind. It could almost be said that C1 was surrounded by 3 cities. It was perfectly reasonable for these people to come at C1. In the apocalypse, everyone would do whatever it took to secure the few remaining supplies. She looked directly at Yenemo. Give me half a city's worth of supplies, and I provide weapons and men to help you secure Midnight Base. Yenemo pondered for a moment. Her offer wasn't excessive. Compared to those northerners, who wanted both his life and supplies, she at least only wanted supplies. The Midnight Base had painstakingly cleared C1 of zombies for so long, and the base they had painstakingly built was only just beginning to take shape. How could they just hand it over and make things easier for others? Galaxy Base only wanted half a city's worth of supplies. To help them avoid being swallowed up by northern forces, they had already done their utmost. He wasn't someone who didn't know their limits. The two quickly reached a consensus. A negotiation meeting between the two bases began. The meeting took place on the spot. Enan single-handedly battled with the scholars, single-handedly confronting 4 high-ranking officials at the Midnight Base. He demanded an additional 30% in benefits. He drove the middle-aged men across from him into a frenzy of defiance. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads, lamenting how this young woman could be so sharp-tongued and cruel. They wouldn't let them take advantage of him. Finally, Enan decided that Chi and Zhang Meng would be in charge of this matter. They would lead 2 teams of psychics to City C1 to transport resources and support the Midnight Base. After all this was done, Enan noticed Lucci, who had been quietly waiting behind him. The sky was gradually darkening. He stood leaning against the wall in the afterglow of the setting sun. He was tall, with a restrained radiance and a striking aura. Even amidst the dense crowds of people, he seemed to radiate, instantly drawing attention to himself. As if sensing Enan's gaze, Lucci's deep eyes darted forward. Seeing she had finally finished, he strode towards her. His voice was gentle, with a barely perceptible sigh. You're done. I can't stay much longer. Going back to base? Yes, he replied, a look of deep reluctance in his eyes. She seemed about to say something, but hesitated. For some reason, Enan spoke first. I go back to your base with you, okay? She also wanted to stay with him a little longer. For a moment, Lucci seemed to think he had misheard. His eyelids fluttered, and his voice dropped. Are you serious? Seriously? Then, Enan was embraced by Lucci. For a moment, their auras entwined. God knows how happy he was when she offered to go back with him. After Enan's helicopter left, Yenemo watched silently. Base Commander, aren't you going back? Shan Han stepped forward. Yenemo watched silently until Enan's helicopter gradually faded into a small black dot. Then he slowly spoke. I have a feeling that woman had everything planned from the beginning. You mean? She's been waiting for us to ask for support from the very beginning? Shan Han couldn't believe it. Can a woman really be that capable? Yenemo withdrew his gaze. I even feel like she's already mapped out the future of C1 City. Midnight Base was just one of her pawns. Shan Han fell silent after hearing this. Let's go back to base, Yenemo said, heading north. No matter what, This was not a situation he could reverse. It wasn't that he hadn't tried, struggled, and even negotiated with City L. The result was the same. They just wanted him dead immediately. The Galaxy base was his only chance of survival. Even if he felt she was just using them as a target, Yin Mo's dark green eyes faded into darkness. If he were a chess piece, then let him be the one that survived the longest on the board. Chapter 193. Center of the Dawn base. On the second floor of a 3-story building, Gusa stood on the balcony smoking. The smoke lingered, fading into the night. Behind him was a partitioned room with its door tightly shut. The room's soundproofing was poor, and one could even clearly hear a man shouting from inside. "We hope our base only injured a few of your psychics and took some of your supplies, yet you keep hounding us and beating us up every day. This is too much. Don't be so mean. Your Dawn base split off from the national base, right? How can you be so bullying?" Another man's voice rang out, his voice full of righteousness. The voice he spoke now had a certain air of a pre-apocalyptic police officer interrogating a suspect. "Shui Yang, stop playing the victim. A month ago, you arrogantly declared you oppose our Dawn base. Have you forgotten? I was just being a hero. I was instigated. That wasn't my intention. Now I want to cooperate with you. Dawn base must not attack us again. Where's your base commander? I need to see him. I've been waiting here all day, and your base commander is so busy he can't even find time?" In the room, the shouting continued. Guso looked at the psychic waiting beside him. His voice was light, yet tinged with authority. "Is base commander Lu not back yet?" The psychic bowed respectfully. "Captain Gu, there's no news of Captain Lu's return." He stubbed out his cigarette. A few hours ago, he had received a message on the radio that Shui Yang, the base commander of the neighboring F3 City Hope base, had visited him, seeking peace. With Lu Qi away, the higher-ups at Dawn base summoned him to take charge. He almost immediately dropped his current tasks and rushed to Dawn base. To the west of City Y lies City F, a merger of 3 cities, further divided into F1, F2, and F3, collectively referred to as City F. Before the apocalypse, the 3 cities had been closely cooperating and had a close network of relationships. After the apocalypse, they banded together, each becoming a local tyrant in their own city. According to Lu Qi's previous description, these 3 cities were deeply dissatisfied with Dawn base and had been constantly opposing them. They were even intent on recruiting City T and City T1 to join them in their fight. But for some reason, Shui Yang had come today to seek peace. Lu Qi knew the situation in City F best. But unfortunately, he wasn't there. Gusa pondered, unwilling to wait any longer. He pushed the door open and entered. Shui Yang, who had been constantly shouting, immediately withered upon seeing Gusu. The reason was simply that Gusu's aura was too overwhelming. Shui Yang swallowed hard and bravely asked, "Are you the commander of Dawn base?" Gusu's cold eyes glanced at Shui Yang. A chill ran down Shui Yang's tailbone, and he sat up straight, his calves tensing. His tone was as respectful as it could be. You are the commander, right?" Gusu lowered his eyes, and unfolded the map of F3 City that Shui Yang had brought with him. It had all the locations of Hope base's camps clearly marked on it. Seeing Gusu's disregard, Shui Yang continued, "Commander, here are all the locations of Hope base I brought. I come to sue for peace with all my sincerity. Do you think you could spare Hope base?" "Sincerity?" Gusu sneered. The next second, the map was flung to the ground. Shui Yang's face paled. He met Gusu's icy gaze, and in an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare speak. Gusu pulled out the F3 city map that the Dawn base's leadership had given him earlier and gently shook it. "You've marked 3 points less than what we found." Shui Yang's face was ashen. No wonder their base was always attacked by Dawn base's troops when they went out to search for supplies. It turned out they had secretly mapped all their bases. Shui Yang's lips trembled as he watched the ice crystals gradually forming on his stool. His entire buttocks ached from the cold and the 30+ degree heat. His voice was a little flustered. "Captain, I got the wrong map. I promise, I'm here sincerely to seek peace. I remember correctly. You allied with cities F2 and F1, and threatened to kill us all." As soon as Gusu finished speaking, Shui Yang immediately knelt down. He said sincerely, "I was forced into this. Those 2 cities wanted to go against you, but I never did. Captain Lu is back." At this moment, a psychic whispered in Gusu's ear. The next second, the door opened again. Lu Qi, dusty and exhausted, walked in. He had obviously run all the way here, and a hint of sweat now adorned his forehead. However, His usual stern expression was gone. Instead, he seemed a little funny. Gusu frowned slightly. He stared at him with a look of suspicion. Lucci didn't have time to deal with Gusu. He looked at Shui Yang and said, Shui Yang, draw out the layout of the bases in F2 and F1. I send someone to verify it. If there are no problems, I will agree to your request for peace. Shui Yang hesitated upon hearing this. He had indeed come to seek peace. He wasn't here to sell out F2 and F1. He simply wanted to survive in the cracks, playing both sides, avoiding attack from Dawn Base and F2 and F1. He wanted to be a small base leader, wield some power, and sleep with a few beautiful women. After all, he was just a small businessman before the apocalypse, and afterward, he boldly became the boss and established a base. But he had nothing. He didn't have a helicopter, and the few firearms he had collected from soldiers who had turned into zombies were pitifully few. When F2 and F1 had recruited him to join their alliance and united against the outside world, he had followed their lead and obeyed their orders. But during the time he was being pressured by Dawn Base, he had repeatedly asked F2 and F1 for help. Just a week earlier, they had promised him they would soon take over Dawn Base. Last night, he suddenly changed his mind, telling me to hold on and wait for news. What kind of wait was that? If they continued to attack, his Hope Base would become a despair base. He had no choice but to seek peace behind their backs, hoping to save the people and supplies at his base. But he also didn't want to offend F2 and F1. They weren't good people. Bases like Dawn Base, which had been split off from national bases, still had some humanity. But the people in F2 and F1 were pure evil. You can offend the good, but not the bad. Shui Yang understood this principle. Shui Yang's face was filled with reluctance. Lucci seemed to read his mind. He stood up and said, Since you're so unwilling, there's no need to draw. With that, Lucci walked out. Everyone, follow me to Hope Base. Shui Yang panicked when he heard this, and quickly stood up and chased after Lucci. But as he stood up, he realized his legs had gone numb, and he collapsed to the ground. He shouted, Stop! I draw! Then, Shui Yang immediately began to draw. Gusu and Lucci left, leaving the other psychics to continue supervising. When they reached the turning point, Gusu whispered, Do you really believe his so-called peace proposal? Lucci's expression was firm. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, we attack City F3. Gusu was puzzled. If City T and City T1 come to help, our chances of victory are slim. Lucci chuckled softly, a subtle tenderness in his eyes. They won't come. They're being held back by an in? Gusu looked suspiciously at Lucci's blissful expression, then lit a cigarette with interest. Are you in love? Just then, Inan walked up the stairs. Lucci looked at her gently and said, Let me introduce you again. This is my girlfriend, Inan. Chapter 194. Gusu paused in his smoking. Behind the swirling smoke, his dark eyes flickered with an unfathomable emotion. Are you stupid? Lucci asked with a chuckle, seeing Gusu like this. Gusu looked away, his lips curled up in a faint smile, his expression obscured by the smoke. I was wondering, boy, why are you away for so long at this critical moment? So you're dating? It's business, after all. If it weren't for an I wouldn't know about the situation in T-City. Lucci said, walking towards Inan and standing quietly beside her. Now is the perfect time to deal with F-City. Gusu nodded, his eyes lowered, his lips still smiling nonchalantly. No wonder Shui Yang suddenly came to ask for peace. Gusu, I leave Shui Yang to you. I take her to familiarize herself with the base. With that, Lucci pulled Inan away, regardless of Gusu's willingness. Gusu watched the two of them leave. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. Amidst the thick smoke, a psychic hurried over. Captain Gu, the painting of Shui Yang is done. He finished, only to see Gusu still staring down the stairs. He looked over, puzzled. It was empty, not a soul in sight. Just as the psychic was looking puzzled, Gusu withdrew his gaze, threw down his half-smoked cigarette, and strode back into the house. The psychic, upon seeing Gusu enter the house, immediately picked up the cigarette from the floor, and said with a look of distress, TSK, it's not even finished yet. What a waste. Lucci, holding Inan, hadn't walked for long. Teams of psychics gathered around. Captain. Good evening, Captain. What a coincidence, Captain. Each one greeted Lucci enthusiastically, their eyes glancing towards Inan. Lucci immediately saw what they were up to. His expression hardened, his deep eyes glaring at them coldly. Now, the psychics didn't dare to playfully smile anymore. You know, usually when the base commander gets this serious, it's when they've made a mistake and need to be punished. They immediately ran away. The psychics in the distance, who were trying to join in the fun, also stopped and turned around and ran off. The people in your base are quite lively, Enon joked. Lucci smiled faintly. I wonder who got the big mouth out about us. These guys are just here to watch the fun. As he spoke, the image of Su Liang surfaced in his mind. Lucci gave up the idea of showing Enon around the base. The thought of her being watched by others filled him with unpleasantness. He tilted his head and looked at her. It's getting late, and I have to take care of some base matters later. How about I take you to rest first? His voice was low and magnetic, with an irresistible tenderness. Enon nodded. Okay. Lucci led her to the back of the base. Lucci's base was enormous. It was roughly 3 times the size of Galaxy Base. Not only that, because Dawn Base housed many people without abilities, the zoning was extremely complex. The residences of Lucci and other high-level officials were located in the center of the base, in the safest and central location. The base is currently operating with solar generators, but the power is far from enough to maintain such a large base. Only a small area has electricity, so the room might be a little dark later. If you're afraid, light some candles. There are candles in the closet. As they walked, Lucci patiently explained the base's situation to Enon. Yes. Enon nodded. She knew the situation. In her previous life, she had been at the Dawn base. The dorm they lived in had no electricity year-round, and they relied on candles at night. Only important areas of the base, like the research and medical departments, had some electricity. After all, automatic generators require oil, and oil is scarce after the apocalypse. The little they have is barely enough to power them. If they don't conserve it, soon even helicopters and other things will be out of service. Enon had been waiting for Lucci to ask her why her base was so brightly lit and had so much electricity. But he didn't ask anything. He simply held her hand and told her about his life in detail. This reassured Enon. He truly gave her space and trust. Soon, the two of them arrived outside a residence. The area was extremely secluded, and it was obvious where the base's top brass lived. 2 soldiers stood guard outside the residence. When they saw Lucci, they immediately saluted. Base Commander. Lucci walked in hand with Enon, and a soldier immediately followed. Base Commander, is there anything I can do for you? Get your sister-in-law a room, Lucci said, glancing at the soldier. The soldier's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. He immediately walked upstairs. Sister-in-law, follow me. Lucci followed, hand in hand with Enon. The building was dimly lit, so the hallway wasn't too dark. The soldier walked to a room on the 3rd floor, stopped, and said respectfully, Sister-in-law, this is the only room available. Enon looked at the other 5 rooms in the hallway. The rooms were large, each with its door tightly closed, but she didn't hear any signs of anyone living there. She was puzzled. Are all the other rooms occupied? Yes. The soldier nodded heavily. Those are the rooms of the other officers on the base. Okay, thank you. Enon smiled faintly and nodded. She opened the door and turned on the switch. A dim light came on in the room, and it was very clean. But there's no bathroom. Enon looked at the soldier in confusion. Hello, I don't have a bathroom in this room. The villa in her space had been moved to the Galaxy base, and there was no room for her to shower. She desperately needed a bathroom. The soldier looked embarrassed. He scratched his head, then patted it. Next door is the base commander's room. He has a bathroom, a water tank, electricity, everything. Enon looked at Lucci. Lucci looked back at Enon with deep eyes. It seems, this is the only way. Enon nodded. Okay. Lucci handed Enon the key to his room. I go take care of some business first. I be back as soon as possible. If you're tired, go to sleep. Enon nodded, took the key, and watched the two leave. As they walked downstairs, Lucci looked at the soldier. Li Xing, right? Good job today. The soldier named Li Xing grinned, a look of pride on his face. Just kidding, men understand men best. Their base commander just gave him a look, and he understood. Lucci glanced back at En's room and strode out. He wanted to share a room with her too much. But he respected her, so he gave her the choice. He wouldn't force her. Chapter 195. Enon didn't look away until the two of them were gone. As intelligent as she was, how could she not understand Lucci's feelings? She wasn't the shy or reserved type. Since they loved each other, what couldn't they do? She boldly opened Lucci's room, and his scent filled her nostrils. After turning on the light, a warm glow illuminated the room. The light in Lucci's room was a warm yellow. In the large house, a simple living room and kitchen appeared. The living room contained only a set of tables and chairs. In the kitchen, a kettle sat alone on the table. Next to it was a simple stainless steel pot and a pair of bowls and chopsticks. It was so simple, it looked as if no one lived there. Curious, Enid opened the cabinet. Inside, there were only a few packets of instant noodles. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The dignified commander of the Dawn base. Even this was all he ate in private? Of all the commanders she had met, Lu Chi's food was extremely meager. In her previous life, she had also been at the Dawn base, but she rarely saw Lu Chi on weekdays. He was always busy, almost elusive. She was also out killing zombies every day, and even when they did work together, they were separated by a sea of people, never even glancing at each other. But she had always assumed that Lu Chi ate well. After all, as the best psychic team, their squad could eat meat once a week, and their food supply was often improved due to their contribution points. But as the base commander, he only prepared instant noodles for himself? Is he trying to save trouble? Enid was truly puzzled. No wonder he had a bad stomach. She moved her fingers slightly. In an instant, Lu Chi's cabinet was filled with a variety of food. It was all easy to store food. Nuts, cookies, dried meat, vacuum-packed foods like duck necks and feet, and instant foods like beef powder that could be cooked with just hot water. Even after filling the entire cabinet, Enid still felt it wasn't enough. She pulled out a refrigerator from her space. When she collected supplies, she also collected these appliances. Plugging the refrigerator in, Enid stuffed it with fruits, vegetables, and milk and yogurt. She also filled the freezer with frozen dumplings and steamed foods. After filling everything up, Enid bought a complete kitchen set. Once the kitchen looked presentable, Enid replaced the living room table and chairs with a comfortable sofa set before heading to the bedroom. Lu Chi's bedroom was equally simple, with a simple large bed covered in a light blue duvet and sheets, clean and tidy. Unexpectedly, there was a photo on the nightstand. Enid picked it up. It was a picture of a stern-faced officer and a little boy. The cold-faced officer had a stern expression, looking ill-tempered. His chest was covered with medals, clearly an excellent soldier. The little boy beside him bore a striking resemblance to Lu Chi. He must have been a child. In the photo, he looked only 8 or 9, but a hint of maturity could already be seen between his features. His lips were pursed, his expression firm and composed. Enid couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected him to be so serious at such a young age. Then her smile vanished. She didn't see a glimmer of childlike innocence in Lu Chi's eyes. His childhood must have been unhappy. Enid felt a sudden pang of displeasure. She pouted, put the photo down, and continued browsing. There was another wardrobe in the bedroom, containing just 2 simple changes of clothes, one military uniform and the other, thicker, also military uniform. No wonder she never saw him wearing anything else. So, he only had military uniforms. In the drawer below the wardrobe, a few pairs of underwear and socks were neatly stacked. Enid moved her fingers, and in the next instant, a large amount of clothes appeared in the wardrobe. All beautifully tailored men's clothing. The drawers were also filled with brand new underwear and socks. Dozens of pairs of shoes suddenly appeared in the shoe cabinet. All styles were available. She had no idea what Lu Chi liked. She simply arranged a few pairs of each style according to her own taste. The sizes were determined by her own eyeballs. After tidying up the bedroom, Enid headed to the bathroom. Lu Chi's bathroom was equally simple. 2 towels, and a pair of freshly washed underwear hanging out to dry. On the sink were a bar of soap, a bottle of shower gel, a bottle of facial cleanser, a bottle of shampoo, and a toothbrush and toothpaste. Very simple, but sufficient. His bathroom also had a large reservoir, probably filled with water by a water-based psychic. The reservoir connected to the sink and shower head. Fortunately, the temperature was high, so a cold shower wasn't too uncomfortable. Enid placed several sets of men's toiletries in the cabinet in case Lu Chi needed them later. She also took out a set for her own use. Then, she noticed Lu Chi's razor. It was a primitive razor. Enid's space had everything. She took out a set of rechargeable razors, placed them in the bedroom, and plugged them in to charge. After finishing all this, Enid began to shower. In hot weather, people would smell if they didn't shower for a day, so Enid washed herself thoroughly from head to toe. She pulled out a brand new set of combat uniform and pajamas from her space. She put on her pajamas, and wiped her hair with Lu Chi's towel. Lu Chi's towel still had his pleasant scent on it. His scent was a bit like the crushed green pine needles and fresh, bitter hazelnuts. And a bit like a forest full of oxygen at 6 in the morning. Neither warm nor distant. Clean with a hint of bitterness. Enid found it incredibly pleasant. She dried her hair, and then took out a hair dryer to blow dry it carefully before flopping onto Lucci's bed. The bed was clean and soft, making it incredibly comfortable. Ian was wearing a knee-length, pure cotton suspender nightgown. It was soft and breathable. The style wasn't glamorous or childish, but clean, comfortable, and elegant. Her long, fluffy hair fell casually over her shoulders. As she half reclined, the soft nightgown barely concealed her graceful curves. Ian lay comfortably on Lucci's pillow, calculating her points. In the past few days, the 3 bases have recruited a total of 45 new members. Her total points now stand at 267,278. She can now purchase a random combination power sphere. Ian was genuinely curious about what this so-called random combination power, a power that could never exist in the world, would be like. She bought one for 100,000 points. But she didn't activate it. She now has 167,278 points left. She'd like to keep it for now. It takes 60,000 points to upgrade the points panel to level 3. But Ian had many things she wanted to buy, but hadn't yet. She decided to be cautious about using her points. Ian took out the random combination power sphere. It glowed faintly in her palm. It was a sphere of white light. It didn't look anything special. Just a faint energy fluctuation around it. That such a small sphere could unlock a unique power was truly amazing. Chapter 196. Squeak. The door opened. Ian put down the random combination of psychic orbs and walked out of the bedroom. As expected, it was Lucci. He stared blankly at Ian, who emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas. Some unknown emotion seemed to well up in his eyes, and he was about to lose control. His Adam's apple rolled noticeably as he surveyed the room. His voice was hoarse. "These are you." He didn't ask any more questions. It could only be her. Only her. Lucci took a few steps forward, wanting to hug Ian. But as soon as he opened his arms, he saw her clean face, and was afraid of staining her. He restrained himself and retracted his arms, his voice hoarse. "And then, you're so good to have you. I'm so lucky to have met her." Ian smiled sweetly. "Go take a shower." Lucci looked at her deeply, as if he was afraid she would disappear if he went to the bathroom. His Adam's apple moved slightly. "Okay." Seeing Lucci obediently shower, Ian jumped back onto the bed. Lucci's bed was so comfortable it bounced back even after jumping on it. Ian lay there comfortably. Not long after, he saw Lucci emerging from the bathroom, having finished showering. He was now bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts. His hair was only half-dried, revealing a hurried appearance. Seeing Ian still there, Lucci seemed relieved. He caught Ian's gaze and, for a moment, seemed to remember something. A little embarrassed, he said, "I didn't bring my vest. I go look for it." With that, he headed for the closet. Ian held him back. Her soft skin was like a small flame, instantly igniting his repressed rationality. Lucci looked at Ian. She raised her beautiful little face, a beaming smile on her face. "Achi, do me a favor." She called him Achi. Lucci was overjoyed, his voice hoarse. "Okay." Ian raised her hand, and a small, faintly glowing ball appeared in her palm. Ian held it in front of Lucci and said softly, "Give me some luck, help me get something good." "What is this?" "A ball that can give off supernatural powers." Ian's voice was filled with joy. Lucci sighed fondly, "And then, you have so many strange and bizarre things." As he spoke, he seemed to think of something. "What if you get something good?" Ian replied almost immediately, "There's a reward." Lucci lowered his eyes and looked at her. She was sitting on the bed, looking up at him, incredibly charming. Lucci's eyes deepened. He strained to control himself, his voice hoarse as he said, "Okay, I do my best." He took her hand and held the energy ball in his palm together. He closed his eyes, as if silently praying. Seeing this, Ian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. She silently chanted, "Activate the random combination of energy balls." A second later, the system's voice echoed in her mind, "Beep, congratulations, host. You've received Lucci's lucky bonus and successfully unlocked an SSS level energy. Invisibility." Wow. There really is a bonus? Ian hadn't expected that just a casual experiment like hers would actually bring her good luck. She felt the energy surge within her body and was pleasantly surprised. Lucci also opened his eyes, sensing the energy surge. At this moment, the energy ball was no longer in Ian's palm. A strong surge of energy rippled through her. Lucci was a little nervous. Is it something good? Ian didn't have time to explore her invisibility ability. She looked at Lucci, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, the highest level. Lucci breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In that instant, he felt a faint, refreshing fragrance, and then his lips were covered with warmth and softness. Inan kissed her gently, and she smiled softly. This is a reward. Lu Qi could no longer restrain himself. His breathing became heavier, and he gently embraced Inan and kissed her deeply. His eyes were filled with a strong, aggressive aura as he looked at her deeply, his love no longer restrained. It reached its peak. He whispered, Inan, thank you for coming into my world. Chapter 197. Inan woke up aching all over. She slumped lazily on the soft bed, tilting her head to glance at the watch on her wrist. It was already past noon. As he felt the kiss marks, large and small, covering her body, a blush crept onto Inan's cheeks. Last night, he had restrained himself. Inan, this is your first time. I'm afraid I hurt you. I carry you to wash. But after seeing her body quickly recover under her healing powers, his eyes darkened again, and he devoured her several more times. It wasn't until the morning when a soldier urgently knocked on the door. He gently kissed the corner of her eye and told her to rest. The healing powers healed the physical fatigue, but they couldn't remove the exhaustion left by extreme indulgence. Inan pulled herself up, washed herself thoroughly, and then lazily left the house. She wasn't wearing her combat uniform today, but a sleeveless sports vest and sweatpants. The weather was incredibly hot, so she even picked out a matching baseball cap from her space. She was dressed in a sporty, royal style, yet tinged with a hint of allure and sophisticated world weariness. As soon as she stepped outside, she was met with astonishment from the soldiers at the gate. Inan politely asked, Excuse me, where can I find your base commander, Lu? Li Xing immediately responded respectfully, Sister-in-law, the base commander has instructed us to take you to him when you wake up. Okay, thank you for your help. Inan followed Li Xing. They passed through the planting area, through the research area, through the large residential area. It was lunchtime, and next to the residential area was the public cafeteria. There were especially many people there. Inan looked at the food they were holding. Most of the food consisted of rice porridge, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. The food wasn't particularly good. Some of the team members, who were tall and strong, and had outstanding temperaments, held higher quality food. Some even had bits of meat in them. Are you hungry, sister-in-law? Li Xing asked hurriedly, seeing Inan staring towards the cafeteria. Not bad. The base commander said he's prepared lunch for you, so you can go and eat. Li Xing's tone was cheerful. Yesterday, he performed well and been rewarded with a lot of contribution points by the base commander. This morning, he eaten 2 giant meat buns. He was so satisfied. Soon, the vast training ground appeared before them. This training ground was the size of 3 football fields. The various areas of the training ground were packed with people. Some were running, some were practicing martial arts, some were practicing their special abilities, and some were lifting weights and doing pull-up bars. Despite the hot and dry weather, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of these people for training. The water-based psychics filled the tanks near the training grounds with water. This was for the parched psychics to drink or pour over themselves to cool down. In the training area behind the training ground, neat rows of soldiers stood. Inan estimated there were over 2,000 of them. They stood in meticulous military formation. At the front, several officers were presenting a report. The tall, handsome man they surrounded was Lu Qi. Lu Qi was wearing the black vest Inan had put in the closet, a pair of sunglasses to shield his eyes, and his furrowed brows gave him an indescribably majestic and stern expression. He looked completely different from the man he had seen in bed last night. Hey, sister-in-law, you're wearing matching outfits. How romantic. As Li Xing spoke, Inan realized they were indeed dressed like a couple. Seeing Lu Qi busy, Inan didn't bother him. She glanced at a tent not far away, where a few simple camping tables and chairs lay. Inan decided to head there to avoid the sun. Sister-in-law, you go and rest. I'm leaving, Li Xing said, happily leaving. Inan waved at him and walked over to the tent, plopped down. On the table was a cup marked LC. It was Lu Qi's cup. Inan, thirsty, took the cup and gulped down the water. The sound of gulping could be heard. At that moment, a familiar male voice echoed faintly, I was busy all night last night, but you were nowhere to be found. Tell me, where were you? Inan raised an eyebrow, realizing there was another man lying on the recliner behind her. The voice sounded very much like Gu Su. He, about the same height as Lu Qi, lay there unhurriedly, his legs resting on the table, his face covered by a book. The Art of War. His jawline was sharp. His stubble was a bit longer than yesterday. He looked haggard. Inan ignored him, leaning back in her chair and finding a comfortable position. A chocolate appeared in her hand. Her space had a static protection zone. Supplies wouldn't expire or spoil. In this weather, chocolate wouldn't last and would melt quickly. Ann's chocolate, however, retained its peak flavor. She ate it slowly, savoring the silky, sweet texture of the chocolate melting in her mouth. The next second, bang! Ann's chair was kicked by a large foot. The jolt stung her, but at the same time, Gusu's irritating voice sneered, "Luchi, why are you pretending to be so cool by not saying anything?" Ann stood up, feeling a little down. Gusu also seemed to sense something was amiss. In the past, Luchi would have fought back. He removed the copy of The Art of War from his face, his lazy, tired eyes glancing at Ann, whose face was sullen. He instantly perked up. He stood up. "Why is it you?" The next second, he apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you just now." He glanced nervously at Ann's butt. In the distance, Luchi, who had just finished listening to his subordinate's reports, hurried toward Ann and Gusu. He pulled Ann over, stood in front of her, and looked at Gusu, who looked as if he had done something wrong. "Gusu, where are you looking?" Chapter 198. Gusu knew that explaining now would only make things worse, so his expression darkened. It was a misunderstanding. He then looked at Ann and apologized sincerely. "I just thought it was Luchi, I'm really sorry." You know, he and Luchi had always been very informal with each other. A kick or a slap was perfectly normal. What did he do? Luchi looked at Ann, a moment of nervousness in his eyes. Ahem. Ann coughed softly. Nothing, just a small matter. She wasn't a petty person. As long as someone didn't do it intentionally, she wouldn't mind. Gusu picked up the water glass on the table and drank from it to mask his embarrassment. However, when Luchi saw him drinking, his expression turned extremely displeased again. "Why are you drinking from my cup?" In his busyness, he had just caught a glimpse of Ann drinking from her own cup. Gusu put down his half-empty cup and looked at Luchi with a look of astonishment. "No, we never separated before, did we?" Both of them, rough men who grew up in the military, hadn't they always been drinking from each other's cups? "What's with all the talk of yours, mine?" Luchi, however, sternly said, "This cup is dirty. I give it to you." Gusu's face also turned cold. No, is he sick? Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey after falling in love? Both of them looked rather grim. Just then, a soldier came running over with a lunch box. "Two base commanders, it's time to eat." The mess halls for soldiers and psychics were separate. Luchi and Gusu naturally ate with the soldiers. "Come on, and then let's eat," Luchi said gently, holding Ann in his hand. Gusu walked behind them, keeping his distance. The two entered the cafeteria and sat at the largest table. At the table, all the soldiers remained untouched, awaiting their arrival. Luchi and Gusu sat at the southernmost and northernmost, respectively. Seeing the two leaders clearly at odds, Su Liang and the other soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. "Sister-in-law is so beautiful," someone shouted, and the tense atmosphere finally eased. The others then began to joke with Luchi. "The base commander is so lucky. No wonder he was nowhere to be seen last night. Was he on a date with sister-in-law?" Hey, that makes sense," Luchi said gravely. "Okay, let's eat." With this remark, everyone stopped gossiping and began to eat. Gusu remained expressionless throughout, eating slowly with his eyes downcast. Ann looked at the table full of potatoes. Luchi and his table were already the best in the cafeteria, but it was still mostly potatoes. 2 packets of Lao Gan Ma were placed in the middle, and they were quickly snatched up by the roughnecks. Luchi only had time to pick up a bite for her. He himself didn't even get a single bite before his plate was empty. Luchi and Gusu were incredibly approachable. Most base commanders kept the best food for themselves and wouldn't eat with their subordinates. But Luchi and his team weren't like that. They kept all the good food in the base cafeteria, rewarding the psychics and soldiers with high contributions. They themselves ate the most ordinary fare. They could be said to be the most selfless base commanders. "Since everyone calls me sister-in-law, I give you a little welcome gift," Ann said with a smile. Her voice was melodious and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Su Liang and the others at the same table were particularly excited. They knew all too well what surprise Ann could offer them. Sure enough, the next second, delicacies appeared on the table. There were dishes cooked by Qi Xian, as well as roast duck from the hot food section of the mall, garlic vermicelli shrimp, steamed buns, pizza, chicken and cheese sandwiches, Mexican chicken tacos, a braised beef platter with 3 treasures, teriyaki chicken rice, and so much more. All of a sudden, the entire cafeteria became abuzz. The rough-hewn men from other tables, following the smell, rushed over. The scene was terrifying. Lucci stood up, his deep eyes glancing at him calmly. The soldiers restrained themselves and returned to their seats. But their eyes kept darting in their direction. One plate per table, come and take in an orderly manner. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules won't be allowed to eat. Lucci's voice was deep and serious. Everyone behaved like a little kid. They lined up, their mouths agape, to get their food. Guso had already silently sampled over a dozen dishes. Soon, the food was distributed. Everyone began to eat enthusiastically. Each of them gaped, their mouths wide open, almost wanting to chew up the plates in their hands and swallow them. It's so delicious. It smells so good. I haven't had roast duck in 6 months. Oh my God, I wish time would stop at this moment. Wailing exclamations echoed one after another. But they didn't dare to be too loud, fearing Lucci's scolding. So, it sounded like the roars of bears. But as they ate, everyone grew even hotter. The weather was already hot, and this excitement had them sweating profusely. Only the air around Guso felt cool. His ice-based ability emanated a faint energy, chilling the air within 3 or 4 meters around him like air conditioning. Lucci looked at the sweat on An's forehead, and gently pulled her over to sit next to Guso. Hey. Guso suddenly said, she can enjoy the cool air, but you get out. Lucci's face darkened. But he hadn't come here to enjoy the cool air in the first place. He had an extremely strong tolerance, and could withstand both heat and cold. He was just worried that Inan might feel uncomfortable. After settling Inan down, Lucci returned to his original seat. Inan sat next to Guso, silently sighing, that's the beauty of ice-based abilities. It's so cool, like a walking air conditioner. She thought of Song Yin, and secretly planned to hug her to cool down when she got home. Inan was lost in thought, but Guso assumed she wanted to eat the dish she was staring at. The fried prawns were snatched up by the rough men, leaving only one. At that moment, a soldier's chopsticks were reaching for the fried prawn. Guso's hand was incredibly quick, snatching it away. The soldier watched the vanishing fried prawn, tears welling in his heart. Guso placed the prawn in An's bowl. He then continued to eat in silence. Across from him, Lucci's eyes darkened upon seeing this. Hey, Nan. Inan, what do you like about him? Guso asked casually. In the noisy cafeteria, Guso's voice was low, so soft that only Inan could hear it. She glanced at Guso, as if to confirm he was asking her. Guso tilted his head toward Lucci. It's that cold, wooden guy across the street. What do you like about him? Inan looked at Lucci. He was already eating his meal intently. Dumbo? Inan thought back to last night in bed. Not dull at all, very smart. And very fierce. Inan was about to speak. Guso continued, do you know the mole on his nose? Inan knew the red mole on Lucci's nose best. She nodded, I know. Guso slowly stuffed a mouthful of potato into his mouth, his expression calm and serious. That's a wife-killing mole. Chapter 199. Inan blinked and glanced at Lucci. He was sneezing. Inan smiled, really? I love even a wife killer. Guso paused slightly, holding his plate. He seemed not to have expected her answer. He glanced at her profile. Her shimmering eyes fixed on Lucci, their determination and love evident. Such a resolute choice for someone. It was incredibly rare, incredibly moving. Guso lowered his eyes, feeling the food in his bowl was like chewing wax. Oh no, Base Commander. Today's zombie extermination team suffered heavy casualties. At that moment, a psychic ran over. He was sweating profusely and looked panicked. Lucci and Guso immediately put down their chopsticks. I go check it out. Lucci strode out, and Guso followed. As he passed Inan, Lucci whispered, Inan, you continue eating here. I'm full, let's join in. Inan stood up quickly. Okay. The three of them walked out together. All the way, the psychic gave a detailed report on the day's situation. Unlike the high-tech defenses of Galaxy Base, Dawn Base conducts zombie sweeps 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Different psychic teams and military units conduct sweeps around the base's outer perimeter, ensuring a pristine environment within the base. The psychic spoke rapidly. In the past, psychics also lost their lives during routine sweeps, but only 1 or 2 at most. The phalanx formation defense you taught us, Base Commander, is perfectly capable of resisting most zombie waves. Today, our team is conducting zombie sweeps as usual. But for some reason, even though the zombies clearly didn't touch our teammates, they all mutated strangely. A large number of them mutated all at once, biting quite a few psychics. Most of the team has turned into zombies. The psychic spoke, and Inan continued, they're infected mutated zombies. Lu Chi and Guzo stood on either side of Inan, listening intently to her confident tone. Inan continued, infectious mutated zombies can spread through body fluids, saliva, and even blood. They must be eliminated remotely from a distance, otherwise it's extremely dangerous. A new mutant zombie species has appeared again. Lu Chi's expression was solemn. Soon, the group reached the outer protective zone of the base. The area was in chaos. Because the zombie tide hadn't been properly cleared, many psychics had mutated, and the protective wall was slightly damaged, allowing some zombies to rush in. The Dawn base's protective wall consisted of layers of barbed wire and poured concrete. While its defenses were stronger than most bases, they were still far inferior to those of the Galaxy base. Quick, stop the zombies! Out of bullets, use your weapons. The psychics fiercely engaged the zombies. Lu Chi rushed forward immediately. Keep your distance, don't get smacked by their saliva. Yes! With his warning, the psychics retreated. Ah! Zombies rushed forward frantically. Lu Chi raised his gun and accurately shot a zombie in the head. The infected, mutated zombies were almost all level 4, impossible to kill with a single shot. Guzo quickly joined in. Inan glanced at the surrounding psychics. The weather was scorching, and everyone's faces and bodies were covered in sweat, mixed with dirt and their own blood, creating a muddy mess. Even with the zombie fluids, it was impossible to see clearly. So, it was impossible to tell how many psychics here were safe, and how many were destined to mutate. A souped-up AK appeared in her hand, and she swiftly climbed up the platform and fired at the zombies below. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Endless bullets, double the firepower. With Inan's presence, the infected, mutated zombies could no longer invade the base. So cool. What kind of weapon is that? AK, but it's not quite the same as an AK. From below, exclamations echoed. Everyone began to gather around Inan. It seemed that standing behind her was the safest option. Inan spent 10,000 points to buy 2 souped-up AKs, throwing one to Guzo and Lu Chi. Their aim was incredibly accurate. Instantly, under their combined fire, the extremely difficult infected mutated zombies began to dwindle significantly. I thought the 2 base commanders were the most handsome, but I didn't expect this girl to be any less impressive. 3 alphas? We're saved, we're saved. In the crowd, a man's eyes began to roll upward, turning a grayish-white. His entire head began to twist, and his face turned a grayish-white, a terrifying sight. Ah! He's mutating. A female psychic noticed this and exclaimed. Bang, bang, bang. Inan fired 3 shots, killing the psychic, who hadn't yet fully mutated. She kept a close eye on the crowd, hoping to prevent anyone from mutating. In such a dense crowd, if a psychic transformed into a zombie, widespread infection would be inevitable. Soon, the zombies were completely cleared, and the protective wall, repaired by the psychics at the base, was restored to normal. Spread the news about the infected mutated zombies. Inform all psychics to be extremely cautious and wear protective gear before going out. Lu Chi made arrangements methodically. Oh no! Team Jishur and Team Panda left an hour ago, and haven't returned yet. A psychic rushed over. Hearing the names of these 2 teams, Inan immediately thought of Xiao Chunhua and Luo Xiaomei. Over there, send a helicopter to rescue them. Lu Chi said, quickly heading towards the helicopter. Looking over, they saw several psychics fighting fiercely against a pile of zombies in the distance, calling for help. Inan followed them, and the helicopter sped towards them. From a distance, Inan could see Xiao Chunhua and Luo Xiaomei. Only 5 or 6 other psychics remained around them. They formed a circle, continuously unleashing their powers on the attacking zombies. Clearly, they had discovered that infected mutant zombies could spread through bodily fluids. They struggled to maintain their distance, their faces etched with exhaustion, their energy drained. Cover their retreat, Guzo said, firing at the zombie horde with the AK Inan had given him. Inan and Lu Chi were also busy. Seeing the approaching helicopter, a hint of joy finally appeared on the faces of Xiao Chunhua, Luo Xiaomei, and the others. You go first, I cover the rear, Xiao Chunhua said, swinging his long sword. Their arms were now wrapped in strips of cloth to protect them from the spray of zombie fluid. I, Luo Xiaomei, will handle this. In her left hand, Luo Xiaomei held a large iron plate. Her strength ability made it easy to lift such a large shield. It effectively blocked the zombies and their saliva. A long ladder was swung down from the helicopter. With Inan and the others firing, the pressure on the zombie tide was much less for the psychics, and they all climbed up. The surrounding zombies, seeing the human flesh in their mouths about to flee, roared anxiously. They attacked them even more frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets exploded, shattering the zombie heads one by one. Luo Xiaomei raised the large iron shield to protect her teammates from the zombie fluid. Hurry up! At this moment, several mutated zombies came running from a distance and attacked frantically. Instantly, Qiao Chunhua and Luo Xiaomei were thrown to the ground. Thankfully, Luo Xiaomei immediately used her shield to hold off the zombie tide. Bang, bang, bang. The mutated zombies' heads were 2 or 3 times the size of regular zombies, and their body fluids were extremely high. The iron shield couldn't protect 2 people at once. Captain! Xiaomei! The psychics who had successfully climbed onto the helicopter watched their captain being pinned down by the zombie tide below, their nerves flaring. Luo Xiaomei roared, forcibly lifting her shield to push back several mutated zombies. With the strength of an ox, she grabbed Qiao Chunhua and flung him up the ladder. Qiao Chunhua was lifted up by her. At the same time, countless mutated zombies with 4 limbs surged forward, leaping over the horde of zombies. Still shaken, Qiao Chunhua turned in shock at Luo Xiaomei, who was clinging on below, tears welling in his eyes. You? Hurry up! Luo Xiaomei slammed her shield into the ground, creating several cracks. The zombie horde was pushed back several steps, then swiftly rushed towards her again. In the final moments, engulfed by the zombie tide, Luo Xiaomei, already exhausted and drained of energy, narrowed her eyes and grinned wildly, reporting to the base commander, Panda Team Captain Luo Xiaomei, mission successfully completed. Lu Qi's eyes darkened at the sight. But they could do nothing. Shooting was unnecessary at this moment. Not to mention the risk of bullets hitting Qiao Chunhua, who was climbing. There was even a chance of accidentally injuring Luo Xiaomei in the dense zombie swarm, hastening her death. Vines surged out one after another. They grew from the ground, extending down the ladder. They moved at breakneck speed, as if trying to rescue the power-type mutant girl from the surging zombie tide. But there was no way. There were simply too many zombies, and the vines were no match for the infected mutant's fluids. Ouch! 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 Zombies overwhelmed Luo Xiaomei. Countless 4-limbed mutant zombies madly rode the tide of zombies up the ladder. Qiao Chunhua climbed frantically, tears streaming down her face. Behind her, countless 4-limbed mutant zombies chased her. The helicopter gradually rose. There were too many zombies below, all kinds of mutated level 4 zombies huddled together. They would soon rush down the ladder and into the helicopter. Luo Xiaomei, there was no way they could save her. However, just as Qiao Chunhua successfully climbed into the helicopter, Yinan dove down and managed to grab the last rung of the ladder. Anan! At the same time, from the pile of zombies that had piled up like a small mountain, out burst a powerful young woman, imbued with light-based abilities. It was Luo Xiaomei, unharmed Luo Xiaomei. Yinan grabbed Luo Xiaomei's outstretched hand, successfully pulled her up. Ouch! Ouch! Several zombies clung to Luo Xiaomei, but were quickly knocked away by the supernatural powers of Gu Su and Lu Qi on the helicopter. Shocked, Luo Xiaomei looked up at Yinan. Sister Nan Sheng. Yinan's smile curled lightly. You're here, and you still want to sacrifice yourself? No way. Luo Xiaomei's eyes grew brighter as she watched Yinan, and soon, tears welled up again. No one knew the terror beneath her previously strong exterior. Just when she thought she was doomed, a layer of pale light enveloped her, shielding her from the zombies' frenzied bites. At that moment, her body regained some energy. She unleashed a final burst of strength, breaking free. The helicopter slowly ascended, a pleasant breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Gu Su and Lu Qi, aboard the helicopter, looked at the 2 women below, both smiling with relief. She astonished them once again. Qiao Chunhua and the other psychics were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. They were all fine. Chapter 200. Then began the frantic cleanup. Yinan chatted with Luo Xiaomei and the others for a while. They finally learned her real name. Lu Qi and Gu Su were urgently summoned by the base officers. It seemed to be an incident in cities F1 and F2. Everything seemed calm, but it was just the undercurrents before the storm. Yinan knew it was time for her to leave. Lu Qi would later confront City F3, while she would return to Sub-Base 002 to deal with City T. In her previous life, City F3, along with City T and City T1, had formed an alliance to fight against the Dawn base. In this life, due to her own misfortune, the situation had changed again. Yinan silently marveled at the wonders of the butterfly effect. After parting with Luo Xiaomei and the others, she planned to find Lu Qi to inform him of her departure. She walked outside their meeting room and vaguely overheard Lu Qi and Gu Su's conversation inside. A battle between Hong Bing and me will come sooner or later. To deal with you, he's actually collaborating with those bandit bases in the south? I'm not afraid of them, but an alliance has risen in the south, headed by a base commander named Shen-Yi. They're quite resourceful and brutal, expanding their alliance on a large scale. If Hong Bing gets in on them, it'd be difficult to deal with. I clean up F City as quickly as possible, and then help you deal with Hong Bing and his gang. Gu sighed slightly. I don't take Hong Bing seriously, but their methods are extremely ruthless, and I've repeatedly failed to take them down. Gu continued. To deal with me, they've actually used a large number of survivors without superpowers as human shields. Lu Qi's breathing became heavier, and with suppressed anger, he said, those beasts. Lu Qi, do you know why we're so restrained? Because we have too many concerns. We can't be as relentless as they are. This military uniform, once worn, becomes hard to take off. Enan opened the door at that very moment. She smiled sweetly. Officers, it takes someone even more vicious to deal with a vicious person. She pointed at herself, for example, me. Enan. Lu Qi was helpless. She actually said that about him. Enan, however, was extremely serious. She leaned against the doorframe, looking casual. If you two encounter any difficult fools, remember to contact me and join my galaxy base. I fight evil with evil. The two men had different expressions. But Enan was convinced that they had listened. At that moment, several officers came over and spoke to Lu Qi. He was busy again, and after more than 10 minutes, he finally found time to lead Enan to the communications building. He handed Enan a special military walkie-talkie. This walkie-talkie has wide area network capabilities, allowing for ultra-long distance communication. You'll be able to contact me even from your base. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with reluctance. Don't lose it. Enan naturally treasured it very much. She stored it in her space. The next second, the system's voice rang out. A new high-end walkie-talkie has been added, and it has been simultaneously added to the level 1 points panel. The level 2 points panel has changed. Please check it yourself. Enan was slightly surprised. So, when she collected a new item, the level 1 points panel would immediately sync. She quickly checked the points panel. The advanced walkie-talkie option actually appeared on the first level points panel. And on the second level points panel, a brand new communication item appeared. The Smart Communication Bracelet. The following line of small text read sad face. The Smart Communication Bracelet is a wearable device with an LED display and touchscreen design. It can connect to the Interstellar Photon Communication Array for ultra-long distance voice calls and text message sending and receiving. Awesome, Enan exclaimed. What kind of futuristic technology is this? But what is an Interstellar Photon Communication Array? How could human civilization have such a thing today? An idea struck Enan. She grabbed Lu Qi's hand and gently shook it. Ah Qi, where is your base's radio station? Can you give me one? Military radios are impossible to find outside. Therefore, she didn't have any in her dimension. Okay, I take you there. Lu Qi said, leading Enan to the third floor of the communications building. Here, several communicators were maintaining the equipment. Lu Qi gave Enan a radio. A radio station appeared in space. A new high-end military radio station has been added, appearing simultaneously on the first level scoreboard. The second level scoreboard has changed. Please check for yourself. Enan quickly checked. Sure enough, a radio station appeared on the first level scoreboard. And the new addition to the second level scoreboard was clearly the Interstellar Photon Communication Array. The next line of small text read sad face. The Interstellar Photon Communication Array utilizes photon technology for communication, enabling high-speed data transmission over extremely long distances. It also features encryption to ensure secure communications. It consists of multiple giant circular receivers and transmitters. Function: the Interstellar Photon Communication Array can establish an interstellar communication network, enabling high-speed data transmission worldwide. It features radiation jump point technology, enabling instantaneous communication links in interstellar space. No wonder the system is called the God-becoming system. If this continues, humanity will soon be able to build a more advanced civilization and world. Enan was excited. However, the points required for this Interstellar Photon Communication Array are extremely high, 100,000 points. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With so many points, she feared that even recruiting a few hundred handsome men wouldn't be enough to meet the base construction needs. The system seemed to sense Enan's dissatisfaction at this moment. Beep! In recognition of the host's hard work, the system has decided to reward the host with points and upgrade. Just when Enan thought the system was about to give her more points, beep! Upgrade successful. For every relationship request from a top-quality handsome man, with a maximum favorability level, the host will receive 300,000 points. It has been detected that the host has already formed a happy marriage with Lu Qi. Reward the host with 300,000 points. The next second, Enan saw the points on the points panel jump from 157,278 to 457,278. Although the number was tempting, Enan was completely bewildered. She was deeply puzzled. What did you say? The system forced her to become a sea king? Enan looked at the imposing Lu Qi. She already had such a perfect boyfriend. Why would she agree to another's courtship? The system's voice was resounding with confidence. Host, the world's population before the apocalypse was 9 billion. After the apocalypse, it has plummeted to 3 billion. Not only that, but the number of people is decreasing daily. The male-to-female ratio has dropped from 101 to 100 before the apocalypse to 100 to 23 now. The survival environment for women in the apocalypse is extremely unfavorable. The number of women will continue to decrease in the future. If humanity wants to maintain its species, it will inevitably adopt a polyandry system. The host's genes are the highest quality we have selected, and we should combine them to leave a legacy of excellence for humanity. Please trust the system. It will not make any demands that would be detrimental to the host. The system's voice stopped. Lu Qi looked gently at Enan, who had been in a daze. And what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ever since they established their relationship, the usually calm and serious Lu Qi has become a gentle and doting wife-loving man. Enan had long since grown accustomed to his gentleness. She came to her senses, still digesting the system's words. It was right. Before her death in her previous life, there were very few women in the base. However, everyone's daily survival was a challenge, and there was no time for reproduction. Enan decided not to dwell on it for now. She brushed Lu Qi's hair away from his forehead, her voice just as gentle. I keep in touch, Ah Qi, I'm leaving now. As if anticipating her words, Lu Qi murmured in agreement. But there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Lu Qi wanted to see her off. Enan refused. Don't, I'm afraid if I look at you, I won't want to leave. She smiled and tapped his nose. Stop right here. I'm leaving now. Lu Qi pursed his lips. Yes. His deep eyes fixed on Enan's departing figure until she disappeared around the corner. For a moment, Lu Qi felt a hollowness in his heart. It dawned on him that he should have kissed her before letting her go. Parting like this, and not knowing when they would see each other again. Just as Lu Qi was secretly berating himself for his own foolishness, he caught a whiff of a fresh fragrance, accompanied by a gentle breeze. It was Enan's scent. Lu Qi was slightly surprised. He stared at the deserted hallway, wondering if he was hallucinating. The next second, Lu Qi felt a warm breath approach, a sweet, soft touch against his lips. Lu Qi froze in place, shock and confusion in his deep eyes. The next moment, the scent faded. Lu Qi felt his heartbeat pounding. He couldn't be wrong. It was Enan's kiss. He hurried after him, but saw nothing. He only glimpsed the 4 brand-new generators in the room beside him, and froze in his tracks. A palm-sized slip of paper sat on the generator. The swift handwriting betrayed the owner's lofty ambitions, yet the corners were gently and gracefully executed. This revealed the handwriting's owner's blend of strength and flexibility, a tenacity and strength. These 4 generators can generate electricity automatically without diesel or other energy sources. This is a small gift for you. If you join the Galaxy base and become a branch soon, you receive many rewards. In the lower right corner, there was a signature, Achizanen. Below, a picture of a stern, cool, and cocky chibi girl was drawn. Judging by her long curly hair and attire, it was Enan himself. A gentle smile curved Lu Qi's lips. He studied it closely, his fingers, callous from years of training, gently stroking the paper. With deep affection. As if absorbing the gentle moonlight, its radiance flowed. At that moment, the intercom at Lu Qi's waist rang, and Enan's pleasant voice echoed through it. Officer Lu, were you satisfied with the kiss just now? Lu Qi's heart was instantly in turmoil. It was really her. His eyes were as dark as ink as he picked up the intercom, as if he wanted to answer, but he had so many words, he didn't know how to begin. His voice was a raspy, suppressed effort, a gentle tinge of muffled nasal twang, and then, what should I do? As soon as you left, I started missing you. Longing, like a snake, coiled ever tighter around his heart. Chapter 201. T-City. Natural Selection Base. Snap! 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 The sound of iron rods hitting flesh and bones echoed, accompanied by the cries of a man struggling to endure pain. The dark basement was extremely oppressive. Outside, everyone hung their heads in silence. Fear and panic filled their faces. Yution stood outside the basement door, a flicker of fear and disgust in her eyes. She had abandoned Fu Sun for Xiao Ziqing, the only heir to the now powerful Xiao family. She had chosen him because of his elegant demeanor, distinguished family background, and his compatibility with the Yu family. But the longer they were together, the more she realized Xiao Ziqing was a double-faced pervert. Not only did he enjoy tormenting others, he was also extremely selfish. His business acumen was even inferior to Fu Sun's. She recalled Fu Sun's gentleness and grace as a child day and night. Although he appeared cold on the outside, he was kind and tender-hearted at heart, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She felt immense regret. Later, the Fu family made a comeback. She returned to Fu Sun, but he refused to see her. This was discovered by Xiao Ziqing, who abducted her and humiliated her severely. He forced her to stay by his side forever, or else he would share her intimate photos with the world. She hated him immensely, but felt helpless, so she could only feign obedience and follow him. Later, the end of the world arrived. She activated her supernatural powers and escaped during the chaos. She went through great pains to find Fu Sun, but he refused to take her in. She was forced to continue following Xiao Ziqing, enduring his perverted humiliation day after day. She hated Xiao Ziqing, and she hated Fu Sun too. She hated everything Xiao Ziqing had done to her. I also hated Fu Sun's ruthlessness. Why didn't he love her? Why shouldn't he love her? Ugh! A miserable scream from the basement brought Yution back to her senses. She forced herself to remain calm and turned to see Xiao Ziqing emerging, covered in blood. He clutched an iron rod stained with flesh and blood in his right hand, his eyes piercing with a fierce glare. You useless fellows. You can't even grab a single piece of supplies. Clang! The iron rod slammed hard onto the ground, blood splattering on the shoes and legs of those around him. But no one dared to move. I, Xiao Ziqing, don't support useless people, Xiao Ziqing said, his wide eyes sweeping across the crowd. For a moment, everyone's faces paled. All she could hear was Xiao Ziqing's frantic voice. You useless people. Why did Jichen die? Why? Why didn't you die? He roared, bricks forming in his hands, and he hurled them at the people around him. Disgust flashed across Yution's eyes. She gently placed her hand on Xiao Ziqing's arm. Ziqing, don't be angry. We have so many talented psychics at Tianzi base. Doesn't Lin Cheng even have the ability to create illusions? Don't worry. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Ziqing shoved her away. Ah! Yution fell to the ground. Her knee was scraped open, bleeding. Base Commander, Base Commander. At that moment, a man ran in, shouting, a large number of people in the southeastern area of the base have been bitten by mutated insects and flies and turned into zombies. Why are there mutated insects and flies? I don't know. You know nothing. You're useless. The next second, the man was kicked away by Xiao Ziqing. Xiao Ziqing stormed out, killed them all. The man who had been kicked back got up and continued to follow. But Commander, almost half the people at this base have been bitten by flies and insects. If this continues, the base will be destroyed. It must have been that bastard Fu Sun. Go to T1 City and inform Changyu to support me immediately. I'm going to take down Nightfall Base now. Xiao Ziqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked terrifying. I'm going to make Fu Sun suffer a fate worse than death. The man's voice trembled with despair. But Commander, Changyu, the commander of the Blue Moon base in T1 City, heard about the mutated flies and insects at our base and rejected our request for support, saying he was afraid of being affected. Xiao Ziqing's cold eyes swept over the man. A bloodthirsty smile curled his lips, a half smile on his face. Afraid of being implicated? Ha ha. He seemed to find this particularly amusing, striding out. Take the base's most elite troops and depart for Blue Moon Base. Yes, Base Commander. 002 Subbase. Enan had successfully landed and listened to you and the others' reports on the base's recent progress. The base's defensive walls were being repaired in an orderly manner. Chung Su and the others had also successfully completed their mission and were secretly monitoring the two bases in City T and City T1. Enan glanced around but didn't see Fu Sun. He was about to ask Fu Yin when a psychic rushed over. Base Commander, T City's spies have reported that Tianzi Base Commander Xiao Ziqing has gone to the T1 City base. Oh! Enan pondered. Did he go to Blue Moon Base in City T? That's probably it. I heard his expression was grim, as if he was very angry, and he brought a group of elite troops with him. Interesting. Enan nodded, then put down the biscuits in his hand, stood up, and clapped his hands. Then let's set out now. First, we take down the Tianzi base, and catch them off guard. Yes, boss. Chung Su and the others instantly switched gears and stood up. Enan picked up the weapons leaning against the wall, and looked at Ren Yu and Song Yin. We attack in 2 waves. I lead the main attack on City T1, and you two will lead your forces to City T. Rejoin me after you've taken it. As soon as Ren Yu and Song Yin opened their mouths to respond, a hoarse male voice echoed from the stairwell. I lead the forces to City T. It was Fu Sun. He was walking down the stairs. After not seeing him for 3 days, he had lost weight, his beard was showing, and he looked rather haggard. His eyes were filled with a dark melancholy. Okay, then. Fu Sun, you lead the team to City T, and the rest of you follow me to City T1. Okay, boss. Everyone quickly went out to prepare after receiving the order. Enan stayed where he was, glancing at Fu Sun for a moment longer. His expression wasn't particularly good, but his efficiency remained high. His movements were quick and decisive. The only difference was that he didn't even glance at Enan. Enan naturally noticed the change in him. She thought he'd probably given up. That was fine. After all, she couldn't give him any response. Enan, on her part, quickly dressed and boarded the helicopter. The helicopter she was on was a modified version purchased through the System Points panel, capable of carrying many people. In the helicopter, Enan, Ren Yu, and the others discussed the next action plan and backup plans. The pace of the entire Galaxy base was extremely fast and professional. Chapter 202. T1 City. Blue Moon Base. A dilapidated protective wall stood tall on the cracked earth. Outside the wall, zombies rammed and roared against it. Inside, walls of barbed wire filtered out the 4-limbed mutant zombies that climbed in. Several psychics stood guard behind the wire, intently prepared to fight any zombies that climbed in. In the open space at the center of the base, 2 groups engaged in a fierce standoff. It was Chang Yu, the commander of Blue Moon Base, and Xiao Ziqing, the commander of Tianzi Base. Behind Xiao Ziqing, several men from Tianzi Base were holding a woman in her 30s and 2 children hostage. The 2 children cried loudly, frantically shouting, "Daddy!" This distressed Chang Yu, standing across from them. He looked anxious. "Xiao Ziqing, I give you whatever you want, just release my child." Xiao Ziqing's lips curled with a maniacal grin. "It's simple. Now follow my men and take down Yi Mu." "Okay, I promise you, you won't touch my wife and child," Chang Yu said hastily. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Early this morning, Xiao Ziqing came to the base with a friendly face, saying they wanted to discuss cooperation. The 2 bases had collaborated twice before, and he thought he knew Xiao Ziqing well. Although he occasionally showed a hint of sinisterness, neither collaboration had been a major problem. He was deceived by his feigned kindness, and actually let him into the base. Little did he know, the moment this demon entered the base, he bared his fangs. First, he pulled out weapons, and kidnapped his wife and child, then launched a large-scale bombing of their base, resulting in the loss of several psychics. "Chang Yu, you no longer have any trust in me, Xiao Ziqing. Tianzi Base is only facing a minor crisis, and you're so cowardly as to cancel our cooperation. How can I trust you?" Xiao Ziqing demanded, his face grimacing with hatred. Despite his deep hatred, Chang Yu could only plead, "I was wrong. I arranged for someone to go to City M with you right now, and take down the Nightfall base." Xiao Ziqing licked his upper lip, his cold eyes taking in Chang Yu's pleading expression with interest. He seemed to be enjoying it. He spat and laughed. "Hey, get down on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times, and I forgive you for this betrayal." Chang Yu's hand tightened in his sleeve. Originally, the 2 bases had agreed to cooperate, to jointly deal with the Nightfall base and City M for dividing up their supplies. Now that something happened at Tianzi Base, how could he call it betrayal if he cancelled the cooperation? He was furious, but he had no choice but to obey. Chang Yu slowly dropped to the ground, under the indignant gazes of his subordinates behind him. He supported himself with his hands, dropped to his knees, and dove into a dog-like crawl. He managed a hard, growling sound. "Woof!" "Louder!" Xiao Ziqing roared. The 2 already terrified children behind him shuddered. Chang Yu gritted his teeth, and was about to continue. A woman's shrill voice rang out. "Chang Yu, can you man up? Get up." It was Chang Yu's wife. Chang Yu trembled at his wife's scream. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his wife and children, who were staring at him intently. In an instant, a wave of deep shame washed over him. "Damn it! I fight you!" Behind Chang Yu, a psychic seemed unable to contain himself any longer. He threw a fireball at Xiao Ziqing and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The people behind Xiao Zicheng also opened fire. Instantly, several psychics on both sides were killed. Bang! Xiao Zicheng shot one of Chang Yu's children directly in the heart. The boy died instantly. Tanner! My son! Chang Yu and his wife cried out in agony. Stop! Everyone, stop! Chang Yu's cry was so heartbreaking that the people behind him stopped firing. Put down your weapons. Chang Yu's body trembled with excitement, his veins exposed, and he seemed to have aged several years. He glanced at the corpses of the dozen or so men behind him, his eyes suddenly draining of all light. He looked at Xiao Zicheng and said, Stop hurting innocent people. I do it, I do it. With that, he quickly crawled to the ground and barked like a dog. Woof! 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 Xiao Zicheng's fierce eyes shone with madness. Louder! Woof! 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 Louder! Woof! 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 Chang Yu's wife, seeing this, nearly fainted with grief and indignation. She seemed unable to bear the humiliation and wanted to bang herself to death. But she could not break free from the two men's hold. She could only cry and yell hoarsely. Their only child, now inconsolable, was also crying uncontrollably. Shut up. Xiao Zicheng kicked the woman in the face. The woman's head hit the ground hard, splashing blood, and her forehead immediately covered in blood. Eyeing! Chang Yu saw this and crawled towards his wife. Get back. Xiao Zicheng kicked him away. Chang Yu now, immediately, arrange for someone to follow my orders, or I will rape and kill your woman. He pointed the gun at the little girl. The same goes for your daughter. Chang Yu looked up at Xiao Zicheng's ferocious face, under the scorching sun. His vicissitudes of life trembled. Okay, I do it. I do whatever you say. Boom! 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 Suddenly, several helicopters flew in, bombs raining down on the base. But at this moment, these bombs seemed more like salvation to Chang Yu. He took the opportunity to lead his men in a counterattack against Xiao Zicheng. Boom! A bomb exploded near them, sending up a shower of dirt and a powerful impact. Chang Yu seized the opportunity to pick up a gun from the ground and fired at the man holding his daughter hostage, then quickly picked up his daughter. At this moment, Xiao Zicheng, knocked down by the explosion, climbed up and slashed at Chang Yu, then dragged his wife into a building. Boom! 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 The bombing continued. Everyone took refuge in the building. They couldn't believe there was such a base with such a large bomb stockpile, and such sophisticated helicopters. Xiao Zicheng already sensed something was amiss. His instincts told him he had to return to Tianzi base quickly. He couldn't stay here any longer. He and Chang Yu were now hiding in separate buildings, but they were opposite each other, their windows facing each other. Xiao Zicheng pressed Chang Yu's wife against the window glass and shouted, Chang Yu, cover me while I leave, or I kill your wife. Chang Yu's wife was already somewhat dazed, her forehead bleeding profusely. The pain of losing her son was too much for her to process. Half of her face was distorted by the pressure from the glass, and through half-closed eyes she stared at Chang Yu, who looked anxiously out the window opposite. Tears streamed down her face. This man, having snatched her from someone else, she had always hated him. For all these years, she had never treated him kindly. But after all, after years of marriage, she wasn't entirely without feelings for him. She screamed at the top of her lungs, Chang Yu, I don't love you. You told me to die. Leave me alone. You killed him. He killed our son. Aing, how could I leave you? You mean more to me than anyone else. Chang Yu responded almost immediately, shouting, Xiao Zicheng, I can escort you out, as long as you don't kill my wife. Behind the window, Xiao Zicheng's eyes were filled with venom. He gestured to the man beside him. The man immediately stepped forward, grabbed Chang Yu's wife's hand, and pressed it against the glass. Across from him, Chang Yu's face paled upon seeing this. What are you doing? Didn't I promise to cover your escape? I like what your wife just said. Cut off her little finger as a warning, Xiao Zicheng said with a smile. The next second, the psychic beside him took out a dirty knife, and, right in front of Chang Yu, sliced at the woman's little finger. The woman trembled violently in pain, but she refused to cry out. You? You are worse than animals. Across from him, Chang Yu banged on the window in despair. Cover my retreat now, or I chop off all 10 of your wife's fingers. Xiao Zicheng shouted, hiding beneath the window. Chang Yu had no choice but to gather his men and begin action. With a sinister look in his eyes, Xiao Zicheng led his men out, holding the bleeding woman. Chapter 203. Yinan and his companions' helicopter landed safely. Ren Yu, Song Yin, Cheng Su, Jiang He, and others led their teams to surround the base from all directions. Surrender, and no one will be killed. The radio on the Galaxy base boomed. The survivors hiding in all the buildings dared not move in the face of such a fierce force, especially since their leader was being held hostage. Enan stood on the rooftop of a tall building, looking down at everything below. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the building opposite and engaged Chung Su and his men head-on. They were armed with guns and weapons, clearly middle and high-ranking members of the base. They fought and retreated, running towards another building. Enan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. She pulled out her walkie-talkie. Chung Su, keep an eye on the building behind you. Ren Yu, go to the east to support Chung Su. Yes, boss. The two teams immediately took action. The next second, several men rushed out from the side of the building behind Chung Su and ran towards the helicopter. They quickly took off. Enan noticed them immediately and took aim at the helicopter with her sniper rifle. The man with a ruthless face in the sniper's scope was none other than Xiao Ziqing. He was extremely wary. Seeing Enan aiming at him, he immediately pulled Chang Yu's wife's body in front of him. Enan frowned slightly and lowered her sniper rifle. The woman, her face covered in blood, was clearly innocent. Boss, do you want to stop them? Ren Yu's voice rang out over the intercom. No need. They're heading to T-City. Enan's voice was calm. They were also killed by Fu Sun and his men in T-City. It would be better to let Fu Sun personally eliminate his enemy. Just then, a man's painful roar echoed from below. My Ah-ing. You beast, why did you take my Ah-ing away? I've done everything I promised you, you beast. Chang Yu was held tightly in Chung Su's grasp. He watched the helicopter gradually ascend, his eyes reddened. Everyone now understood that the person being held hostage by Xiao Ziqing in the helicopter was Chang Yu's wife. Xiao Ziqing grinned broadly at Chang Yu's grief-stricken gaze below. He pushed open the helicopter door and fiercely kicked the woman out. Your wife, back to you. Ah-ing. Chang Yu was practically going insane. He watched the woman plummeting from the sky. He struggled frantically. Chung Su released him. Chang Yu strode forward. But he was too far from the landing point, and the woman was also descending at breakneck speed. Bang! The woman landed hard. The sound seemed to shatter Chang Yu's last shred of sanity. He froze in his tracks. His face was filled with tears of despair. The next second, the woman's trembling right hand, only 4 fingers remaining, slowly rose to her feet. Her face was still pale, but there was clearly no sign of injury anywhere. Chang Yu, startled, noticed a faint golden glow surrounding her. Enan had already approached. The golden light vanished with the movement of her hand. Chang Yu was completely lost in thought. He immediately rushed to Enan and kowtowed several times. Thank you. I am Chang Yu, the base commander of Blue Moon Base. Thank you so much. Enan's voice was calm. Base commander of Blue Moon Base, I am Enan, the base commander of Galaxy Base. Are you willing to submit and join Galaxy Base as Division 003? Enan finished speaking, and without waiting for Chang Yu's response, he continued calmly, you don't have to agree. I will attack with all my might. Chang Yu, however, didn't hesitate at all. The woman before him had saved his wife and possessed such a powerful armed force. Having been completely worn down by Xiao Ziqing, how could he possibly have the heart to resist? He simply wanted to immediately submit to the savior, and so, soon, after a series of cleanup efforts, the system chimed. Beep. Detected the host has conquered a base. At 5,000 points, beep. Scanning base 003 has begun. Base 003 has a land area of 63,000 square meters, 63,000 bonus points. Base 003 has a total of 374 members, 37,400 bonus points. Starting to enter base 003's loyalty system. Beep. Detected 12 individuals with unqualified loyalty. The host is now receiving the personnel list. Points for unqualified individuals will be deducted, subtracting 1,200 points. Host, please quickly install the intelligent loyalty detection gate to clear the base. Enan looked at the personnel list that appeared in the space and handed it to Song Yin. Leaving by Jinghe, Song Yin, and over 30 psychics at sub-base 003 for development and upgrades, and purchasing the loyalty detection gate and some necessary base construction materials from the Space Points panel, she then led the remaining subordinates to City T. After all, she didn't fully trust Chang Yu. In the future, the position of District Chief of Sub-Base 003 could only be held by someone she trusted, such as Bai Jinghe. They had been delayed at Sub-Base 003 for over half a day, and wondered how Fu Sun was doing in City T. Chapter 204. T-City. Tianzhe Base. Xiao Ziqing sat on the ground in a state of disarray. One of his arms was completely broken, and his body was covered in dozens of wounds. He stared in horror at the stern-looking Fu Sun across from him. He was extremely unwilling to give up. Fu Sun, if you have the guts, let me go. We compete again in a year. Fu Sun's dark eyes glared coldly at Xiao Ziqing, who looked as foul-smelling as a rat. Without a word, he raised his sword and slashed, slaying him instantly. Brother, many psychics at Tianzhe base have volunteered to join us. Fu Yin ran over from somewhere else. You should gather the numbers first. We make arrangements after the base commander arrives. Fu Sun sheathed his Mo Dao and spoke, catching sight of a figure in a distant corner. His eyes were cold and stern. There's someone running away over there. I go after them. With that, he strode off. Second brother Fu, should we follow? Su Ying and the others stepped forward and asked. Fu Yin looked in the direction Fu Sun had left. My brother just single-handedly killed over a dozen psychics. This one should be no problem for him. Go count the number of people with Jiang Rui and the others. Fu Yin finished his words and looked away. Fu Sun quickly gave chase. It wasn't long before he caught up with the fleeing psychic. He slashed at the man with his sword, his blade swift and powerful. The next moment, he realized that the target of his sword strike was the smiling Yinan. Fu Sun was horrified. He quickly sheathed his blade. But he was struck hard in the abdomen. It was Yinan. Her face was fierce, her smile invisible. Not only that, she swung her sword, intending to strike a second time. Fu Sun, holding his bleeding abdomen, blocked Yinan's blow. Vigorous swordplay. He sensed something was amiss. He looked at the broadsword in Yinan's hand. This wasn't her usual weapon at all. Fu Sun kicked it away. Yinan fell to the ground, her brow furrowed in pain. Fu Sun panicked. He immediately told himself it was fake. Although he didn't know why he could see Yinan, he was certain it must be some kind of supernatural power. At this moment, outside the illusion, Lin Cheng, observing Fu Sun like this, guessed that the person in Fu Sun's illusion was someone very important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found it so difficult to attack him. Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile wildly. He attacked Fu Sun frantically, then took the opportunity to run away. As Lin Cheng retreated, the scene before Fu Sun's eyes completely vanished. He watched Lin Cheng's retreating figure, bracing himself for the bleeding abdomen as he hurried after him, until he saw Lin Cheng rushing into a tube-shaped building. Fu Sun approached cautiously with his sword in hand. Just as he sensed Lin Cheng's presence and summoned all his supernatural powers to attack from around the corner, the scene before him changed again. Yinan, now standing inside the room with a faint smile, her pleasant voice softly said, Young Master Fu, what? Do you want to assassinate me? The coldness in Fu Sun's eyes faded considerably. He lowered the hand holding the sword and stared quietly at Yinan across from him. Reason told him this was a lie. But days of unbearable pain made it difficult for him to refuse even a second of her company. Yinan. Seeing he didn't move, she slowly approached, her beautiful fox eyes reflecting the sunlight from the window, radiating a brilliant light. Fu Sun heard her softly say, Ah Sun, I like you. Instantly, Fu Sun felt a wave of bitterness well up in his heart, his eyes weeping. His voice was hoarse and low. This isn't fake, is it, Yinan? Of course not, idiot. Yinan. As she spoke, she had already walked in front of Fu Sun, extending her arms, as if to embrace him. Fu Sun had already held her tightly in his arms. Puff! A fierce knife pierced Fu Sun's back. Fu Sun trembled with pain, a tear falling from the corner of his eye. More painful than the pain of the knife was the thought that it was all fake. Lin Cheng appeared. He was about to stab him again, but Fu Sun held his wrist tightly. Lin Cheng seemed to have not expected this man, despite such deep wounds in his abdomen and heart, to possess such immense strength. He stared at Fu Sun in shock, then saw a massive bolt of lightning surge from his palm, sending a jolt of pain through his body. Fu Sun raised his Mo Dao and slashed coldly at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng fled the room in terror, but Fu Sun still beat him without a fight. Lin Cheng stared at this powerful man in horror. His will to survive made him think quickly. Fu! Master Fu, listen to me, I have the power of illusion. I can let you be with the one you love in an illusion, where your dreams come true. If you kill me, you never have such an opportunity again. He had been clinging to a faint hope, but to his surprise, Fu Sun actually hesitated. His dark eyes held a hint of fatigue and melancholy. Lin Cheng caught a glimpse of unrequited love. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, and he tried even harder to persuade him. Master Fu, don't you want to talk to the one you love? Fu Sun coldly gazed at the wounded Lin Cheng. His face was expressionless, but his grip on the Mo Dao was unsteady. He knew full well that his body was reaching its limit. The second blow had nearly pierced his heart. The intense pain collided with an even more unbearable burden on his tired body, which hadn't rested properly in days. He thought of Yin An's anxious concern for Lu Qi during the explosion, of his subordinates' subsequent talk of the two of them leaving together, of Su Ying's inquiry 2 days ago about the whereabouts of her love letter from Wang Kai. He thought of his own self-conceit and self-righteousness. He let out a self-deprecating smile. A large amount of blood gushed from his abdomen, and Fu Sun knelt, supporting himself with the Mo Dao. At that moment, a pair of white hands appeared before him, followed by Yin An's gentle voice. Fu Sun, are you okay? Fu Sun held the Mo Dao, not looking up. He knew this was an illusion. This was just an illusion. But why was he so obsessed with this illusion, even if it could cost him his life? Fu Sun lowered his eyes, forcing himself to ignore the false illusion before him. He forced himself to sense Lin Cheng's presence, his voice low and cold. Thank you for your ability, but I must send you on your way. With that, he stood up, ignoring the phantom before him. He sensed the ripples in the air, his sword pointed directly at a single point. But Yinan was relentless. She strode quickly to Fu Sun, her expression anxious. On the day of the explosion, I didn't know you were in there too. Otherwise, I would have been most worried about you. Ah Sun, look at me. Fu Sun shuddered. She actually knew about the explosion? He turned to look at her, meeting those captivating eyes, and the love he had so fiercely suppressed seemed to give way no longer. Outside the illusion, Lin Cheng watched the gradually wavering Fu Sun, a triumphant smile curling his lips. Xiao Ziqing had diligently nurtured his illusion ability, and the highest level crystal cores were always given to him, and Jichen first. He had already reached level 4. A level 4 illusion ability could instantly create the most realistic illusions based on the subject's state of mind and memories. What he hadn't expected was that this young master of the Fu family was such a love-struck person. Lin Cheng grabbed the knife from the ground and attacked Fu Sun, who was trapped in the illusion. Chapter 205. By the time Yinan and his group arrived at the Tianzi base in T-City, Fu Yin and his team had already completed the cleanup. Over 200 members of the Tianzi base stood in an orderly formation, awaiting the arrival of their new base commander. "Yinan, you're here." Qi Xian saw Yinan and immediately squeezed over. He offered Yinan an energy drink, as if worried she was thirsty. Yinan took it and gulped it down. She often forgot to drink water, but thankfully, whenever Qi Xian was around, he always offered her some water and food. While sipping, Yinan listened to Fu Yin's report on the situation at the Tianzi base. She was extremely satisfied with the abilities of the two Fu brothers, and there was no need for her to worry too much about this place. After hearing all the details, Yinan nodded in approval. "Join us, and take everyone to the 002-point base to pass the loyalty test. By the way, those without the ability are not welcome." After saying this, Yinan noticed a woman in the corner, looking coward. Unlike the others, she was wearing a dress. While it was torn and stained in a few spots, it was still remarkably clean and presentable compared to the others. "Is that woman a high-ranking member of Tianzi base?" After Yinan finished speaking, Fu Yin looked at Yutian. He frowned, his right hand resting on his chin as he pondered. "She looks familiar, but I can't place her." Yinan didn't comment on it. "Since she's an old acquaintance, you should keep a closer eye on her." "Don't worry, Sister Yinan." After that, Yinan went to the Tianzi base storage area to collect supplies. Tianzi base had a lot of supplies, and she decided to keep a third for the 002 sub-base and take the rest to the main base. After all, no matter what, she would prioritize the development of the main base. However, when Yinan received the second storage building, she keenly sensed movement in the adjacent tube-shaped building. Always extremely vigilant, she immediately drew her weapon and quietly approached. But before she reached the second floor, Yinan heard a heavy crash. Her eyes darkened, and her pace quickened. Entering the room, Yinan saw Fu Sun lying in a pool of blood. Not far from him was another man, now motionless and likely dead. Yinan quickly approached, confirming the man's heartbeat, then sprinted towards Fu Sun. "Fu Sun!" Yinan checked him, and fortunately, he was still breathing. However, the knife wounds in several vital areas were extremely deep, and his life was in imminent danger. Yinan quickly unleashed her healing power to treat him, and her solemn eyes immediately noticed the photo tightly clutched in his hand. A photo? Yinan took the photo. To her shock, the person in the photo was actually herself. In the photo, a tall woman with long curly hair, wearing a black mask, stood against the backdrop of the third underground floor, her eyes radiating confidence and ease. It was the scene of their first meeting. How could such a photo exist? None of them had a camera at the time, and they hadn't taken any photos. Yinan was baffled. She looked at Fu Sun, whose wounds were gradually healing under his healing power. His handsome face, his brow furrowed in a look of intense pain. She was clearly treating him, so why was he in so much pain? An's mind stirred, and a bold hypothesis emerged. She muttered to herself, System, analyze Fu Sun. Fu Sun's character analysis, male, 30 years old, 191 centimeters tall, 89 kilograms, Leo. Awakened powers, lightning power, shape-shifting power. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, highly intelligent, and possesses a high upper limit on combat power. Teammate compatibility, 100% perfect. System evaluation, unbreakable bond. What unbreakable bond? An was puzzled. But she immediately focused on the shape-shifting power. She looked at the photo in her hand. Was this the photo Fu Sun had conjured before he lost consciousness? At this moment, Fu Sun's wounds had mostly healed. His injuries were so severe this time that An couldn't heal them all. He could only assure him that he was not in danger of death. An gently shook Fu Sun. Fu Sun, wake up. The man in the pool of blood fluttered his thick black eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. But his dark eyes just stared at An silently, without any movement. An frowned slightly. Was he foolish? Her voice softened unconsciously. Are you feeling better? Come on, I take you back to the sub-base for some rest. Fu Sun's expression shifted slightly at that. Isn't this an illusion? The pain in his head subsided a little, and he remembered that he had killed Lin Chung. He stared at the soft, pale green power in An's palm and quickly pushed himself up. Don't bother the base commander with using it. I can heal on my own in a few days. The next second, the wound on his abdomen opened with his movements, and blood flowed profusely. Fu Sun's face paled even further, and his throat moved slightly, letting out a soft gasp. Busy with trying to stop the bleeding, An couldn't help but glance at Fu Sun. Young Master Fu, please stop making those noises. Fu Sun's face flickered with embarrassment for a moment. He didn't mean it. Some bandages and gauze appeared in An's hands, and he expertly bandaged Fu Sun. She said helplessly, your wounds are too deep. My healing abilities can't fully repair your damaged organs. You need to heal yourself slowly. Please don't make any more large movements. Fu Sun looked down at An, who was busy bandaging her, and felt like a long-dried riverbank finally receiving a stream of fresh water. She felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. For a moment, the gloom of the past few days seemed to have vanished. Fu Sun said sullenly, are you so considerate to the people in your base? An, without even looking up, said, you're different. You're the division chief. You're a key member of the base. But before An could finish her words, Fu Sun hugged her. Suddenly, several more wounds ripped and bled. An was a little anxious. I just told you not to move, and you're doing it again. But she didn't stop him, because at that moment, she felt Fu Sun's deep love. He seemed really in love with her. Fu Sun slowly let go of An, gazing into her eyes, as if he wanted to say something. An's walkie-talkie rang. It was the special military walkie-talkie Lu Chi had given her. An, you didn't even contact me. Lu Chi's deep, pleasant voice carried a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Fu Sun's face froze. An picked up the walkie-talkie and glanced at Fu Sun's pale face, a hint of reluctant hesitation in her eyes. If she continued flirting in front of him now, it would be a heartbreaking blow. An decided not to reply to Lu Chi for the time being. She stood up and helped Fu Sun get up. I help you back. As she helped him all the way to the door, the intercom rang again. An had no choice but to pick up the intercom. A trace of desolation flashed across Fu Sun's dark eyes, and he pulled his arm away from An's grasp. He whispered, it's okay. Base commander, you're busy. I can handle it myself. With that, he forced himself to walk away quickly. An had no choice but to press the button on the intercom, intending to reply to Lu Chi. But the next moment, she saw Fu Sun spitting blood and collapsing. An blurted out, Fu Sun. After that, she didn't even bother to reply to Lu Chi and rushed forward. F1 City. Lu Chi, returning triumphantly and waiting for news on the intercom, heard An's cry. His eyes darkened. He tightened his grip on the intercom and didn't even hear the officer behind him calling him. Chapter 206. Fu Sun was quickly taken back to the 002 base by Fu Yin and the others. An remained at the Tianza base to clean up the mess. After collecting all available supplies, An boarded the last helicopter and departed. Beep. Detection. Host eliminated a hostile base, rewarding 5,000 points. An looked at her scoreboard, which showed 525,000 points, but her mood wasn't particularly bright. Her mind had always been focused on development, becoming stronger, and expanding the base. But before she knew it, she seemed to have become entangled in several inexplicable, entangled emotional entanglements. Though she had been avoiding them, she knew that the truth would eventually come to light. In the helicopter, Chung Su and the others, observing Yin An's preoccupation, tacitly agreed not to disturb her. "And then, I come see you after I finish my business here today." Lu Qi's pleasant voice rang out over the intercom. His tone was firm. Inside the helicopter, everyone seemed to smell gossip and looked over. Yin gave him a cold look, and everyone lowered their heads again. She picked up the intercom. They only been apart for a day, and he was coming to see her? Yin knew it was most likely because of Fu Sun's words. She sighed and said softly, "I still have a lot of things to do here, and I know you're busy too. Why don't you just stay away?" The intercom returned to silence. After a while, Lu Qi's voice rang out again. "Okay, I wait until you're done." When the helicopter landed, the original members of Tianzi base were queuing outside the gate of Section 002 to undergo testing. Yin disembarked and looked around. There were over 200 members joining from Tianzi base this time. At this moment, they were passing the loyalty check, most of them passing. Soon, it was the last girl in the skirt. Her loyalty was extremely low, only 12%. As soon as the loyalty index was released, Yu Tian was immediately stopped. "Get out." The psychic who stopped her was a tall, muscular man from the 002 ND base security team. Yu Tian's face suddenly looked aggrieved. She craned her neck to look at Fu Yin, who was busy behind the crowd. "Second young master of the Fu family, I'm Yu Tian. Don't you recognize me?" Fu Yin, upon hearing this, walked over. He frowned at Yu Tian. "Are you from the Yu family?" The Yu family was once a renowned and influential family in M City. Yu Tian's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Your brother and I were engaged. Do you remember?" After she said this, Fu Yin seemed to finally remember. Although he was still young at the time, he did remember that his brother had been engaged to Yu Tian, a young lady from the Yu family. Fu Yin's polite smile faded in an instant, and he looked at Yu Tian expressionlessly. "But Miss Yu, no matter who it is, they can't enter the base without sufficient loyalty. Besides, you broke off the engagement a long time ago, didn't you?" She had abandoned his brother during the Fu family's most difficult time. Though he was young at the time, he knew a thing or two about these matters. Yu Tian hadn't expected Fu Yin to be so cold and heartless. The hope in her eyes vanished, replaced by a tender and charming expression. "Where's your brother? I just want to talk to him." Fu Yin refused without hesitation. "No, and my brother is seriously injured. He won't see anyone." With that, he arranged for security to expel Yu Tian. A dozen tall, muscular men, guns drawn, lined up in a neat row. Not a trace of pity for the beauty. Yin didn't look at them again. With Fu Yin's work ethic, she could feel completely at ease leaving sub-base 002 in their care. However, thinking of Fu Yin's barely passing loyalty rating back then, Yin opened the base's smartwatch and quickly checked his current loyalty level. 94%. She nodded in satisfaction. He was sensible. Afterwards, Yin began his busy work of organizing and expanding the base. Since then, Galaxy Base has spanned 5 cities, with a total of 4 bases. City T remains undeveloped. So, Yin decided to expand sub-base 002 westward from City M and vigorously develop it. This was no simple undertaking. City T contained numerous zombie hotspots that had never been cleared. Massive expansion of the base's territory and rapid collection of supplies from undeveloped areas would require a significant amount of manpower and resources. After 3 days of meticulous meetings at the base, Yin retained Ring Yu, Chung Su, and over 50 psychics to develop at the 002 base. Now, the 4 bases were developing simultaneously, expanding and recruiting. Her points were increasing daily. But at the same time, Yin also came to the realization that she was truly short of people. In particular, she was short of talent. Base commander, base commander. At this moment, a series of calls came from the distance. Yin looked and saw it was Li De. Behind him was Li Er. Both looked haggard, clearly having traveled so long without much rest or food. The psychics behind them, having successfully brought the people in, politely stopped outside and did not take another step. "Base commander, we went to the main base looking for you, but couldn't find you. They said you were in M City, and we searched for ages before finally finding you." Lita spoke rapidly, then grabbed the water on the table and drank it. Li Er quickly chimed in. "Yes, M City is huge. We've been looking for ages. Enan knew something must have happened at Subbase 001, so her tone grew serious. What happened at Subbase 001? It's K-City and K1 City. Ever since we forced the killing base into K-City, they've secretly resented us, and now they've even brought K1 City into the alliance. Enan raised a brow. Are they going to attack us? They haven't got the guts yet, but we've been arguing with each other over various things. The day before yesterday, a group of psychics from our base went out to collect supplies. Somehow, we ran into them, and we started a fight. They argued and fought, and many people died. Enan nodded. Go on, get to the point. Okay. Lita put down his water bottle. We lost over a dozen men, and they lost over 20 psychics. Then they came to us for an explanation. The district chief said the matter had to wait for our base commander to make a decision. They waited at the base, insisting they wouldn't wait until you, the base commander. Enan's expression was calm, unmoved. How long have they been waiting? Almost a day now. Enan pulled out his intercom. Shall he come to the water storage room at the rear of the base? Okay, boss. Jiang He quickly came running over. Enan looked at her. Take the remaining few dozen psychics, and Lita, and the others back to Subbase 001 to secure it. I meet you there after I finish some things. With that, she strode off. Tell them to wait. If they dare to be rude, don't wait for my orders. Fight right away. Her voice was indescribably cold. Yes, base commander. Lita, and the others felt emboldened upon hearing this. With the base commander's words, they were no longer afraid of anything. Chapter 207. Enan decided to first build a communication network between the bases. The range of walkie-talkies was limited, and she often couldn't immediately know the situation at each of the 4 bases. In the event of an emergency, this lack of information would become a fatal flaw. Lu Qi and Gu's bases were equipped with military radios. She wanted to install the interstellar photon communication arrays on the points panel at all 4 bases. One array required 100,000 points. She had finally managed to save up 559,000 points. But Enan knew that while she could save on anything, she couldn't save on this. She spent 100,000 points to purchase a communication array and gave it to the construction team psychics to install and power. She also bought several smart communication bracelets for key members of the base, such as Fu Yin, Chung Su, Ring Yu, and others. Thankfully, smart communication bracelets were inexpensive, even very cheap, costing just 100 points. After receiving the bracelet, Chung Su and his companions were fascinated. This unprecedented high-tech gadget was even more advanced than pre-apocalyptic electronics. They immediately began to study the small communication ring on their wrists. This made many ordinary members of the base envious. Hey, don't be jealous. If you need a message, just come to me. Chung Su flaunted the bracelet on his wrist. Soon, he was surrounded by a large number of psychics. Hey, Brother Chung, let me see. Can this make video calls? Can it play Snake? Enan took the smart communication bracelet and went to find Fu Sun at the upscale villa behind the base. This was once the Fu family's territory, and within the base there was a villa complex where all the senior executives lived. She walked into a villa with familiar ease. The guards outside the villa were extremely respectful to Enan. As if they had heard Enan's footsteps long before, Fu Sun was already dressed and seated in the bedroom. These past few days, Enan would come every day to heal him. He sat calmly on the edge of the bed, his shirt half open, revealing a few skin-bearing white bandages wrapped around his chest and abdominal muscles. His handsome face, angular and somewhat defiant, was pierced by deep, dark eyes. When he looked at Enan, his gaze was filled with endless depth and love. Enan glanced at his clearly groomed hair and clothes, then placed the smart communication bracelet on his bedside table. District Chief Fu, this is a bracelet we use for inter-base communication. It can receive text messages and voice chats. Study it yourself when you have time. Sector 002 will require your and Fu Yin's care from now on. I'm leaving now. With that, Enan turned and left without further delay. Wait. Fu Sun's voice was tinged with unbearable anxiety. When Enan stopped and turned to look at him, he had regained his usual composure. An unknown emotion seemed to flicker in his dark eyes. Today. No treatment? Enan looked at him. Ordinarily, after so many days of treatment, your body should have recovered. Next, you just need to rest well. As she finished speaking, she saw blood seeping from the gauze covering Fu Sun's abdomen. Enan hurried forward. She lifted the gauze, revealing the torn wound beneath. Her palms unleashed a healing power, and she was quite puzzled. How could this be? It should have healed by now. Fu Sun lowered his eyes and said nothing, his lips tightly pursed, as if in great pain. The two were now very close. These past few days, every time she treated him, Inan felt immense pressure under Fu Sun's intense gaze. But she couldn't just leave him alone. A few days ago, after Fu Sun vomited blood and fell unconscious, his fever persisted. And then Fu Yin told her that he kept muttering her name. Thinking of this, Inan was even more unsure how to face Fu Sun's feelings. She could only make small talk. What can your shape-shifting ability conjure? You know, a person's abilities are often activated by a powerful will. For example, some people, desperately thirsty and yearning for water in a moment of despair, can activate their water abilities. Some people, possessed by extreme rage and strength, can activate their lightning abilities. So in some ways, she and Fu Sun were the same type, strong, domineering, fierce, and ruthless. But she didn't believe she was as infatuated as he was. Fu Sun curled his lips. Through these few days of research, I've discovered that I can transform almost anything, except food. As he spoke, a bullet appeared in the palm of his right hand. But my second ability hasn't reached its current level yet, so I can only transform objects about half the size of my palm. As he spoke, Fu Sun's eyes darkened. A few days ago, he thought he was dying. In his final moments, he desperately wanted to see her, and her photo magically appeared in his hand. Inan stood up and said, "I'm leaving." The next second, her hand was firmly grasped by Fu Sun. On the brink of death, he once again deeply realized his feelings. He truly didn't want to endure the torment and pain of longing any longer. Fu Sun's voice was low, pleading, "Inan, can you let me be your boyfriend?" Inan lowered her eyes, watching him clutch her hand tightly. "Fu Sun, I'm already with Lu Qi." Just when she thought he was about to back down, he gazed deeply into her eyes, each word spoken with utter seriousness. "I can be your secret lover." Inan looked at him in shock. His brows were filled with unbearable affection. His pale, bloodless lips parted softly. "Even if you're just playing with me and then throw me away, I accept it." The dignified eldest son of the Fu family had now become humbled. Chapter 208. He was already seriously injured and weak, his eyes slightly red, as if obscured by a deep mist. His clothes were slightly open, and he exuded a sense of vulnerability. This vulnerability, present in this usually unruly and cold man, was also somewhat damnably charming. Inan was moved. She could only replay Lu Qi's kindness in her mind, silently cursing herself for being a worthless person. Inan feigned composure, taking 2 steps back, putting some distance between herself and Fu Sun. Her fox eyes were now filled with coldness, and she scoured him from head to toe under Fu Sun's intense gaze. Then she chuckled ruthlessly, "You're no fun either." Fu Sun saw the coldness in Inan's eyes, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his pale lips slowly pursed, as if enduring immense pain. He forced a sad smile, his voice hoarse, "I'm sorry, I was rude." Inan couldn't bear to see him like this any longer, so she turned and strode away. Having lived in the apocalypse for years, her steps had become habitually light. Even now, even with the wind in her step, ordinary people still couldn't hear her footsteps. So, just as Inan was walking out the door, the voices of several security guards chatting in the adjacent security room reached her ears. I really don't know what young Master Fu was thinking. His wound was almost healed, yet he kept cutting it open. Did you really see it with your own eyes? Of course. Huge amounts of blood are carried out of his room every day. I think his wound closed 2 days ago, but today it's bleeding again. That's outrageous. What do you think Brother Fu is up to? Who knows? This isn't something we security guards should worry about. Inan was completely lost for words. She clasped her hands, glanced back at the bedroom door in the villa, and quickly left. Inan worked tirelessly, installing interstellar photon communication arrays in all the other bases, and providing smart communication bracelets to key members of each department. After all this busy work, it was already late at night when she arrived at Subbase 001 in City X. Inan landed on the west side of the base. To avoid the people from City K and City K1, Sabadeo and the others had received a message from Inan on the intercom and were waiting there. When they saw Inan disembark, they flocked to him. Sabadeo immediately briefed Inan on the base's current situation. He was enthusiastic and steadfast, but his IQ wasn't very high. Inan trusted him as a person, but was skeptical about his ability to manage the base. Now, Xian Fan also followed Jiang He back to Subbase 001, and the base finally had a core. Inan listened attentively to the chatter of 3 blades and the others, while quickly setting up the interstellar photon communication array and explaining how to use the smart communication bracelets. After distributing all the smart communication bracelets, Ian relaxed his wearied body. Prepare some hot food. I shower, and then we discuss this. Three Blades was stunned. But the base commander is still waiting in the front lobby. Let them wait. Okay. Ian didn't take them seriously. If she wanted to, she could take down both bases in a matter of minutes, though it would only cost her some manpower and resources. But she didn't want to be a bloodthirsty person. As for the enemy bases, she only wanted to eliminate the leaders, not the ordinary people struggling to survive in a sliver of shelter. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless the enemy proactively offended her, she would not initiate a large-scale attack. After a comfortable shower, and a change of fresh clothes and combat boots, Ian leisurely walked to the conference room at the back of the base. Sandao had already prepared food and was waiting. For some time, Sandao's admiration and worship for Ian had reached its peak. She said one thing, and he dared not disobey her. Don't be shy, let's eat together, Ian said, sitting down and devouring her food. She often forgot to eat when she was busy, and only now, smelling the delicious food, did she feel hungry. Let's start with the situation in City S and City N. Yes, Base Commander. Sandao put down his bowl and chopsticks, respectfully saying, after more than 2 months of detailed investigation and reconnaissance, we have a thorough understanding of most of the conditions in those eastern cities. Sandao took out the map he had prepared and stood hunched beside Ian. He pointed at City S. As the largest mining city in the country, half of S is covered in mines. Furthermore, the city currently lacks a single established base, with only a few survivors clinging to one another. City N, on the other hand, is a complex situation, with multiple forces intertwined and creating a chaotic situation. Three Knives said, pointing to several marked locations in the southern part of City N. Here, in particular, is a very large base called Glory Base. It has annexed 4 surrounding cities, and its sphere of influence is vast. I hear the base commander of Glory Base is Hong Bing, the son of the former head of the national base. Ian lowered her eyes as she ate her meal, nodding briefly. She had already arranged for the main base to investigate the situation in the south. She was well informed about the situation in most cities, and had assigned Three Knives to this task as well. One reason was to test his ability to handle matters, and the other was to test his loyalty. Three Knives continued, Glory Base is said to be ruthless and ambitious, and has been constantly opposing the former national base, now Dawn Base. Ian stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. She was aware of this situation, so when she met Gusu at Dawn Base not long ago, she deliberately said that, extending an olive branch. If they needed support, they could contact her. South of Glory Base, there's a larger alliance, no smaller than our Galaxy Base, and expanding at an even faster rate. I heard the leader isn't very old, but his methods are remarkable. Oh, but his name is Shen-Yi? Ian finally spoke. Three Knives nodded quickly. Yes, that's Shen-Yi. Ian continued eating. Lu-Chi Guso Shen-Yi. In their previous lives, these 3 individuals alone occupied most of the territory south of the Niwa River in China. Ian had also heard of Nightfall Base, Killing Base, and Midnight Base in his previous life. But in this life, everything was different. Chapter 209. Ian finished his words and stood up. I go to the front hall. You begin counting the psychics at base 001 and select the most elite to prepare to seize the mining area in City S. Okay, Base Commander. Three Blades immediately bowed respectfully. Only after Ian left did he realize this. That's not right. He hadn't finished yet. The 3 eastern bases will begin occupying and exploiting the mines in City S. Their base commander hadn't even heard yet, so how did he know? The next moment, Three Blades realized what was happening and shuddered. He secretly congratulated himself for his dedication, and for not holding back in his report just now. The front hall of base 001 was extremely noisy. Even with Jiang He and Qian Fan in command, they couldn't drown out the shrill voice of Fang Yingqiu, the wife of the base commander of the Tiger Base in K1 City across the way. You've kept us waiting for a day and a half, and you've given us nothing but water and no food. Is this how you treat us at the Galaxy Base? I think you're doing this on purpose. Let's not even talk about this meeting. Fang Yingqiu said sharply, her eyes hinting at the representatives of the Killing Base, Su Hui, Jiang Heng, and Shi Qingshan. But they just sat there quietly, not saying anything. Shi Qingshan was naturally gentle, and disliked arguments. Su Hui and Jiang Heng were used to being patient. And with Shi Qingshan present, it wasn't their turn to express their opinions. The 3 of them remained silent. Fang Yingqiu couldn't help but feel a pang of anger, her whole body agitated. She cursed the Killing Base for being cowards. She had long heard that the killing base had been driven back to K City by the Galaxy base and merged with the Glory base to form the new killing base. As expected of a defeated army, their spineless, Fa Ningqiu knew this ally was unreliable, so she slammed the table and stood up. Let's not talk about Tiger Base anymore. Click. The door at the back of the hall opened. A tall woman emerged. She had long, thick, smooth curly hair, a calm and composed demeanor, and a pair of foxy, feline eyes, framed by her beautiful features, gleamed like lightning. A single glance carried an air of oppression. Instantly, everyone in the hall stood up. Wow! The unison of the voices startled Fa Ningqiu. In the back row, dozens of men, armed with guns, bowed and saluted in unison. Hello, Base Commander. Boss, you're here. Base Commander. Jiang He and Qian Fan also greeted him respectfully. They stepped aside, making room for Enan to take the main seat. Enan gently sat down. The three men from the bloodthirsty base across the way were already utterly shocked, especially Jiang Heng. He knew firsthand how heartbroken their young master was over this woman's death, and yet, not only was she not dead, she was still here, alive and well, and still a base commander. This was truly astonishing. Fa Ningqiu also subdued her arrogance this time. She didn't know why, but the woman across from her was just a young woman. Why should she be so intimidated? She mustered her courage and demanded in a high voice, "You're the base commander of Galaxy Base, right? Your people have injured so many of ours. How are you going to resolve this?" "Oh, then the dozen or so lives of our Galaxy Base aren't worth anything." Fa Ningqiu choked. Although the woman across from her was smiling, she felt a wave of fear. Cursing inwardly, "That's weird," Fa Ningqiu continued, "but we've lost more people, right? Forget about anything else. Last time, you killed over a dozen psychics at the killing base." Before she finished, Enan interrupted, "Didn't the killing base provoke us last time?" Shi Qishan shifted his shifted his hand, and said politely, "Ah yes, it was the killing base that was wrong." Fa Ningqiu looked at Shi Qishan, his brow furrowed. "Which brother are you on?" Shi Qishan also sensed Fa Ningqiu's sharp gaze. He stared intently. "Be honest." Enan chuckled. "Two bases. Let's be frank. You're here to explore the Galaxy Base, right?" At this, both the killing base and the Tiger Base turned their gazes on Enan. Enan glanced at their expressions and knew he was right. It wasn't just her who was inquiring. Any base with a bit of sense would know how to investigate. A fool who blindly invaded without knowing anything about the other base wouldn't be qualified to be a base commander. As for her Galaxy Base, anyone who cared enough to investigate would know its sheer scale and cutting-edge technology, unprecedented in history. So Enan had long suspected that the two families were trying to gauge his stance. If cooperation was possible, then so be it. If not, they would likely quickly find a new alliance to protect their own base. Haha, the Galaxy Base commander is truly a promising young man. So brave and intelligent despite his youth. Fa Ningqiu immediately sneered, her expression now a touch more respectful, her eyes flickering as she carefully observed Enan's expression. Enan, however, had little patience. She stood up and said, "In 2 days, in the S-City mining area, those interested in cooperation should come and give me a message before tomorrow evening. If you don't want to cooperate, I won't force you." Fa Ningqiu's eyes lit up at these words. Shi Qishan also sat up straight. They exchanged glances. They both saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. "Go ahead. You have a day to think it over," Enan said, striding out without further delay. Jiang Heng tried to stop them, but Enan had already shut the door tightly. He was completely puzzled as to why Li Jiao looked so cold, as if he didn't recognize them at all. Soon, the two bases left, led by the psychics from the Galaxy Base. Since they were there for a meeting, they didn't go through the loyalty check gate, but entered through a small door on the side. The psychic forces from both bases were waiting respectfully outside. Seeing their leader emerge intact, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You know, they've been inside for a truly insane amount of time. They'd been inside for a day and a half, and they hadn't brought much food with them, so they were already exhausted. As soon as they emerged from the small door, Fa Ningqiu looked at Shi Qishan and said, "I've decided to take this mine." Shi Qishan's expression was serious, as if he were thinking, "I have to go back and ask Master Ji for his opinion. He's the one in charge of the base now." Fa Ningqiu saw his lack of opinion and felt a certain disdain in her heart, but she maintained a composed expression. "Our alliance has been gathering resources in S-City for over a month. We've finally cleared out a few zombies, and now we have a place to expand our base. Now, the 3 major bases to the east are coming to S-City to seize the mine and its resources. How can you, the bloodthirsty base, tolerate this? Fang Yingqiu's eyes were firm. As city is the closest to us, and it has the largest mine in the country. How could it possibly fall into their hands? The two chatted as they walked, avoiding their subordinates, their voices hushed. Shi Qingshan sighed softly. Mrs. Luo, I think even if we and the galaxy base take the mine together, it will belong to the galaxy, not us. That's not important. It doesn't seem like the galaxy base intends to invade us. But those 3 bases to the east are formidable. Right now, the best option for us is to cling to the galaxy base. Who doesn't understand the principle of leaning against a big tree for shade? The two exchanged some more words, then departed. Before leaving, Fang Yingqiu rolled down the car window and said in a resounding voice, Mr. Shi, although I'm married to Luo Kai, my name is Fang Yingqiu. Next time, please don't call me Mrs. Luo, call me Miss Fang. With that, the Tiger Base team sped away, disappearing into the pitch-black wasteland and the zombie swarm. Shi Qingshan withdrew his gaze. Behind him, Jiang Heng's voice rang softly. Brother Su Hui, Uncle Shi, I, Jiang Heng, have a favor to ask of you. Neither Shi Qingshan nor Su Hui seemed to have expected that the usually reserved Jiang Heng would suddenly speak with a request. They both listened attentively. Please do not reveal any information about the Galaxy Base Commander's appearance when you return. Please. If Elder Ji learned of this, he would be furious. If the two bases came to blows, their young master would have no chance of meeting Li Qiu. Chapter 210. K-City. Murderous Base. Since Shi Qingshan's return, Ji Kang has been holding a meeting with the base's senior management. In the dim conference room, Ji Kang's face has aged considerably. He no longer possesses the vigor he had 3 months ago. He glanced at the leaders in the conference room, his voice filled with authority. Where's Xing Yi? Have him come to the meeting. I go get him. Jiang Heng, already a psychic commander, offered. At Ji Kang's unobjectionable look, he quietly withdrew. As soon as he left the conference room, Jiang Heng broke into a sprint. He didn't care if Li Qiu was the one who orchestrated the destruction of their murderous base. He only remembered that she had saved his life. He only remembered that she was the woman the young master had obsessed over. He was on her side. Both his heart and the young master's were with her. He sprinted furiously, sprinting towards the base dormitory building amidst the astonished gazes of the psychics. To avoid Ji Kang's oppression, Xing Yi had been living in the psychic dormitory. He quickly reached Xing Yi's room and knocked fiercely on the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. From inside, Xing Yi's voice was cold and irritated. No. Young master, it's me, Jiang Heng. Xing Yi's voice, no longer irritated, remained cold and hard. No, please go down. Jiang Heng was a little anxious. He looked around, seeing no one in the hallway, and whispered softly, it's about Li Qiu. Qiu had barely uttered the word when the door opened. He was dragged into the room by Xing Yi. Bang! The door closed tightly. Jiang Heng looked at his young master, who folded his arms and stared at him coldly. He had grown much more haggard and thinner recently, lacking his former elegance. But he remained handsome, his slightly narrowed almond-shaped eyes gleaming with undiminished sharpness. He glared at him coldly, as if he would instantly slay him if he couldn't tell him about Li Qiu. Jiang Heng swallowed and glanced at the door, as if afraid of being overheard by passers-by. Xing Yi understood, and lazily walked inside. As soon as he entered the inner room, he glanced at Jiang Heng eagerly. Jiang Heng wasted no time. Master, I saw Li Qiu. Xing Yi's body stiffened imperceptibly, his pupils shrinking sharply before returning to composure. But Jiang Heng felt as if his master had suddenly come alive. Where? The commander of the Galaxy Base. Jiang Heng finished, his expression slightly embarrassed. Once Li Qiu's identity as the commander of the Galaxy Base was revealed, it implied that everything that had happened before was orchestrated by her. The woman their young master was obsessed with was the enemy who had driven them from their base. It was ridiculous to say this to anyone. Surprisingly, Xing Yi showed no anger at all. His eyes lit up. I go see her. Young master, don't be impatient. Jiang Heng immediately grabbed Xing Yi and told him everything. So, the next day, at Galaxy Base's 001 Division, Enan, who was meeting Luo Kai and Fang Yingqiu, heard his subordinates report. Base commander, the killing base has arrived. Fang Yingqiu gave him a look of knowing what was going on. The killing base was only pretending to be noble. How could they miss this opportunity to share in the pie? Please let them in, Enan said softly. And then, quickly, Xing Yi, dressed radiantly like a peacock, strode in. He was already quite tall, and the light-colored silk shirt he wore, perfectly tailored, accentuated his handsome face with a dignified elegance. For a moment, everyone in the room was captivated. Fang Yingqiu was also mesmerized, and it wasn't until Luo Kai coughed twice that she subsided, her aggressive gaze somewhat. Feeling the gasps of the crowd, Yinan looked up. He met a pair of soulful, almond-shaped eyes. Chapter 211. Seeing those eyes, Yinan thought of the explosion that day, the desperate figure in the flames. Her expression shifted slightly, but she continued the meeting calmly and solemnly. Our people will go directly to the 3 gates to meet you. Please ask that the people from both bases arrive promptly before 6 p.m. tomorrow. On the big screen, the 3 gates, east of the border between City K and City S, were clearly marked. Fang Yingqiu looked at the 3 gates. This location was perfectly chosen. Both geographically, and in terms of zombie density, it was the best choice. She nodded in approval. Okay. Xing Yi felt a little disappointed when he saw Yinan treating him like a nobody. Has his identity changed, and his memories too? But this didn't dampen his spirit in the slightest. He sat across from Yinan, his eyes full of affection, gazing deeply at Yinan. As he looked, a smile crept into the corners of his mouth. Jiang, he continued, for this operation, each of your 2 bases must have at least 150 personnel. This was something Yinan had already ordered. Fang Yingqiu and Luo Kai looked perplexed. That's too many, isn't it? 150 people is a lot. And the transportation and food requirements for 150 people are enormous. It's unclear how many days this trip to the mine will take. Fang Yingqiu and Luo Kai glanced at Xing Yi, who seemed to be leaning on them. It seemed as if they were counting on him to speak up for them. After all, the killing base was far more powerful than their tiger base. But Xing Yi, resting his chin on his hand, looked at Yinan and said softly, okay, any number is fine. Across from them, Jiang He and Qian Fan glanced at their own base commanders, their words speaking volumes. Yinan glanced at Xing Yi across from him, remained silent, and continued to read the documents in his hand. Well, alright then. Fang Yingqiu and the Luo Kai couple had no choice but to compromise. Jiang He added, and at least 80% of them must be psychics. Fang Yingqiu couldn't sit still after hearing this. Isn't that too demanding? The main thing is, where would their base get so many psychics? No problem. Xing Yi's smile persisted. Fang Yingqiu and the Luo Kai couple, This made them seem ungrateful. Yinan sent 2 high-altitude reconnaissance photos to the 2 bases across from him. These were taken by our people using drones today. Fang Yingqiu took the photos. The vast, endless mine was visible, with no end in sight. Not only that, its depth was unpredictable. Yinan said calmly, it's at least 2 kilometers deep, and at least 8 kilometers wide. Do you know what a mine of this size entails? Across from them, everyone looked at Yinan. That means there are at least tens of thousands of zombies in the mine, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Everyone fell silent. Admittedly, the mine's location meant the number of zombies inside would increase daily. It wouldn't decrease. It's been over 6 months since the zombie outbreak, so one can imagine how many there are. A faint smile played on Yinan's lips, and her steady gaze turned towards Fang Yingqiu and Luo Kai. 150 people against tens of thousands of zombies. Do you still think we have too many? The couple dared not complain anymore. They wanted a piece of this huge pie. But they didn't know how hard it was to get their hands on. Just wanting to share the benefits without giving anything in return is impossible. And with the galaxy base providing the lion's share. Xing Yi stared intently at Yinan's confidence, and she seemed even more beautiful. Yinan could no longer ignore that laser-like burning gaze, and looked back. Does the murderous base have any questions? Chapter 212. Xing Yi rested his chin on his hand, and shook his head gently. His hair swayed gently with his movements, casting shadows across his beautiful almond-shaped eyes. He was indescribably handsome and well-behaved. This subtlety, combined with a strong possessiveness in his eyes, added a touch of dominance. He looked like a cross between a puppy and a wolf. Seeing that he had no objections, Yinan closed the materials and said, the meeting is adjourned. I won't see you off. With that, he left without looking back. The people from the 2 bases also left one after another. Jiang Heng, following Xing Yi, was quite puzzled. They walked behind the crowd, keeping some distance from the group in front. Jiang Heng whispered, young master, why don't you go talk to Li Jiu? Xing Yi shook his head, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Besides, he straightened his sleeves, a deep look flickering through his eyes, his spring-like eyes. To attract a woman, you can't rely on words, you have to rely on strength. Jiang Heng was shocked. How could he have any strength if his homestead had already been taken away? He coughed lightly and finally expressed his thoughts in a more tactful way. Young master, don't you blame Miss Li Jiao for sending us to K-City? Xing Yi raised an eyebrow. K-City is more comfortable than X-City. He looked at Jiang Heng. Don't you think so? I think so. Also, her name isn't Li Jiao, it's Nan Sheng. Xing Yi finished. Yinan's voice rang out from behind. Xing Yi, wait a moment. She's calling him. Jiang Heng tilted his head. Suddenly, his young master's handsome face lit up, as if the sky had cleared after a storm. Xing Yi made a magnificent turn. The international etiquette lessons he'd taken in his teens were brought to full force in this moment. His form, his posture, his movements, everything was flawless. Yinan strode forward. Follow me. Okay. He uttered a bubbling sound. Xing Yi followed Yinan's lead, his heart pounding. After Nan Sheng's death, he had come to a profound realization of his own heart. Thankfully, heaven had given him another chance. She was still alive. No matter what, this time, he would do his utmost to stay by her side. He would follow his blazing sun. Yinan walked through the loyalty checkpoint with a calm demeanor. Members already enrolled in the base wouldn't be notified of their passing again. But Xing Yi was different. New member detected, loyalty 100%, loyalty passed, successfully enrolled in the base membership roster. Beep. A top-tier, handsome guy with a maxed-out favorability level has been added to the base. 100,000 points awarded. Beep. A new member has been added to the base. 100 points awarded. Nice. Yinan was delighted, but his expression remained expressionless. Your Galaxy Base's gate is truly classy. Xing Yi's pleasant voice rang out. Yinan smiled faintly. Excuse me, young Master Xing. Actually, there's nothing special about calling here. I just wanted to say that starting tomorrow, we need more help from the killing base on our trip to the mines. Don't worry, we at the killing base will be leading the way tomorrow. From a distance, Jiang Heng, watching all this, felt deeply exhausted. As soon as the young master said this, he knew he wouldn't have a good time tomorrow. The next day, the two bases, waiting at the 3 gates early, saw the Galaxy base arrive at 6 p.m. Yinan specifically ordered her subordinates to drive ordinary armored vehicles. Although she had a fancy helicopter and plenty of space, she didn't want to reveal her cards so quickly in front of these two bases. Xinghe Base Commander, come sit with me. In the newest armored vehicle in the Tiger Base fleet, Fang Yingqiu waved to Yinan. Seeing that Yinan didn't move, Fang Yingqiu smiled and explained, it's convenient for the heads of our 3 bases to sit together and discuss business. Her attitude was dignified, and Yinan didn't refuse, stepping into her car. Fang Yingqiu sat in the passenger seat, while Yinan took the right rear seat. Click. The left door opened. Xing Yi, dressed in a brand new shirt, got in. Fang Yingqiu smiled at Xing Yi and said, I was looking for you, Master Xing. You're so quick. As she spoke, her eyes flicked between Xing Yi and Yinan, whether intentionally or not. She had a look of understanding. The convoys from the 3 bases advanced one after another. The convoy from the killing base led the way, with the Tiger base in the middle, and the Galaxy base bringing up the rear. The mining area wasn't very far from them, about a 2-hour drive. This time, the Tiger base dispatched a total of 150 men, the killing base 160, and the Galaxy base 180. The combined force of the 3 bases was considerable. The zombie horde was also effectively blocked by the vehicles from the 3 bases operating on the periphery. Suddenly, a pale-faced man emerged from the armored vehicle nearby. He leaned through the window and looked at Fang Yingqiu. Sister Qiu, I want to ride with you. Fang Yingqiu looked at him, her usually bold voice softening slightly. Be good, I have something important to tell you. The man bit his lower lip and finally rolled up the car window. At this point, Yinan and Xing Yi were completely clueless. Xing Yi said leisurely, Sister Fang, you're really good at it. Fang Yingqiu, however, wasn't angry. She waved her fan, relaxed and contented. I'm a skilled woman. Luo Kai has several other women out there too. What? Only men are allowed to play, but not women. We've always had our own affairs. As she spoke, she seemed to reflect on something, her words tinged with pride. Before the apocalypse, I was just as capable as Luo Kai, and after the apocalypse, I was the one who built the Tiger base. If it weren't for me, his position as mayor wouldn't have been so secure. As she spoke, she glanced at the indifferent Yinan through the rearview mirror and teased, Captain of Galaxy Base, you're even more capable. Haven't you ever thought of finding a few more young men to play with? No. TSK. Fang Yingqiu chuckled. Xing Yi, however, could no longer sit still. His voice grew colder. Sister Fang, please don't lead others astray. Fang Yingqiu glanced sideways at Xing Yi. She fanned herself rhythmically, remained silent for 2 seconds, and glanced at Xing Yi again. She then turned to her right and whispered to Yinan behind her. For example, with a personality like young Master Xing, I usually only dare to keep him outside. There's no way around it. He's too bad-tempered to be the first wife. Yinan couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Yi was immediately displeased. He looked at Yinan. Who said I can't be the first wife? Then, realizing that he wasn't right, he corrected himself. I don't want to be the first wife. That didn't seem right either. I want to be your only wife. That made sense. Yo yo yo. Fang Yingqiu, enjoying the fun, continued to fan the flames. But me, seeing the commander of Galaxy Base looking so sweet last time on the walkie-talkie, it seems like he already has someone he loves. Xing Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Yinan. Before he could even ask, Yinan smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I have a boyfriend. Fang Yingqiu fanned herself even faster. Xing Yi, however, felt as if she were in an icy cellar. He felt a chill in his heart. The car sped along, occasionally jolting violently as it ran over zombie corpses. In the small armored vehicle, an eerie silence descended. The three men, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. The driver, obediently played dumb. 2 hours later, the main force approached the mine. At that moment, the zombie swarm outside the convoy had finally become so dense that it was impossible to move forward. Everyone got out and killed the zombies. Yinan naturally got out of the car as well. She moved swiftly, slashing, swinging, and hacking with her long sword. Slaying the zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. At that moment, a tall figure rushed from behind Yinan and blocked the zombies for her. At the same time, Yinan's wrist was firmly grasped. She tilted her head and met Xing Yi's phoenix eyes. His muffled voice came, I don't have to be the first wife. It was a compromise. It was tinged with a hint of sadness and grievance. Chapter 213. Yinan was about to say something when several bright lights appeared in the distant sky. It was already mostly dark, and the helicopter lights were particularly conspicuous in the moonlight. Her brows furrowed, and she shouted, Xiao He, Qian Fan, be careful. They're here early. Jiang He and the others exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their own eyes. They had clearly inquired ahead of time. The troops from the 3 major bases were supposed to arrive tomorrow morning. This time, they were even earlier. Yinan rushed forward, her lightning powers erupting. Everyone, quickly break through to the high ground ahead. Yes, boss. Jiang He and the others quickly followed, their heads flashing with searchlights, allowing them to see more clearly. Aboard the armored vehicles, dozens of members of the Galaxy Base formed a gun array, firing at the zombie horde ahead. This was to clear the way for Yinan and the others. The helicopters were getting closer. It was clearly heading for this high ground as well. Yinan had scouted the terrain early. This high ground was easily defended but difficult to attack, and it connected to the cableway leading to the mine below. This high ground was an excellent base for capturing the mine. She had to prioritize capturing this area. 3 teams, drones deployed. The next moment, drones carrying raw meat dangling from their tails took off from the Galaxy Base team. The zombies, drawn to the fat meat flying overhead, lunged at the drones, their rotting heads raised and their stinking maws gaping. The drones flew away quickly, drawing away a large number of the zombies. The people at the other 2 bases hadn't expected this to happen at Galaxy Base, and they were all excited. 2 teams, gun formation, aim at the helicopters. All the psychics with guns mounted on armored vehicles immediately pointed their guns at the approaching helicopters. Bang, bang, bang. In the helicopter, Zhu Huaibing, the commander of Guangyi Base, wore a sinister expression. Bullets rained down upon the windows of their helicopter, denting them one after another. Some even pierced through the windows, shattering them. He hadn't expected the enemy to act so decisively and mercilessly. He shouted, pull back and land on high ground. Fight with them? No way. The powerful wind whipped up by the rotors blew away all the zombies below, and with a drone array of Galaxy Base diverting a large number of them, Guangyi Base landed easily. We're killing zombies here, and they've already gotten there. Fang Yingqiu was furious. She wielded her fire powers with such ferocity that her anger sent flames soaring 3 meters high. At the same time, Jiang He, Xing Yi, and the others led their troops in a rapid assault on the high ground. Zhu Huaibing, watching the approaching force, a fierce look in his eyes, said, Since you insist on challenging me, Zhu Huaibing, I won't be polite. He shouted. The psychics behind him disembarked from their helicopters and unleashed their powers on Yinan. Xing Yi, not seeing Yinan, frowned as he quickly broke through with his men. His shadow split apart and headed straight for Zhu Huaibing. Zhu Huaibing stared at this shadow, impervious to bullets, impervious to swords, and impervious to even psychic powers. Frightened, he took a few steps back. His men immediately rushed forward to help him block this unprecedented force. Fang Yingqiu, Jiang He, and the others also took the opportunity to break through. For a moment, the three bases and Guangyou base engaged in a head-on confrontation. Yinan, who had already hidden himself and blended into the crowd on the opposite side, watched the last psychic disembark from the helicopter and immediately retracted it. Her space couldn't contain zombies or living beings other than herself, so she could only retract the helicopter after the last living being had disembarked. She didn't kill Zhu Huaibing. The three opposing bases had formed an alliance to seize the mine. If she had killed the leader of one of them, she would have directly made enemies with all three. Not to mention, she later hoped to use the three bases to help her clear the mine of zombies. Zhu Huaibing watched his own base's helicopter suddenly vanish. He was shocked. That's not right. Their base's space psychic isn't here, he shouted. A space psychic has infiltrated from the opposite side. Keep an eye on your surroundings. The people at Guangyou base looked around at this. This distraction forced them to retreat repeatedly under the attack of the Xinghe base and the others. They were on the verge of retreating to the edge of a cliff, and the last three helicopters of the Guangyou base disappeared in an instant. In the distant sky, the other two bases, which had just arrived, saw this and hovered in the sky, watching the situation unfold. Zhu Huaibing glanced at the Tian base and Qiyuan base in the distance. He felt embarrassed. He considered himself the strongest of the three bases. Yesterday, when the three alliances discovered the drone surveillance, they urgently decided to come to the mine early. He was even more confident and spontaneously offered to go first. He was aiming to seize the high ground first, to gain the right to speak, and to control the allocation of the mine. But now, they were a complete joke to the other two bases. Zhu Huaibing watched the enemy continue their assault, leaving them no room for maneuver. He felt a wave of panic. Behind him was a cliff. Below it lay a mine filled with endless zombies. He shouted, "Everyone, let's talk it out. Why are you killing us all? Our Guangyou base is a massive base with thousands of people. It's not worth offending such a large base just for an inch of land." Though he was in his 40s, he had plenty of energy, and his voice was loud. On the other side, Yinan, who had already returned to Xinghe base in stealth, patted Jiang He and Qian Fan on the shoulders. The two understood. He immediately gave the order. Instantly, half of Xinghe base's psychics quickly formed a defensive formation below the plateau. Jiang He even pulled out a large number of sandbags she had prepared long ago from her spatial ring. The Earth-type psychics worked in perfect harmony. Sandbags combined with earth bricks. In barely 2 minutes, a remarkably solid protective wall was erected. From the helicopter, those at Tian and Qiyuan bases, observing the entire situation, sighed in admiration. They had underestimated this base from the west. Originally, they hadn't taken them seriously, but now it seemed their strength was quite impressive. This further dissuaded them from stepping forward to help. Although the three bases were a temporary alliance, in reality, none of them were truly subservient to the other. They were all powerful bases that had fought their way from the east. Who didn't have a certain amount of pride in their hearts? Here, Jiang He methodically worked with the Earth-type psychics to build a protective wall. Qian Fan temporarily replaced Yinan as the base commander of Xinghe base, negotiating with Zhu Huaibing across the way. All of this had been arranged by Yinan in advance. Therefore, they proceeded smoothly, without a trace of drag. Qian Fan stood in the center, with Fang Yingqiu and Xing Yi on either side. Hundreds of psychics stood around. For a moment, the two armies faced off. Qian Fan spoke first. "Please vacate this high ground." Although he used the word please, his words were delivered with an imperative tone that brooked no argument. Yinan watched leisurely from behind the crowd. She wasn't yet fully aware of the enemy's strength, so she didn't want to expose herself for the time being. She would always be their last and greatest trump card. Chapter 214. Zhu Huaibing was embarrassed. He glanced at Jiang He, a space-based figure in the distance, and knew that his helicopter must have been taken by that girl. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "We can withdraw, but give us back our Guangyou base helicopter." The helicopter also contained weapons and food, which were extremely important to them. "Once this mine battle is over, we will return it. Until then, consider the helicopter a discount. Please proceed with caution." The implication was, just stay out of trouble, and the helicopter will be returned to you later. Of course, that was just talk. There was no reason to take something out of Yinan's pocket. Zhu Huaibing's face turned slightly embarrassed when he heard this. But this time, they were at a disadvantage. He could only secretly blame himself for being too arrogant and overconfident. He had acted rashly, while part of the team was still en route. Xu Huaibing glanced at the two bases watching the action from the distant sky and gritted his teeth. Alright, make way. Qian Fan commanded the psychics to retreat. Guangyu base quickly evacuated. Ingqiu and the others in the back quickly set up camp. They brought some tents, and the Wood-type psychics worked with the Earth-type psychics to build simple houses. After all, if they wanted to capture the mine, they would have to stay here for quite some time. Guangyu base, Tian base, and Shiyuan base set up camp on a nearby plateau over a kilometer away. While their position wasn't as good as Yinan's, it was still a good spot, making it difficult for zombies to reach. And it was quite large. It was enough space for all three bases to settle down. While Jianghe and the others were busy, Yinan observed the other side through a telescope. She saw that the other side was also observing them through a telescope. Yinan estimated that the three bases had nearly 800 people in total. That was nearly double their number. Not only that, but helicopters were landing one after another. The number of people continued to increase. It seemed that this alliance had invested heavily in seizing the mine. By the time they had successfully settled in, it was already past midnight. It was completely dark. They relied entirely on campfires for illumination. Galaxy Base had some searchlights and nightlights. Yinan had already charged them at the base. However, she hadn't instructed Jianghe and the others to use them. The brighter the light, the more clearly the opposing alliance could see their situation. The dim and hazy atmosphere helped to conceal some of their strength. Commander of Galaxy Base, we at Tiger Base just lost 18 men in combat. Fang Yingqiu, exhausted, straightened her disheveled hair as she walked over to Yinan to report. After this battle, she had grown to admire Yinan even more. She now completely viewed her as a reliable leader. She now fully understood why so many seemingly powerful psychics at Galaxy Base were so respectful and obedient to her orders. Yinan nodded, yes. She lowered her eyes to the noodles cooking on the campfire. Her dimensionality hadn't been exposed to Tiger Base and Killer Base, so she joined the rest of the group in eating the boiled noodles. A small amount of salt was added to the noodles to keep them from being too bland. Fang Yingqiu sat down next to Yinan. Commander, your base's dimensional psychics are truly powerful. They were able to evacuate the opposing helicopter without anyone noticing. Yinan only smiled faintly, not bad. Seeing her so frugal and unwilling to reveal anything, Fang Yingqiu knew she wouldn't get anything out of him. She didn't ask any more questions, but took the pretty boy beside her and began to relax. After a tiring day, looking at the young man immediately brightened her mood. Boss, we've lost 6 psychics. Jianghe came over respectfully to report. Yinan nodded. Xingyi also came over. We've lost 16 at the killing base. He looked serious. This is only the first day. Everyone needs to be careful, otherwise we won't make it to the day we take over the mine. The noodles are ready. With Jianghe's words, the psychics around him gulped and looked over. They were all starving. Qian Fan and his subordinates began to distribute the noodles. Yinan randomly picked one from the many bowls and ate as he walked towards the cliff. Xingyi and Jianghe immediately followed. Below the cliff, the faint moonlight illuminated a deep and vast mine. It looked like the mouth of a vast abyss. Dangerous and terrifying. From within the mine, the roars of zombies could be heard from time to time. Yinan reached out to Jianghe. Xiaohe, give me a flare. Jianghe understood and placed her hand in Yinan's. The next moment, a flare appeared in Yinan's palm. She threw it downward. The flare fell, emitting a powerful light. It illuminated a corner of the mine below. Many psychics were immediately attracted and ran over to observe. They saw a large number of zombies huddled in the illuminated area below. They were so densely packed that it sent chills down one's spine and gave rise to goosebumps. The zombies all raised their heads and looked upward. Sensing the approaching flares, they became like the demons of hell activated. For a moment, they became restless. Ah! The zombie roars resonated through the deep mine. By the time they reached everyone's ears, they sounded like the low rumble of hell, sending a chill down their spines. One couldn't imagine what would happen if someone fell down there at that moment. One feared every inch of flesh would be gnawed away. The Alliance, a kilometer away, also noticed the scene below. They too looked over. Their expressions varied. With such a dense zombie mine, it would be impossible to move at night. So everyone unanimously decided to wait until daybreak. But even then, undercurrents surged among the various factions. Conferences were held at Guangyu Base, Tian Base, and Qiyuan Base. Xu Qingji, the only son of Xu Huaibing, the commander of Guangyu Base, also successfully landed an hour ago. The commander of Tian Base is Xie Sun, a member of the former Great Eastern family, the Xia clan. His son, Xia Yun, had previously served in a national base, but was forcibly recalled after the family's growth. The commander of Qiyuan base is Lu Chao, a wealthy eastern businessman. A shrewd and resourceful man, he has lived a comfortable life since the apocalypse thanks to his habitual hoarding skills. Furthermore, he has built the ever-growing Qiyuan base by continuously accepting the support of psychics. In a makeshift tent, Zhu Huaibing glanced at the commanders of the other two bases. Have you all made your decision? Should we attack them together, or negotiate a partnership? Behind Xie Sun, several subordinates were fanning themselves manually. He had a broad forehead and regular features. Though his face bore the marks of time, one could still see that he had been a handsome young man in his youth. He folded his arms, supporting his chin, and said in a low voice, I suggest cooperation. The zombies in the mine aren't so easy to clear. Besides, there's no electricity now. We're mining manually, so we don't need such a large mine. It would be better to cooperate with them, each taking a piece of the pie. After he finished speaking, Lu Chao fell silent. He never liked making decisions. His way of life was to assess the situation and choose the path that best served him. Zhu Huaibing, knowing Lu Chao's temperament, spoke without questioning. You all saw it. They took my helicopter. Their methods were ruthless and not good. We're afraid we get no good out of cooperating with them. Xie Sun looked at Zhu Huaibing and said, Captain Zhu, the Guangyao base is so large and powerful. How could we possibly get no good out of it? Zhu Huaibing didn't care if Xie Sun was flattering him. He was delighted by any compliments. He sat upright, straightening the collar of his shirt, his aura radiating. My suggestion is, we eliminate them first. Some of them have spatial abilities. We can then divide the resources with them equally. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As he finished speaking, a psychic entered and walked straight towards Xie Sun. Base commander, the young master has arrived. Yes. Xie Sun nodded. Let him join the meeting. The next moment, a tall, handsome man entered. He was dressed in a black shirt, and though his face was stained with sweat and dust, his features remained handsome. It was Xie Yun. My son? Xie Sun spoke succinctly, introducing his son to everyone. Xie Yun also greeted each elder with great grace. Zhu Huaibing had long known that the young master of the Xie family was a distinguished man, but upon seeing him, he felt his son was outshone. He glanced at his son, Zhu Qingji, who sat beside him, his expression darkening slightly. Zhu Qingji, however, didn't consider himself inferior to Xie Yun. He looked at him with a hint of disdain. Chapter 215. Xie Yun sat behind Xie Sun. Xie Sun continued his opinion. I still don't recommend an attack. We've already deployed over 200 psychics to hold back the nearby zombie tide. Not only that, the number of psychics is decreasing every hour. Attacking a group of over 400 psychics in the face of so many zombies is undoubtedly a gamble and a self-inflicted disaster. Xie Sun's sharp eyes turned to Zhu Huaibing. Captain Zhu, we're here to occupy the mine, not to antagonize anyone else's base. Zhu Huaibing was speechless by Xie Sun's well-reasoned words. How could he not understand the logic behind this? It's just. His helicopter is still in their hands. It's one of their base's best helicopters, one of which is his personal helicopter, and it's filled with canned meat. His eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. No matter what, we can't let them off easy. I have the final say. I have a trump card. As soon as he said this, Xie Sun fell silent. Zhu Huaibing had a half-zombie psychic under his command, who could mimic the zombie king and command a zombie horde within a certain area. This was a crucial factor in Guangyao base's position as the top base in City D. He controlled the zombie horde and annihilated any small base that opposed them. This ability allowed Guangyao base to effortlessly wear down the enemy. Zhu Huaibing saw Xie Sun compromise. He looked quite pleased. It was my fault for not arranging the kid Han Chu to come with me. Otherwise, we would have settled at the highest point right now. How could it be their turn? Since Base Commander Zhu has decided to use his trump card now, there's no reason for our Tian base not to support them. However, please be cautious. You must know that being able to control so many drones means they have electricity. I'm sure you all know how difficult it is to obtain electricity. Zhu Huaibing waved his hand, unwilling to listen to Xie Sun's nagging. I naturally know my limits, but Base Commander Xie is being overly cautious. They only have one spatial psychic, and a few slightly stronger psychics. Zhu Huaibing thought of the phantom with unknown powers, and a calculation flashed across his eyes. The meeting of the three alliances lasted for another 10 minutes. In the end, Zhu Huaibing insisted on attacking Yinan and his team, and requested assistance from the other two bases. The army of over 1,000 deployed in an orderly manner. At the head of the crowd, an ugly man, half-zombie, stepped out. It was Han Chu, the half-human, half-zombie corpse with the ability to control a swarm of zombies. The grayish-white eye on his left side was extremely eerie in the night. Almost all the psychics dared not get too close to him, fearing he would transform into a zombie and bite them in the next second. With Zhu Huaibing's command, Han Chu's eerie grayish-white eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light, and his head began to twist in a terrifying posture. Thick, distinct veins appeared on half of his grayish-white skin, 3 or 4 times thicker than those of an average person. Furthermore, streams of fluid seemed to flow rapidly through these veins, swelling and swelling as if they were about to burst. The other 2 bases also watched the horrifying scene unfold, no one daring to approach. Roar, roar, roar! Han Chu let out a terrifying zombie roar. His bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Enan and the others. Instantly, the zombies within a 2-kilometer radius were drawn to the scene and attacked the base built by Enan and his companions. They're coming! At Galaxy Base, everyone immediately went into combat mode. No, Base Commander. Why are all these zombies attacking us? Everyone, set up a defensive formation. Yes. The psychics from Tiger Base and Killer Base also rushed forward. All the psychics formed a circle, surrounding their makeshift base. In the rear, the elite marksmanship team opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Enan said nothing, raising a sniper rifle. Her sniper rifle had an effective range of 3 kilometers. She blended into the crowd, aiming at Han Chu, who was frantically issuing commands. Bang! A precise shot hit Han Chu right between the eyebrows. Han Chu fell to the ground. Zhu Huaibing was horrified. Quickly, protect Han Chu and drag him into the tent. Bang! 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 Enan fired several more shots. But none of them could reach Han Chu, who was surrounded. The moment she saw the zombies moving, she knew something was wrong. As expected, there was an alien on the other side. She fired several more shots at the other side. Zhu Huaibing and the others all ducked back, unable to find who was shooting them. Han Chu's orders will only be effective for 10 more minutes. While the zombies are only attacking them, why don't you send someone to join me in attacking the other side? Zhu Huaibing's words left Lu Chao and Siessa no reason to refuse. The bullet had already been fired. There was no room for regret. Now they were all on the same page. No one could retreat. So, the 3 bases dispatched over 300 psychics, led by Wu Shu, one of Zhu Huaibing's trusted lieutenants, to charge the other side. Fang Yingqiu, seeing the movement from the other side, sensed something was amiss. Their men are coming. With the zombie horde and their psychics, we're definitely no match. Xing Yi's expression was icy. I provide cover. You retreat, Galaxy Base. Enan, however, remained unfazed. Her voice was calm. Don't panic. Keep killing the zombies. This calmness was like a powerful reassurance. Suddenly, the psychics from the 3 bases calmed down and focused their efforts on dealing with the zombie horde. Fang Yingqiu's temper faded. She simply trusted this young woman immensely. She herself didn't understand why. She simply felt she could lead them to victory. Fang Yingqiu wiped the blood and flesh from her knife vigorously, her tone rising with excitement. Okay, Commander of Galaxy Base, with your words, I go kill the zombies without hesitation and will always be at your beck and call. After she finished speaking, she felt no movement behind her. She turned around, but Enan was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 216. Xing Yi watched helplessly as Enan vanished. She was incredibly fast. She didn't even notice the walkie-talkie from her waist had fallen. Xing Yi immediately grabbed her belongings and kept them safe. How could he not have realized Enan could become invisible? He led his men forward, determined to carve a path back for her. Across from him, Wu Shu, charging at the forefront, possessed a commanding presence of strength and speed. He clutched a broadsword in each hand, and with lightning speed, he sprinted towards Enan and the others' base. The surrounding zombies didn't attack them at all. They only attacked Enan's base. This boosted their morale. Charge in! Wu Shu shouted. The crowd was fierce. Everyone rushed forward. If they died here, their families would be protected by the base for life. They weren't afraid of death at all. What they feared most was that no base would take them in this apocalyptic world. Wu Shu raised his broadsword and slashed at a psychic from the bloodthirsty base. But before he could strike, he felt a hand stop his sturdy arm. The hand felt delicate and soft, like a woman's. The next moment, Wu Shu saw a stunningly beautiful woman before him. Enan unleashed her level 4 charm ability to its fullest. Wu Shu was stunned for a moment. He felt his heart pounding. It was love. He realized he was hopelessly in love with the woman before him. He stared into her eyes, fascinated. She opened her alluring red lips and said, "Help us." The next moment, the woman disappeared. Wushu no longer cared about killing the enemy. He searched obsessively for Inan. She was only visible from a distance, standing in the opposite base. What had she just said? Help them. He was going to help them. Frantically, Wushu yelled, "Change the plan. Kill the zombies." No one in the alliance seemed to have expected this order. There was a moment's hesitation, and everyone looked at the tall Wushu. Wushu's expression was serious as it could be. "Didn't you hear? Kill the zombies." The people of Guangya Base obeyed the order immediately. This was Wushu. As the commander of all their psychics, his decisions were always right. He was a god in their hearts. How could they not obey? Guangya Base began to slaughter the zombies frantically. The people of Tian and Chiyuan bases had no reason to hesitate. After all, Guangya Base was leading the charge, and if anything went wrong, Guangya Base would bear the primary responsibility. They, the ones who followed orders, just had to be obedient and sharp, and so, the people of the three major base alliances began to kill the zombies. Xingyi, Fangyingqiu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The opposing alliance had turned to help them kill the zombies. Now, the zombies, attacked from both sides, were drastically reduced in number. Not only that, because Inan's team was meticulously deployed, the zombies struggled to get close under the layers of gunfire and the bombardment of the psychic matrix. The casualties were minimal. On the contrary, the psychic casualties among the alliance behind them were swiftly increasing. What's going on? Fangyingqiu nearly laughed out loud. Inan watched all this calmly. She usually entered her dimension whenever she had free time to practice her charm ability. She had practiced many times with the pigs in her dimension. Her current level 4 charm ability could already make the charmed subject live and die for her, and the intoxication could last for over a day. The pigs in her space had been vying for her favor, and several had died. As soon as they died, she dragged them out to distribute benefits to the base staff, making sure none of their treasures were wasted. The people from the three major bases in the opposing alliance were a little upset upon seeing this. "Xie Sun, Zhu Huaibing, what are your people doing?" Lu Chao couldn't sit still. "Base Captain Zhu, isn't this amiss?" Zhu Huaibing was also filled with doubts, but always concerned about his reputation. He feigned composure. Wushu must have his plans. Wushu had been with him since childhood. His father was their family's butler. He had always been efficient and intelligent. He had helped him eliminate many enemies after the apocalypse. He trusted this subordinate immensely. But now, Zhu Huaibing felt a little uneasy. Zhu Qingji couldn't bear to see his father, and the base questioned. He stepped forward. "Dad, I take my men up there to control the situation." "Okay." Zhu Huaibing's face lit up with joy. He looked at his son with a look of relief. So, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhu Qingji rushed out with dozens of psychics. He joined Wushu's team. Together, they helped Inan and the others kill the zombies. "Son, come back. You've embarrassed me." After a series of twists and turns, Zhu Qingji and Wushu returned with their army amid Zhu Huaibing's curses. Zhu Qingji seemed extremely reluctant. As soon as he returned, he threw away his weapon and glared at Zhu Huaibing with a frantic look. "Dad, I want to marry the woman across the street." Everyone looked at him like he was stupid. Except Wushu. Because Wushu also wanted to marry. Chapter 217. "You're such a jerk." Zhu Huaibing slapped Zhu Qingji across the face. Zhu Qingji was thrown back several steps. His eyes were filled with madness, and he emphasized again, "I want to marry that woman across the street." Zhu Huaibing found his son's frenzied behavior strange. He usually had so many women to play with. How could he become so obsessed with the woman across the street after just a short time out? "Which woman?" Zhu Huaibing asked with a sullen gaze. Zhu Qingji, however, refused to tell him. "Dad, I won't tell you who she is, and don't even think about touching her. If you kill her, I die immediately." He knew his son's character best. When he got mad, he meant business. Zhu Huaibing dared not take any risks. He could only curse Zhu Qingji's mother for her bad genes, for giving birth to such a wicked son who couldn't tell the difference between right and wrong. He softened his tone. "The woman across the street isn't a big deal. We can just abduct her when the time comes. Don't interfere with our plan. Get out of here." He then looked at Wushu and said fiercely, "Wushu, explain to me why you just killed the zombies." Wushu lowered his eyes, a look of respect. Although his thoughts were on Inan at the moment, he wasn't about to lose his mind like Zhu Qingji. He spoke seriously. "Too many zombies are hindering our attack on the other side, so..." Zhu Huaibing kicked Wushu to the ground. Ridiculous. I've kept you for so many years in vain. You're so stupid. Xie Sun and the others had no time to watch Zhu Huaibing berate his incompetent subordinates. He stepped forward and said, Captain Zhu, due to your poor decisions, I lost over 30 psychics. Please remember this. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao stepped forward and said, We've lost a total of 49 people at Shiyuan base. And now, across from them, the zombie swarm surrounding Enan and his men had been completely wiped out. The mining area's highlands, once teeming with zombies, now saw only a dozen or so sparsely dotted. This in turn helped them. Zhu Huaibing's face was bruised. Their Guangyao base suffered the heaviest losses, conservatively estimated to have lost over 100 psychics. Not only that, Han Chu was also seriously injured. His half-zombie constitution allowed for self-healing, but the bullet wound to the brain was irreparable damage. I wonder if he'd still be able to command the zombie swarms in the future. Zhu Huaibing was irritated and annoyed. He couldn't understand why. Their Guangyao base had always been unstoppable in the east. Everyone who saw them had to be polite. He believed that only the national bases and the Southern Alliance could stand up to him. He didn't take the unknown base across the way seriously. But why was he so blocked at every turn? I think we should forget about attacking them. They clearly have a trump card. Xie Sun spoke first. I even think their strength might be superior to ours. Lu Chao finally began to voice his opinion. Then why don't we seek cooperation with them? He really didn't want to waste any more manpower and resources. Cooperation? Zhu Huaibing's eyes flashed with ruthlessness at this, but this time he didn't object. How could Xie Sun not see his intentions? He had long heard of the Guangyao base's style of operation. Their methods were brutal, and they would never seek revenge. He disliked their style of operation from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the Guangyao base's strength, he wouldn't have wanted to form an alliance with them at all. But now it seemed that their strength was just SOSO. Xie Sun thought to himself, but remained polite on the surface. While it's still dark, send representatives to negotiate cooperation with them. Your Guangyao base has a deeper grudge against them, so let's send representatives from both of our families to express our sincerity. We just attacked someone else, so it wouldn't be nice to go empty-handed. Bring 30 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms per family. Call the young master over. In the back, Xie Yun, who had been fending off the zombies, was summoned by his subordinates. Xie Sun looked at his son. Yuner, go and request peace. Xu Qingji was displeased. He stepped forward. Let me go. He had to go. If peace talks couldn't be reached, he could still discuss marriage. No one knows his son better than his father. Zhu Huaibing kicked him away. Stay here. Chapter 218. Negotiation? Inside a makeshift earthen hut. Enan listened to his subordinate's report and nodded gently. I understand. You may withdraw. So-called peace talks. It's nothing more than weighing the pros and cons, and choosing the option that benefits one. Each person wants to exploit the other to minimize their losses. The other side is. Enan is also. Enan followed Qian Fan out of the hut. Outside, Xie Yun, who was being targeted by the psychics, immediately spotted Enan. His mind went blank for a few seconds, then he recognized him. Nan Sheng, Xie Yun said excitedly. Sheng Yi saw the man staring at Enan with a look of I've been searching for you for 1,000 times. He was annoyed and coughed coldly. Xie Yun now noticed Sheng Yi. His expression calmed down, and he stared intently at Enan. You're actually here. Have you joined their base? Qian Fan looked at Enan, whose expression remained unmoved and who even ignored him, knowing that this man was of no importance to their base commander. He said bluntly, I'm the commander of Xinghe base. Please don't harass my people. Xie Yun looked at Qian Fan. We've brought 30 kilograms of rice, and sincerely request peace talks. 30 kilograms to feed beggars? Xie Yun frowned at this. 30 kilograms of rice isn't enough? In the apocalypse, 30 kilograms of rice, if used sparingly, would be enough to feed 100 people for several days. The two argued for a while. Finally, Qian Fan raised the peace request to 100 kilograms of food. Jiang He personally stored it in his interspatial ring. The peace talks between the two sides had officially begun. It was 4:30 in the morning. In the wooden house, Qian Fan sat in the middle, with Jiang He and Enan on either side. Xing Yi sat next to Enan, and Fang Yingxiu sat beside Jiang He. A dozen psychics from the Xinghe base stood behind them, guns drawn. Outside, neat rows of psychics stood in formation. To show their sincerity, the three alliance bases only came with a few representatives and a handful of bodyguards. Xie Sun, Lu Chao, and Zhu Huaibing sat across from Qian Fan. Xie Yun stood behind Xie Sun, his eyes occasionally glancing at Enan. Xu Qingji, who had insisted on coming despite his clamor, stood behind Zhu Huaibing, his eyes glued to Yinan as if stained with 520 potion. This made Xing Yi extremely upset. Qian Fan had an extraordinary demeanor and exuded righteousness. Jiang He and Yinan beside him also didn't look like bad guys. Yinan's beauty was so striking that it was impossible not to stare at her. Xie hadn't expected the opposing leaders to be so young and so polite. With such gentlemanly demeanor, they simply shouldn't be antagonizing them. He secretly glanced at Zhu Huaibing, his heart filled with resentment. Lu Chao also had a favorable impression of Qian Fan and the others. They were veterans, knowledgeable people. You could almost tell a person's temperament by just looking at their face. Only Zhu Huaibing harbored hatred for Qian Fan and the others. His supplies, helicopters, and psychics had suffered heavy losses at the hands of the enemy. He wouldn't give up easily, but at this moment, beneath Yinan's polite and gentle face, a venomous tantrum swirled. After the two sides introduced themselves, Xie spoke first. We're here to discuss cooperation. As you can see, the mine is too large for a single base to handle, and the zombies are too numerous for a single base to clear out. Only by working together can we achieve a win-win situation. Qian Fan, speaking on behalf of the three bases, said, cooperation is naturally not a problem. The only issue is how to allocate resources and clear the zombies. Of course, that's what we're concerned about, Xie said, glancing at Lu Chao and Zhu Huaibing. Seeing they agreed, he followed their prior agreement and said, split the area in two along the cableway line. The west side is yours, and the east is ours. What do you think? The western side has steeper walls, more zombies, and less ore. Xie had initially expected Qian Fan and the others to disagree, but unexpectedly, Qian Fan agreed directly. He said calmly, but we have a request. The three base commanders across from him listened attentively. If you find any living people during the cleanup, we at Xinghe base will take them all. Zhu Huaibing couldn't help but laugh at this. What a bunch of clowns. In the apocalypse, psychics are valuable. And yet they want a bunch of miners. You know, without electricity, everyone mines manually. Psychics are much stronger and more cost-effective than miners. Miners familiar with all kinds of high-tech mining tools are of no value at this moment. Miners are a burden to their three major bases, so Xie agreed almost immediately. Then the two sides established several treaties based on harmonious coexistence in the development of the mine. Specifically, 1. Do not actively attack the other party's base. 2. Do not harass or interfere with the other party. 3. Respect the other party's resources, and do not seize any supplies from the other party's territory. They also unanimously agreed to the following. Anyone who violates this treaty will lose ownership of the mine and hand over all possession of their portion of the mine to the other party. The treaty was well written. Yinan knew that they at least genuinely wanted to cooperate with them at this point. But if the fight really came down to it, who would care about whether it was a treaty or not? But regardless, everyone signed in an orderly fashion. The contract was divided into 2 copies. Qian Fan held one, and the other alliance kept one. Xie kept it. Okay, then, our 3 bases will be leaving first. Happy cooperation. Xie said, stood up, nodded politely, and left first. Lu Chao and the others followed suit. Before leaving, Xie glanced at Yinan again, his dark eyes a complex expression. Zhu Qingji, however, didn't move a step. He looked at Yinan, pointed at her, and opened his mouth, pointing to his father. Dad, I'm not leaving. I want her. Before he could even utter the words marry her, Zhu Huaibing slapped him hard in the face. The blow left Zhu Qingji dizzy and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Go back. You're embarrassing yourself. Daybreak had already broken. The Galaxy base took the lead in launching a zombie cleanup operation. Jiang He pretended to bring out 4 helicopters, but in reality, they had emerged from Yinan's space. The bomb squad used the helicopters to bomb the western half of the mine. Yinan had spent over 10,000 points on numerous bombs for this mine. She bought enhanced bombs with a second-level point panel. One bomb could create a crater about 20 meters in diameter, immense power, and plenty. Boom, boom, boom. Bomb after bomb blasted down with fierce firepower. The zombie swarm below was instantly covered in a bloody mist. Red and green blood splattered everywhere. Mixed in the bomb smoke, it spun into a ball. Yinan and the others watched from above. A strong stench quickly permeated from below. Fortunately, they had all donned masks in advance. None of these zombies had expected this. They were huddled in this deep mine. They waited for months, waiting patiently. Instead of human flesh, they received bombs. Look, the bombs are coming in full force. It's been going on for 15 minutes, and they're still going. Where did they get all those bombs? Haha, they're flying a helicopter from Guanyu base. Sure, their base is back there. Zhu Huaibing's face darkened as he glanced at the helicopter from Xinghe base. Again, Xing Yi, who had separated himself from the crowd behind the wooden hut, suddenly felt the intercom in his pocket chirp. The intercom, muffled in his pocket, didn't make out much. But Xing Yi could still vaguely make out a man's voice. And a very pleasant one at that. Soft yet profound, deep and slightly hoarse. Just by listening to his voice, one could be sure he was handsome and extraordinary. Xing Yi glanced at Yinan, who was surrounded by a crowd discussing matters in the distance, and walked away. He thought of Fang Yingqiu's words. But me, I saw the base commander of Galaxy Base looking so sweet last time he was on the intercom. It seemed like he already had someone he loved. His almond-shaped eyes were frost-covered. Xing Yi walked to a secluded area. He took out the intercom. The man's gentle voice continued, "And then, have you been busy lately? I've recently taken care of all 3 cities of F and incorporated them into the territory of Dawn Base. I wanted to find you, but Gusu and Glory Base are fighting. I'm now supporting Dawn Base. A lot of people will die this time. Dealing with the zombies is already a headache, and now we have to deal with these inhuman beasts." The man spoke, but there was no response. He seemed to sense something was wrong. He raised his voice slightly, and then Xing Yi pressed the talk button. "Don't bother her again." 2 seconds later, the man's voice rang out again on the intercom. But this time, it was cold, as icy as jade struck by a stone. "Who are you?" Xing Yi's tone was equally blunt. "Her man." With that, he turned off the intercom. He immediately put it away and searched the crowd. Finally, he found a man in overalls. "Chen Mi, come here." Chen Mi was a mechanical genius at their base, proficient in repairing all kinds of electrical equipment and even military equipment, including intercoms. Xing Yi handed the walkie-talkie to Chen Mi. "Find a way to prevent this walkie-talkie from receiving any more messages." Chen Mi took the walkie-talkie. "This is a good model. Usually only high-ranking military officials get to use it. Make it break without any notice, and do it stealthily, so no one at Galaxy Base sees you." "Yes, master." Xing Yi watched Chen Mi leave. He then looked back at Yinan. He could compromise for love. But that didn't mean he didn't have the ambition to fight for it. No matter who it was, no man could get close to his Nan Sheng. No, why did that man just call her Nan? Chapter 219. The bombs at Galaxy Base continued to fall. Some level 4 zombies, with a bit of intelligence, even began to swarm eastward, away from the west. Oh my god. It was terrifying. Bomb rain. Being a zombie these days isn't easy. The Eastern Alliance was unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Galaxy Base hadn't violated any of their agreements. The Eastern Alliance didn't have that many bombs, and they even hesitated to use helicopters due to fuel shortages. They relied solely on psychics to clear the zombies. Every hour, they lost several psychics. At all times, power is built on the flesh and blood of the people. Before the apocalypse, capital feasted on the bloody mantua of the common people. After the apocalypse, the powerful still feasted on the bloody mantua of the lower classes. This time, it wasn't a metaphor. It was a real, bloody mantua. By comparison, Yinan's base was fairer and more beneficial to the common people. Although she is ruthless, cold-blooded, and selfish, she will do anything to achieve her goals. She is cold and cruel to those in the opposing faction. It can be said that she is not a good person. But she will not bully the weak, nor will she ignore the lives of her own people. She will demand hard work from her people, but the protection and conditions she provides them are unmatched by any other base. First-class weapons, first-class food, and a first-class base. At other bases, their hard work might only earn them a meal of soup mixed with a few grains of rice. But her people can earn meat and vegetables every day through their hard work. Even now, the Eastern Alliance's superpowers are charging forward to kill zombies. Her men only need to wait. Wait until the long bombing is over before proceeding with the mine cleanup with minimal losses. Ensure the safety of the psychics to the greatest extent possible. The psychics at Tiger Base and Killer Base took all this to heart. They were all grateful to have such a formidable base as Galaxy Base leading them. They had even developed a deep-seated admiration and trust for Yinan, Qian Fan, and the others. Across from them, Xie Sun, standing on the higher ground watching his subordinates clear the zombies, glanced at Zhu Qingji, who was crying and clamoring to marry Yinan in the distance. His eyes were filled with disdain. He grumbled quietly, how outrageous. He's crying and clamoring to marry a woman. As he spoke, he didn't hear Xie Yun's response. Noticing his son's distraction, Sia-sun glanced sideways at Sia-yun. Yuner, what are you daydreaming about? Sia-yun glanced in Ian-an's direction, his expression unsettling. What kind of person is Sia-sun? He could tell something was amiss at first glance. His voice was low, a hint of pressure. What? Did you lose your soul? Sia-yun whispered, Dad, I want to marry her too. Sia-sun's eyes grew stern and cold. He shouted, What time is it now? Are you here indulging in romantic relationships? And with a woman I've only met once? Sia-yun hurriedly said, Dad, keep your voice down. Do you remember when I was little and went with you to the Northwest District to do research and development? Back then, I always secretly went to play with a little girl. That was her. Sia-sun remembered. In his youth, he was a researcher. He was secretly sent to the Northwest District to participate in secret military research. Everything there was extremely strict, and revealing real names was not allowed. During that time, due to his good performance, the army allowed him to bring his son to live with them for a while. He was confined to the family compound, and could not even set foot in the research area. Furthermore, the military district had strict regulations, and even children were not allowed to reveal their names. He went to the research area early every day, and Sia-yun was left in the family compound. Later, he learned that his son often visited the daughter of an officer in the military district. He had even scolded him for this, fearing he might reveal something he shouldn't. Sia-sun's expression was complicated. He peered through the crowd. It was too far away to make out Ian-an's figure. He couldn't help but sigh silently. What a pity. He remembered that the girl's parents were both exceptionally talented individuals in the military. However, the couple later perished in an explosion to protect their research results. Chapter 220. The bombing continued for another 10 minutes. Ian looked at the zombies in the west, reduced to less than half of their original size. Most of the surviving zombies were not particularly intact. Some dragged themselves halfway, while others had their arms completely blown off. The combat effectiveness of these zombies had been significantly weakened. Ian nodded with satisfaction. She pulled out the intercom for internal communication within the galaxy base from her waist. You can come back. After speaking, Ian turned and looked at the people behind her. Everyone, get ready. In 15 minutes, once the bloody mist of zombies has dissipated, we will move out. Yes. Everyone respectfully awaited her orders. Jiang he distributed the primary suppressants that Ian had purchased in advance. A small number of psychics received the primary suppressants. They were the main force that would be charging in the front. To ensure their safety, Ian distributed the suppressants to all of them. After all, with the addition of infected mutant zombies, the probability of mutation had greatly increased. She turned on her smart communication bracelet. After not opening it for a day, a lot of messages had accumulated. She had informed Chengyu and the others early on that unless it was urgent, they shouldn't call her, just text her. She clicked on the messages one by one, quickly scanning them. It was 6:56 a.m. on November 26, 2034. The temperature was still over 30 degrees Celsius. November 25th, 11 o'clock and 2 seconds a.m. by Jinghe. Boss, everything is going smoothly in Section 003. November 25th, 11:28 and 52 seconds a.m. Qi Xian. And then, there's a healing psychic at base 003. A woman just had a difficult labor, but thanks to that healing psychic, she was able to give birth smoothly. Everyone is very happy. You must take care of yourself. November 25th, 13 hours and 13 seconds Song Yin. Everything's fine here, don't worry, boss. November 25th, 13 hours 6 minutes and 45 seconds Chung Su. Boss, the food at sub-base 002 isn't as good as at the main base. Wow, I miss the main base so much. I miss Qi Xian's cooking so much. November 25th, 13 hours and 8 minutes Renyu. Boss, Chung Su hid a lot of bags of beef jerky. I think they came from nowhere, so I stole them to reward the psychics at the base. November 25th, 13 hours 8 minutes and 45 seconds Chung Su. Boss, please help me. Brother Ren stole my hard-earned beef jerky. November 25th, 14 hours 23 minutes and 21 seconds Gong Kui. Base Commander, Sub-Base 002 doesn't need us anymore. I'm returning to the main base with some psychics. November 25th, 13 hours 45 minutes and 42 seconds Fuyin. Sister Anan, my brother's been heartbroken lately. Did you reject him again? November 25th, 13 hours 46 minutes and 27 seconds Fuyin. Sister Anan, why don't you agree to my brother's request? He's a nice guy, tall, handsome, loyal, obedient, and capable. He's also a good worker. November 25th, 13 hours 47 minutes and 4 seconds Fu-yin. Ahem, I don't mean good at work. Don't get the wrong idea. I mean competent. November 25th, 13 hours 47 minutes and 49 seconds Fu-yin. Ugh. Not that kind of competent either. November 25th, 13 hours 48 minutes and 14 seconds Fu-yin. Forget it. You're pretending I never came. Why doesn't this bracelet have an undo function? Bad review. Anne's head was choked with dismay. She continued to scroll. November 25th, 13 hours 52 minutes and 36 seconds Fu-sun. Don't take my brother's words to heart. Take care of yourself and remember to eat on time. November 25th, 14 hours 59 minutes and 4 seconds Chung-su. Boss, Fu-yin was just mumbling to himself and his brother Fu-sun saw him. Young Master Fu beat that kid up, then typed on his bracelet for a long time. November 25th, 14 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds Chung-su. Hey, didn't he send you a bunch of messages, boss? Brother Ren always tells me not to bother you with messages all the time. But if the eldest son of the Fu family can send you so many messages, I want to send one too. November 25th, 15 hours and 48 seconds Chung-su. This bracelet is so fun, haha. Boss, you're awesome. Inan was speechless. So Fu-sun typed for ages before sending himself a single message? Is he illiterate? Why would he take so long to type a single sentence? Type, delete, type again? There were many more messages below. They were all trivial matters concerning the base. Mostly, they were daily reports from the key personnel at the base. Among them, Chung-su spoke the most. Chapter 221. Inan only then remembered that she hadn't spoken to Lu Qi for a day. She reached behind her waist and realized her walkie-talkie was missing. Anne's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately began searching everywhere. Have you seen my walkie-talkie? It's a military-grade one, different from the regular ones. Xiao He, have you seen my walkie-talkie? Xian Fan, have you seen my walkie-talkie? After searching for a while and finding nothing, she walked into the cabin. She found the walkie-talkie on the table. Inan felt relieved. It wasn't lost, that was good. She pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. Achi, I'm in the mining area in S City now. How about you? She waited a few seconds, but there was no reply. Inan raised an eyebrow, figuring Lu Qi must be busy, so she stopped worrying and expertly tucked the walkie-talkie around her waist. She strode out. Time's up, let's go! Soon, the troops from Galaxy Base, Tiger Base, and Killer Base began their zombie clearing operation. The psychics, injected with primary zombie inhibitors, charged in the front. They were divided into two echelons. Some psychics used weapons to clear the way. The other psychics formed teams based on their abilities. Wood-type psychics excelled at control, so they prioritized controlling the zombie swarm as much as possible. Wind-type psychics, along with Earth-type psychics, followed closely to block the zombies' advance. Then, fire-type psychics, water-type psychics, and other psychics exterminated the zombies. This coordinated effort maximized the utilization of each psychic ability, significantly increasing the speed of zombie clearing. Anne's highly efficient zombie clearing operation attracted the attention of the Eastern Alliance. They began to emulate the troop deployments of Galaxy Base. However, they lacked zombie suppressants, and the psychics at the forefront quickly became infected en masse. The Eastern Alliance was thrown into chaos, forcing them to retreat and adjust their strategy. Inan ignored them. She kept a close eye on her subordinates, ready to respond to any sudden changes. Soon, more than a day passed. During this time, Inan explored the surrounding area of the mining area. Although she found a Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau building, there were no survivors inside, much to Anne's dismay. For survivors were found in their western mining area. All were former mine workers. 8 were found in the eastern mining area, and all were transferred to the Galaxy Base as agreed. The miners ate the food provided by the Galaxy Base, each one filled with tears of gratitude. Boss, the Eastern Alliance has found a dozen survivors, but there are a large number of zombies inside. They told us to deal with the zombies on our own. Okay, Team 1 and Team 2 follow me, Inan said, picking up the AK from the ground. Xingyi followed her without hesitation, leading his men. They followed the people from the Tian base all the way. It took more than 10 minutes of hiking, covering more than 30 layers of mine, before they reached their target location. A single inch of ground was clean along the way. It was all sticky with zombie fluids and flesh. Thankfully, there weren't many bodies. All had been thrown deep into the mine. This was the only solution in the apocalypse. Zombie corpses were difficult to burn, and there wasn't a lot of oil to waste burning them. Xie and Zhu Huaibing were standing on the steps. As soon as Xie saw Jiang He and Yinan, he spoke. Ever since learning Yinan's identity, he's developed a stronger fondness for her. His tone was friendly and polite. It's in the mine floor below. There are too many zombies, so we temporarily blocked it off. Yinan and his companions descended and came upon a massive mine entrance. The entrance was enormous, blocked by earthen walls and piles of rocks. From within came the roars of zombies, and the sounds of thrashing against the earthen walls. The mere sound suggested the immense number of zombies inside. Xie Yun approached. We only discovered there were survivors after receiving cries for help from inside. But this mine has 2 passages. The other passage is swarming with zombies. If you get too close, a large number of zombies will rush out, severely hindering rescue efforts. He then looked at Yinan with a serious expression. I suggest abandoning the survivors in this mine. Saving a few miners isn't worth it. Xing Yi stepped forward, blocking Xie Yun's presence. He looked at Yinan and said gently, Yinan, what do you think? After some questioning, he learned her real name. Yinan glanced at the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau sign on the mine and said firmly, Save. This was also one of the reasons for her visit. The mineral resources in her space included 171 nationally discovered mineral resources and 36 undiscovered ones. She had shown the 36 undiscovered minerals to the research and development personnel at the base. Unfortunately, none of them were experts in the field of minerals, and none of them had a leader. City S boasts the largest mining area in the country, and its Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau boasts some of the nation's top mineral experts. They're of little use to other post-apocalyptic bases, but they are crucial to her. That would be incredibly useful, so, even if there was a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't give up. Hearing Yinan's words, Jiang He, Xing Yi, and other psychics rushed forward, preparing to clear the rocks blocking the mine. Once the rock pile was broken, the zombies inside would burst forth immediately. So, the Eastern Alliance members dispersed, retreating to the upper stairs. Xie was naturally concerned for his son. He spoke in a stern voice, Yuner, come up quickly. Xie Yun glanced at his father, but didn't obey. He looked at Yinan. This rock pile is extremely dense and difficult to break through. Do you need me to call some strength psychics to help you? Bang! A loud bang, rocks and earth collapsing, all the psychics rushed in to fight the zombie horde. Xie Yun was stunned. He looked at Jiang He, who had just shattered the 2 or 3 meters of earth and rocks with a single punch. He swallowed. He had seen this little girl before at the national base. Was she so strong? One person could be as powerful as 7 or 8 power users. Yinan's expression remained calm. Young Master Xie, please go ahead. I can't explain to your father if I accidentally injure you. Xie Yun had no reason to stay here any longer. It seemed she didn't need his help at all. On the stairs, Xie expression fluctuated as he watched the scene below. The strength of this galaxy base astonished him time and again. He told himself that their Tian base would never want to confront a mine filled with zombies. But not only were they unafraid, they seemed with ease. He glanced at Lu Chao beside him and lowered his voice. Captain Lu, I will not be participating in the operation later. Lu Chao seemed surprised. He glanced at Xie, and sure enough, he saw a hint of worry in his eyes. Lu Chao was now somewhat puzzled. He wondered, Captain Xie, do you think Guangyou base, with such a grand initiative like this, can't succeed? Xie remained silent. A long silence fell. He didn't know if he was overly trusting Yinan's abilities, or if he simply couldn't bear to see her. He didn't want to make them his enemy, even if it meant offending Guangyou base. On Yinan's side, the psychics had a smooth journey. Even if a psychic was injured by a zombie bite, Yinan would immediately heal her men. She spared no effort to protect her men. Save us! Someone's here to save us! We're here! Chapter 222. Deep in the mine, there were several tin huts, from which cries for help could be heard. Yinan arranged for her psychics to continue fighting off the zombies outside, while she herself, clasped in light-based abilities, rushed in. Open the door! I'm here to save you! With her cry, the door unlocked. Yinan slipped in quickly closing the door as she entered. Inside, the light was dim, revealing 8 emaciated survivors. Only the man in the lead held a candle. They looked at Yinan expectantly. When they saw it was a woman, the 3 men at the back of the group showed disappointment, their excitement fading considerably. Yinan observed everything. She remained expressionless. Are you all from the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau? The man in the lead, holding the candle, was clearly their leader. His gaze remained unchanged from beginning to end as he looked at Yinan. This instilled in Enon a more favorable impression of him. He was clearly in his 50s, his temples slightly gray, and his appearance haggard from prolonged malnutrition. His voice trembled with excitement. I'm Chen Rang, director of the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau. He then introduced the people behind him one by one. This is my assistant Zhang Hui. And this is Deputy Director Wang Qi. Enon looked at them one by one, and it was Deputy Director Wang Qi who had the fastest changing expressions. But she didn't care. She felt very lucky to have met Chen Rang, director of the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau. After all, the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau in S City is one of the most professional in the country. Chen Rang was very important to the mineral research in her space. She nodded, looked at Chen Rang, and said politely, I'm from the Galaxy Base. We sincerely invite you to join us. Would you be willing? Chen Rang's face was brimming with excitement, but he remained cautious. He thought for a moment and then asked, Excuse me, young lady, will your base provide us with accommodations and food? Enon knew what he was going to ask. She smiled and nodded. Everything is available. Chen Rang felt relieved. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Thank you so much for the trouble. It looked like he was about to agree. But the next second, he was pulled away by Wang Qi behind him. The group walked back, seemingly discussing something. Enon could tell that Wang Qi didn't trust her. But she wasn't in a hurry. She stood there, observing the house. A simple convenience store connected to the back. This should be a small subdivision of the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau. Convenience stores were built to provide convenient shopping for the miners, who spent most of their time in the mines. Unexpectedly, this unexpected opportunity gave the Mineral Exploration and Development Bureau's personnel a chance to survive. Enon watched, then walked closer to take a closer look. Most of the food on the shelves had been eaten. Only some extremely difficult to swallow dry food remained. Judging by the quantity, it was only enough to keep these people alive for 7 or 8 days at most. What are you doing? This is our food. A man behind Wang Qi suddenly shouted. Enon glanced at him coldly, and he shrank back in fear. Sensing Enon's fierce aura, the others dared not say a word. Enon's tone cooled. Have you all made up your mind? Chen Rang lowered his brow in thought, his expression solemn. It was obvious that something Wang Qi had said had troubled him. Enon's tone was now blunt. Everyone, we should know what's right and wrong. We at the Galaxy Base risked our lives to clear the mines of zombies and save you. And this is how you treat your savior? Chen Rang's expression was a little awkward. He walked towards Enon, as if he had made up his mind. With a sincere and resolute tone, he said, Young lady, I go with you. He turned and looked at the people behind him. Are any of you going to follow me? His assistant, Zhang Hui, and 3 other men and women came forward. There were 5 of them in total. Wang Qi and the 2 men behind him did not step forward. Enon didn't even glance at them, but walked towards the door. Follow me closely. Wang Qi suddenly spoke up. Please contact the other bases for us. We want to join the largest one. Enon finally understood his plan. It turned out they heard the commotion outside and already knew there was more than one base out there. This was the Galaxy Base that looked down on her. Enon ignored him. She looked at Chen Rang and the others and said, As soon as the door opens, rush out. There are psychics outside to meet you. Run quickly out of the mine and move quickly. As soon as she said this, Chen Rang and the others' expressions grew serious and tense. They nodded rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, deafening gunfire suddenly rang out. At the same time, Enon's bracelet rang. Boss, there are people blocking us outside the mine. They seem to be from the Guanya base. It was Jiang He's voice. Enon's eyes grew cold. They might be trying to steal our people. Jiang He added hastily. Wang Qi's eyes lit up. He looked at Chen Rang and said, Director, look, I tried to persuade you, but you wouldn't listen. Now a more powerful base has arrived. Behind Wang Qi, another man chimed in, Yes, talents like us definitely need to join the biggest base. How good can a base run by a woman be? Chen Rang's expression was serious. He glanced at Wang Qi and the other 2 and said, No matter what, they saved us. It doesn't matter where we go. Stop talking. I've made up my mind. He then looked at Enon and said, Miss, the 5 of us will definitely follow you. I go tell their base that I don't want to join them. Enon stopped Chen Rang's hand from opening the door. Her voice was soft, yet reassuring. Director Chen, don't worry. Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Chapter 223. The next second, Enon opened the door and left. Outside, a pile of zombie corpses lay on the ground. The psychics from the Galaxy Base and the killing base pointed their weapons at the Guangyu base personnel at the mine entrance. Seeing Yinan leave, Zhu Huaibing, standing at the mine entrance, said with a sinister look, "I knew you were of a special status. You're probably the head of the galaxy base, aren't you?" Seeing Yinan didn't respond, Zhu Huaibing continued, "Hand over the method your base's psychics used to immunize against the zombie virus, or you won't be able to leave this mine." So they came for the zombie inhibitor. Let's fight right away. With Yinan's command, the galaxy base personnel launched the first attack. The two sides immediately engaged in a head-on confrontation. The Guangyu base was naturally no match for them. They retreated repeatedly. Watching all this, Yinan's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt something was amiss. Zhu Huaibing's move to block him at the mine entrance was an utterly base move. He, the commander of a major base, wouldn't be so foolish. Yinan picked up his wristband and tapped it. "Xian Fan, keep an eye on the situation in the Eastern Alliance and report it to me in detail." "Yes, Commander." At the same time, she quickly rushed to the front of the team and joined the battle. With Yinan's presence, Guangyu base retreated even further. Several helicopters had already landed outside the mine. Zhu Huaibing retreated to the helicopters, protected by his subordinates. He looked at Yinan and the others with a smirk and a confident determination to win. Soon, Xian Fan's nervous voice rang through the wristband. "Commander, all the Eastern Alliance psychics have retreated to the high ground. Furthermore, a swarm of zombies a kilometer away is beginning to swarm the mining area." Yinan looked up and saw Zhu Huaibing and the other's helicopter had already taken off. Zhu Huaibing even rolled down the window and proudly said to Yinan below, "Hand over the method to suppress the zombie virus, and I spare your life." Yinan's eyes were cold as he fired several shots at Zhu Huaibing, shattering his window. The helicopter sped upwards. "Hurry up! The zombie wave is coming," Yinan said, running into the mine to pick up Chen Rang and the others. She quickly opened the door. Chen Rang and the others, realizing the urgency of the situation, followed Yinan. "Brother Qi, should we follow?" the man behind Wang Qi asked, seeing this. They had heard the noise outside and had a vague sense that a major crisis was approaching. Wang Qi looked out. From the dim mine, the stench of zombie flesh and blood wafted in waves. Zombie corpses and slime flowed like a river on the ground. Dozens of psychics ran out of the mine. There was no sign of a large base. Wang Qi was now completely unsure. His eyes darted around, and he immediately decided to follow. "We follow." "Okay," the man replied, grabbing the few remaining bags of dry food on the shelf and following. From the mine, a swarm of zombies, as dense as an ant colony, swarmed down like mad. The stairs were so high that the zombies practically tumbled down. The speed was so fast that they would soon overwhelm Yinan and the others. Yinan had already taken out a helicopter from the space station and arranged the evacuation of her men in an orderly manner. She immediately pushed Chen Rang and the others onto the helicopter. "Boss, get on the helicopter quickly. The zombie tide is about to reach our level," Jiang He shouted. Yinan, still evacuating people, was caught off guard when Xing Yi lifted him onto the helicopter. Yinan frowned as he looked at Xing Yi from below. The zombie tide had already reached the level above them, but he had no intention of boarding the helicopter, continuing to help other psychics board quickly. Jiang He and the others kept firing their guns at the zombie tide. Jiang Heng's voice was urgent. "It's getting closer, Master. Get on board." Helicopters took off one after another. "Take us with you." Inside the mine, Wang Qi and the others frantically ran towards them. Xing Yi, the last one to board, turned back at the sound. No, Yinan's voice was extremely cold. Xing Yi quickly boarded, and the helicopter door closed smoothly. As Wang Qi and the others rushed over, Yinan's helicopter also took off smoothly. The wind from the rotors blew them back, and one by one, they disappeared into the zombies' mouths. On the high ground, Zhu Huaibing clearly hadn't expected Yinan and his men to have helicopters. So many of them. He originally thought they only had the 4 helicopters he seized, all of which had been left at their temporary base. Zhu Huaibing's expression darkened. He quickly addressed the frail-looking Han Chu behind him, ordered the zombie horde to attack their base. Han Chu, already weakened by a bullet wound to the head, had completely exhausted all his energy from summoning so many zombies from afar. Seeing Zhu Huaibing's disregard for his own life, he could only grit his teeth and insist on doing as he was told. After all, their entire family's lives depended on Guangyu base. Yinan was truly enraged by this. She had never been so furious as she was at that moment. She raised her sniper rifle and unleashed a barrage of fire at Guangyu base. Zhu Huaibing and the others were forced to hide in a tent. Qian Fan and the others also continued their counterattacks under Yin An's command. Head for Wang Yao's base. Yin An's voice was cold. She was ready for a bloody spree. I go with you. Xing Yi's tone was firm. Boss, I want to go too. Jiang He said. Then, the zombie horde below suddenly changed direction. All rushed towards the Eastern Alliance. Including the zombie horde in the mine, they even began to climb upwards frantically. What was shocking was that the zombie horde seemed even more frenzied this time. Their attack power doubled. If the zombie horde under Han Chu's command were puppets obeying orders, at that moment, zombie horde was like a group of fearless warriors obeying their commander's orders. Their morale was incredibly high. Enan and the others in the helicopter could feel the deafening roars of the zombies below. The sounds were resonant and heart-shaking. The Eastern Alliance was caught off guard by the zombie horde. Zhu Huaibing, hiding in the tent, was shocked and annoyed. He looked at Han Chu. I told you to give the order to attack them. What are you doing? With that, he kicked the pale-faced Han Chu to the ground. Han Chu fell hard to the ground, his eyes filled with deep disgust. He said in a deep voice, Base Commander, I did as you said. Now the zombie horde is out of control. They don't seem to be accepting my orders at all. Zhu Huaibing didn't believe it. Who else but Han Chu could control the zombie horde? With a glance from him, his subordinates rushed forward to restrain Han Chu. Fight him until he's willing to send the zombie horde away. Outside the tent, Tian Base and Chiyuan Base were also in a state of panic. They all rushed out to stop the frenzied, overwhelming zombie tide. Enan and the others watched from a hovering helicopter. Such a fantastical scene was sheer joy for them. Amidst the excited chatter of Jiang He and the others, Enan pulled out her walkie-talkie and scanned the surroundings. Soon, she froze in shock. In the distance, behind the zombie tide, a towering zombie king was sprinting. Behind him, trailed an ordinary zombie. The ordinary zombie's arm had been bitten off, and his body bore numerous wounds. But his mobility remained unaffected. He swiftly followed the mighty zombie tide. Enan could even see the hint of a carefree smile at the corner of his mouth. It was Shi Yan and Su Lu. Chapter 224. And Enan was certain. Shi Yan was here to help her. This frenzied wave of zombies had all sensed his call. How could a half-human, half-zombie figure possibly defeat a multi-powered zombie king? Enan immediately directed the pilot to head toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan also sensed Enan's approach. He paused, his grayish-white zombie eyes fixed on the approaching helicopter. The helicopter hovered above them. The helicopter's roar was incredibly loud. But Shi Yan still understood the words thank you from Enan's lips. He knew it was time to leave. The faint gray-brown pupils in his grayish-white eyes flickered with a hint of human emotion. He turned and left. Behind him, Su Lu, now a zombie, though not as conscious as Shi Yan, followed closely behind him. The two were inseparable. Watching them depart, Enan turned and looked toward the Eastern Alliance. A cold look flashed across his eyes. Soon, under Enan's command, the men from Galaxy Base launched a frenzied attack on Guangyi Base. From their low-flying helicopters, they indiscriminately fired at the Guangyo Base's men. This infuriated Zhu Huaibing to the point of rage. The number of people at Guangyo Base plummeted. Zhu Huaibing was forced to order his men to fly helicopters away to search for help. But upon takeoff, the helicopters were forced to stop by Enan's men. In the end, it took the Eastern Alliance over a day to clear out this massive zombie horde. And their losses were enormous. Only a dozen people remained at Guangyo Base. Among them, many of the psychics had been infected and mutated into zombies. Some psychics reacted quickly, amputating their limbs before the virus spread, saving their lives. But the price they paid was that they were the most injured. Without medical care, even stopping the bleeding was extremely difficult for these people. The wounds were so large that they affected arteries. The entire Eastern Conference was filled with wailing and pain. Not only that, Enan forbade them from calling for help, and any helicopter takeoff was stopped. Only the Tian Base's helicopter was allowed to take off by Enan. The other two bases were forced to beg Enan and his men for mercy. Zhu Huaibing's previous arrogance was gone. A large piece of flesh had been cut off from one of his arms, and even though it was tightly bandaged, blood stained the bandages red. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear of death. Enan showed no mercy. She looked coldly at Zhu Huaibing and Lu Chao. Before you mess with my Galaxy Base, you should have anticipated the consequences. A faint smile graced her face, but her eyes were icy. Since you're here, I'm officially notifying you. My Galaxy Base is officially hostile to both of your bases. With that, she raised her AK and pointed it at their heads. This terrified Zhu Huaibing and Lu Chao. This woman, young as she was, played by no rules at all. she had no fear of their base at all, and was even going to kill them right here. Lu Chao immediately shouted, "Please show mercy. I was forced to do this. Zhu Huaibing forced me to cooperate with him." Despair filled Zhu Huaibing's eyes when he heard her say this. But he wasn't willing to accept that. He had such a large base, so many people. If they let him go, he'd definitely take down Galaxy Base. He immediately kowtowed to Yinan. One after another. The sound was incredibly loud. He smashed a bloody crater in the ground. His face, trembling with blood, he said, "Let me go. I will." Bang! The next second, Zhu Huaibing fell straight to the ground. Lu Chao was trembling with fear at the sound of the gunshot. He didn't dare even look at Yinan. This woman, she meant it when she said she would kill her. "I give you one chance. Clear this mine of zombies, and I spare you." Yinan's voice was flat. Lu Chao nodded repeatedly. He kept promising that he would complete the mission. Yinan opened his bracelet in front of him. "Main base, follow my orders. Everyone, move out and attack the Guangyo base in City D." Then, a powerful male voice rang out from the bracelet. "Got it. Ring Yu, quickly take some elite troops and command the main base to conquer Guangyo base in City D." "Yes, boss." Yinan deliberately said this to Lu Chao's face. Just to let him know. The Galaxy base was not a force anyone could afford to offend. They, the Galaxy base, could attack a larger base at any time. Lu Chao had no other thoughts left. He simply went back to clear out the zombies. He didn't even have time to care about his own injured psychics. Next, Yinan dispatched his men to wipe out everyone else in Guangyo base. She wouldn't leave a single one alive. This ruthless and decisive approach sent chills down the spines of both Xie Sun and Lu Chao. As base commanders, who had fought their way through the post-apocalypse, they both considered themselves less ruthless than this young woman. Then Yinan gave Xie Sun another warning. First, she expressed her approval and praise for not following the other two bases in their evil deeds. Then, she used both kindness and force. She made a long, drawn-out promise. Xie Sun internally groaned bitterly. Finally, when he returned to his base, he saw Xie Yun nervously approaching him. He sighed silently. "Yun, forget about marrying her. You can't handle this woman." Xie Yun's expression was complicated. For the next few days, Tian base and Qiyuan base diligently cleared the zombies. Rinyu also began his attack on Guangyu base. Yinan kept tabs on their progress. Not only that, she would intentionally or unintentionally spread the news to Tian and Qiyuan bases whenever Rinyu and his team made any progress, keeping them in line. That day, a unique helicopter appeared overhead at Tian base. It was different from the helicopters at Tian base. Judging by its design, it looked very much like the foreign aid they had summoned. Before Yinan could send anyone to inquire about the situation, the Tian base sensibly and spontaneously informed him. It was the doctor they had summoned to treat the wounded at their base. Yinan had initially shown little interest, but his emotions shifted slightly when he heard the doctor's name. It was Duan Qingyu. In his previous life, Duan Qingyu's name was already incredibly famous. Before the apocalypse, he was the youngest associate chief physician at the nation's largest hospital. His exceptional abilities allowed him to leapfrog several ranks. If he were not too young, he could have even become chief physician. After the apocalypse, he leveraged his immense medical talent to achieve skills comparable to those of healing psychics. He could even treat large wounds that many healing psychics could not. Aside from his inability to suppress the zombie virus, ordinary people rarely die at his hands. Even in today's harsh environment, where electricity is unavailable, many mechanical instruments are unusable. So, in his previous life, when healing psychics were scarce and treatment capabilities were limited, he became a sought-after talent among major bases. His father was Duan Baizheng, the base commander of a small southern base. By now, he should have been recruited into the Southern Alliance and become Shen Yi's subordinate. And Duan Qingyu, naturally, belonged to the Southern Alliance. But he never liked being constrained and refused to submit to the control of his father and Shen Yi, making him difficult to find. Shen Yi relented and allowed him to travel around to treat the wounded and the dying. But the condition was that they would provide the Southern Alliance with a large amount of supplies. Duan Qingyu didn't care. He only cared about his medical skills and how to effectively suppress the spread of the zombie virus within the human body. Inside the Tian base tent, Xie Sun respectfully invited Duan Qingyu in. His tone was inexpressibly respectful. "Dr. Duan, thank you for your help." Duan Qingyu's eyes scanned the dozens of wounded in the tent. The doctors behind him, carrying medical kits, frowned and covered their noses at the stench. Duan Qingyu's eyes, however, remained remarkably calm. His calm, limpid eyes, like glass immersed in ice and snow, were cold and serene, drawn back beneath his long, slender eyelashes. He nodded slightly at Xie and walked inside. Xie hadn't expected this legendary doctor to be so aloof and elegant, like the snow on a mountain. Perfect, yet with an unapproachable distance. Xie didn't disturb them any further, quietly exiting and closing the tent curtain. He walked to the side of the tent and heard the voices of several nurses chatting behind it. It said that Dr. Duan originally didn't want to come because it was too far, but his father called him back. I heard that Tian Base provided a lot of supplies and benefits. They were talking back and forth. Xie face was a little embarrassed. Duan Boijing owed him a favor. If it weren't for that connection, he wouldn't have been able to invite his son Duan Qingyu from the Southern Alliance. It was really because many of his base's talented psychics were injured this time, and he was forced to do so. These psychics are the foundation of the base's strong development. Xie thought, shook his head and sighed silently. It said that Guangyou base is almost captured. He looked up at the sky. It seemed that the situation in the Eastern Alliance was about to change. It was time for him to start considering his escape route. Chapter 225. One day later. The weather was gloomy. Months of high temperatures and water shortages had robbed the land of its vitality. Shriveled zombie corpses clung to the dark red, dry soil. All green plants had long since perished. Occasionally, a few strange plants, mutated by the zombie fluids, grew strange branches and leaves, exuding a dangerous aura that made people afraid to approach. The tents at the Tian base were finally opened. The psychics waiting outside the tents rushed forward upon seeing the wounded psychics inside had been well treated. They expressed their gratitude to Duan Qingyu and the other doctors. Duan Qingyu, his expression cold, walked past them and out. Dr. Duan, drink some water and eat something to fill your stomach. A perceptive psychic immediately ran up with water and bread. But before he could get close to Duan Qingyu, he was stopped by a doctor. Dr. Duan won't eat outside food, thank you, the doctor said. Behind them, a psychic who had arrived had already brought food and water from the helicopter. Duan Qingyu took it and gracefully filled his stomach while gazing at the vast, bottomless mine below. At that moment, the survivors from Tian and Qiyuan bases were clearing out the zombies. Duan Qingyu watched calmly, his expression as calm as ever. Dr. Duan, we just observed them for half a day. If they're feeling fine, we can leave. Yes, Duan Qingyu replied calmly. His voice was clear and pleasant, like a gentle autumn spring. Behind him, several doctors, after a grueling day of treatment, relaxed and gathered to chat. There are so many zombie corpses here. I've never seen so many. These bases are obviously having some kind of conflict. Don't you see so many corpses? It's really scary here. Our base is better. Yes, and I can always smell a strong stench. It's coming from the mines below. There are so many zombie corpses down there. It's disgusting. I really want to get back. Duan Qingyu remained uninvolved in their conversation. He stood there, quietly eating his bread. The others were clearly used to him. They all stood a few meters away, as if afraid to disturb the aloof doctor. Hurry, there's an infected psychic. Bring him up. Ask the doctor to save our companion. A woman called out. A bleeding psychic was carried up by two men. Seeing this, a doctor shouted, we can't treat those infected by the zombie virus. Please don't bring back any dangerous individuals who are about to mutate. The two men carrying the injured patient looked at their companion in despair. They knew the doctors couldn't save them, and they were just clinging to a last glimmer of hope. The psychic bitten and infected by the zombie was clearly a sensible person. The hope in his eyes vanished, and he raised his knife and slit his throat. After his death, the men around him immediately removed his body from the base. After all, his blood was already carrying the virus. If it accidentally entered a person's mouth, nose, or bloodstream through a wound, it would directly cause mutations. The woman's eyes welled up with tears. She murmured, I don't know how they're immune to the zombie virus at the galaxy base across the way. It would be great if our people were immune too. Her voice was loud. Many psychics around her looked over. A man comforted her, don't be sad. Didn't our base commander go negotiate peace with them? If we cooperate, we too can gain immunity to the zombie virus. Hearing the words immune to the zombie virus, Duan Qingyu's cold eyes flickered. He looked at the two psychics and asked, who do you think is immune to the zombie virus? The doctors behind him all turned their gazes to Duan Qingyu. They knew best that this handsome, medically savvy man had an almost obsessive focus on medical technology. Chapter 226. Here at the galaxy base. Xie broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the contract Enan handed him. This clause clearly stated that if he signed, Tian base would become part of the galaxy base, becoming a subdivision of the Galaxy Base. But the upside was that it could share all of the Galaxy Base's resources. Xie couldn't deny An's formidable military prowess. However, he wasn't familiar with her base governance principles or the treatment of her members. Although this small base gave him a glimpse of the happiness most of her members enjoyed, he still hesitated. Moreover, as a member of the Xie family, there was no reason for him to hand over the base so easily. Inan saw Xie embarrassment. She wasn't in a hurry. She knew it wasn't easy to conquer such a large base, and she wasn't in a rush. Boss, we've covered the entire Guanyu base. A total of 1,283 psychics have volunteered to join us. Now we're waiting for you to come and arrange the follow-up. Renyu's voice emanated from the bracelet. Inan wasn't surprised that so many people had spontaneously joined the Xinghe base. In the apocalypse, ordinary people don't care who's the base commander. They only care about who's stronger and can offer them a safe haven. Xie felt even more uneasy. Behind him, Xie Yun's expression was also extremely complicated. The Guanyu base, which was far superior to theirs, was destroyed by just a few of her orders? When had she become so powerful? Base Commander Xie, you can take this contract back and reconsider it. I don't force things. Inan said calmly, but I don't accept cooperation, only surrender. Until your Tian base becomes my vassal, I won't provide you with any assistance. Xie sighed silently upon hearing this. He picked up the contract. Thank you. I go back and think about it. Captain Yin, Dr. Duan from the Southern Alliance wants to see you. Xie was surprised to hear that Duan Qingyu had actually arrived. What's the matter? Captain, he wants to obtain a formula for immunity to the zombie virus. Tell him that only high-ranking personnel within the Galaxy Base will have access. Unless Dr. Duan is willing to join our Galaxy Base, no other terms will be discussed. An's voice was flat. She needed nothing but people. And she knew Duan Qingyu's temperament well. The base couldn't contain him, and she didn't need someone like him. The subordinate withdrew as ordered. Xie, however, was utterly shocked. For someone like Duan Qingyu, which base wouldn't fawn over him with respect and flattery, but this girl before him hadn't even bothered to meet him, and had simply dismissed him so rudely. Captain Yin, do you know what kind of person Duan Qingyu is? Xie looked at Inan and asked. Inan didn't raise his eyelids, his tone lazy. Captain Xie, please go back and think carefully. I won't be staying with you any longer. Seeing her start to send them away, Xie naturally understood. He quickly left with Xie Yun and his son. As soon as they left the wooden house, they saw Duan Qingyu, dressed in a white coat, blocked outside the base. His cold face was expressionless. There was no anger or disappointment at being rejected. He simply stood there quietly. Seeing Xie and Xie Yun, he even nodded and greeted them politely. They returned to the Tian base together. Duan Qingyu looked at his fellow disciples and said, "We won't return yet. We stay here for a while." This was a real upset for the doctors, who were eager to return home. They really didn't want to stay even a single day longer in this stinking, harsh mining area. But they clearly didn't dare to object, and all of them obeyed. But Dr. Duan, why are we staying here? To research a formula to suppress the zombie virus. At the Galaxy Base, Chun Rang sat across from Inan. After a few days of adequate nourishment, his once pale face was radiant. He clutched the special ore Inan had given him tightly in his hand, and said excitedly, "I've actually seen this ore in the northern desert, but in very small quantities." He then picked up another piece of ore and said, "I've never seen this one before, but judging by its material, it's bound to be very useful." Beside him, several assistants also had excited eyes. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at these special ore, as if they were treasures. Chin Rang stared intently into Inan's eyes. "Excuse me, Base Commander, where did you find this special ore?" Inan didn't answer directly. She couldn't possibly say she had a vast mineral deposit in her dimension. "I can't tell you that, but I have plenty of this kind of ore. I hope you can research its uses, and put it to good use as soon as possible." "Of course. It's just, we don't have ore analysis equipment or testers. It's the end of the world, and there's no electricity." Seeing Chun Rang's embarrassment, Inan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the base has them." When she was collecting supplies, she focused on collecting everything, just to prevent this day from ever happening. Chin Rang was finally relieved. He pondered for a moment, then grasped An's hand. "Base Commander, I once had a student named Zhong Wan. She was extremely talented at analyzing and testing minerals. With her around, we'd be much more successful." "Where is she?" "The Mineral Research Bureau in City I." As Chin Rang spoke, his eyes dimmed as if a thought occurred to him. But zombies are everywhere now. There's a good chance she... Before he could finish, Enan stood up. Professor Chun, don't worry. Since you recognize this talent, I find her, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Chin Rang looked up at the determination in the eyes of the young woman before him, deeply moved. Since he joined the Galaxy base, he'd been thankful for his decision every day. The base supported by this young woman was incredibly strong. Enan exchanged information with Chin Rang and the others for a moment before heading out to attend to other matters. The next day, Duan Qingyu came to visit again. Enan was still nowhere to be seen. On the third day, Duan Qingyu came again. Enan was nowhere to be seen. On the fourth day, Duan Qingyu came again. This time, Xingyi shooed her away with a sullen face. Enan watched Duan Qingyu leave. Her emotionless eyes held no wavering motion. He wasn't from her base, and yet he wanted to research zombie inhibitors. No way. She wasn't some Zhuge Liang who opened the door after 3 visits. After things were mostly settled in the mines, Enan arranged for Qian Fan and Jiang He to stay and build the base, while she herself, along with a pilot, headed for the Guangya base in City D. Xingyi tried to follow, but she kicked him off. As she left, Duan Qingyu and the doctors there breathed a sigh of relief. The woman with the zombie inhibitors was finally gone. They could go back. Jiang He, busy as she was, felt someone approaching from behind. She immediately turned around warily. Seeing Jiang Hung from the killing base, Jiang He let down her guard and said, "Hello." She had a good impression of this diligent, handsome young man from the killing base. So, at this moment, Jiang He's face was filled with a friendly smile. Jiang Hung became visibly more nervous. His tan skin was tinged with a subtle blush. He scratched his head and smiled. "Hello, my name is Jiang Hung." Jiang He naturally knew his name. She was about to introduce herself when Jiang Hung quickly said, "I know, your name is Jiang He." Jiang Hung continued, Our names sound alike. We're so connected." Xingyi, who was listening nearby, couldn't bear to watch. Is flirting with girls this awkward these days? Chapter 227. City D. Rinyu and the others rushed out to greet Enan upon seeing his helicopter. The natives of Guangya base were also extremely curious about this rumored highest-ranking leader. Rinyu and the others' combat prowess, mobility, and armed forces were all top-notch. They were, arguably, many times stronger than the previous Guangya base. They were like a rigorously trained spearhead team, each psychic a sharp blade. It was terrifying to watch. To be the leader of this group, one must be incredibly impressive, but when they saw a stunningly beautiful woman stepping out of the helicopter, their faces filled with disbelief. When Rinyu and the others rushed forward and respectfully addressed her as base commander, their jaws dropped. A woman, and such a young woman, this was incredible. Enan ignored the various glances from her surroundings. She acted decisively, quickly assessing the current situation and conquering Guangya base. Beep, detecting the host conquering a base. 5,000 points added. Beep, scanning and detecting the 004-point base has begun. The 004-point base has a land area of 123,000 square meters. With 123,000 bonus points awarded, the 004-point base has a total of 1,283 members. With 128,300 bonus points awarded, starting to enter the loyalty system for the 004-point base. Beep, 32 individuals with unqualified loyalty have been detected. The host is now receiving the personnel list. Points will be deducted for unqualified loyalty individuals, with a total loss of 3,200 points. Please install the intelligent loyalty detection gate as soon as possible to keep the base clean. Enan was in high spirits as she looked at the 499,000 points on her points panel. She happily spent 10,000 points to buy a loyalty recognition gate. But her joy didn't last long before Rinyu approached with a serious face. "Boss, there's been a small base causing trouble nearby these days." "Tell me more." "It's Guangyo base's mess. They were acting recklessly before, dumping zombie corpses towards the small base to the east. As a result, Chaiyang district to the east is littered with rotting corpses, infecting many of the small bases." Enan looked at Rinyu. "Don't they know that Guangya base has been replaced, and this is now Xinghe base's 004 division?" "Yes, I've explained it to them many times, but they don't care, so they're coming to us for an explanation." So Zhu Huaibing had left her to clean up the mess. Enan's mood suddenly soured. Brother Ren, they're throwing fireballs again." A psychic called out, and Rinyu immediately followed. Enan crossed his arms, surveying the surroundings of the 004th base, the former Guangyao base. Although this area is vast, Its buildings are mostly pre-apocalyptic urban structures. Almost none were constructed post-apocalypse. Its defenses are extremely poor. This Yu Huaibing is a complete wreck. He lives in the central city, and the base lacks even a complete protective wall. The zombies are entirely cleared manually by the living people living nearby. According to Renyu's previous reports, the residents living in the outskirts of the area have extremely difficult lives, often dying from exhaustion while sleeping in their homes. No wonder so many smaller bases around them are unwilling to join Guangyu base. This Guangyu base is a foolish base, relying on human blood to build its protective walls. Yinan sighed silently. It seemed that the points she had just earned would be spent before they could even warm up. She immediately began to make arrangements. She purchased a large amount of building materials, protective cannons, and so on from the points panel. She gave them to Renyu, asking him to assign personnel to expedite construction. In just one day, under Yinan's decision, the entire 004 area began a frenzy of construction. Not only that, Yinan also discovered a large amount of canned meat, raw meat, and seafood in that old dog Zhu Huaibing's house. Even though much of the food was expired and rotten, he still stuffed it all into his large warehouse. He would rather let the food rot than share it with the base residents. Yinan had no choice but to do the work herself. Leading the Earth-type psychics, she cultivated new planting soil and placed a large area of the base with the high-quality, high-efficiency planting soil she had purchased from the points panel. She also released some of the piglets, lambs, chickens, and ducklings from the space. A comprehensive poultry area was established. She also began selecting and establishing planting, breeding, and animal husbandry teams. She transferred some familiar psychics from the main base to oversee this area. After all, food is a crucial component. If anyone abuses their position for personal gain, it would be extremely harmful to the base. So, she established 2 departments to oversee each other. Furthermore, Renyu was appointed as the division head, conducting regular inspections of each area of the base. She ensured fairness and justice throughout the entirety of the work, with distribution according to work. The entire 004 division was thriving. The busier everyone was, the more motivated they felt. These were their busiest days since the apocalypse, but also their happiest. Before the new base commander arrived, they lived every day in fear of hunger and the zombies. Every day they worried about not surviving the next day. They grew more desperate with each passing day. They had never imagined that someone like this would come, bringing with them all the necessary supplies to help this base develop towards stability, prosperity, and wealth. At this moment, Yinan was like a savior in their hearts. No longer did they dare question her because of her gender. They felt only immense admiration and gratitude for her. The nationwide construction campaign lasted a full month. Yinan also spent a month in Section 004. During that month, she was incredibly busy every day. Even when she had free time, she seized it for physical training, slumbering only 3 hours each day. She was truly a model worker. Seeing the base commander's dedication, everyone stopped complaining and became incredibly motivated. At first, Yinan would even take out the walkie-talkie lute she had given her. But after a few attempts without a response, she gave up. Maybe he was too busy, or maybe the intercom wasn't working and couldn't get a signal. Yinan consoled herself with this. She wasn't one to let love stop her. If a relationship held her back, she would simply abandon it. Chapter 228. Another month passed. Base 004 was now completely transformed. The over 5-meter-high polymer protective wall was majestic and imposing. The defensive cannons kept those from the other smaller bases at bay. Inside the base, each sub-base worked in an orderly manner. Thanks to Yinan's high-quality, high-yield soil and the planting methods she taught, all the plants on the base were thriving. The eggs laid by the hens brought tears of joy to the residents, who had lived on potatoes for years after the apocalypse. Although eggs required contribution points to purchase, this was like a new hope for them. With effort, they could eat nutritious food, including both meat and vegetables. Not only did the smaller bases stop bothering them, but several, seeing the prosperity of sub-base 004, even came to join them. Base 004 was recruiting daily. Now that all 5 bases were recruiting simultaneously, Yinan's points were increasing daily. Soon, the points reached 534,000. Seeing everything was on track here, Yinan planned to summon a few capable assistants to accompany her to City I to find the talent Shenrang had mentioned, Zhongwan. She opened her wristband. Several messages popped up. February 9th, 11:01 and 33 seconds. Song Yin. Boss, Lao Bai has activated his second superpower. Yinan was about to type to ask Bai Jinghe what superpower he had activated. Below, Qi Xian's message appeared. February 9th, 11:01 and 45 seconds Qixian. And then, today Bai Jinghe was hit in the face by a severed zombie head, showering him with a large amount of zombie fluid and mucus. Fortunately, he quickly closed his eyes and mouth, so he didn't get infected. But a blessing in disguise activated his second ability, cleaning. Qixian and Song Yin were clearly together. The next second, Song Yin's message popped up again. February 9th, 11:02 and 9 seconds Song Yin. Yes, boss, no need to shower anymore, have old Bai clean. Yin An's mouth twitched. At this moment, Chung Su's message popped up again. February 9th, 11:02 and 9 seconds Chung Su. Boss, something terrible has happened. Brother Fu was kidnapped while on a mission. We've searched everywhere, but can't find him. Yin frowned slightly. What a jerk. Fu's son. She's desperate for help, and now he's in trouble again. It seemed like the situation was extremely urgent. The next second, Chung Su's voice called directly. Boss, boss. The familiar, yet somewhat honest voice made Yin feel particularly at home. Boss. Yin pulled the bracelet away and scratched his ear. I'm here. Tell me what's going on. Boss, yesterday, Brother Fu led a team of psychics out to search for supplies. But while all the other psychics returned, Brother Fu didn't. They said they lost Brother Fu in a building. They searched for him for ages and couldn't find him. They thought he returned to base, so they came back. I took people to look for him last night, but we couldn't find him. Yin frowned slightly. Did you ask Yin to help you? She's in the next city. I'm far away now, and even if I could get back, I wouldn't be able to get back quickly. Yin is busy over there. Fu Yin, Su Ying, and the others have been searching, but they can't find him. Okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. You guys keep looking. Yin immediately established a communication network on 004. He then took a pilot and drove his enhanced helicopter to City M. The enhanced helicopter system was much faster than a regular helicopter. She would reach City M in about 3 or 4 hours. However, as Yin An's helicopter took off and left the sky above subbase 004, her extremely sharp mental sense sensed a gaze. She turned and looked down, but saw nothing. Inside a dim, unlit building. The hooded man in black looked at the tall man in front of him, staring fixedly at the sky, and said in a low voice, Boss, is there anyone you know in the large base across the way? The man's back remained still, and his husky voice was indescribably pleasant. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The man in black suddenly felt that he had overstepped his bounds. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Yes. The next second, a cloud of black mist rose from the ground. And before him, there was no trace of the man. Chapter 229. Yin went straight to Section 002. Chung Su was waiting at the base. Upon seeing Yin arrive, he immediately started reporting. How many places have you searched? When Yin asked this, Chung Su rattled off a list of locations. He spoke for over a minute, and he still hadn't finished. Yin interrupted, All in M City? Yes, boss. Hasn't it occurred to you that if there are so many places in M City where we can't find it, maybe it's in another city? Yes, that seems possible. Of the nearby cities, Cities A and C are our Galaxy Base's territory, and City Y is the Dawn Base's territory. So let me ask you, which city is the most chaotic? Chung Su slapped his head, T-City. T-City used to have a natural selection base, and that natural selection base's methods were brutal. You have to know what the atmosphere is like in a large base in a city. It's likely to affect the other survivors in that base, so T-City must be very chaotic. Yin spoke calmly, seeing Chung Su's expression of sudden realization, and immediately boarded a small helicopter. I searched the south of T-City first, and you can take the men to the north. With that, without paying any attention to Chung Su's cries behind him, Boss, do you need to bring a few men with you? She took off quickly. She flew towards T-City, cursing inwardly. She already had a ton of things to deal with. And now Fu Sun was causing trouble again. He better not waste too much of her time, or she'd be hell with him. The next second, the system chimed in. Beep! A level 4 side quest appeared. Support Fu Sun and destroy the underground Viper organization in T-City. Target location, Jinlong District, southwest of T-City. You can choose to accept side quests. It's not mandatory. Completing the level 4 side quest would bring a generous reward. Yin An's complaints immediately ceased. Her eyes lit up. Take it. Immediately notifying Chung Su not to come, Yin turned and headed towards the southwest of T-City. She was now brimming with energy. The rewards for level 3 side quests were already generous, and this was level 4. Yin couldn't wait to unlock the rewards. But she also knew level 4 wouldn't be easy, so she focused intensely. She quickly reached the sky above the Golden Dragon District. Her eyes constantly scanned the scene below. This was T-City's old town, where most of the houses were old and dilapidated. The hot, dry weather had killed all the greenery. This made the old town seem even more desolate. On the streets, a few survivors, weapons in hand, ran in panic, dodging the pursuing zombies. Most of the survivors, who were still alive at this moment, were either skilled or lucky. They either have the backing of a large supermarket or a wealthy family with abundant resources. Or they possess exceptional abilities or agile minds, able to forge a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Furthermore, they may be ruthless organizations willing to risk everything, banding together for survival. Enon circled around but saw nothing particularly unusual. Just as she was trying to find a perfect spot to park her helicopter, she saw a battered, second-hand car with a shattered front end speeding along a street littered with zombies and mummified corpses. She frowned and looked. A few seconds later, several equally battered second-hand cars followed closely behind. Enon quickly determined the car's target, quickly stopped the helicopter, and stored it in storage. At the same moment, the speeding, battered car was a few hundred meters away from Enon. Enon quickly approached with several grappling hooks. The next second, the car seemed to have run out of gas, and a tall man burst out, sprinting towards a building. Though covered in wounds, Enon recognized him instantly. It was Fu Sun. She instantly perked up. No wonder the system assigned her the task of supporting Fu Sun, not rescuing him. Enon sprinted across the rooftop, heading straight for the building Fu Sun had entered. The group that had been chasing him also stopped their cars and rushed towards the building. Just then, Enon leaped downstairs, enveloped in light-based supernatural powers, and landed safely. Watching the backs of the crowd rushing into the building, Enon unleashed several darts. Whoosh! 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 The crowd, sensing movement behind them, stopped. 3 of them were shot in the head. The others, watching their companions die, raised their weapons in defense and turned back. When they saw the incredibly beautiful woman standing behind them, they were all stunned. Enon, however, went straight for the fight. His entire body erupted with dual lightning. Like a lightning-charged blade, it pierced the crowd with its sharp edge. Brutal and ferocious, the crowd erupted in panicked curses. They hadn't even seen how she attacked, and already several of their brothers were dead. Those who reacted quickly had already fled. The people inside had nowhere to escape and headed straight upstairs. Enon quickly caught up and dispatched them with a few slashes. The next second, a dagger flew towards him. Enon barely dodged it, followed by several more daggers. Fu Sun! Enon was furious. The next second, a startled figure rushed out from the dark door ahead. The moment Fu Sun saw Enon, the shock in his eyes instantly gave way to delight and an inexplicable emotion. He strode forward, surveying the corpses scattered across the floor. Even the corners of his brows softened. Why are you here? Enon didn't answer. She looked at his wounds and his drooping, obviously dislocated right arm. Without a word, she began to set it back in place. Hiss! Fu Sun's face paled with pain. The next second, a touch of color returned to him under the gentle healing power of Enon's palm. His dark eyes fixed on Enon. A deep voice, tinged with gentleness, said, Enon, are you here for me? Enon glanced at him, unhappily saying, no. She then looked at his bare wrist and unceremoniously forced a new bracelet onto it. If you drop it again, I punch you. Fu Sun, however, smiled. I was hit by a drug, and someone stole my bracelet. Beep, mission to support Fu Sun complete. Next, please complete the mission to destroy the Underground Viper organization in T-City. Enon was about to ask Fu Sun if he knew of any such Underground Viper organizations. He spoke first. Enon, I can't go back yet. One of the people who kidnapped me is an underground organization. They specialize in plundering survivor supplies, and even killing people with special abilities to extract their brain crystals. They just kidnapped a group of survivors today. Under Enon's gaze, Fu Sun continued, I was able to escape thanks to one of the survivors who showed me the way. I want to go back and save him. But it's called the Viper Organization? Fu Sun's pupils fluttered at this. How did you know? Enon's hand appeared. Lead the way, I go with you. Fu Sun's lips curled slightly. Okay. He felt as if he had eaten candied fruit. She was worried about me. She had me in her heart. Chapter 230. The 2 men advanced in secret, finding the Underground Viper organization renovated into a massive underground boxing arena. This location is located southwest of the Jinlong district. It was once a vast underground black boxing arena. As a result, many gangsters and desperate criminals gathered nearby. Before the apocalypse, this was a frequent police investigation. After the apocalypse, it became a haven for bloodthirsty criminals. Surrounding the massive underground boxing arena is a vast underground entertainment complex. Here are many underground pornographic organizations, bars, internet cafes, and amusement parks. It's like a vast black space, nurturing all sorts of shady industries and infested with bugs. Inan followed Fu-sun. The closer they got to the Viper organization's compound, the more corpses and living bodies they saw. The two men continued their silent progress, hiding in the alleys between buildings. Thankfully, there weren't many zombies nearby, and even if there were, they would immediately enter the room through the window. An's impression of this place was one word: dirty. 2 words: filthy and messy. She couldn't imagine how a normal person could live in such an environment. She even felt like viruses and bacteria had infiltrated every inch of the ground and walls. Unpleasant odors wafted from all directions. Fu-sun saw An's expression of disgust and lowered his voice. "Why don't you leave first? I go by myself." Inan glanced at the wounds scattered across his body and ignored him. Fu-sun naturally understood what she meant. He recalled Chung Su's earlier account of An's desperate efforts to save Lu Qi, and then remembered how stingy she had always been with using her healing powers on him. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Just leave it here. Didn't the boss say to throw it farther away? Otherwise it'd smell. Why are you so stubborn? This is the back door, and the boss isn't coming. It doesn't matter where we throw it. Then I do as you say. Look for yourself. Is there any clean land nearby? We don't have enough to eat every day, so how can we have the energy to push this rotten corpse? The two men's voices rasped, clearly thirsty from long periods of time. Inan and the other man immediately hid in the shadows of the dilapidated building. Beyond the wall, the rusty creak of an old metal cart, accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling over uneven ground, drew closer. About 3 meters outside the wall, it stopped. In the shadows of the house, Inan and Fu-sun stood still, silent, and exchanged a glance. Both of them tightened their weapons, ready for battle. Inan realized how close they were now. Fu-sun's warm breath fanned her cheek. Surprisingly, she wasn't repulsed. His breath wasn't unpleasant, and even held a reassuring scent. Inan looked up at him. She found his dark eyes fixed on her. Inan had always known Fu-sun was handsome. Up close, his raven feather lashes were distinct, his pupils pitch black. But at this moment, those usually calm eyes were filled with a dark undercurrent. Inan suddenly felt something hard pressing against her. Anger flashed across her face. This damn man, this lustful man, didn't even realize what time it was, and he dared to react to his boss. Inan suppressed the urge to strike him, her eyes instantly cold, glaring at him fiercely. Fu-sun was also feeling a little embarrassed at this moment. He tilted his head, his eyes flickering, his Adam's apple moving, as if he was trying hard to suppress his desire. Outside, the sound of something being thrown could be heard. This continued for nearly a minute. "I'm exhausted. Let's go find a place nearby to rest. Don't rush back, there will be new tasks once we get back. There's so much to do every day, and so little to eat. I'm just exhausted." "Okay, let's go over there," the two of them said, pushing the metal cart towards a certain place. As they walked away, Inan pressed his cold dagger against Fu-sun's erection. Although his tone was lowered, it was still particularly cold. "If you dare to do it again, I chop you off." Fu-sun looked at the ruthlessness in Inan's eyes, his dark pupils tinged with a hint of loss and grievance. Inan was speechless. "Are you still feeling wronged? Why should you feel wronged?" She didn't bother to pay attention to him. She sheathed her dagger and quietly moved forward. Those two men just now came from the 11 o'clock direction. There should be an entrance there. Fu-sun caught up with him. He had been protecting Inan from the inside the entire time. He said in a low voice, "From my observations, they have at least nearly 1,000 men. The captured survivors are being held on the second floor below ground. It won't be easy for us to break in. Should we call for help from the base?" Inan immediately shook his head. "No, we won't break in. We be captured." "No." Fu-sun immediately refused. "I can't let you get in danger." Inan raised an eyebrow at him. "Me in danger? You should worry about yourself." Fu-sun fell silent. Indeed, how could he forget that her strength far surpassed his, and with her mysterious treasures, there was no way she could be in danger. The strong smell of blood wafted into their noses. Inan leaned out the window to gaze at the dozen or so freshly laid corpses. Living human corpses. They lay scattered and piled there. The women were barely clothed, and the men had been stripped of their shirts. In this apocalyptic world of scarce resources, clothing had become a precious commodity. Some people's bodies were covered in wounds so densely that not a single piece of intact skin remained. Maggots wriggled through the vast expanses of rotting flesh. The flesh, protruding from the flesh, had turned white. One could see the inhuman torture they had endured in life. Their faces were filled with pain, and their heads had all been hacked and disemboweled. Fu Sun looked at Inan. These beasts prioritized the disobedient and those with powerful abilities. Inan stopped looking. It's too disgusting. Inan averted her gaze. She had seen even the most disgusting things 1,000 times. Young Master Fu. Inan patted Fu Sun's chest. Are you ready? Anytime. By the way, do you know where their supplies are stored? After hearing Inan's question, Fu Sun finally understood. She even wanted to take all the supplies with her. He immediately described the internal structure to Inan in detail. Although he had been blindfolded and escorted all the way to the second underground floor, and his subsequent escape was due to luck, he didn't see the granary, but he could deduce the general direction. Inan's lips curled up, and his evil thoughts began to stir. She leaned over to Fu Sun's ear and whispered her plan. She grew more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling. She didn't notice the tips of his ears growing redder from her close breath. Chapter 231. With their superb acting, the two were successfully captured by the Viper organization. Their captors were a small gang of 8, led by a one-eyed man. His right eye had clearly been gouged out without proper treatment. The flesh had shriveled in, and the blood-red flesh, punctuated by the crude black sutures, was particularly eerie. His other eye, however, held an extremely ruthless glint, like a killing machine. Take him back. Yes, brother one. Several men responded, escorting Inan and Fu Sun toward the Viper organization. Inan was now covered in mud and dirt. His clothes had been changed into loose, crude clothing, and he wore a cloth cap. His face was so black that not a single inch of skin could be seen. Not only that, he exuded a faint stench. It was unapproachable. Fu Sun had also changed his clothes and smeared himself with mud, obscuring his noble aura while obscuring his appearance. The two were roughly escorted to the underground Viper organization's entrance. They crossed a large, fenced-off open area. They arrived at the underground entrance. As they walked, they were met with all sorts of malicious glances. One of them, a very short man, even approached and glanced at Inan with interest. Is this a man or a woman? A woman! The short man's eyes lit up, but he frowned in disdain when he smelled Inan's foul odor. I have the water element wash her later. If she looks good, can you give her to me? The man's expression was lewd, and the next second, he received a sharp glare from the one-eyed man called Brother One. Is it your turn? Get out of the way. After cursing, the one-eyed man gave the man a vicious kick. He rolled on the ground. Without a word, the men escorted Inan and the other man toward the door. Inan had finally figured out that these people were social scum. They made their way down to the basement level. The one-eyed man looked at a man in a clean shirt and asked, Where's President Hao? Watching the game. I've just captured 2 people. Report to President Hao. Go ahead, and remember to keep your voice down. Then Inan and the other man were escorted through a long, dimly lit corridor. A few candles lit the corridor's walls, allowing for a clearer view. Following the corridor, they began to see cells resembling prison cells. They were separated by iron bars. The scenes within the bars varied, and screams rang out incessantly. Someone was punishing a subordinate, lashing him with a long iron rod, blood splattering all over the wall. Someone was lecturing someone by stepping on their head. Someone was directing several subordinates to pull out the tongues and gouge out the eyes of living people. The thick stench of blood was accompanied by shrill screams. This place was like the 18th level of hell. Fu Sun glanced at Inan with concern. He deeply regretted pulling her in. Such a scene would have left a psychological scar on anyone who saw it. A few minutes later, they finally reached the end. Ahead, a large door was tightly closed. But Inan's excellent hearing still caught a woman's screams, the zombies' roars, and the applause of the crowd. A terrible premonition rose in her heart. The one-eyed man said something to the man at the door. The man gently opened the door. For a moment, light shone through the room. At the same time, a woman's desperate screams rang out. Ah! Help! Help! The desperate cries made Inan's heart clench. The one-eyed man entered with several others. Inan and the other man were also escorted inside. As soon as they entered, they discovered that this was the venue for the previous boxing match. The venue was extremely spacious. The audience seats were arranged in a circle around it, and in the center was a huge ring. Dozens of candles were lit around the ring, illuminating the entire scene. At that moment, two men were whipping a woman tied to the ring with whips. Her body was covered with wounds. Below the stage sat dozens of neatly dressed men. They were clearly the top brass of this underground Viper organization. The one-eyed man respectfully stepped forward to report something. The pot-bellied man he bent over didn't even glance at him. On his greasy face, his lewd eyes excitedly watched everything on the stage. "Where are the rats? I want to see them." "Yes, Mr. Howe." The next second, more than a dozen rats were released from the box. And at that moment, the woman's screams reached their climax. Ann's stomach churned. Although she had seen many disgusting scenes, most of them involved zombies. She hadn't seen many such disgusting, man-made scenes. She fought the urge to vomit. After the one-eyed man's respectful report, Mr. Howe finally found the time to glance in Ann's direction. Seeing the muddy, filthy figure, he waved his hand impatiently, and continued to watch with great interest. The one-eyed man then left with a few others. The moment the door closed, Ann heard someone from inside, "Pepper spray, pepper spray." She clenched her fists tightly. No wonder the system sent her to take this place down. These idiots deserve to be hacked to pieces. Chapter 232. The two were led all the way to the second underground floor. The scene here was quite different. The entire second underground floor was divided into two major areas. Separated by a wall, to the north lay the former bar and KTV entertainment venue. To the south lay the training and preparation area for the boxing match. At this moment, the area had become a dark and bloodthirsty place. Enid glanced at the debauchery to the north. There, people indulged in sensual pleasures, men and women mingling under the flickering candlelight. Of course, not everyone had the right to enjoy them. Most of the men stayed outside, working for the few who held power. And now, they were being led to the dim south. The further south they went, the clearer the screams became. Clearly, a group of psychics were being disemboweled for their crystals. The screams echoed through the empty, dark rooms, one next to the other, a chilling feeling. Enid didn't look at the bloody screams. She stared straight ahead at the dark, prison-like room, her eyes icy. "Hurry! There's something we need to do up there." With the one-eyed man's shout, the iron gate swung open, and Enid and the other man were unceremoniously pushed inside. The cell was lit by a single, dim candle, and at a glance she spotted at least dozens of bound men. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. Enid and Fu Sun were bound tightly, and then the iron gate was slammed shut and heavily locked. The footsteps of the men leaving gradually faded. Outside the iron gate, two men stood guard nearby. But they were clearly unprofessional, occasionally gathering to chat and smoke, their demeanor sloppy. The locks were so thick. "How did you manage to escape?" Ann's voice was low. She and Fu Sun were tied together, very close. "They wanted to kill me first, so they took me to the next room. I took the opportunity to use my shape-shifting ability to conjure a short knife, cut the ropes, and escape." Enid understood. The moment they were captured, their weapons were taken away. She had been prepared, having kept a broken knife, a dull, rusty one. "So, your M.O. Dao is still in their hands?" Thinking of the M.O. Dao passed down to her by her grandfather, Fu Sun's expression was solemn. "Yes. Which district are you from, and how were you captured?" A man's voice murmured quietly from behind. Enid and Fu Sun turned around, and saw a thin man kneeling on the ground, his bonds tightened even more, his body like a knotted rope. Behind him, the helpless and desperate crowd also looked over. But their dim eyes were devoid of light, each one exuding a dead, ashen air. This made Enid feel very uncomfortable. In the apocalypse, they had escaped the zombies and survived famine, only to perish at the hands of their own kind. Though she had witnessed such scenes many times in her previous life, Enid still felt an immense disgust. She had fought so hard to become stronger in this life, not only to fight the zombies, but also to deal with these inhuman beasts. Fu Sun whispered back, "We're not from here." The thin man seemed incredulous at his words. His pupils dilated as he looked at Fu Sun. You're the muscle guy?" "Sure, it's me." The thin man's eyes were filled with despair. "Why? Didn't I show you the way, and you fought your way out? How did you get captured again?" Enid understood his despair. Fu Sun's escape had been like a seed planted in their hearts, giving them hope that leaving this place wasn't completely hopeless. And now, Fu Sun's reappearance was like a seed being dug up alive. It completely shattered their hopes. The crowd behind the thin man also remembered Fu Sun vividly. They had witnessed him single-handedly and imperceptibly cut through the thick hemp rope, watched him wield his lightning powers against hundreds of psychics. He had escaped carrying hundreds of machetes. At that moment, they were all incredibly excited and thrilled. He was like a god in their hearts. But how could this god appear here again? Some in the crowd were already crying. They murmured, "How could this be? Why can't we escape? Then there's even less hope for us to leave." The crowd's voices grew louder. Clang. The iron gate was violently kicked. The guard outside cursed, "Quiet." No one dared to say another word. To calm them, Fu Sun lowered his voice. "I'm not entirely sure, but this time, we too are here to save you." Seeing the crowd staring at them in shock, Fu Sun added softly, "Just be quiet and cooperate, and wait for the opportunity." Instantly, the people inside the iron cell were as obedient as possible. Hope lit in their eyes. Fu Sun whispered a few more words to the crowd, then a dagger materialized in his hand. He slowly cut the rope around his wrist, then conjured several daggers and handed them to the others. Everyone silently sharpened the ropes, expressionless. A short knife appeared in Yin An's hand and began to cut. As soon as her rope snapped, she retracted it into space. Yin then moved to the shadows, quietly waiting behind the wall next to the iron gate. The extremely dim light and poor visibility provided her with perfect hiding conditions. Additionally, there were numerous bound psychics in the room, making it difficult for the underground Viper organization to immediately notice the missing person. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt, making identification extremely difficult in the dim light. And the crowd was extremely cooperative. No one looked in Yin An's direction. They all pretended nothing had happened. Soon, within about 20 minutes, 5 or 6 men arrived. The iron gate opened, and Yin activated her stealth skill, darting out. Behind her, the men's arrogant voices were piercing. "Women, come out." Yin hurried to the corridor where the two areas met, as Fu Sun had mentioned. The corridor was pitch black, and it was impossible to tell what lay within. She couldn't use light here, so she could only grope her way through. Yin felt the wall with one hand, her steps swift. At that moment, she heard footsteps from the opposite side. Yin An's heart tightened. The pitch-black corridor was cramped. Although invisible, she still had a physical form. A collision with someone would have serious consequences. Yin immediately slipped into the space, then slipped out again once the man had almost passed. She continued walking quickly forward. Sure enough, a light gradually appeared ahead, revealing an underground passage. Just as Fu Sun had suspected, this underground organization had a third underground level. She descended quickly. The view suddenly opened up. A large sliding iron door was locked, guarded only by 2 men. Behind the iron gate, densely packed containers of supplies piled up like a mountain. The area was at least the size of a football field. With such a vast amount of supplies, I wonder how many survivors they killed to loot them. Yin quickly dispatched the 2 men, then took the key from one of their waists and opened the iron gate. With a wave of her hand, she gathered the supplies. She moved with incredible speed, and the piles of supplies vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from upstairs. Yin knew Fu Sun had begun to take action. After collecting the supplies, Yin began to place bombs on the ceiling. The remote-controlled bombs she purchased using the points panel were even more powerful. She bought 20 in total. She aimed to completely blow this awful place to pieces, but placing the bombs took a while, and even with her vigilance, it still took some time. The sounds of fighting upstairs had grown quieter, suggesting Fu Sun had already reached the basement. Yin quickly ran upstairs. She no longer concealed herself, her light-based abilities gleaming brilliantly. When she reached the second basement, she saw men running out of the entertainment venue with their pants held up. She sent a few light blades careening them to the ground. Many men huddled in their rooms, afraid to come out. Yin didn't care. She was about to blow the place up anyway. After scanning the entire second basement and confirming that all the captured psychics had been rescued, Yin ran to the first basement. The fighting was still going on there. Yin joined the fray without a word. Lightning blades, magnetic field abilities, all members of the Viper organization, their abilities are banned. Yin was killing like crazy. Chapter 233. They all made it out successfully. "And then you go first," Fu Sun said. Yin ignored him and strode inside. "You go out first. I find you later." Fu Sun glanced at her back and followed, carrying the long sword he had snatched from someone else. "Come out quickly. What are you still doing in there?" The man's nervous, distorted roar echoed. Fu Sun turned to see the thin man outside, who had returned, his eyes filled with worry. He slashed down with his long sword, brimming with lightning, cutting back several Viper members. Just as Fu Sun was about to let him go, the one-eyed man suddenly changed direction, charging towards the thin man and grabbing him. "Put down your weapon, or I kill him right now." Fu Sun's brows furrowed. His movements paused for a moment. The thin man held hostage, seemed to realize at this moment that he had done something wrong. He'd been worried about him, so he gathered the crowd inside a building and rushed back to help him. To do so, he even picked up a discarded, broken knife from the roadside. It was rusted and looked extremely blunt. But he'd been captured so easily, dragging down the man who heroically saved him. The thin man panicked. "Muscle boy, leave me alone. Don't put down your weapon." Crack! In the split second Fu Sun paused, 3 knives simultaneously struck from behind. He groaned, his dark eyes fixed on the held, thin man. The thin man's face paled instantly, tears streaming down his face. A slow, upward curve of his lips. "Muscle boy, don't forget what I told you. My name is Chin-Jun." The one-eyed man seemed to realize something as he heard him say this. He was about to remove the knife. The next second, Chin-Jun collided fiercely with the knife the one-eyed man had pressed against his neck. Dead on the spot. Fu Sun's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. He heard Chin-Jun's hopeful words from the first time he was captured. "You look incredibly formidable. I've never seen a lightning type ability before, and you're muscular. I call you Muscle Boy. Muscle Boy, when you escape, find a way to save us. Or if all else fails, help me check on my wife and children. My home is in Building 2, Room 302, Nianhua Community, in the easternmost part of Jinlong District. My wife had just given birth and was starving and had no milk. I finally found some supplies, and they weren't expired, and then I was captured. I hid them in a drawer in an office on the first floor of a nearby financial building. Don't forget." Fu Sun swallowed the bitterness in his throat, raised the knife with difficulty, and his lightning-type abilities erupted. A devastating slaughter. Inan ran through the long corridor to the entrance to the viewing area. She kicked the door open with all her might. Bang! The already worn door collapsed. A dozen psychics rushed over, swords drawn. Inan suppressed his powers, using lightning and light to dispatch them. The leaders huddled in the viewing area fled at the sight of this woman's explosive fighting prowess. Inan spared no one. She only spared Mr. Hao's life. She wanted him to endure everything the woman had just endured. On the ring, dozens of candles illuminated the woman's body, making it particularly eerie. She was already dead. But the despair and pain on her face were shocking. Inan threw Mr. Hao, whose tendons had been severed, next to the woman's body. Mr. Hao had been howling, but when he turned to look into the woman's eyes, still wide open, he was terrified. Inan swiftly slashed him dozens of times, then grabbed a nearby can of sugar water and poured it down on him. The sugar water drenched his greasy body. Inan picked up the rat box next to him and dumped all the rats on him. "Ah!" The man howled. But his body couldn't move at all. He could only endure the excruciating pain. Inan looked at the woman's body and said calmly, "I've avenged you. Rest in peace." With that, she strode down from the ring. Next to the ring was a weapons room. Inan opened the door and saw the leading Mo Dao. Sharp and handsome. It was Fu Sun's. Inan quickly stored it away. Without even a glance at the howling man, he strode away. At the exit, the ground was piled high with corpses. None of the Viper organization members dared to confront Fu Sun again. They all fled to the second underground level. Fu Sun didn't chase after him. He remembered Inan's words about blowing up the place. So when Inan arrived, she saw Fu Sun, his handsome face pale, wielding a long sword. At a glance, she knew he was injured again. Why is the wound so deep? Inan looked at the wound on his back, a serious expression on his face, and immediately treated him. Fu Sun said nothing, only looking at Chin-Jun's body at the door. Inan glanced over and understood something. She had anticipated everything, but not Fu Sun's innocent heart. "Get out first." Inan pulled Fu Sun out. The Viper members, shivering in the corner as they watched Inan and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. Inan pulled Fu Sun until they were 100 meters from the Viper base before stopping. They both turned around. Inan pressed the button. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed. The entire Viper underground erupted in a tremendous tremor. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. The air was filled with a suffocating, acrid smell. The entire ground collapsed. The underground Viper organization. Totally destroyed. Chapter 234. But the skinny man named Chin-Jun still didn't make it out alive. Fu Sun felt a bit down. Inan naturally knew what he was thinking. The skinny man had helped him, and he was the one he wanted to save the most. But this time, they had saved everyone else, but not the skinny man who had helped him. He must have felt immense regret. It exploded. Great. The underground Viper organization is gone. Saviors, we're here. Several people in the nearby building called out. Inan and the others walked over. They expressed their gratitude to Enan and the others. Some invited Enan and the others to their homes. Some offered to give Enan all their supplies. Some offered to work like slaves for them for the rest of their lives. Enan smiled and shook his head. We're from the galaxy base. If you want to join, we welcome you. Everyone became even more excited upon hearing this, and they all expressed their desire to join. Enan could only step aside, open her bracelet, and send a message to Chung Su asking him to pick her up. But as soon as she opened it, she found dozens more messages. After reading through them one by one, Enan sent Chung Su a message with the exact location and asked him to pick her up. Soon, Chung Su replied. February 9th, 17:13 and 56 seconds. Chung Su. Boss, your sister-in-law is here to see you. It's so cold and dusty. Should you take your sister-in-law with you? Lu Qi is here to see her? Enan glanced at Fu Sun, who was surrounded by a crowd, hesitant. She and Lu Qi hadn't spoken in over 2 months. There was probably something wrong with the intercom. If he came and saw her and Fu Sun together, it would be hard to explain. Enan was about to say no. February 9th, 17:14 and 36 seconds. Chung Su. I'm such a fool. The boss must be dying to hang out with his sister-in-law. I'd bring her along. Enan, The next second, Chung Su's phone rang. Lu Qi's deep, pleasant voice came from the other end. Enan, why haven't you replied to my message in so long? Are you mad at me? His tone was gentle and magnetic, tinged with deep longing and a subtle sense of grievance. This voice caught the eye of Fu Sun, who had been silently watching Enan. He stepped out of the crowd and strode toward Enan. At this moment, Enan was frantically explaining, my intercom is broken. I tried to talk to you on it, but there was no response. Really? The man on the other end seemed relieved. I'm glad you're not deliberately ignoring me. The next second, Fu Sun grabbed Enan's wrist. She looked into his dark eyes, which were solemn and tinged with an indelible melancholy. My wound hurts. Enan then remembered that she hadn't healed his 3 deep knife wounds yet. Enan, are you with Fu Sun? Lu Qi's voice deepened. Enan gritted his teeth. Ah Qi, Fu Sun is injured. Let's talk later. I treat him first. Don't hang up, Enan. It put my mind at ease. Enan did as he was told. Fu Sun glanced at the bracelet on Enan's wrist, his thoughts unclear. His back was now soaked in blood. Enan quickly released her healing power to heal the wound. She spoke softly. My healing power is still level 4. Your wound is too long and deep. My mental power can only heal most of it. I bandage the rest until my mental power recovers. Fu Sun nodded obediently. Enan, I'm following Chung Su onto the helicopter. Lu Qi reported his itinerary on his wristband. Enan was about to reply when Fu Sun's voice rang out again. Enan, I'm thirsty. Lu Qi's voice grew colder. District Chief Fu, you should address your immediate superior as base commander, not such a familiar term. Fu Sun was blunt. Enan didn't say not to, so what's your objection? Because I'm his boyfriend. Fu Sun sneered. It's just now, but maybe not in the future. Okay, I knew you had bad intentions towards her. It's not bad intentions, it's love at first sight. Enan, She couldn't get a word in. Lu Qi was clearly furious. On the helicopter, Chung Su looked at the gloomy Lu Qi, his face cold and gloomy, and dared not speak. Enan quickly healed most of Fu Sun's wounds, cleaning and bandaging them. Enan, it hurts. Fu Sun's voice was low and hoarse, making it hard not to think too much. Enan frowned at him. I'm so light. Enan, you're so kind to me. Fu Sun said again. The next second, Lu Qi hung up in anger. Enan was speechless. Master Fu, was it fun? To his surprise, Fu Sun actually nodded, saying seriously, very fun. It would be even better if I could piss off my rival to death. That would be even more fun. Chapter 235. Enan didn't bother to pay him any attention. She quickly tended to the wounds, and then organized the group to the top floor. The massive explosion would surely attract zombies from more than 10 kilometers away, or even further, creating a massive zombie wave. This wasn't going to be fun. Enan blocked the staircase door layer by layer. After settling everyone on the top floor, she sent a message to Chung Su explaining their situation. Big brother and big sister, are you thirsty? I grabbed 2 bottles of water when I escaped just now. Here are some for you. A teenage girl said timidly, holding up 2 bottles of water. Enan wasn't thirsty and smiled, declining. Fu Sun took the bottles and began to drink. He was clearly thirsty, his Adam's apple rolling as he gulped them all down in one gulp. After finishing his drink, he looked at Enan and said, I want to go to room 302, building 2, Nianhua community. The man who just died was called Shinjun. His wife and children are still there. Okay, I go with you. After Inan finished speaking, he sent a message to Chung Su and gave some instructions to the people present before setting off with Fu Sun. The two of them first went to the financial building Shinjun mentioned to find the hidden supplies, then departed by helicopter. In the helicopter, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Level 4 side mission successful. Mission rewards begin. Reward points, 100,000. Reward, hidden superpower. Transposition. Rewards, +2 stamina, +2 speed, +2 toughness, +1 beauty, +10 strength, +50 mental power. Instantly, Inan felt his strength, energy, and mental power surge. His 5 senses and acuity were significantly enhanced. She frowned, taking in the surroundings. As expected, it was a full 10 meters wider than before. What kind of ability was position swapping? The position swapping ability allows the host and target to swap positions, and the area of exchange increases with each level. Inan understood. She first quickly upgraded her position swapping ability to level 4. Then she upgraded her light ability to level 5. Level 4 crystal cores weren't easy to accumulate. After all this time, she only managed a little over 100. Light cores offer both attack and defense, and are more cost-effective than lightning cores, so Inan decided to prioritize developing light cores. There's a fight in the complex. Fu Sun's voice suddenly rang out. Inan immediately looked down. It was nearly dusk, and in the fading light, a crowd of people could be vaguely seen in Nianhua community, vandalizing and smashing things. People were pushed from windows one after another, landing among the zombies, their screams agonizingly. It's building 2. Fu Sun quickly landed the helicopter. The two men rushed down, and the helicopter quickly disappeared into Ian's space. Fu Sun, wielding the long sword he looted from the Viper organization, charged ahead. The next second, the familiar Mo Dao appeared before him. Fu Sun's steps paused slightly, and he glanced at Inan, who stood beside him with a faint smile. His eyes flickered slightly. Instantly he understood. She had gone to find a sword for him. Fu Sun took the Mo Dao, his lightning powers erupting throughout his body, his mood brightening. He also began to chop down the zombies with surprising speed. There weren't many zombies in the neighborhood, but with the constant falling of living people from the upper floors, most of the zombies were attracted to the human flesh. So Fu Sun and Inan quickly made their way into building 2. The building was now teeming with zombies. The entire first floor was completely devoid of life. Inan and the other two charged forward, heading straight for the 3rd floor. At the 3rd floor stairwell, several men were holding back zombies with machetes. Suddenly, thunder and lightning, accompanied by a strong, burning smell, echoed. The zombies all turned and ran down, only to be quickly shot in the head and fall. Stunned, the men peered around the corner of the staircase and saw a tall, distinguished man, with a stern face charging forward, wielding an equally regal Mo Dao. The blade itself was scorched with lightning, a terrifying sight. The bluish-purple lightning accentuated his handsome face. Behind him, an even more stunning woman followed. Her eyes were icy, and she was enveloped in a faint glow. With a raised left hand, she unleashed several blades of light, slashing directly at the zombies' skulls. Feeling the men's overwhelming presence, the men involuntarily took a few steps back. They glanced at each other and ran back. Inan and the other man headed straight for 302. There were about a dozen residents on the 1st floor, and 302 was at the end of the corridor. Fu Sun walked ahead, clearing the way for Inan. All the way along, the doors of every residential building were open. Without exception, no one was alive inside. At the end of the corridor, a dozen men huddled together, kicking and banging on the doors of the few remaining households. Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. The shouts, accompanied by the violent banging of the doors, were terrifying. The man inside the door wailed with despair and helplessness. Don't kill us, we give you all the supplies. Open the door first, we don't have patience. The man said, turning around and spitting. What a fucking struggle. We're already on the 3rd floor, and we've only found 6 living people. After he finished speaking, he looked at Inan and the other man and was stunned. Then, a fierce look appeared on his face. Which building are you from? Several men behind him whispered something in his ear. The man's expression changed, and he looked at Inan and the others suspiciously. His arrogance subsided considerably. What's the matter? We're looking for the owner of 302. Fu Sun's voice was cold. It was clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The dozen or so men were also very discerning. They all retreated to the sides, We keep our distance. Go find your people, and don't get involved in ours. Fu-sun ignored him, and walked straight past. Inan walked behind. They weren't the type to meddle in other people's affairs. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails, and robbery and murder are rampant. If they tried to manage everything, they wouldn't be able to handle it all. They only needed to ensure the safety of their own men. They wouldn't intervene in other people's affairs unless they provoked them. As they passed by several men, their lewd gazes raked Inan's figure. Then, lightning struck everyone back. Fu-sun retracted the lightning in his palm, his cold eyes carrying a strong warning. The men dared not look any further, and turned their backs. As obedient as possible. Chapter 236. Fu-sun walked to the door of room 302. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked. Excuse me, are you Chen-jun's wife? We are Chen-jun's friends. A few seconds later, a woman's panicked, helpless sobs echoed from behind the door. Didn't you lie to me? Inan stepped forward, his voice gentle. We didn't lie to you. The woman inside had been observing through the peephole. She saw that Inan and his companions had kind faces, and were neatly and elegantly dressed. They weren't from Building 5, nor did they look like people from the neighborhood. She lowered her guard. She gently opened the door, and let Inan and his companions in. The room was not large. A few months-old baby lay docilely in a crib not far away. The woman, nervous, ran to the crib to protect the baby, looking at Inan anxiously. Where's my husband? Fu-sun glanced at Inan, then stepped forward and told the woman everything about Chen-jun. He then gave her the wedding ring he had taken from him. The woman burst into tears, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The baby, sensing its mother's pain, also burst into tears. You can join our base later. It's much safer than this neighborhood. Inan stepped forward to comfort the woman. The woman raised her tear-stained eyes to look at Inan, nodding repeatedly. The child and I will go with you. She was about to stand. Then, the next second, the woman collapsed to the ground. It looked like prolonged malnutrition and overwork had caused this. Inan supported the woman, and Fu-sun squatted down. I hold her. And then you hold the child. The next second, the door slammed violently. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. The door was breached and fell to the ground. Dozens of men rushed in. From behind, a man's fierce voice rang out. Cut that woman first. Brother Chow, why do you have to kill both of them? The man from before, with a servile look on his face, bent over and apologetically approached. The man called Brother Chow said with a ferocious expression, I just saw her make the helicopter disappear. She's a space-based esper. A space-based esper is like a warehouse of supplies. Who wouldn't be envious, but something unexpected happened. The men who rushed into the house soon let out a series of agonizing cries. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, the crowd retreated. Are they all useless? Two people can't handle this. The man called Brother Chow roared, and the next second, a blade of light slashed through the crowd, knocking over a large group of men. The men fell to the ground, their limbs spread out, and the man called Brother Chow grimaced under the weight. He struggled to climb out, watching Fu-sun, carrying a woman, and Inan, clutching a baby, approach like demons from hell. Instantly losing his composure, he tumbled and scrambled to the outside. The men behind him followed suit, tumbling and crawling. For a moment, it was unclear who was faster, them or the zombies. Fu-sun and the other two had barely taken a few steps when several survivors rushed down the stairs behind them. All of them were pale and thin, and they knelt before Inan and the other two, pleading, Please take us away. I can do anything, just take me away. I have water powers, please. Take us away, I work like a slave for you. Inan nodded. Get up, I can take you away. The base is in urgent need of personnel, with numerous construction projects requiring manpower. She could certainly recruit these ordinary people. The group erupted in excitement upon hearing Inan's words. Inan and the other man walked downstairs, the survivors following behind them. The men had already fled the building. Their distressed appearance quickly attracted the attention of the survivors on the other floors, who had been observing the situation. What did they see? The men who had committed so many evil deeds in Building 5 had been driven out. Then Inan and the other man walked out, followed by several survivors, each of them beaming with joy at being rescued. Although they had no idea who Inan and the other man were, their instincts told them that their skills and attire meant they must be from at least a small base. Besides, there couldn't be a worse neighborhood than the one where this man was killing people. Inan held the baby in one hand, while quickly dispatching the charging zombies with the other. I want to go with you! At that moment, a man's roar emanated from the building next door. Attracted by the sound, Some zombies turned and rushed toward the building. I want you too. Please take me with you. I have superpowers, save me. Instantly, cries for help echoed from the surrounding floors. Almost all the survivors in the complex leaned out of their windows, waving at Enan and the others. Faced with the roars from all directions, the zombies suddenly lost their focus. They howled and rushed around, wanting to eat everyone in every building, but none of them were available. Enan glanced at the number of survivors. There were at least 100 of them. They were also scattered across different floors, making rescuing them all a challenge. As darkness fell, Enan decided to go to the adjacent residential building, Building 3, and wait for Chinjun's wife to wake up before taking any further action. After all, their movements would be greatly restricted with an unconscious woman and a baby. Building 3 was more secure, with its gate intact, providing a perfect barrier against the zombie horde. The survivors in this building were also quite united. There were 13 of them, all living together on one floor. They had a good atmosphere, supporting each other and making it through today. They were especially welcoming to Enan and his companions. They even offered them their best food. After hearing their descriptions, Enan learned that there were 14 buildings in this complex. Building 5 was almost entirely populated by villains, who had banded together to kill and steal supplies from the other floors. So far, nearly half of the buildings in the complex had been looted. They worried daily about their safety. Some residents could no longer bear the pain and fled, but most perished at the hands of the zombies. Enan could understand the despair of such days. Oh, by the way, a few days ago a group of outsiders entered Building 3 and are now staying upstairs, a thin woman said, pointing to the ceiling. Another man continued, yes, they said they were staying for a few days, and then leaving. They didn't look like good people, and they were armed, so we didn't dare refuse. Enan simply nodded, not taking it too seriously. Such small groups were numerous in the apocalypse. I guard the corridor. Fu Sun stood up, knife in hand, and walked towards the corridor. Enan silently watched his back as he left. His straight back gave a sense of security, and his gait exuded a sense of kingly grace. It was hard not to take a second look. Only then did Enan realize that the always arrogant young Master Fu had, at some point, begun to tone down his edge. He began to stand by her side, like a cold, unapproachable knight. Enan thought Fu Sun was incredibly handsome. Girl, your boyfriend has a great figure and is so handsome, a middle-aged woman whispered. Her eyes were filled with blessing and admiration. You're also very beautiful. You two are a perfect match. Enan waved his hand, about to say, this isn't my boyfriend. Chinjun's wife woke up. Everyone hurried to help her up the stairs. Fu Sun, who had walked up the stairs and turned the corner, disappeared into darkness. Covered by shadows, his expression finally became uncontrollable. He frowned slightly, his eyes darkening as he looked at his gradually flushed skin. Thinking of that drink, Fu Sun muttered to himself, oh no! Chapter 237. Boss, we successfully picked up the people, and even freed up a helicopter. Chung Su's voice came. Enan opened his bracelet, then come find me at Building 3 of Nianhua Community. There are a lot of survivors here who are coming back to base with us. Come help. Okay. Everyone looked at the bracelet on Enan's wrist with curiosity. In this age without any signal or electricity, how could they still communicate? And so clear. In this building. Up. Downstairs, the sound of a large crowd's footsteps and the increasingly excited roars of the zombies could be heard. Enan's eyes immediately grew serious. Just now, those guys had fled in a hurry, and now they were coming with even more people. It's Building 5. The man at the window panicked. They're all here. Don't panic. Enan was the first to speak. She called Fu Sun to lead the group into hiding in the deep corridor, and she rushed down with a Gatling gun. The situation was urgent, and she didn't notice Fu Sun's increasingly perturbed expression. The crowd was drawing closer. Enan's men were merciless. If they dared to come after her, she showed them they were on the wrong side of a rock. Bang, bang, bang. The Gatling gun launched an unexpected barrage. The crowd that had just rushed forward was blasted to a pulp. They hurriedly retreated. Enan, Gatling gun in hand, gave chase. Trying to run? No way. At the same time upstairs. Yu Tian gently looked at the burly, rough-hewn man beside her and whispered, Brother Yuan, now is the perfect time. Fan Yuan, looking at the graceful woman in his arms, felt his heart flutter. He nodded, Don't worry, Tian. I go and kidnap Fu Sun for you and let him bully my woman. Yu Tian smiled sweetly. This captivated Fan Yuan to the point of complete ecstasy. He winked at the men around him. Immediately, a dozen men drew their weapons and ran downstairs. Xiao Dong, you go too. A short, thin, sinister man nodded and followed. At this moment, Fu Sun, who was protecting the survivors downstairs, quickly noticed a large amount of fog. This fog was eerily similar to the one he encountered in City M. His brow furrowed, and he quickly said, "Hold your breath." The survivors behind him quickly held their breath. Fu Sun held his breath, drew his Mo Dao, and charged forward. In the fog, vision was unclear, but his strikes remained sharp, slashing past the dozen or so men who faced him. Just from this intense force, Fu Sun felt his blood surge, an unbearable burning sensation that seemed to burst forth, invading every cell of his body. Fu Sun's entire body froze, a moment of inertia that gave the opponent an opening. A single slash struck his arm fiercely. Fu Sun raised his sword to counterattack, his blade trembling with a fierce, lightning-like blow that killed the man before him. The next moment, several more swords slashed at him. Fu Sun struggled to block the blows, but the burning sensation within him grew stronger and stronger, until he was completely exhausted. The survivors behind him tried to help Fu Sun, but most of them couldn't hold their breath. The mist was so strong that even a breath of it would cause them to faint. Fu Sun, exhausted and stabbed several times, was dragged up the stairs. "Brother Yuan, we've got them." Fu Sun was thrown heavily to the ground. He was stabbed several times, his clothes disheveled, his collar ripped open. His eyes were closed, his face flushed. His brow furrowed, as if he were suppressing some pain. Fang Yuan looked at Fu Sun lying on the ground, his smile fading. "I always known that the two young masters of the Fu family were both imposing and distinguished. I only ever seen them on TV before, but seeing them in person for the first time, they were truly exceptionally handsome." He glanced at Yu Tian beside him, seeing the unresolved emotion in her eyes, a mixture of heartache and love and hate. Fang Yuan suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. His voice grew colder. "Tianer, didn't you say Fu Sun bullied you before, and you wanted to cut him into pieces yourself? I've got him here now, go ahead." As he spoke, he handed Yu Tian a dagger, his eyes fixed on her with a displeased look. Yu Tian gathered her composure, a gentle smile returning to her lips. She took the dagger. "Brother Yuan, another helicopter is coming." A man rushed through the window to report. Impatience flashed across Fang Yuan's face, and he strode towards the window. Downstairs, the woman in black combat gear walked, carrying a Gatling gun and sweeping the ground. A large group of men were tumbling and scrambling to escape. The newly arrived helicopter landed steadily downstairs. Several agile psychics emerged from the helicopter to join the fray. Finally, a tall, muscular man and a man in a black military uniform, with a striking demeanor, descended. Both men were holding guns. Fang Yuan sensed something was amiss. "Let's go!" With that, he ordered his men to carry the injured Fu Sun, while he himself, holding Yu Tian, ran to the rooftop. On the rooftop, their helicopter was parked. Compared to Yinan and the other's helicopter, Fang Yuan's was drastically simple, lacking even a windshield. He quickly boarded. The psychics following him followed suit. However, just as the helicopter was about to take off, Yu Tian, who knew where she found the strength, grabbed Fu Sun and jumped. The helicopter slowly took off. Fang Yuan, furious, leaned out of the helicopter and yelled, "What are you doing?" Yu Tian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and she plunged her knife into the unsuspecting Fang Yuan's eye. "Ah!" Fang Yuan covered his eyes, and fell back violently. At the same moment, the helicopter took off. Yu Tian watched the helicopter fly away, dropped the dagger, and hugged Fu Sun's face tightly. The cruel look on her face vanished, replaced by a deep, love-hate relationship. "Fu Sun, you know, I really hate you. But I love you so much. Why have you always rejected me?" Yu Tian spoke, tears streaming down her face. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to be with you forever, trying to please that disgusting man Fang Yuan? Do you know how much I've sacrificed to be with you forever?" "Soon," Yu Tian spoke, but she noticed something was wrong with Fu Sun. He was terribly hot. His face was abnormally flushed. Not only that, his wounds were bleeding profusely, and his back was bleeding profusely from the dragging. Yu Tian panicked, stroking Fu Sun's body. "Fu Sun, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Fu Sun's brow furrowed, as if it took a tremendous effort to regain some composure. He shook off Yu Tian's hand, propping himself up with his Mo Dao and attempting to stand. The next second, he was hugged tightly by Yu Tian. Chapter 238. Downstairs, Yinan, who had immediately noticed Fang Yuan's helicopter, sensed something was amiss. The Gatling gun in her hand vanished, and she quickly ran upstairs. Lu Qi felt a moment of disappointment when he saw that she had come all this way to see him, yet she rushed upstairs without even saying hello. However, his face remained calm and expressionless as he quickly caught up. Chung Su followed. "Boss, sister-in-law, wait for me." The other psychics stayed downstairs to fend off the zombies. Rushing up to the second floor, Enan saw most of the survivors collapsed on the ground. Some of them were still unconscious, but they were also limp. Seeing Enan, they hurriedly said, "Boss, your boyfriend's been taken upstairs." Enan's brow furrowed, and without a second thought, he headed upstairs, a long knife appearing in his hand. He was filled with murderous intent. Lu Qi, however, stopped. His dark, deep eyes shimmered with inky hues. His mind was filled with the word boyfriend that person had just mentioned. Chung Su also sensed something was amiss. Glancing at Lu Qi's dismal expression, he immediately soothed him. "Sister-in-law, this must be a mistake." The more he spoke, the less certain Chung Su felt. What if the boss had truly taken young Master Fu in, and young Master Fu had given him 100 bags of beef jerky? After all, he was his breadwinner. How could he not help? So Chung Su changed the subject. "Sister-in-law, you and second sister-in-law must get along. A harmonious family brings prosperity." Lu Qi's face darkened even further. He glanced at Chung Su with a cold gaze, frightening him so much that he ran upstairs. As Enan ran up to the rooftop, he saw Yu Tian harassing Fu Sun. She slashed Yu Tian apart with a blade of light. Ah! Yu Tian was flung to the ground by the powerful blade of light, leaving a charred wound on her body and a gaping hole in her skirt. What a domineering, ferocious power! Yu Tian raised her eyes and glared at Enan with hatred. She knew this woman. The chief commander of the Galaxy base. That day, she had witnessed everyone treating her with such respect. She must be quite capable. "Commander of the Galaxy base, I truly love Fu Sun. Please let me take him away," Yu Tian said in a high voice, her tone indescribably affectionate and resolute. Enan ignored her and walked straight towards Fu Sun. He lay in a pool of blood, his body covered in numerous stab wounds, his face flushed and his brow furrowed. He seemed in great pain. Enan immediately healed his wound, his voice calm. "It's up to him whether he wants to or not. I have no right to make the decision for him." The next second, Fu Sun grabbed Enan's wrist. His dark eyes were a deep, dark hue, as if he were suppressing something. His voice was hoarse, unprecedented. "Don't leave me to someone else." Enan's eyes flickered slightly. She looked at Yu Tian and said coldly, "Did you hear that, Miss Yu? He doesn't want to go with you." Yu Tian couldn't believe what she had just heard. So Fu Sun, he likes this woman? Yu Tian hurriedly stood up and was about to rush towards Enan. Hey, lady, what are you doing?" Chung Su, who had rushed onto the rooftop, happened to see this and rushed over to stop Yu Tian. Enan, without even a glance at Yu Tian, helped Fu Sun up and said, "Go to the room. I help you heal." The rooftop wasn't safe. Four-limbed mutant zombies could charge up at any moment. Frequent interruptions of healing abilities would cause harm to both the patient and the psychic. Helping him like this, she realized the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his entire body was burning. Enan hurriedly asked, "Are you poisoned?" Fu Sun's terrifyingly dark eyes fixed on Enan, his thin lips pursed in silence. Seeing he remained silent, Enan didn't ask any further questions and supported him as they walked downstairs. However, as they descended the stairs, they saw Lu Qi, his face sullen and his whole body cold. In the dim light, his eyes were dark and cold, terrifyingly chilling. Lu Qi strode over, staring intently into Enan's eyes. "Enan, when did you get a boyfriend?" Fu Sun half leaned against Enan, his head lowered the entire time, afraid to miss even the slightest hint of her expression. Enan frowned slightly. "I didn't." Her voice lacked confidence. Although she hadn't agreed to Fu Sun's request for a secret lover and a playful, discarded relationship, but just now, knowing he might be in trouble, her heart truly clenched. Enan dodged Lu Qi's aggressive gaze and helped Fu Sun toward a room. "He's injured. I need to treat him." Bang. The door slammed shut, isolating Lu Qi from the outside. He tilted his head to look at the closed door, his eyes completely dimmed in the shadows. Chapter 239. Inside, Enan produced a candle for illumination. She tore open Fu Sun's torn shirt. In an instant, the man's wound-riddled skin was exposed to the air. His muscular figure was firm yet soft. The wounds and sweat intertwined, adding a unique touch of elegance to his impeccable figure. Enan released her healing power from her hand and looked away, only to bump into Fu Sun. In the candlelight, his dark eyes gazed deeply at her, with an indescribable affection. The entire room was suddenly filled with a beautiful atmosphere. Inan quickly changed the subject. Why are you so hot? Do you have a fever? As she spoke, she reached out and touched his forehead. Hot. Terribly hot. Inan withdrew her hand, but Fu Sun grabbed her wrist. Inan stared directly at him. The flames reflected in his eyes flickered, and for a moment, they seemed to merge with his own. Inan didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that his eyes were filled with suppressed desire. Fu Sun slowly released Inan's hand. His voice was hoarse, and you can leave after you're cured. I'd be fine if I stay alone for a while. Can a fever be cured by staying alone? Inan was puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions. After depleting most of her mental energy, Inan retrieved the fever-reducing medicine from her space and placed it beside the bed. She also grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Then you rest well. I'd be out first. She stood up and walked out. But as she reached the door, Inan was stopped in her tracks by an unbearable gasp behind her. She turned to look at the large bed. Fu Sun, his head tilted back, seemed to be enduring something in extreme pain. Inan strode towards him. She propped herself up on the bed, nervously staring at Fu Sun's pained, red face. Fu Sun, what's wrong with you? She caressed his face, the cool touch tantalizing him. Fu Sun gasped for air. I thought your healing ability would neutralize this aphrodisiac, but it didn't even affect it. Aphrodisiac? Inan was stunned. Where did the aphrodisiac come from? Could it be that drink? Yes, the Underground Viper organization's brothel stocked up on all sorts of drugs, especially this kind of cheap aphrodisiac. Fu Sun pushed her away. Inan, get out. You're only making me feel worse. Then you won't be bad, will you? Inan wanted to ask. But the words wouldn't come out. She had a boyfriend. Fu Sun's forehead was soaked with sweat. His tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly. The usually arrogant man now had a slightly raised jawline, revealing an irresistible allure. Vulnerability and seduction intertwined, creating an intense sexual tension. Inan felt her mouth dry for a moment. She realized she couldn't stay any longer, and stood up to leave. But as she stood, Fu Sun yanked her down. His force was so strong that Inan was yanked flat against his chest. Tucked against his burning chest, Inan looked up at him in shock. Fu Sun's dark eyes widened slightly, the dark energy that seemed to devour her gradually dissipating. The drug had clearly reached its peak. Inan knew that with this kind of drug, the more you suppress it, the more severe the subsequent backlash. The more you suppress it, the more frantic it becomes. She panicked for a moment, but she didn't dare abandon Fu Sun like that. If she wasn't careful, he could be crippled. As she froze, Fu Sun rolled her over and pressed her down, pressing down hard on her lips. His hot breath, rich with his scent, enveloped Inan. She suddenly felt panicky, and it wasn't just Fu Sun's current uncontrollable behavior that was causing her panic. More importantly, she realized that she didn't really want to push him away. For a moment, the embarrassment of her own immorality and the desire for the man before her intertwined, tangling in a complex web within Inan. Fu Sun, however, quickly regained some composure and stopped. Fu Sun's breathing was still ragged, but he suppressed it firmly. I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment. Don't worry, I won't touch you until you accept me. As he spoke, Fu Sun was about to stand. Bang! The door was kicked open. Luke Chi, witnessing this scene inside, had a frighteningly cold expression. He strode over and punched Fu Sun. Chapter 240. He was clearly furious, and each punch was delivered with incredible force. Fu Sun, completely limp, was pounded to the ground by Lu Chi, blood splattering everywhere. Ah Chi, he's hurt! Inan moved to intervene. The next moment, a cloud of mist spread. Lu Chi had actually used his territorial power. Not only was Inan unable to stop him, but Fu Sun, within Lu Chi's territorial power, would only be beaten even more severely. Inan, anxious, hurriedly asked, Lu Chi, are you trying to beat my district chief to death? Fu Sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes were defiant as he looked at Lu Chi with a sneer. Inan, it's okay. He can't kill me. Lu Chi turned his head to look at Inan. Just your district chief? He didn't believe it at all. With her strength, who could possibly hold her down? The mist dissipated. Lu Chi's deep eyes were filled with a haze. Just one glance made Inan feel his utter pain. He walked towards her, step by step. He stood directly before her. In the small room, the candlelight flickered violently, just like the simmering atmosphere. Lu Chi's voice was soft, but Inan could hear the suppressed pain and sorrow in him. Inan, tell me, is he really just one of your district chiefs? Outside the door, Chung Su, who had just arrived, stepped back upon seeing the scene and stopped the survivors downstairs who wanted to help. Inan looked at Fu Sun. He slowly stood up, his dark eyes fixed on her. He looked so gloomy, as if the mere word yes would shatter him. Lu Qi's eyes trembled at this, and he stopped looking at her and strode towards the door. When he reached the door, he stopped. I already know the answer. Her hesitation and heartache for that man were the best answer. Lu Qi's eyes flushed red. He paused for 2 seconds before speaking coldly, Inan, there can only be one of us, him or me. As proud as he was, he wouldn't accept sharing his lover with anyone else. With that, Lu Qi strode off. Inan tried to chase him. Fu Sun suddenly collapsed. Inan turned to look at Fu Sun inside the room, then glanced in the direction Lu Qi had left. Finally, he chose to save Fu Sun first. M City Galaxy Base, Section 002. When Qi Xian and Song Yin landed, they were greeted by the extremely low air pressure throughout the base. It was already 1 in the morning. They had received news from Chung Su early on that the boss had gathered a large number of survivors in T City. They had also finished their work at Section 003 and rushed to Section 002 to help. But this atmosphere, why was it so strange? Chung Su saw Song Yin and Qi Xian and immediately came to greet them. He lowered his voice. Something has happened. The atmosphere between the boss, young Master Fu, and the elder sister-in-law is tense. We dare not ask or say anything. Hearing the word elder sister-in-law, Qi Xian's expression darkened. The three of them walked forward. Traveling through the front of the base, the construction area, and the official area, they arrived at the residential area at the rear. Outside Fu Sun's villa, a tall, deep-set man in a black military uniform stood out. It could only be Lu Qi. Chung Su sighed silently. Since returning, the boss has been recuperating in young Master Fu's room. And this elder sister-in-law is also stubborn. She neither enters nor leaves, simply standing outside. Commander Lu. Hearing Qi Xian's voice, Lu Qi looked at him and nodded politely. His deep eyes betrayed little emotion, yet they conveyed an indescribable sadness. Qi Xian understood something. People began to emerge from the house, carrying basins of blood. It was clear that Fu Sun had been seriously injured. A minute later, Inan emerged. She looked exhausted. When she saw Lu Qi, her brows furrowed slightly again, and she paused. She stood on the steps, staring at him. Song Yin and Chung Su exchanged a glance, then turned and left in tacit agreement. Qi Xian followed behind them, albeit at a much slower pace. Inan and Lu Qi stared at each other. About 10 meters separated them. Neither took the initiative to move forward. Lu Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and he finally walked towards Inan. He walked up to her, looked down at her, and sighed softly, as if in resignation. My tone just now wasn't nice. Please don't be angry with me. Inan was about to say she wasn't angry. Lu Qi continued, I don't agree with him getting close to you. No one else can get close to you. His tone was indescribably firm, and his deep eyes held an almost overbearing possessiveness. The next second, Lu Qi embraced Inan tightly and kissed her. The frantic kiss carried the dominance of a claim to sovereignty. He carried her behind a wall, isolating her from the outside world, leaving her no time to think. He grabbed the back of her neck with one hand and bit down aggressively. Uncontrolled love coalesced between his teeth and lips as he kissed her forcefully. The force was as fierce as a hurricane. It was unknown how long it took. He finally let her go. Lu Qi's deep eyes seemed to draw Inan in. He stared at her intently. Inan, you can only be mine. Chapter 241. Inan stared back into Lu Qi's eyes. She couldn't respond, because she felt deeply that Fu Sun truly held a place in her heart. When did it begin? Was it when he desperately tried to get close to her, or when he humbly begged her for a place? Was it when he always secretly watched her, or when he bravely rushed to the front, single-handedly resisting a horde of enemies? And when did she truly fall for him? Was it when he revealed a hidden soft side, or when he was always defiant, yet his eyes held a deep affection? Inan didn't know. But she knew that after nearly 3 months without contacting Lu Qi, her feelings for him had truly faded. So much so that Fu Sun had squeezed in and firmly occupied a corner of her heart. Feeling the pain in her neck, Inan came to her senses. Lu Qi felt the mark he left on Inan's neck, his eyes dark. Inan, what are you thinking about? From the shadows at the end of the corridor, Fu Sun, dressed in loose pajamas, slowly emerged. His face was now covered in bruises of varying sizes, but his features remained handsome. The drugs in his system had completely dissipated, his thin lips pale, and he looked completely lifeless. He silently watched the two people standing nearby, still tucked away in the darkness. Enan slowly retreated, her eyes filled with helpless pain. Ah Chi, I really have a crush on Fu Sun. Lu Chi paused for a moment. He studied her closely, seeing the seriousness and determination in her eyes. His eyes welled up, a mixture of reluctance and despair. His usually calm and deep voice became hoarse and trembling. I've been neglecting to spend time with you lately, haven't I, Enan? It's my fault. I've been too busy lately. We've been fighting Hong Bing and the others. It was only yesterday that I finally found time to come see you. I'm sorry, he said, a hint of helplessness and bitterness on his lips. Enan, are you abandoning me? Enan couldn't bear to see Lu Chi so humble. She shook her head and said softly, Ah Chi, I'm not abandoning you. I like you too. Enan lowered her head, a look of embarrassment on her face. She was deeply troubled. How should she tell Lu Chi that she liked both of them, that they both wanted her? I can be your mistress. Fu Sun's voice echoed through the corridor. Lu Chi looked further down the hallway, and saw Fu Sun slowly emerging. He had a noble figure, his handsome face slightly raised, his eyes filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. But his words were a compromise. I put you first. Enan can spend time with me when she's free. Lu Chi looked at him coldly. He already had Enan, and he wanted nothing more than to possess her. And the man who didn't have Enan was constantly making concessions to get her. He had never imagined that the eldest son of the Fu family, whose pride was evident from their first meeting, could say such words. Enan hadn't expected Fu Sun to go this far for her either. She nervously stared at Lu Chi, waiting for his answer. Lu Chi remained silent, his deep eyes gazing at Fu Sun with a cold glare. Grabbing Enan's hand, he walked out. As the two of them left, the three who had been hiding in the distance came out stealthily. Chung Su was the first to run into the villa and gossip. Young Master Fu, how are you? Did you succeed in getting the position? Fu Sun's dark eyes swept over Chung Su. Proud as he was, he gave him a single look before turning and leaving. Chung Su stroked his chin, lost in thought. Song Yin watched from afar, arms folded. Qi Xian stepped forward, his tone tinged with nervousness. What's going on? Chung Su stroked his chin, pondering Fu Sun's proud, determined look. He slapped his forehead. It's done. Qi Xian's face paled. Chung Su didn't notice Qi Xian's expression shifting. Still absorbed in his own wisdom, he clapped his hands as he walked out. We have a second sister-in-law, and a generous one at that. We never have to worry about beef jerky again. Quickly, the news that the base commander had taken young Master Fu as his second wife spread throughout the base. By the time it reached Enan and Lu Chi, the buzz had spread like wildfire. Not only that, Chung Su immediately sent congratulatory messages to Ren Yu in Division 004, Qian Fan and Jiang He in City S, Bai Jinghe in Division 003, He Chi in City C1, and everyone at the main base. All of them were sent messages of congratulations. Chapter 242. Noon the next day. In the kitchen behind the main meeting hall building of Division 002. Across the large dining table. The air pressure was extremely low. Chung Su, having done something wrong, lowered his head and ate his bowl of rice. Ever since Enan had learned the news and pulled him into a corner to give him a lecture, he realized that his sister-in-law hadn't yet approved young Master Fu's joining. And his outburst had only made his sister-in-law even angrier. But the others were unaware. Especially Fu Yin, he was incredibly happy for his brother. Although he had initially felt a little embarrassed when he heard it was just a second wife, facing such a powerful woman as the base commander, everything seemed to make sense again. Brother, eat more. Fu Yin picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks for Fu Sun. Base commander, eat more. Fu Yin picked up another piece of meat with his chopsticks for Enan. The next second, Fu Sun and Lu Chi simultaneously raised their chopsticks, carrying meat towards Enan's bowl. For a moment, the air in the room chilled several degrees. Enan calmly wiped the sweat from her forehead and left, making the excuse of helping out in the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she met Qi Xian's gentle eyes. Enan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! This kitchen wasn't peaceful either. She had noticed that Qi Xian was clearly in a much lower mood. But she couldn't even give Fu Sun a proper status, let alone Qi Xian, for whom she had only a passing affection. Enan wanted to leave. Enan. Qi Xian spoke, his gentle voice tinged with sadness. Why can Fu Sun do this, but I can't? Enan turned to look at him. He was smiling faintly, but it was a smile that was particularly fragile, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. Just standing there, it was so beautiful that it was hard to desecrate or hurt him. Enan didn't know how to answer him. She had always known Qi Xian had feelings for her, but ever since she confirmed her love for Lu Chi, she always deliberately kept her distance from him. Even when assigning personnel, she specifically assigned him to Division 003. Division 003 was the furthest from her. 2 men were enough to give her a headache. If there were more, they'd be fighting every day. She opened her mouth, about to say something, when Chung Su ran over. "Boss, Xing Yi from the bloodthirsty base is here." "What?" Enan looked as if she'd seen a ghost. What the hell? The situation was already chaotic. Why would he, with his troublesome personality, come and cause trouble? Chung Su continued. "Jiang, he sent a message saying that no matter how he tried to stop him, he couldn't stop him. After hearing that you were taking in a second sister-in-law, he got wind of you and headed straight to Division 002. In the kitchen, Xing Yi, wearing a brand new pink shirt and meticulously coiffed hair, burst in with several psychics at his side. For a moment, everyone at the table looked up at him. Thanks to Jiang Yi's preemptive greeting, Song Yin and the others didn't consider Xing Yi an enemy, so they made no effort to stop him. "Who are you?" Fu Sun looked coldly at the intruder. Xing Yi straightened his collar, proudly raised his head, and scanned the table with his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes. His gaze lingered for a moment on the handsome man in a military uniform, still consuming his meal, and on the man who, despite his low energy level, still exuded an air of nobility. He understood. He snorted coldly, then said arrogantly, "I'm here to find Mianan." At the words Mianan, Fu Sun and Lu Qi glanced at him simultaneously, their eyes simultaneously icy cold. Sensing these two compelling gazes, Xing Yi returned their gazes without hesitation. The atmosphere was full of arrogance. For a moment, the entire kitchen was tense. When Enan walked out, she saw this scene. She rolled her eyes speechlessly, and was about to say something. Xing Yi strode towards Enan. His smile widened, his previous cold and domineering demeanor gone. His eyes narrowed, looking adorable and well-behaved. As he approached Enan, he immediately said softly, "Enan, I've missed you so much." The bubbling sound accompanied by the gentle voice was indescribably alluring. Qi Xian walked out and saw this scene, frowning slightly. Chung Su leaned over to Qi Xian's ear and whispered, "Xian, look at this. Look at this. There are so many wild men out there these days. A gentle man like you is no match for these wild foxes." Chapter 243. Qi Xian's eyes darkened. Lu Qi had already stood up without realizing it. Outside the kitchen, the sound of measured footsteps grew closer. A dozen uniformed soldiers, guns drawn, rushed in and surrounded Xing Yi and the others. Su Liang glanced at Lu Qi's expression, understanding his meaning, and sternly ordered Xing Yi, "Sir, please leave with your men." Xing Yi's smile faded, and a frost formed in his eyes, as if he had returned to the indifferent look he had when Enan first met him. Jiang Heng and the others had already drawn their weapons, and confronted Su Liang and the others. Thankfully, the kitchen was large enough. Even with dozens of people standing inside, there was still plenty of room. Enan expressed her headache, but she simply ignored everything and went to the table to eat. Men's disputes should be resolved by men themselves. What did it have to do with her? "Yin Xiaoan?" Qi Xian leaned against the doorframe, his arms folded, quietly watching the tense scene unfold. At this moment, Fu Sun, who was sitting at the dinner table, slowly stood up. At the door, Wang Kai, who was guarding the door, saw Fu Sun's instructions, quickly drew his gun, and shouted, "Second squad, assemble." Soon, the psychics outside rushed in one after another. Over 20 of them. They passed Su Liang's group and pointed their weapons directly at Xing Yi. Seeing this, Xing Yi smiled. It wasn't the obedient smile he shown to Enan, but a careless smirk. Facing dozens of gunpoints, he slowly raised his hands, his smile growing even more unbridled. Everyone, how enthusiastic. Song Yin and Fu Yin sat at the dinner table, silently observing the excitement. How could they not see that these two masters, asserting their sovereignty, were just trying to scare this peacock into retreating? No one will actually die. Young master, don't worry. Although we outnumber them, you bravely pursued love, and even if we die here, we brothers will defend it. Jiang Heng's tone was fierce. He silently thought of Jiang He's sweet smile, and tightened his grip on his gun. The other psychics from the bloodthirsty base echoed, "Yes, young master, we fight them. We're not afraid of death." Their words echoed back and forth. This only added fuel to the fire. The gazes of Lu Qi and Fu Sun grew colder and colder. Xing Yi from the bloodthirsty base, right? Lu Qi approached slowly. Su Liang and the others made way for their base commander. Dressed in a black military uniform, Lu Qi approached Xing Yi with an imposing presence and stood directly before him. Just like that night of heavy snow, The two faced off in the snow. Xingyi lowered his hand and smirked at Lu Qi. "It's you, my ex?" Lu Qi's deep eyes were unfathomable, filled with an all-consuming coldness. "The current one, and Anne's only current one." He emphasized the word only with great emphasis. It was filled with a domineering assertion of sovereignty. Xingyi glanced at the crowd, then scowled at Fu Sun, who was standing over him. He could probably guess a thing or two. Plus, Lu Qi's voice was remarkably similar to the male voice that had come over the intercom that day. The thought that he had prevented them from contacting each other for a while brightened Xingyi's mood. A smile lingered in his eyes. "Oh, I heard it and took a second wife." As he spoke, he scoured Lu Qi with a flirtatious gaze. "Are you incompetent? That's why Anna was forced to take a second wife." Suddenly, the air pressure plummeted, mist spread rapidly, Lu Qi's domain power unleashed, and he engaged in a fierce fight with Xingyi. Su Liang and Jiang Heng's two groups retreated in quick succession, leaving their masters ample room for the fight. The second team, led by Wang Kai, also retreated. The entire room watched the two men engage in fierce combat. They exchanged bewildered glances. They had all followed their masters through the zombie apocalypse. Each mission they undertook was incredibly dangerous. This kind of quest for favor was their first time. So what exactly were they supposed to do? Could someone teach them? Enan silently cast a light shield over the table and its delicacies. He continued to eat his meal leisurely. A few minutes later, the outcome was decided. Xingyi was clearly no match for Lu Qi, who possessed dual powers. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Get out!" Lu Qi pressed his long sword against Xingyi's neck, his tone icy. Xingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting mischievously. He glanced at Enan, who was eating silently, and softened his voice. "Enan, are you just going to let your division chief be bullied by someone from another base?" Enan paused. Xingyi continued, "We, the bloodthirsty base, along with the former glory base, are joining the galaxy base." He met Lu Qi's cold gaze with a grin. It seemed like a challenge. The people from two bases, that's a huge bonus. The galaxy base's territory will expand another level. Enan's eyes lit up. She put down her chopsticks, put on a conciliatory smile, stood up, and approached Lu Qi and Xingyi. "Eat, eat, we're all family." Lu Qi's deep eyes were cold, clearly unwilling. He was about to say something, but Xingyi interrupted, "Hey, you're not from our galaxy base." With one word, he divided the two factions. Lu Qi glared at him coldly. He truly had no right to directly allow Dawn Base to join Galaxy Base. He and Gusa were allies. If he decided to join Galaxy Base without authorization, it would be tantamount to betraying Gusa. He had to discuss this matter with him. Xingyi, on the other hand, had already sauntered over to the table, treating it like home. He picked up a pair of brand new chopsticks, and began to eat without hesitation. Lu Qi, with a sullen face, pulled Enan to sit with him in a corner, as far away from Fu Sun and Xingyi as possible. Seeing this, the three teams politely left the kitchen. Qi Xian and Cheng Su also took their seats. An eerie atmosphere took over the long table. Fu Sun spoke first. "Enan, what are your plans?" "I'm going to the Mineral Research Bureau in City I." "I go with you." The three men spoke simultaneously. Seeing this, Cheng Su immediately nudged Qi Xian beside him, his expression saying, "You better take the initiative." Qi Xian looked at Enan tenderly, but felt a hint of despair in his eyes, as if she wouldn't take him with her. Lu Qi's expression remained icy throughout. Enan could only try to comfort him. "Aren't you very busy?" Seeing Enan's immediate concern, Lu Qi's expression brightened slightly. He whispered, "I'm not busy." Then, the intercom on his waist chimed, "Base Commander, when will you be back? The South District can't do without you." Lu Qi frowned slightly, then calmly turned off the intercom. Then he looked at Enan, his eyes softening. "Enan, I'm not busy. I go to City I with you." "Okay, let's go then," Enan replied with a smile. Fu Sun, Xingyi, and Qi Xian's gazes were like lasers. They burned the back of Enan's head. The next moment, Gusa's angry voice rang out from the spare intercom in Lu Qi's military pants pocket. "Lu Qi, haven't you had enough of dating? Come back quickly, we're going to fight." Lu Qi's face darkened. Enan's smile froze. "Ah Qi, go back. Don't worry, I be waiting for you." Lu Qi heard this. He glanced at the three men staring at him eagerly. "Relax, behave." His eyes were dark, and he silently picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. He was truly not at all relieved. Seeing him like this, Enan knew he must be furious. She didn't even dare glance to the left. But some people just love to add fuel to the fire. I'm not busy, Xingyi said gently. He stared intently at Yinan, his chin resting on the hand holding the chopsticks, his almond-shaped eyes filled with deep affection. Xingyi. Yinan's voice was cold. Fu Sun heard this, his cold eyes swept over Xingyi, and said sarcastically, so it's Xingyi, the new generation leader of the Xing family. TSK. The Xing and Fu families were both renowned business families. Although they focused on different fields before the apocalypse, they had also had brief clashes. Fu Sun had also heard a little about the Xing family. Moreover, after the apocalypse, the murderous base where the Xing family was located had sent someone to discuss cooperation with him. Although he had declined at the time, he did not have much aversion to the murderous base. How is it? Xingyi glanced lazily at Fu Sun. Observing him from this close distance, he realized that this tall, somewhat sickly man was also extremely handsome. Fu Sun snorted coldly, I've heard of it before, but I didn't know I was such a shrew. Who are you calling a shrew? Xingyi stood up. But his anger was fleeting. The sullenness on his face quickly vanished, replaced by a sarcastic smile. You're the second wife, right? He heard Jiang He and the others discussing. They said Fu Sun, from the second wife, was tall and unruly. The moment he entered the room, he locked eyes with him. The one in the kitchen, while also striking in appearance, was gentle and refined, without any unruly aura. Fu Sun disliked the term second wife the most. But he had to consider Yinan's feelings. She couldn't let go of Lu Qi, and he had no right to drive her away. If he wanted to stay with her, he would be forced to swallow his pride and become a humble servant. Fu Sun's dark eyes, tinged with sadness, swept over Yinan. Even the position of second wife, he hadn't truly earned it. Xingyi saw Fu Sun's expression and knew he had touched a sore spot. He continued slowly, don't feel so inferior. After all, with me joining, your seniority will be elevated. Swish. Lu Qi unsheathed his sword. Fu Sun's eyes were cold, as two darts appeared in his palm. Xingyi, however, was not afraid at all. He propped up his chin and looked at Yinan softly, look at these two men you found. Neither of them is very good. They're both irritable and quick-tempered, and neither of them is as gentle and considerate as me. Chapter 244. Finally, the tense atmosphere, which was about to ignite, was forcibly interrupted by Yinan. She almost immediately pulled Lu Qi out, away from the smoky kitchen. As soon as Yinan left, Xingyi's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, unsympathetic expression. Without even a glance at Fu Sun or Qi Xian, he stood up and walked out. There are no more rooms left at the base. Please leave immediately. Fu Sun's tone was extremely rude. Xingyi didn't stop, not taking Fu Sun's words to heart. Yinan hurriedly pulled Lu Qi toward the back of the base. Lu Qi looked at Yinan's small hand, tightly clasped in his. The coldness in his deep eyes faded slightly. Ignoring the mixed looks from the base members along the way, Yinan quickly led Lu Qi into his room and closed the door. Turning around, he met those deep, dark eyes. Yinan spoke first, Achi, don't be angry. Yinan knew that calming Lu Qi's emotions was the most important priority. Besides, he was so busy and would be leaving soon. If he left with a grudge and anger, it would be even more difficult to appease him later. So, without waiting for Lu Qi to speak, Yinan tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. With her own unique fragrance, her soft and smooth tongue aggressively invaded his mouth. Feeling Yinan's initiative for the first time, Lu Qi's mind went blank. He knew she was trying to soothe him. His deep eyes tried to control his rationality, half-lidded, and he looked deeply into her fair, small face so close to him. So she hadn't promised him only him, nor had she promised him to sever ties with him. She was just trying to please him. Cheating him. Wanting him to give in, so she could be with someone else? Thinking of this, Lu Qi calmed down a bit. The soft, fragrant girl in his arms was still the one he longed for every day. But right now, he simply refused to accede to her wishes. Accepting her fickleness, Lu Qi tried to push Yinan away. Yinan half opened her eyes, meeting his deep, cold gaze. She knew he was furious this time. She immediately touched his pushing hand and slid it downwards. Lu Qi's eyes darkened. But he remained perfectly rational. He sighed softly, it's no use. I won't allow it. Yinan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her. She kissed him. A gentle kiss. The burning heat of her breath made Lu Qi's already strained desire even more precarious. Yinan pushed him onto the bed. Yinan's large bed still carried her delicate fragrance. She approached him. As she kissed him, her lustful eyes fixed on him. Domineering yet gentle. She completely threw Lu Qi off balance. He lost. With a little more effort from her, he was completely defeated. His unwavering dominance seemed to punish her for her indecision. He grasped her hand, sinking firmly into the mattress. His deep eyes fixed on her. He made her call his name over and over again. He asked her who she loved in her heart. Finally, he stared at her, buried in the quilt, her face drenched in sweat and fatigue. He leaned in. Pressing close to her ear, he left a third strawberry mark on her neck. In Lucci's deep eyes was an intense love and possessiveness. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with lust, and an, "You can only love me." His eyes dropped slightly. His voice was domineering and firm. His scorching breath enveloped her. Lucci's gentle, low voice carried a hint of domineering warning. "It's no use, Enon. This is punishment." Chapter 245. The breath was scorching hot, wrapped in boundless lust. Just when Enon felt he was destined for disaster today, the deafening sound of drills emanated from downstairs. Fire ability teams, assemble. Report to the district chief. The fire ability teams are assembled. Strength ability teams, assemble. Report to the district chief. The strength ability teams are assembled. Sound after sound. Deafening. Enon's room was on the 3rd floor, and he could almost hear the drills downstairs. Normally, the base's ability users wouldn't train outside the villa area. Enon knew with a flick of his toes that it was Fu Sun and his team's work. The psychic synchronized footsteps made the ground vibrate slightly. Lucci pushed himself to his feet, his muscular upper body defined by distinct lines. With his bony hands, he lifted his military uniform and took a few steps toward the windowsill. Beneath the window, rows of psychics were gathering outside the villa complex. Outside, Fu Sun stood tall, handsome and unyielding, his dark eyes occasionally glancing over. When their gazes met, it was like the collision of ice and fire. A sharp confrontation. A hint of coldness flashed across Lucci's deep eyes. Downstairs, Xingyi leaned lazily against a wooden stake, his arms folded across his chest, a hint of anxiety hidden in his languid, almond-shaped eyes. He glanced vaguely at Enon's villa, a smile playing on his lips. "Fu, can you handle this small show?" Fu Sun didn't even glance at the noisy man behind him, his handsome face coldly directing. The psychics began training enthusiastically. The speed-based psychics, combined with the strength-based psychics, began practicing strangulation techniques against the rows of wooden stakes. The elementalists, meanwhile, were practicing their ability coordination techniques under the command of the base commanders. None of the psychics knew why today's training had been moved to the villa area. But training anywhere was training, and they couldn't question the higher-ups' opinions. Soon, a tall, stern-faced man emerged from a villa. It was Lucci. Xingyi's eyes lit up slightly. He stepped forward, patted Fu Sun on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Well done, second house, you're still useful." Fu Sun remained silent, only glaring coldly at Lucci, his aura plummeting. And on the 3rd floor of the villa, Enon truly had no desire to get involved in the open and covert infighting between these men. She desperately wanted to leave this troubled place. Without even a glance at the chaotic scene outside the window, Enon quickly stepped onto the rooftop, pulled out her helicopter, and headed straight for City Eye. At the same time, her bracelet vibrated slightly with messages and voice notifications. Enon, assuming they were from Fu Sun and the others, ignored them all. City I is southeast of City D. Enon hadn't gone to City D to investigate the progress of District 004. She trusted Renew enough. The helicopter flew directly towards City I. The further south it went, the more desolate the city became. It was noon, and even though it was February, the weather was still scorching. The earth, long dry, was cracked. From above, all that could be seen was a sea of parched earth and abandoned buildings. Some buildings even had long cracks. Zombies wandered across this dead land. They wandered aimlessly. The heat and drought hadn't affected them much, and instead, many had evolved the ability to store water. Zombies are like that, possessing a remarkable ability to adapt and evolve. Compared to them, humans are far more fragile. Many people without water powers have died of thirst. Enon scanned the scene below the helicopter. The aimless swarm of zombies only meant there was no sign of life nearby. Otherwise, even the slightest sign of life would have these zombies madly attacking anyone. Of course, there were also some unusually mutated zombies among them. Some boasted enormous physiques, while others possessed speed and limb mutations, capable of climbing at breakneck speed. Unless otherwise, they were all ravenously hungry, their mouths gaping at the helicopter in the sky. It seemed as if even one person who fell in would be swiftly overwhelmed and gnawed to the bone. Soon, the helicopter reached the top of the Mineral Research Bureau. Enon maneuvered the helicopter into a hovering position and the scene below instantly made her lose most of her hope. Countless zombies swarmed the Mineral Research Bureau. Their numbers were immense, and none of them made any attempt to climb into the building. This clearly indicated that there were most likely no survivors left. Zombies' perception was incredibly sharp. Even if there were survivors on the upper floors, the zombies below would still swarm inside. Undeterred, Enon piloted her helicopter around the Mineral Research Bureau. Suddenly, the previously dormant zombie swarms around one of the outermost buildings of the Mineral Research Bureau, like activated soldiers, swarmed frantically towards one location. Looking closely, Enon saw two children frantically fleeing from a bungalow next to the building, clutching packages. Behind them were three four-limbed mutant zombies. It's a living person from the Mineral Research Bureau. Enon saw hope. She quickly landed the helicopter. At the same moment, one of the children was tackled by a zombie, about to be bitten. An elderly man, armed with an iron rod, leaped from the second floor of a tall building onto the rooftop and plunged the rod into the zombie's ripped maw. The zombie howled in pain. Ah! At the same time, two other four-limbed mutant zombies pounced, their pale eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. The zombie's greenish-gray skin was covered in rotting flesh and maggots, which splattered across the ground with their frantic, violent movements. Grandpa! Grandpa, hurry! The two children immediately stopped and turned to help, but they were like little white rabbits in front of the zombies, powerless. Unsure where he got the strength from, the old man unsheathed his iron rod and rammed it into the three zombies that were charging at him. He held the stick in both hands, the iron rod jarring his palms red and blood gushing out, but he held on stubbornly. Run, run! No, we're not leaving, Grandpa. Neither of the two boys fled. One, the calmer one, smashed the package into the face of a lunging zombie. The rotting flesh on the zombie's face was smashed open, the long rotted flesh shattered and falling to the ground, revealing a mass of maggots inside. It fell straight down. The other boy quickly pulled his companion away to avoid being showered with maggots. Ouch! At this moment, the old man could no longer resist the zombies. One of the zombies, stepping on the iron stick, leaped up and lunged at the old man with its bloody mouth wide open. Whoosh! 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 Enon's darts pierced the heads of three zombies just in time. She quickly jumped down. Ah! From behind the rooftop, more zombies climbed up. As the elderly and children stared in astonishment, Enon's palm erupted into a long sword, lightning radiating from its hilt. An extremely domineering and imposing aura. Go back to the building. I attract the zombies. With that, Enon charged into the pile of zombies. Chapter 246. It took Enon nearly half an hour to successfully escort the three people into the building. She was now drenched, her hair clinging to her forehead. She shook the zombie blood from the blade, and Enon gently stroked it with his palm. A faint light flickered from his palm, and the blade was instantly as clean as new. The old man and the two children looked at Enon in shock. They had struggled to survive after the apocalypse, and had seen some with special abilities, but they had never seen anyone as powerful as this girl before them. After all, she had just single-handedly fought off the zombie horde and escorted them all the way into the building. The old man's aged body trembled with excitement. Thank you, big sister, for saving us. Thank you, big sister. The two little boys thanked her. Enon waved her hand. Don't be so polite. She spoke calmly, looking at the old man, who also looked grateful, and stated her purpose directly. Hello, old man. I'm here to see Zhongwan, a researcher at the Mineral Research Bureau. Do you know him? The old man's expression darkened upon hearing Enon's words. I'm not from the Mineral Research Bureau. I was a homeless person before the apocalypse, and I had nowhere to go afterward. I just stayed here because the building here was sturdy. Guilt filled his face as he spoke. I'm sorry, little girl. You saved us, but I can't do anything for you. It's okay. Enon's expression was calm. She had already prepared for the worst. It's just, the old man continued, it seems that some researchers at the Mineral Research Bureau did survive. I don't know if the person you're looking for is among them. They were all taken to the main base by Director Ma 2 weeks ago. A large base? Seeing Enon's confusion, the old man immediately launched into a detailed explanation. It turned out that their street was called Tianqing Street. The director of the street office was called Malay June. He was one of the first to flee the street by car after the apocalypse. But 2 months ago, he suddenly returned, flying a helicopter. His glamorous appearance contrasted starkly with the filth and squalor of the street's survivors. He said he had entered a large base, where he was completely safe, with plenty of food and water, and excellent living conditions and security. When the street's survivors learned of this, it was like seeing the light of day, and they all wanted to join. But the Malay June said the large base only accepted capable psychics, and could only take 10 people at a time. Word spread quickly. Not only on Tianqing Street, where the Mineral Research Bureau was located, but also on the surrounding streets, survivors were eager to join them. Over time, the Malay June's visits increased, and the number of helicopters increased from 1 to 2, each time taking away 20 or 30 survivors. Gradually, many of the capable survivors on this street were taken away. Those like the old man, who hadn't awakened their special powers and whose age and physical strength were insufficient, were eliminated and left here. Enan understood. My name is Enan. What's your name? My name is Zhang Quan. The old man was humble and timid, not even showing any airs of superiority in front of Enan, who was decades younger than him. Then I call you Uncle Zhang. Enan smiled. Zhang Quan looked into Enan's clear eyes, which showed no trace of contempt or dislike for him, and his expression was touched. He nodded. Okay. The researcher going to the main base might be the person I'm looking for. I wait here for Director Ma you mentioned, Enan said, finding a clean spot to sit down. Director Ma comes about every 3 or 4 days. It's been 4 days since his last visit, so he should be here soon, Zhang Quan said, taking the package the two boys had placed on the ground. The package was still clinging to the outside of the package, stained with zombie flesh and maggots. The pale green liquid from the zombies seeped into the package. Zhang Quan's face darkened. He opened the package, and sure enough, the biscuit bag inside was ripped and soaked with zombie fluid. This food was clearly inedible. One of the boys' eyes immediately turned red. Those biscuits I finally found. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the stairs. The two boys immediately ran behind Zhang Quan, grabbing the corners of his dirty, tattered clothes and looking towards the stairs with caution. The old man's body was visibly tense. Enan watched everything unfold. She looked toward the stairs and saw a middle-aged woman descend, followed by 2 men. All 3 of them were thin, and like most people in the apocalypse, constantly starving, their malnutrition was evident. The woman looked anxious. As she descended, she glanced around the room, her gaze finally settling on Enan. The next second, a smile, tinged with a hint of fawning, spread across her face. Wrinkles formed on her slightly sagging, aged skin. Her voice was hoarse, yet tinged with laughter. Where are you from, this supernatural being? She was clearly asking Enan. Enan looked indifferently at the middle-aged woman, who was clearly trying to please him, without responding. She had always disliked people who flattered and fawned right away. Such people usually approached you with ulterior motives. Seeing Enan ignore her, the woman's smile faltered. She coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, then glanced at Zhang Quan. The flattery in her eyes vanished, replaced by a condescending scorn. You stinking beggar, you haven't paid us back for the water you borrowed last time. If you don't give us supplies, you can't even live in this building. His tone was incredibly ruthless and snarky. Zhang Quan said gravely, It's not that we won't give you supplies. He pointed at the virus-contaminated food on the ground. You saw it too. Just now, during the Little New Year, the food Xiao Wu had worked so hard to find was contaminated by the zombie virus. We won't be able to pay you back anytime soon. What do I care about you? The woman's voice shrilled. Ah! Outside, the sound of zombies banging against doors and windows grew louder. The woman, realizing something, lowered her voice and said, Hand in the supplies within 2 days, or we won't have water next time. As she spoke, she glanced at Enan and smiled flatteringly. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Do you want to join us? Before she finished her words, she caught Enan's cold, indifferent gaze, a chill in his eyes. She immediately stopped talking and turned back sullen to walk upstairs. After they were far away, she began to mutter, What are you so proud of? Just killing a zombie is so great. You still want to survive this apocalypse? Just wait to die. Enan of course heard it. Her face was expressionless, and she didn't take the woman's words to heart, as if she had only heard the barking of a dog. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, the faint sound of a helicopter could be heard. At this moment, excited voices rang out from upstairs. It's Director Ma and the others. Great, we're saved. Director Ma and the others are here to pick us up. My husband has awakened his powers. This time, we can definitely escape. The old man's aging eyes lit up at the sound of the helicopter. He immediately turned to a little boy. Xiao Yin, you can release flames, right? This time, you and Xiao Wu will leave with Uncle Ma and the others. What about you, Grandpa? Grandpa isn't going. I'm fine here. No, then I won't leave either. I want to stay with Grandpa. Xiao Yin said, his frail, childish face filled with determination. Xiao Wu echoed, "That's right, we're not leaving. We're staying with you, Grandpa." Ian walked to the window, watching the helicopter flying straight toward them. "The helicopter is coming this way. Let's go to the rooftop." Zhang Quan immediately pulled the two little boys to follow An's lead. "Hurry up. Grandpa's with you." "Let's go! Let's go! We be late." Chapter 247. Ian walked upstairs. It was a 5-story building with an elevator. The 3rd and 4th floors clearly showed signs of survivors. Ian guessed it was the woman and the others from earlier, but they were nowhere to be seen. When Ian reached the 5th floor, as expected, there were more than a dozen survivors huddled there, and the woman from earlier was at the front of the group. They banged against the blocked door of the rooftop passage. Bang! 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 The wardrobe they were carrying pounded against the door again and again. Their faces were filled with anticipation and excitement. Soon, the door collapsed. Ouch! 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 The 4-limbed mutant zombies that had been blocking the door rushed in. All at once, 3 or 4 survivors were bitten by the zombies. Screams rang out. The woman, screaming, dodged incredibly quickly. Having initially been at the front of the group, she escaped unscathed. Ian had witnessed her grabbing the person next to her and pushing forward to block a path for herself. This was perfectly normal in the apocalypse, and Ian had no desire to be a champion of justice. She watched it all coldly, like a bystander. Soon, the zombies were wiped out by a few psychics and muscular men in the crowd. But the price was horrific. Half the survivors perished. The excitement faded from everyone's faces, replaced only by the fear and paleness of those who had survived. "Hurry up! Ma, don't like to wait." Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from outside the passageway. The crowd, regaining their composure, rushed out. Ian glanced at Zhang Quan and the other 2 behind her and hurried to follow. A shabby, old-fashioned helicopter sat parked on the rooftop. Next to the helicopter stood a middle-aged man in a suit and slick-back hair. In this apocalyptic world, the man's attire was clearly better than most, evidently one who lived in a safe and comfortable environment. The arrogance and complacency in his eyes were unconcealable. This was what the apocalypse was like. The world's rules and structures were restructured. With a bit of skill or good luck, even a humble person could rise to prominence. Clearly, the Malay army before them was one of the latter. The survivors tumbled and scrambled toward the Malay army. They shouted respectfully, "Director Ma. Director Ma, you're finally here. Director Ma, take me away." They had just experienced a life-or-death struggle, their bodies completely exhausted from chronic malnutrition. In their excited rush toward the Malay army, several of them stumbled along the way. The Malay soldier, looking at their filthy, sweaty appearance, retreated in disgust. He waved his hand and sternly said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop!" His shout successfully stopped everyone in their tracks. "Those with superpowers follow me. Those with superpowers can only bring one non-superpowered family member with them. No more." As soon as he spoke, several superpowered individuals emerged. In the previous battle, most of those who died were non-superpowered. This time, most of those who survived had some superpowers. The Malay soldier's expression improved slightly as he watched the superpowered individuals emerge. He cleared his throat. "Show off your powers one by one." Zhang Quan looked at Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, go quickly." "I'm not going, Grandpa." Xiaoyan's face was grave. Director Ma said, "We can only take one person." "I can't take both Grandpa and Xiao Wu with me." "I'm not going." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian placed his hand on his shoulder. "Go ahead. I have another spot." Soon, Ian, Zhang Quan, Xiaoyan, and Xiao Wu all successfully boarded the helicopter. Ian displayed her lightning ability. As soon as her ability was revealed, the Ma Lijuan's gaze on her changed from lecherous to respectful. Thunder, such a rare and powerful ability. But the helicopter was too small and shabby, and 10 people were cramped inside. Ian sat next to Xiaoyan, and across from them sat the woman and her relatives. The woman had clearly not expected Zhang Quan and the other 2 to board the helicopter, and her glance was filled with disdain and disgust. It was as if the old man's presence had cast a shadow over her qualification to enter the large base. On the roof of the other building, an equally shabby helicopter, also loaded with people, took off. They had clearly come with the Malay army. The helicopter slowly flew south. The Mineral Research Bureau in City I was already very close to City I-2. This time, the helicopter was heading south, and it would soon reach the I-2 area. Zhang Quan, looking at the scene below, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to the large base in City I? Why are we flying to I-2?" This question raised many people's doubts. Instantly, everyone in the helicopter looked at the Malay soldier sitting in the front row. The Malay soldier glanced at Zhang Quan with a hint of impatience. What do you know? Compared to the large base in City I2, the base in City I is nothing. What? You don't want to go? As he spoke, a smile played at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were cold. Those who don't want to go, get off now. I won't stop you. With these words, everyone shrank their necks and averted their gaze. We were at a high altitude. Going off would be like jumping off a building, a sure death. Besides, this was an opportunity they'd been waiting for so long, so how could they give it up? How could we possibly not want to? Director Ma, you're joking. Yes, Director Ma is absolutely right. After all, we're all from the same neighborhood. Director Ma was everyone's backbone before the apocalypse, and now he's everyone's savior. Everyone relies on Director Ma. Yes, Director Ma said it's a good base, so it must be a very good base. Everyone was talking at once, flattering him more than the other. The Ma Lijun soldier, however, seemed tired of listening. His expression was blank, only the slight smile on his lips hinted at a relatively relaxed mood. Chapter 248. However, his smile didn't last long as the helicopter's alarm sounded. It was out of fuel. Damn it! The Malay soldier had clearly not done any pre-checking, and his expression was now a bit panicked. Brother Ma, out of fuel. The man in the cockpit shouted urgently, we have to land now. Hurry! The helicopter slowly descended. However, as the helicopter descended, everyone realized that the town below was far from peaceful. One building was even leaning, in ruins, with a swarm of zombies swarming around it. The zombies' roars echoed with the screams of the humans. Ian looked down and saw a small group of survivors frantically fleeing on the rooftop. The residential buildings here were extremely densely packed, close together, and of similar height. It wasn't difficult for an average person to run and jump between them. Similarly, the terrain was very suitable for the four-limbed mutant zombies to climb. The crowd's running speed was simply no match for the four-limbed zombies. The people at the end were dragged and bitten by the zombies one after another. The helicopter quickly landed on the rooftop of the tallest building. Another helicopter followed. Go down and kill the zombies. Those with good abilities will be rewarded. With the Malay army's words, the psychics on the helicopters rushed down. Everyone was full of energy. After the zombies on the rooftop had been mostly cleared, the Malay army finally moved his fat hips and descended. He gestured to the people on the helicopter, and then the helicopter took off. Presumably, he was either going back to call for support or to get some gas. At that moment, the fleeing crowd not far away was drawing closer. A man rushed over at the fastest pace. The residential buildings in their area were some distance from the building where Enan and the others were staying, making it difficult for ordinary people to jump over. Fortunately, there was a wooden ladder between the rooftops. The fleeing crowd was clearly aiming for this destination. If they could reach the ladder and push it away, they would be able to escape the four-limbed mutant zombies chasing them. They would have a chance to catch their breath. Just as the man was halfway up the ladder, the Malay soldier strode over, raised his sturdy leg, and kicked the ladder away. Bang! The ladder fell. Ah! The man on the ladder fell with him. 2 seconds later, the sound of the man slamming heavily into the pile of zombies, accompanied by his heartbreaking howls, echoed. The people on the rooftop were clearly stunned. Although most of them were selfish, they couldn't immediately commit such a decisive and ruthless act. Anyone who could kill someone instantly must be ruthless. Do they really have a future following such a person? They all had different thoughts, and they all looked at Ma Lijun. Zhang Quan's aged eyes observed the entire situation silently, holding Xiaowu and Xianyan's hands with an especially tight grip. Ma Lijun also noticed the gazes of the people behind him, but his face showed no trace of guilt. He glanced around coldly. What are you looking at? Are you going to let them attract zombies to maul you to death? Besides, who can guarantee whether they're good or bad? What if they try to steal my helicopter? Who among you can bear the responsibility? He questioned with great confidence. The crowd was clearly convinced, and they all looked flattering. Director Ma is right. Director Ma is very thoughtful. Yes. In this apocalypse, everyone will do anything to survive. We can't let them come over, or they definitely harm our interests. Everyone was talking at once. They all leaned against the Malay army. They seemed like a single entity. Enan watched it all coldly. It was business as usual. She didn't want to get involved. To her, there were only two kinds of people, family and strangers. She would do anything to help her family. She would help strangers if it was convenient, But she wouldn't do it if it interfered with her own interests. For example, right now, the only ladder had been kicked down by the Malay army. If she wanted to help the group on the other side, she would have to rush over and help them kill the zombies, putting herself in danger, which she wouldn't do. Enan simply didn't look at them, and turned to walk towards the small room on the rooftop. The small room was extremely shabby, with only a few worn-out wooden furniture inside. Seeing the crowd staring at the rooftop across from her, separated by a helicopter, Enan opened her wristband and checked the messages one by one. Since she had given Lucci a wristband before leaving, there was one from Lucci among the many missed voice and text messages. At that moment, Chung Su's voice popped up. Finally, someone had something serious to talk to her about. Enan felt relieved when she saw the name Chung Su. She turned on the voice chat and lowered her voice. Please keep your voice down. It's not convenient here. The next second, Chung Su's voice, lowered several degrees, sounded, I know, boss. Where are you now? Do you need any help? Enan, keeping a close eye on everything outside, said calmly, I'm in City I. I shouldn't need any help. I call you if I need anything. As she spoke, Enan seemed to think of something and quickly added, Don't tell anyone where I am. Do you hear me? Chung Su's confident and resolute voice rang out, Don't worry, boss. I keep this information confidential, and won't tell my sisters-in-law that you're in City I. The next second, the air fell silent. Chung Su's voice was slightly panicked. It's over, boss. I let it slip. At the same time, Bu Sun's deep, pleasant voice rang out in the background. Wang Kai, let's go to City I. Enan was speechless. Her face was furious, and she gritted her teeth. Chung Su, did you do this on purpose? Boss, I was wrong. Beep. The call was disconnected. Enan looked at the bracelet, which had fallen silent, furious. Outside the dilapidated house, the sound of a fierce fight suddenly broke out. Chapter 249. Enan walked out of the dilapidated house, and saw the survivors on the opposite rooftop climbing towards him on a long wooden stick. The leader was clearly a strength and speed psychic. They were now grappling with the Malay soldiers and their companions, their eyes red. The hatred was intense. On the opposite rooftop, most of the survivors had perished, with only a handful still stubbornly resisting. In desperate situations, human potential is limitless. Quick, kick that stick down. The Malay soldier shouted, dodging the psychic's attacks. Atop the stick, the survivors were climbing as fast as they could. A man quickly rushed forward and tried to kick the stick away, but he was quickly knocked to the ground by the man running from the opposite rooftop. At the same time, the middle-aged woman behind him rushed forward. The stick, with two survivors clinging to it, was difficult to move. Even with great effort, the woman only managed to push it a few centimeters. At that moment, the survivor on the wooden stick had already scrambled over and swung a punch at the woman. The woman quickly dodged, snatching up a dagger from the ground and swinging it at the man. The two exchanged blows. Enan folded his arms, watching the crowd clearly divided into two camps. The Malay army, led by those who wanted to keep the survivors away, while the survivors, led by those with strength and speed abilities, were desperately trying to escape. Soon, the man clinging to the wooden stick was no match for the dagger-wielding woman. He and the stick were about to be pushed off. The crowd on the opposite rooftop cried desperately for help. Please, give us a chance to live. We just want to live. Why are you so selfish? Enan wasn't partial to either side, but she felt the Malay soldiers and their men had gone too far. She stepped forward, kicked the woman aside, and returned the wooden stick to its place. The man who had nearly fallen with the stick thanked her profusely, crawling back inside with a pale, sweat-stained face. The surviving survivors on the opposite side also saw this, and began to climb over. The Malay soldier, utterly defeated by the strength-type psychic's blow and fleeing, glared at Enan with hatred. You. Soon, all the survivors on the opposite rooftop had crawled over, the last person trailing several zombies. They united in unison, blocking the zombies and pushing the wooden stick down. Severing the connection, the zombies on the opposite side could no longer reach the rooftop, and could only stand on the edge of the rooftop, howling. He just kicked our ladder down. Kill him! Someone in the crowd shouted. For a moment, everyone glared at the Malay soldiers fiercely. The Malay soldier retreated in fear. I'm from the big base. I can take you there. At his words, several men about to attack paused. Everyone exchanged glances. The allure of the word big base was immense for those surviving the apocalypse. Everyone slept in the open air, struggling to survive the zombies. Who wouldn't dream of entering a base, let alone a big one? Seeing them pause, the Malay soldier gained confidence. He swallowed hard and said, "You see this helicopter? It's out of fuel. Someone will bring it soon. Then I can take you to my big base." Everyone looked at the helicopter beside him. "Really? Are you really going to take all of us away? Can we believe his words? He just wanted us all to be mauled to death by zombies. I don't think he's a good person. But he has a helicopter. Anyone who can fly a helicopter these days must have a pretty impressive background. Even though he almost got us killed just now, if he can take us to the main base, we can forgive him." "That makes sense. I want to go to the main base. I haven't had a full meal in almost 6 months." Everyone was discussing this. Soon, most people chose to cling to the Malay army as a lifeline. Their attitude towards him improved considerably. Soon, the helicopter that had just left came roaring back. "Look, it's a helicopter. This guy isn't lying. This is real." Amid the crowd's excitement, the Malay army looked smug. He cleared his throat. "Everyone, as you can see, I only have 2 helicopters, which can only carry about 20 people at most. All those with special abilities step out. Only those with special abilities are eligible to follow me." At these words, some were happy, while others were sad. All those with special abilities eagerly stepped forward. A middle-aged woman, looking flustered, stepped forward. "Director Ma, then what about our previous?" Ma Lijun glanced at the woman and sneered. "All of you in Tianqing Street without special abilities have lost your qualifications." At his words, the woman panicked and reached out to grab him. "Director Ma, how could you change your mind? You clearly said before." Before the woman could finish her sentence, Ma Lijun shook her hand away. "Get out of the way." Thrown to the ground, the woman immediately turned to her husband, seeking help. "Husband, please help me plead with Director Ma." But what she met were a pair of exceptionally cold eyes. It was as if that wasn't the husband she lived with for over 20 years, but a stranger. The woman suddenly understood something. She clutched her head in despair and began to ramble. After another round of harassment, seeing no way out, the woman threw herself from the rooftop, crying. Silence. The entire rooftop was shrouded in an eerie silence. The Malay soldier had clearly seen this kind of scene many times. He spoke slowly. "You are too many. I'm only taking the psychics. Those who can't bear to leave their families behind can stay here and die. Those who can handle things can follow me to the larger base and enjoy life." Soon, many psychics emerged. Some were alone, while others had clearly abandoned their families and friends. Ignoring their loved ones' pleas for them to stay, they all ran with determination towards the larger base they longed for. The selfishness and ugliness of human nature were fully exposed in this moment. Xunian held Zhang Quan and Xiao Wu's hands. His voice was childish, yet far more powerful than those cowardly ones. "Grandpa, Xiao Wu, I stay with you. I won't leave." And then, no matter how Zhang Quan and Xiao Wu tried to persuade him, he wouldn't budge. An's disgust for the Malay army was now fully expressed. She had only been going to find Zhong Wan and the other researchers from the Mineral Research Bureau. She didn't necessarily need to go with the Malay army. It was enough to know the exact location of the base. So, she approached the Malay army and asked, "Where is that large base in I2 city you mentioned?" The Malay army looked at Enan, resentment in his eyes. But he didn't mind telling her. After all, this woman had nothing but her impressive lightning powers. In the apocalypse, without helicopters or armored vehicles, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to move even a kilometer. He took this as a good opportunity to brag, and immediately, shaking his head, he recounted the base's location. He then described it in great detail, describing its prosperity and stability. He persuaded several psychics, who had originally planned to stay to protect their families, to abandon their homes and join him. After hearing the specific location, Enan didn't bother to stay any longer. She pretended to walk to the edge of the rooftop to check on the zombie swarm below, but in reality, she stood with her back to the others in a hidden spot. A map appeared on her palm, and Enan searched for the large base the Malay army had mentioned. However, when she locked onto the location, her brow furrowed slightly. It was a mountain range, and extremely steep and dangerous. Let alone building a base, even an ordinary person would find it difficult to climb it. The map on Enan's palm vanished. She turned and looked at the Malay soldier, who was arrogantly directing the psychics to board the helicopter. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This man is lying. Chapter 250. At the same time, the Malay army also looked at Enan. He pulled up the waistband of his trousers and smiled. "The last spot is yours." It was as if he was offering her a great reward. Enan ignored him. The base location given by the Malay army was wrong. She was now unsure whether the previous psychics were dead or alive. There was no way they were getting on his helicopter. The Malay army hadn't expected Enan to remain unmoved. At this moment, both helicopters were packed with people. They all looked at Enan, as if they were looking at an ignorant human who didn't know what was good for him. The Malay army was embarrassed and walked towards Enan. "I called you. Why aren't you going?" Enan shook her head. "I'm not going." She wanted to fly her own helicopter. The Malay army stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face remained, but a hint of imperceptible cruelty appeared in his eyes. He waved to the men behind him. Several men quickly ran toward Enan. From the looks of it, they were planning to abduct him. Enan didn't hold back, punching each one to the bone. Of course, she couldn't just kill them outright. Killing them would cut off the entire clue. The men wailed and rolled on the ground, then all fled in panic, their heads in their hands. The Malay soldier watched his subordinates make such a fool of themselves, and his own confidence vanished. He glared at Enan fiercely, then quickly walked toward the helicopter, directing everyone aboard. However, just as the helicopter slowly took off, the Malay soldier had his men grab Xiao Yan's clothes and drag him up. The collar tightened rapidly around the boy's neck, nearly yanking him up. Suddenly, the boy's face flushed with pain. The helicopter ascended rapidly, leaving Xiao Yan hanging from the door. "Xiao Yan, kid!" Xiao Wu and Zhang Quan desperately followed the helicopter. But the helicopter was moving so fast that it was about to leave the rooftop area. Finally, it hovered over the edge of the rooftop. Ma Liejun grappled with the door frame, looked at Enan, and yelled, "If you don't get up, I kill this kid." For a moment, Zhang Quan and Xiao Wu looked at Enan, their faces filled with anxious, pleading expressions. Enan's eyes darkened, and she strode toward the helicopter. Ma Liejun smiled triumphantly as he watched Enan approach. What a joke! Such a beautiful woman, with a lightning ability. How could he possibly let her go? Enan leaped a few steps forward and grabbed the helicopter's landing gear. At the same moment, the helicopter rapidly ascended. Enan looked at Zhang Quan and Xiao Wu, who were anxiously awaiting their arrival on the rooftop, and nodded to them, offering them reassurance. Then, the next second, Xiao Yan was released by the man and fell. Enan, quick-witted, grabbed him. "Hold on tight, little girl. You be shattered to pieces if you fall." The Malay soldier's snarling voice echoed from the fuselage overhead. Enan looked at the little boy in her arms, whose face had turned purple. She whispered, "How are you? Are you okay?" The boy nodded gratefully. "Thank you, sister. You saved me again." He had just been trying to keep his fear to himself, so as not to worry his grandfather and Xiao Wu. The helicopter was getting farther and farther away, and he could no longer see the figures below. Only then did he burst into tears. After all, he was still just a child in his early teens. Enan's eyes were heavy as she whispered in Xiaoyan's ear, "These guys are very likely up to something bad. When we get there, you take every opportunity to escape, understand?" Xiaoyan, though frightened, forced herself to remain calm and nodded, "I understand, sister." Holding a boy to the landing gear like this wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person, but it wasn't difficult for Enan. Her physical fitness continued to improve, already surpassing that of an ordinary human. She clung to the landing gear tightly as she observed the scene below. The further south she went, the more desolate the landscape became. Zombies swarmed. It didn't look like a large base at all. Just then, the system's voice rang out, "Main quest now available. Host, please investigate the power distribution in City I and its 3 sub-cities and eliminate any foreign forces. The deadline is 1 year. Completion will bring a generous reward." It was the main quest. Enan perked up immediately. It seemed that things in City I were truly far from peaceful. Just the word foreign forces still puzzled Enan. Could it be forces from within his own country? The system didn't answer Enan's question, so he stopped asking. The helicopter didn't head in the direction the Malay military had just indicated. Instead, it drifted considerably southwest. 10 minutes later, signs of human life slowly appeared below. The streets weren't just filled with zombies and their corpses. Even large numbers of human corpses began to appear. Enan had a bad feeling. Not far away was a massive factory. Thick smoke billowed from it from time to time, clearly indicating human habitation. The helicopter also slowly descended. "Aw, help, help!" The screams grew closer. Enan looked over and saw a naked man running wildly on the filthy street. Behind him, several men wearing white masks were chasing him. Shockingly, the fleeing man's head was incomplete. There was a gash at the back of his skull. As he strode, blood mixed with an unidentified white substance splattered continuously. But even so, the man continued to run desperately, as if something more terrifying than a zombie was chasing him. Evidently, someone on the helicopter had seen it too. Everyone started talking in panic. "Quiet! What are you yelling about?" the Malay soldier shouted. Enan's eyes were cold. As the helicopter flew over a tall building, she opened her arms, hugged Xianyan, and jumped out. Light-based supernatural powers enveloped her entire body. Although Xianyan was extremely panicked, he forced himself not to make a sound. When he found that he had landed safely, he was even more incredulous. Enan didn't have time to say anything as she grabbed him and ran downstairs. She was running incredibly fast, practically carrying Xianyan with her. Her top priority now was to hide. After all, judging by the scale of this factory, it must have employed at least 1,000 people. Dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters down, on a nearby floor, a hooded man in black looked away after seeing the woman successfully disembark. Action in advance. Chapter 251. Enan dragged Xianyan into the building quickly. This street was within the protection of the group, and there were only a few zombies. There were only dead bodies. The streets were full of dead bodies. The air was filled with the stench of rotting flesh and offal. Accompanied by the excrement, it could easily make one die. Enan put on a mask and without hesitation put one on Xianyan as well. The next second, she stopped dead in her tracks. The staircase leading from the second floor to the first floor was piled high with corpses. Enan immediately carried Xianyan on his back and lowered his voice. "Hide in the closet in the next room. Don't come out until I call you." Xianyan was very obedient and immediately hid inside the room. He had just seen the pile of corpses, and his legs were weak with fear. Enan calmly stepped forward to investigate. On top of the pile was a rotting human head. The top of the skull had been ripped open, and the brain was gone, leaving only maggots and rats. Enan observed that the skin didn't resemble that of an infected, mutated zombie. It was a living human. Not only that, every corpse in this pile was alive. The fact that they were piled up to this point meant that the entire layer was already full. Furthermore, the skull's owner's features were completely disfigured. Although black and yellow rotting flesh and pus splattered across his face, one could vaguely glimpse the agony of death. It's even possible that the skull had been cracked open without anesthesia. Enan frowned and continued to look down. The bodies below were some dismembered, some with extremely abnormal colors. The manner of death varied, but the methods were all extremely cruel. The more she looked, the colder her aura grew. What kind of organization could be capable of such a brutal act? This is worse than cannibalism. Enan immediately decided to call for backup. She sent her exact location to Fu Sun and told him to lurk nearby, awaiting her signal. At that moment, Enan keenly heard a noise downstairs. She immediately activated her invisibility ability and quietly approached the window, peering down. Downstairs, she saw two men wearing white masks pushing a cart. On the cart was a box covered in black cloth, obscuring the contents. Enan nonetheless observed the blood that occasionally leaked from around the box. The two men were heading toward the factory. Enan rolled down. She landed lightly. Her movement made a slight noise, and the two men, wary, turned their heads. Seeing nothing, they exchanged a glance and continued walking. Enan quietly followed them. "We've got them. We've got them." Suddenly, a man's hoarse voice echoed from the other side of the street. Enan looked over. It was the man who had just escaped. He was being dragged forward. One of his legs had been severed, blood oozing from the severed limb as it dragged along the ground. He was a speedster. Even with his head smashed, he still ran so fast. "We almost missed him. Go back and chop off all his limbs." The men exchanged cruel words. Enan couldn't bear to watch any longer, and with a cold gaze, he hurried after them. The further they walked, the more living people they saw. They all seemed to be from the factory. Then, the man pushing the cart spoke. Enan was shocked. This man spoke a southern dialect. The languages of the southern kingdom and the eastern kingdom are somewhat similar, yet fundamentally different. Normal communication shouldn't be a major problem. Enan looked around at the crowd again. The people of the two countries looked similar. Unless they spoke, the average person couldn't tell them apart. Could it be that this factory has been occupied by people from the southern kingdom? The more Enan thought about it, the heavier her heart grew. In her previous life, before her death, nations had indeed engaged in plunder and aggression. But now, less than a year after the apocalypse, were foreign forces already secretly invading? Enan hadn't expected them to attack their own territory so quickly. A large number of well-trained men stood guard at the factory gate, their weapons clutched. Enan, invisible, followed smoothly inside. Everyone in the factory wore a serious expression. They were all silent and hurried. It was clear that this was an organization with extremely strict management. Not long after walking, Enan saw that bastard from the Malay army. He was nodding and bowing to several men in Southern Kingdom military uniforms. Not far behind them were the 2 helicopters, but the group of psychics were no longer aboard. Good job this time. You can follow him to collect the meat and rice. Thank you, big brother. The Malay soldiers nodded repeatedly in thanks. Enan quickly made her way past them. Ahead were factory buildings, and soon she saw the backs of a large group of people. They were the psychics brought in by the Malay soldiers. They were being held at gunpoint by a dozen men. Enan hurried to catch up. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters could be heard from the sky. Enan looked up and saw 3 military helicopters approaching from the southwest. Enan had never seen the style of helicopter in China before, and she guessed it was a southern China helicopter. The crowd had already entered a building. Enan didn't bother looking, but hurried to follow. As soon as they entered, the strong smell of disinfectant mixed with the stench of blood hit them. A row of masked men, with a terrifying air of pressure, approached, checking the crowd one by one and attaching labels to them. The labels bore different numbers: 01189, 01190, 01191. Enan observed everything, slipping through the crowd like a nimble fish. As the crowd moved deeper, countless screams rang out. The sounds came from upstairs. The screams grew closer, echoing through the empty factory. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in. In the crowd, a man, terrified, screamed, attempting to flee. Stop him. The southern China people rushed forward, trying to restrain the man. However, the man was a force of strength, and he flung himself aside and ran. Bang! The man was struck in the leg by a bullet. He collapsed to the ground. Drag him up to the 5th floor. The leading southerner, weapon drawn, spoke in an icy voice. Soon, several masked southerners advanced and dragged the man upstairs. The man's screams were futile. After this, the others who hadn't wanted to go in retreated with their heads tucked in. Everyone's face was filled with fear, tears streaming down their cheeks. They all regretted believing the words of that bastard from the Malay army, and abandoning their families and friends to come here. They had always thought they would be greeted by heaven, but they had never expected such a horrible hell. Enan was the first to ascend to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was divided into many small rooms, each containing a psychic bound to a platform and dismembered. Some had already fainted from the pain, while others lingered on, wailing hopelessly. The level of cruelty was so intense that Enan dared not even look closely. Having lived through the apocalypse for so long, she had rarely witnessed such brutal scenes. She remembered that in her previous life, City I had indeed been invaded by the Southern Kingdom. She hadn't expected the Southern Kingdom to establish a secret base in City I so quickly, and to abduct its psychics for experiments. She continued to ascend. The 3rd floor was also conducting various experiments. Unlike the 2nd floor, this one was almost entirely devoted to human internal organs. Enan endured the discomfort and continued to ascend. The 4th floor was devoted to research on various human brain crystals, zombie cores, and body fluids, and the 5th floor was even more terrifying. They strapped living people to instruments, injecting fluids to keep them awake while they performed craniotomies while they were conscious. Enan glanced at the masked man stirring the instrument in his brain and then looked away. If she kept watching, she'd be vomiting. The screams and shrieks echoed in her ears. Enan went up to the 6th floor. This was also the top floor. The prison-like rooms were packed with psychics. They were all psychics from the east. Some hadn't yet been experimented on, while others were dragging their mutilated bodies and wailing in agony. The men from Camp 021 are here. Take all the high-quality test subjects down. Several men strode toward the 5th floor. Enan stepped aside, observing the scene coldly. Behind them were a dozen men wearing white masks. They quickly opened the iron door of a cage and roughly pushed out the bound psychics. At the same time, a man, holding a notebook, was checking something with the crowd. Suddenly, he shouted, "Where's 01137? The men immediately began searching. The others slapped the psychics in the face and demanded, "Where is 01137? Tell me." I don't know. I don't know either. I don't know where Zhongwan is. Several men shook their heads in fear. At the mention of Zhongwan, Enan's eyes lit up. Report. 01137 has been found. She was in the toilet just now, and nearly broke the rope. As long as we found her, we take her away. Just then, a man approached, escorting a woman. The woman was bound with ropes, her face swollen, clearly having been beaten. But her eyes were clear and calm, her lips tightly pursed in a stubborn, intelligent air. She was indeed a talent recommended by the director of the Mineral Research Bureau, Chen Rang. Her aura alone was remarkable. An's eyes darkened as she pondered how to rescue them. There were many Southerners here, heavily guarded. It wouldn't be easy for her to fight her way out alone, let alone save these psychics. So she decided to rescue Zhongwan and the others first, and then consider the rest after Fu Sun and the others arrived. As she pondered, An felt her energy drain. The invisibility ability was great, but it consumed a great deal of psychic energy. She stepped into the shadows, several third-level crystal cores appearing in her palms, which she quickly absorbed. By this time, Zhongwan and the others had already been escorted away. An hurried to follow. "Oh no! Oh no! Warrant Officer Aikawa! Those men in black are attacking again!" A man shouted as he rushed over from downstairs. The man in the lead, Aikawa, was immediately enraged. Why are they here again? He turned his head and glared at the crowd fiercely. "You guys, escort them out. Everyone else follow me." With that, he drew his sword and charged out. He was still cursing, clearly hating the group of men in black who had come from nowhere. Chapter 252. Once they left, there were only a few Southerners left. The few remaining Southerners escorted the 20 or so bound psychics onto the helicopter one by one. An, invisible, followed them. She naturally wouldn't act rashly in the factory. The risk was too great. The most important goal at the moment was to rescue Zhongwan and the others, so An decided to board the helicopter first and wait until it left before taking action. She blended in with the crowd, glancing at the chaotic crowd outside the factory before boarding. Amid the chaos, she could vaguely make out the silhouettes of men in black. They were agile and quick, not like an ordinary gang, but more like an assassination squad. An withdrew her gaze and, before the door closed, crouched down and stepped inside. All the psychics were crammed into the small helicopter. An crouched in a corner, avoiding contact with others. Soon, this helicopter took off first. The other two helicopters, still unloaded with psychics, landed inside the factory. The person closest to An was Zhongwan. The helicopter quickly departed from the factory, and several southern Chinese men chatted casually. An reached out and touched Zhongwan's hands, which were bound behind her back. She moved very gently, so as not to startle her. Zhongwan's pupils dilated sharply at the touch of warm skin. But her mental fortitude was incredibly strong, and her expression remained impassive. Seeing her composure, An felt relieved. She moved with greater force, writing directly on her palm. "Can you fly a helicopter?" An wasn't sure if Zhongwan understood what he meant. She nodded slightly, and he felt relieved. An continued writing. "Cooperate with me." Zhongwan understood, and she immediately nudged the others around her, gesturing with her hands behind her and sending signals with her eyes. Everything went incredibly smoothly. The next second, a small dagger appeared in An's hand, and she quickly cut the rope around Zhongwan's wrist. A southern man suddenly looked at Zhongwan, a lewd smile on his face. "This woman is quite good-looking. The helicopter won't arrive for about half an hour, so I have some fun first." As soon as he said this, the men around him also looked at Zhongwan. "Okay, then hurry up. I want one too, I be second." A bunch of bastards actually started lining up. An hadn't expected these men to be capable of such filthy acts on a helicopter. Her movements quickened, quickly cutting Zhongwan's ropes. At the same time, the leading southern man had already stripped down to his pants and was crouching over. "You fly the helicopter," An said bluntly. Zhongwan was startled by the sudden female voice, but she quickly regained her composure, gripping the dagger An had handed her, ready to defend herself. At the same moment, An appeared. "Who?" Several southern men were shocked. An swung his fist. His fist was wrapped in thunder and lightning. With one blow, he slammed the man against the fuselage. Blood splattered from his nose and mouth, and several teeth were knocked out. Not only that, his face was charred black. The man howled. The other men reacted and drew their swords, slashing at An. Their methods were brutal, each strike aimed at the most vulnerable parts. An possessed light-based abilities, making him invulnerable to swords and spears. She continued to pummel the southern men with her fists, causing them to wail in agony. An showed no mercy to the foreign invaders. This was a brutal slaughter, her fists, shrouded in lightning and light, leaving the men helpless and twitching on the ground. For a moment, the unpleasant stench of burnt flesh and blood filled the helicopter. All the psychics cheered An. "Well done. Kill them! Kill those beasts!" An was extremely agile. She nodded to Zhongwan and immediately killed the man in the driver's seat. Zhongwan, understanding, quickly flipped over to the driver's seat and stabilized the helicopter. Finally, Enan opened the door and threw the last remaining Southern men out. Below, the zombies on the ground looked up at the sky. They gaped, waiting for food. As the Southern men's bodies fell, the zombies pounced on them like crazy, biting them. Enan slammed the door shut, cut the ropes, holding all the psychics, and directed Zhongwan to fly in the direction of Xianyan. Inside the helicopter, everyone thanked Enan for his rescue. At this moment, Zhongwan, as if realizing something, spoke immediately. By the way, boss, those bastards have developed zombie boosters and psychic awakening agents, and are breeding large numbers of these enhanced zombies in their factory. Enan was slightly startled at this. Zombie boosters? So, in the previous life, the zombies grew at an incredibly terrifying rate a year after the apocalypse, and this was also the work of those bastards? I need to go back. The building ahead is shut down. You wait for me here. After Enan finished speaking, Zhongwan skillfully maneuvered the helicopter to land. Enan quickly exited the helicopter, and everyone behind her wanted to follow and help. However, they were already extremely weak from not eating for days, so Enan told them to rest where they were and wait for her return. She didn't reveal her spatial abilities to provide them with food. Although the group included the mineral researcher she was looking for, she didn't fully trust them. She sped along, using her grappling hook to gain speed. As she approached the factory, Enan immediately became invisible. The factory was in chaos, with two factions clashing and their weapons creating a cacophony of noise. More and more zombies were gathering. Enan ran at breakneck speed. Unsure of which building the zombie boosters and ability awakening agents were, she abducted a Southerner and dragged him into a dark room, torturing him. After successfully extracting their location, Enan silenced him. She sprinted out, sprinting against the chaotic crowd, when she suddenly felt a powerful gaze. She looked to the side. Atop a tall building ahead, a man in a white lab coat stared intently at her. Enan was immediately shocked. How could this man still see her even after she had used her invisibility? Chapter 253. Enan continued running forward without stopping. The man's gaze followed her closely. Enan was now even more certain that this man could see her. Coincidentally, the building where this man was located was the same building where the zombie enhancer and superpower awakening agent Enan had just inquired about were located. She ran straight into the building without fear. Inside, the crowd seemed to have received the man's signal and immediately closed all doors, maintaining alert. Now that she was exposed, Enan made no secret of herself. She appeared, her powers unleashed. Suddenly, several Southerners, guns drawn, sprayed Enan with guns. Bang! 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 The bullets pierced walls and various machines, but they couldn't harm Enan at all. Instead, Enan swung a few slashes of light, slashing down several Southerners. Then, holding a powerful Gatling gun, she began to fire. This was the top-of-the-line version of the powerful gun she purchased for 20,000 points. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, she destroyed everything. Twice as powerful as a regular Gatling gun, the powerful version was like a small cannonball, leaving nothing untouched in its path. But its weakness was its lack of agility, and several Southerners still managed to escape during the chaos. After Enan's action, the doors on each floor of the building were closed even tighter. Not only that, Enan could even hear the sound of metal objects being moved against the doors. She sheathed her enhanced Gatling gun, sprinted away in stealth, and with a grappling hook shot directly up to the second floor. The man in the white coat, who had been closely watching the downstairs, clearly hadn't expected this woman to be so impressive, to even soar to the second floor. His previously calm expression finally faltered, and he immediately began giving orders to his subordinates below. Enan ignored him. She leaped onto the second floor and unleashed a killing spree. Thunder, lightning, thermal weapons. She sent the Southerners on the second floor scattering everywhere. They huddled behind the gate they had blocked, and with immense effort, they broke it open and fled. Enan had no time to chase them. She searched room by room, searching for zombie boosters and ability awakening agents. Any materials she came across that she thought might be useful, she stored them all in her space. Soon, Enan had thoroughly searched the entire second floor. With incredible speed, she scaled the third floor. Following the same method, Enan gathered all the materials. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps was heard. Enan rushed out from stealth, only to see the man in the white coat swiftly descending, surrounded by a group of people. In their arms, they clutched several boxes. Enan's instinct told her that those boxes were most likely zombie boosters and ability awakening agents. She immediately chased after him, from meters east of the door to room 302. But as the man in the white coat announced the location, 5 tall and burly men burst out from the crowd. They charged towards Enon, brimming with powerful energy. Enon quickly dodged, then reappeared, her body imbued with light-based abilities, confronting the 5 men. But what shocked Enon was the incredibly tough skin of these 5 men, their faces terrifying, their bodies covered in veins. Furthermore, their pupils were significantly larger than those of ordinary humans, with virtually no whites, and their eyes were practically black. Their abilities were also extremely rare. The fire they cast was actually green. The dark green flames were extremely difficult to extinguish once they touched her. Although Enon had light powers protecting him, the extremely difficult to extinguish green flame seemed to be corrosive. Gradually melting away Enon's light shield, Enon unleashed his charm powers, but found that these men were completely immune to them. This was terribly wrong. The lightning flash from Enon's long sword erupted, violently severing a sturdy man's arm. Then, using her magnetic field and invisibility abilities, she flipped over, unleashing a grappling hook and leaping towards the man in the white coat. Her goal had been clear from the beginning. Zombie Enhancer and Ability Awakening Agent. The man in the white coat was now some distance away from Enon, yet he wasn't affected by the magnetic field at all, and he immediately reported Enon's direction of movement. Enon immediately confirmed that the man wasn't able to see her through his powers. The 5 sturdy men immediately chased Enon. "Be on guard," the man in the white coat shouted, and the men behind him drew their weapons, forming a tight defensive wall. Enon's lips curled coldly. Close enough. The next moment, the power of exchange was unleashed. Enon and the man in the white coat swapped places. Enon appeared among the Southerners. At the same time, the boxes in the men's hands all entered Enon's space. No one present had expected this. Before they could react, Enon's long sword, lashed with thunder and lightning, slashed down several Southerners. Her various powers had consumed a great deal of energy along the way, and her energy was nearly depleted. Enon knew she had to fight quickly. 5 burly men reacted and attacked Enon. Enon fought and retreated. Now that she had the important items, she could kill these men at any time. There was no need to risk her life now. However, just as Enon retreated to the 3rd floor door, it was quickly shut by the outsiders. At the critical moment, Enon thrust his long sword horizontally through the crack in the door. With unwavering force, he managed to create a gap of more than 10 centimeters. Sensing the murderous gust of wind behind him, Enon swung his right arm violently, a broadsword reappearing in his hand, and struck fiercely. The man in the white coat had already fled upstairs, surrounded by the crowd. Enon now faced 5 burly men. Their fighting prowess surpassed even Chung Su's, their skin as tough as if possessed by a supernatural power. At this moment, facing the ferocious Enon, their veins bulged. Their terror was so intense that Enon could even smell the faint aura of death around them. What kind of inhuman creature was this? Enon dodged the attacks of the 5 men while finding the perfect moment to strike their eyes. Her punches were swift, lightning fast, leaving a trail of afterimages and whirring sounds, accompanied by bursts of thunder and lightning that chilled the heart. Soon, a large man had his eyes gouged out and his head severed by Enon, not giving either her enemies or herself a moment to breathe. Enon unleashed the last of her energy, releasing a wave of light. The other 2 men's eyes were singed by the electric current, and they howled in agony. Enon seized the opportunity to create 3 level 4 crystal cores in her palm and absorb them. Level 4 crystal cores were extremely precious, and normally she would never have used them to absorb energy. But at this moment, Enon had to seize every opportunity to recharge her energy, otherwise she might not be able to escape unscathed today. However, before Enon could absorb it for long, the strange-looking man attacked again. Enon gathered all her strength, gathering the energy she had just absorbed into the tip of her blade. She swung her arms, striking with incredible speed and ferocity, her blade whirling fiercely. One strike hit the skulls of the 2 men fiercely. Just then, Enon suddenly heard footsteps coming from downstairs. The footsteps were so intense that Enon estimated there were at least 100 people. She sensed something was wrong, but her movements remained unwavering. As the last 2 surviving men attacked, Enon flipped her wrist, using the momentum to step on one of their bodies and soar into the air. A dagger materialized from her palm and stabbed it fiercely into their eyes. Then, a long sword materialized from her palm, and she spun around, unleashing a curtain of light. The curtain of light surged, annihilating the other man's long sword. Enon, with her quick wits, dispatched the last 2 burly men with one strike. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, a large number of Southerners rushed forward, spraying Enon with gunfire. The door was blasted open by bullets. Enon dodged behind a wall for cover. She tried to run upstairs, only to discover the area had been blocked off with metal cabinets by the men in white coats. She now had no escape. Enan wasted no time absorbing the energy from the crystal cores in her palms. Her cold eyes fixed on the hail of bullets approaching around the corner. She gritted her teeth, ready to fight this group to the death. However, just as Enan had absorbed the last of the crystal core's energy and was about to raise her sword, screams erupted from the crowd below. Chapter 254. Enan leaned forward to see a group of men in black rushing in from behind the crowd, quickly engaging in a melee with the Southerners. She immediately raised her broadsword and slashed at the iron gate leading to the second floor. The blow left only a single scratch on the iron gate. It had clearly been refitted and was made of extremely strong material. Enan abandoned this path and turned to join the fray. Thankfully, the men in black were highly skilled, and with Enan's help, the Southerners' numbers were drastically reduced. Enan seized the opportunity to run towards the gate, her instinct telling her that the men in white coats were surely trying to escape. The closer she got to the gate, the more she could hear the thumping of footsteps and the roars of zombies. But she remained undaunted, her steps paving the way for a light-based supernatural power. The next second, someone grabbed Enan's arm, and an extremely powerful and domineering force yanked her back 2 steps. Then, a bony hand slammed the door shut. Ouch! A zombie slammed into the door, pounding against the transparent glass. Then, a second, a third, and more. These zombies' grayish-white pupils were even paler than those of ordinary zombies. Their grayish-white, turquoise-tinted skin bore unusually terrifying veins, yet it remained unbroken despite the repeated impacts. Enan immediately understood that these were enhanced zombies, just like the 5 burly men. Thank you. Enan thanked them without even turning her head. Although she possessed light-based abilities, she had no idea how powerful these enhanced zombies were, and confronting them rashly was indeed risky. They've already left by helicopter. We hold this place and await rescue. The man's voice was low, husky, and pleasant. Enan was stunned by the familiar voice. She turned and met a pair of eyes as dark as ink. Chi-Yi? Enan hadn't expected to meet Chi-Yi here. The light inside was dim, and most of his face was now hidden by the shadow of his hood. Only a pair of sharp eyes, piercing through the darkness, stared at her intently. The coldness between his brows had a touch more mature and unapproachable than before. When she called his name, Chi-Yi's eyes flickered slightly. He tightened his grip on the door and, without turning back, dispatched a sneak attack from a Southerner. It's me. Enan had many questions she wanted to ask, but she knew now was not the time. She immediately looked at the growing number of zombies outside. You just said there would be help? Chi-Yi nodded. I guess so. Okay, then let's take care of these beasts first. Enan felt relieved when she heard help coming. She raised her long sword and looked at Chi-Yi. As if infected by her fierce energy, Chi-Yi's eyes softened slightly, and he nodded. Okay. A dozen minutes later, almost all the Southerners on the first floor of the factory building were dead. During this time, Enan captured several people and coerced them into revealing their locations in other cities. Based on their different confessions, he marked their approximate locations on a map. Suddenly, the number of zombies outside the door began to decrease, and they swarmed frantically to the other side. Enan immediately looked at Chi-Yi. Seeing him nod, he confirmed that the arrival was the rescue Chi-Yi had mentioned. Shouldn't we go out and help? Seeing Chi-Yi remain motionless, Enan asked in confusion. Chi-Yi, who had just treated a wound on a man in black, picked up his weapon and said, We just wait here. Enan was immediately confused. If they were coming to the rescue, why did they stand by and watch as they faced the zombies? But she never asked questions, so she decided to find something to do. She swung at the door to the second floor again. Finally, with the help of Chi-Yi and the others, Enan successfully kicked the more than 10-centimeter thick steel door open. She immediately rushed up and explored each floor. The men in white coats had indeed left, but some of their documents remained in the building. Enan put everything away. Among them, a can on a cabinet caught Enan's attention. This can was unusual, a style only found in national bases. This type of can is usually produced by the military and rarely circulated. Why is there a can like this here? A man in black stepped forward, picked up the can, and examined it. At the same time, his companion picked up a food package nearby. This is from a noodle shop in City Inn. How do you know it's from that noodle shop in City Inn? My house is across from that noodle shop. There's only one of theirs in China. They don't do takeout or sell online, only offline sales, and they have a limited supply. Look at the production date. These noodles were made on the day the zombie virus broke out. The two's conversation reached Enan's ears. This meant that this food had arrived after the apocalypse. But the Southern Kingdom had clearly only invaded City I, and the only other canned food in the military besides Gusu and his men was Hong Bing, who had established a base in City Inn. While Enan was pondering, Chi Yi approached. "This is what I'm investigating." Enan was incredibly clever. She turned to look at him. "Are you saying someone in China is colluding with the Southerners?" "Yes, I've been investigating the methods used by the Glory base in City Inn to enhance humans and zombies." Chi Yi's eyes darkened as he spoke. "This incident has further convinced me that they purchased the potion here. What exactly does this potion do?" "I don't know the specifics. I only know that humans who take it will be enhanced, but their appearance and humanity will be somewhat diminished. Chi Yi looked at Enan. Zombies will be even more enhanced after taking it." Enan was furious. These people, who had used human lives to develop a potion, only wanted to continue harming humans. Chi Yi's voice was muffled. P City has already fallen for the most part. In the dim light, his eyes were particularly dark. Enan felt a chill in her heart. She knew that Gusu and his men had been fighting Hong Bing and the others for a long time. She had always believed that Hong Bing was a despicable person who would resort to any means necessary. "I never imagined they could do such a heartless thing." At this moment, the sounds of fighting approached from below, followed by a deafening roar. "Chi Yi, get out here." The man was clearly furious. Enan walked to the window and saw a man downstairs, covered in blood and sweat, holding a fixed stone pillar and smashing it against zombies. He screamed and slammed the pillar down, instantly crushing a swarm of zombies. His fighting power was astonishing. Enan silently said to himself, "System, analyze the man holding the stone pillar downstairs." The system's voice rang out. Character detection of the man holding the stone pillar. Male, 32 years old, 194 centimeters tall, 106 kilograms. Leo. Awakened power, strength, strong body. Loyalty, average. Responsibility, high. IQ, average. Extremely high combat capability. Teammate compatibility, 89%, fair. The next second, the man yelled, "I'm doing what you say. Come out here." Chapter 255. Several men in black immediately ran to the window, and Enan retreated to a corner to make room for them. One of them shouted, "Gao Chong, clear out the zombies, and our boss will naturally see you." The man cursed at the words. He kept asking to see Chi Yi. However, when Chi Yi appeared at the window, he suddenly became timid. He subdued his arrogance and just focused on hacking away at the zombies. Enan stood aside and watched quietly. The group downstairs was clearly from a large base. They were driving several armored vehicles and had many psychics. They weren't stupid. Instead of confronting the zombies head-on, they divided into a dozen small teams, luring the zombies into the building and sealing them off. After about half an hour, they had completely sealed off the enhanced zombies in the factory. Chi Yi opened the door. The tall, strong man named Gao Chong was now soaking wet, his face sullen. He strode toward Chi Yi. His tone remained harsh, but he no longer addressed himself as master. "My future base has lost at least 20 men this time. Chi Yi, this is your responsibility." He stopped 10 meters from Chi Yi, not moving a single step forward. Chi Yi took a step forward. The anger on Gao Chong's face suddenly broke. He frowned, and, as if subconsciously, he took a step back. "Don't get too close to me." There was a faint hint of fear in his tone. Chi Yi stopped. Dozens of people, mostly men, scurried up behind Gao Chong. All of them were covered in blood, sweat, and zombie slime. At this moment, the dozens of men in black behind Chi Yi also stepped forward, confronting him. Enan finally realized that the two factions were actually enemies. Then why were they helping Chi Yi clean up the zombies? "Gao Chong, you've done too many inhumane things. This is your retribution," a man in black said coldly. Gao Chong was clearly unconvinced. "How am I inhuman? In this apocalypse, there's no morality. It's simply..." He glanced at Chi Yi and trailed off. After a pause, Gao Chong quickly said, "Release my brother." Chi Yi looked at him coldly. "It's not over yet. Once we've driven all the Southerners away, your debt will be repaid." "What?" Gao Chong was about to jump up. His neck thickened, his face flushed, and he spoke excitedly. "Chi Yi, I admit, I was wrong to backstab you, kill your men, and steal your supplies. Didn't you get them back?" He turned and pointed at his men and the armored vehicles behind him. "I brought men to kill zombies today. Apart from anything else, I've used up a lot of fuel alone. Don't you know how precious fuel is these days?" Chi Yi looked at him coldly. "Gao Chong, if you have any humanity, you should know what the Southerners are doing, and you shouldn't just sit back and watch." Gao Chong was speechless at Chi Yi's words. He pursed his thick lips, took a few deep breaths, and then looked at Qi. What if I say I just don't want to intervene? Qi said nothing more, averted his gaze, and turned away. Gao Chang was now anxious. He followed with a few long strides. I take care of it, okay? I take care of it. Yinan found the scene rather amusing. Gao Chang was obviously very dissatisfied, but he was also very afraid of Qi. Yinan couldn't help but wonder what he'd been through in all that time. Seems he's doing pretty well. There are people. Armored vehicles, more advanced than ours. Look, there are heavy trucks. There are a lot of them. Which base are they from? I don't know. Should we hide? They've obviously spotted us and are coming for us. A discussion erupted in the crowd. Qi, Gao Chang, and the others stopped to look. Several armored vehicles drove into the factory gate, with a large truck at the very end. The scene was even more impressive than Gao Chang and the others. For a moment, Gao Chang stopped confronting Qi and the others, and stood quietly behind them, acting like a younger brother. Seeing Qi unmoved, Gao Chang couldn't stand still. He tugged at Qi's sleeve and lowered his voice. Brother Yi, if these guys start a fight, you have to protect me later. The people on the other side began to disembark, led by a man in a blue shirt and sunglasses. Yinan, judging by his attire and the attitude of those around him, suspected he was the leader. The man in blue led his men straight toward Qi. The momentum was overwhelming. Seeing Qi still didn't move, Gao Chang grew anxious. Just as he was about to command his men to draw their weapons and fight, a very friendly voice rang out. Brother Yi, how are you? He then spread his arms in a swaying ox pose. All 130 psychics from my fortress base are here. Look, that's impressive. Gao Chang was stunned. This man wasn't an enemy, but a friend. He immediately felt relieved. Okay, everyone's here. Let's rest up and then head out. Seeing Qi's cold attitude, the man in blue lowered his arms. Unfazed, he grinned, his teeth bared, at Gao Chang. Hey, there's a big guy. You're the big guy. My name is Gao Chang. The strong are the strong. Gao Chang introduced himself in a rather childish way. The man in blue continued to smile. Wang Xiang. After the two had introduced themselves, Qi looked at Yinan. Nan Sheng, we're going to City I3 to take down the Southern Kingdom stronghold. What are your plans next? Yinan understood and nodded. I'm thinking the same thing. Wang Xiang and Gao Chang then looked at the woman standing silently in the corner. This one glance left them both stunned. In this apocalypse, how could such a pure and beautiful woman still exist? Qi quietly stood before Yinan, his cold gaze instantly repelling the covetous gazes of many men. His actions clearly asserted his dominance. Especially for a shrewd man like Wang Xiang, he immediately understood, and the desire in his eyes transformed into amusement. Wang Xing rubbed his chin and smiled. I never expected that Brother Yi, who seemed so abstinent from women, actually harbors such a stunning woman. Qi's tone was icy. She and I are just friends. Captain Wang, please be respectful. With these words, Wang Xiang and Gao Chang naturally dared not speak any more disrespectfully to Yinan. However, how could they truly respect a woman, especially a beautiful one? Men both despise women who use their beauty to please men, and they also believe that women can only do so. However, the black-clad men behind Qi truly respected and admired Yinan. After all, they had witnessed her terrifying combat prowess firsthand. The group decided to rest in the factory for an hour to discuss countermeasures before setting off. They chose a building with fewer bodies to enter. Gao Chang, walking behind, found an opportunity to approach Wang Xiang and asked, Captain Wang, since you're the base in City I, why are you participating in this operation? He was curious whether Wang Xiang, like himself, had some leverage over Qi. To his surprise, Wang Xiang simply grinned and said, Brother Yi is very generous. He gave me 800 tons of supplies, and promised to give me half of the supplies from the Southern Kingdom stronghold. Of course I'm happy to do it. Gao Chang's mood soured. So their future base was forced upon them. He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. At that moment, a man next to Gao Chang came up and said, Brother Chang, something doesn't seem right. Didn't Brother Yi and his men take away 800 tons of supplies from our base? Gao Chang realized what was happening and immediately flew into a rage. I'm so pissed. He had originally thought that if he just listened to Qi and begged for mercy, Qi, given his character, would definitely return some of his supplies. Now he's giving them to another base, then the supplies are definitely not coming back. Gao Chang immediately gave up. I quit. I'm a grudge. Then he saw Qi at the front of the crowd turning to look at him. Gao Chang stopped talking again, gnashing his teeth as he followed. Wang Xiang was completely baffled by this. His smile widened. feeling like he'd gotten a great deal. Chapter 256. The group began the meeting in earnest. After discussing the operational arrangements, they turned to the issue of supply distribution, a matter of great concern to everyone. Brother, you promised me half of the supplies for our base. Don't go back on your word. Wang Xing spoke first. Of course. Qi nodded, then looked at Yinan. Give the remaining half to Nansheng. What? Gao Chang abruptly stood up. She's alone. Give it to her? What about our future base? You and I will split the supplies for the second base equally. Qi Ye's voice remained steady. Gao Chang then remembered that the Southern Kingdom had 2 bases in City I3. He calmed himself down, his expression brightening considerably. But then, as if realizing something, he protested. Why should she alone get the same share of supplies as us? Wang Xiang glanced at Yinan, then at Qi Yi, as if waiting for a response. Granted, each of their bases had contributed a great deal of manpower and resources this time, yet this girl was all alone. However, this wasn't fair. Qi Ye's dark eyes swept over the crowd. She alone might not be any less powerful than your entire army. At these words, everyone fell silent. Gao Chang scoffed. Just as he was about to say something, he sensed the encroaching black mist. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Report. Zombies from 2 buildings outside have broken through the main entrance and are now blocking our way. A man in black rushed forward. Everyone immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out. Their vehicles were parked outside. They couldn't get out unless they killed these zombies. The door flung open and everyone rushed forward. Yinan walked at the end, watching Qi Yi, who was at the forefront of the group. A black mist emanated from him, and suddenly, a swarm of zombies swarmed. Yinan's eyes flashed. Could it be that he had activated his second superpower earlier than in his previous life? Yinan immediately muttered to himself. System, analyze Qi Yi. Qi Ye's character analysis. Male, 26 years old, 188 centimeters, 67 kilograms, Capricorn. Awakened superpowers. Dark poison. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, highly intelligent, and with a high upper limit on combat power. Teammate compatibility. 100% perfect compatibility. System evaluation. Soulmates. Yinan froze for a moment. Soulmates? Lu Qi is a match made in heaven, Fu Sun is a bond that can never be broken, and Qi Xian is a loyal and everlasting companion. Now there's another soulmate? We're killing zombies, and Nan Sheng's skulking back there, dazed and lazy. I don't agree with giving her a share of these supplies. Gao Chang's arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Yinan looked up at him. Perhaps the light in Yinan's eyes was too cold. Gao Chang turned away and continued to kill the zombies. Yinan drew his weapon and charged into the zombie pile, engaging in a frenzy. Oh no! Zombies are pouring out of the southeast building too! Someone in the crowd shouted, followed by the roars and running of more zombies. A new wave of zombies surged in. To the platform. With Qi Ye's shout, everyone moved to the side. It was on higher ground, surrounded by walls on 2 sides and iron bars on one side, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Pull up the barbed wire to isolate the 4-limbed zombies. Yinan spoke quickly, and Qi Yi looked at her in tacit understanding and nodded. So some people fought off the zombies at the front, while several power users set up the barbed wire. Gao Chang, a power user, naturally joined in. However, the zombies with mutant limbs were still extremely fast, and several of them climbed up and pounced on the crowd. Being attacked from above by zombies was the most difficult to deal with. In a short period of time, several power users were bitten in the head by zombies. Once bitten in the head, there was only one way to go. The crowd was in a state of panic. In the confined space, power was unleashed indiscriminately, accidentally injuring many of their own people. The zombies were mixed in with the crowd. These zombies, enhanced by drugs, were not only difficult to cut down, but also had tough skin, making them extremely difficult to kill. A zombie's head had just been chopped off by several psychics, but the head still managed to grab a man's ankle and bite him. The man screamed and swung his legs, sending the zombie's head careening towards the others. The zombie's head bit the man's chest. It tore a large bite through his clothing. The man's internal organs and bones were instantly exposed to the air. Blood gushed out. Everyone, get down! Yinan shouted. But no one listened. Qi Ye's tone was icy. Everyone, get down! Instantly, all 3 factions crouched. Only Yinan and Qi Yi remained standing. With incredible speed, they attacked several zombies swiftly. As the crowd crouched, the zombies were exposed, minimizing unnecessary losses caused by the chaos. However, The four-limbed zombies above continued to fall. Ian looked up and saw that the strength-type psychics were pulling the wire mesh extremely slowly. They couldn't stop the four-limbed zombies at all. She immediately climbed up and kicked Gao Chong down. Oh my god! Gao Chong's massive body fell heavily. Just as he was about to curse, he looked up and saw Ian swiftly pulling up the wire mesh, perfectly isolating the four-limbed zombies that had just climbed up. Gao Chong's mouth dropped open in shock. He had just pulled the wire himself. That wire must have weighed at least 200 kilograms. This woman. You have both lightning and strength-type psychics? Gao Chong asked in disbelief. You know, dual-type psychics are extremely rare these days, and those who do exist are highly valued talents at the base. Ian ignored him. After all this was resolved, the people on the platform finally had a moment's respite. Now we just need to take turns attacking the zombies at the single opening, slowly wearing down these enhanced zombies, and then we can leave. This is too slow, but it's the only way. Wang Xing breathed heavily. No one else spoke. Those in the crowd, who had just been bitten by the zombies, were also killed. In the apocalypse, everything is so cruel. Time ticked by. Everyone's supernatural energy was rapidly decreasing. We can't keep going like this. We're all tired and hungry, and our energy is almost gone. Gao Chong's voice was weaker, his initial energy gone. Qi said nothing, but silently stepped forward. With his presence, the zombies' death rate increased significantly. Brother Yi, awesome. As Gao Chong saw Qi attack, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Xiang fanned himself with his fan blade, panting as he looked toward Qi. He was like a sharp weapon in the darkness, its icy brilliance piercing. Everywhere he moved, everything was utterly silent. And the group of black-clad men following him were like desperate Deadpools, unstoppable. Even though this team consisted of only a few dozen men, it possessed the terrifying combat power of nearly hundreds. Wang Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Your P-City's renowned shadow organization truly lives up to its reputation. Behind him stood a black-clad man, who had just stepped back from the front for a rest. The man in black's eyes held a dark, ruthless look. Hearing Wang Shiheng's words, he proudly declared, of course, we, the shadows, were all rescued from the brink of death by the boss. We have no friends or relatives, and we only wish death to the zombies, and those who commit all kinds of evil. Gao Chong rubbed the back of his head awkwardly upon hearing the man's words. The man in black clearly noticed this gesture. He glanced coldly at Gao Chong's profile, and said sarcastically, Base Captain Gao was also rescued by our boss. But I never imagined that the farmer and the snake would establish a base, and come back to oppose us, the shadows. Gao Chong seemed unable to bear it any longer. He complained repeatedly, Stop it, stop it. I'm just helping Brother Yi. Humph, you're just scared after being beaten. You have no choice. The man in black snorted. Gao Chong seemed to want to retort, but he faltered, unable to find a complete sentence. Ian didn't listen anymore. She drew her sword and joined the battle. Then, just then, Wang Xing shouted, There are helicopters to the northwest, 2 of them. For a moment, the atmosphere grew even more tense. They were already struggling to deal with this wave of zombies. If they were ambushed again, they would suffer heavy losses, and then, just as everyone nervously looked up at the sky, ready to fight, several men emerged from the helicopters, each armed with a sophisticated rifle, and began firing at the zombie swarm below. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a cloud of blood sprayed from the zombie swarm. Everyone, get out of the way. Be careful not to inhale the zombie blood mist. Wang Xing and the others felt relieved. It seemed that these new arrivals weren't targeting them. Chapter 257. This group looks like they're big guns. Gao Chong marveled, hiding behind the crowd. Everyone looked toward the helicopter. Their weapons were so sophisticated, so rare. Qi seemed to notice. He silently glanced at Ian, then remained silent. The zombies, drawn to the sound of gunfire, turned and fled. With the widespread fire, the zombies were nearly completely destroyed. The 2 helicopters landed steadily on a nearby tall building. Soon, a group of sturdy men in clean uniforms rushed down. They were well-trained and skillful, dispatching the zombies with ease. Shadow led the charge, followed closely by the future base and the fortress base. Ian watched the fiercely combative Fu Sun and the others. She stood on the platform, her arms folded to rest. Since morning, she had been engaged in intense combat for most of the day. It was time to take a breather. However, upon seeing Qi Xian and Xingyi behind Fu Sun, Ian's eyes twitched. With Fu Sun and the others joining in, the zombie horde was quickly cleared. The vast factory grounds were littered with zombie and human remains. Blood, mixed with organs and body parts, flowed across the ground. Some began cleaning up, using knives to push the bodies apart, creating a 1-meter wide path in the ground for easier passage. Captain. Qi Xian immediately rushed towards Qi Yi. Gao Chong and the others immediately turned their gazes to the tall, handsome man. So you're here to see Brother Yi? Wang Xing observed this with a look of astonishment. For such a well-equipped organization, it seemed only natural they were looking for Shadow. Qi Xian and Qi Yi exchanged pleasantries, like long unseen friends. Yinan slowly walked down the platform. At the same time, Gao Chong's arrogant voice rang out again. That woman just slacked off again in the fight. This time, no matter how much Brother Yi supports you, I, Gao Chong, object to sharing the supplies with you. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Xiang, clearly trying to rally his forces. Wang Xiang understood, and he waved his fan blade, about to say something. Swish! A sharp Mo Dao was thrust across Gao Chong's face. The icy wind from the blade sent a chill through Gao Chong's body. He didn't dare move, nervously staring at the tall, handsome man standing before him, knife in hand. He gave an awkward smile and said this. He hadn't finished his words when Fu Sun's voice rang out impatiently, Wang Kai. Wang Kai approached immediately, and he immediately understood. Brother Fu, do you want to pull out his tongue, gouge out his eyes, or... As Gao Chong's fury grew, he added calmly, kill him outright? Upon hearing this, the men from the future base rushed over. Stop! The others from the galaxy base immediately intervened. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Pull out his tongue. At Fu Sun's command, 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the galaxy base team and pinned the struggling Gao Chong to the ground. His physical and strength abilities kept him struggling, but for a moment, he couldn't break free. Clearly, at least 2 of those 7 or 8 men possessed strength abilities. Wang Xiang observed the scene, waving his fan blade while giving his subordinates behind him a shrewd look. Instantly, everyone at the fortress base stepped aside, making it clear they would not participate in the dispute. Xing Yi, who had been walking towards Yinan, turned and approached Gao Chong. His pair of fine leather boots rested firmly in front of Gao Chong's head, pinned to the ground. His phoenix eyes squinted at Gao Chong's half-face with a faint smile, his voice indescribably gentle. If you dare to say anything about Yinan, I will gouge out your eyes, dig out your tongue, chop off your limbs, and turn you into a human pig. Not impossible. As soon as Fu Sun's words fell, Gao Chong burst into tears and begged for mercy. Gentlemen, I was wrong. I will never speak rubbish again. I was so bold. I was kicked in the head by a donkey. Don't bother with me. I apologize to this beautiful woman. Yinan, watching all this quietly, raised an eyebrow. She wasn't angry, nor did she want to punish Gao Chong. Was it worth her while to bother with such a man? Just as she was about to give up, Gao Chong's high-pitched cry for help rang out. Brother Yi, please save me. Brother Yi, you won't ignore me, will you? He kept calling him Brother Yi, more sincerely than his own father. Qi Yi had naturally noticed the scene. And because of Xing Yi's words, Yinan, he gave him a second glance. Qi Yi walked towards Gao Chong. Xing Yi and Fu Sun also noticed this man who had just fought so powerfully. Brother Yi, that's great, Brother Yi. I knew you wouldn't ignore me, Lao Chong. Gao Chong, lying on the ground, trembled with excitement when he saw Qi Yi approaching. Xing Yi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his lips widened. But the smile didn't reach his eyes at all. Qi Yi naturally noticed the hostility of the 2 men before him. His face was calm, and he simply glanced at Gao Chong, his tone calm and even. Gao Chong, even if they hadn't been involved, I would still settle accounts with you after this matter is over. Gao Chong seemed caught off guard by Qi Yi's attitude. He tried to roll his eyes away, unwillingly looking at Qi Yi, his eyes bloodshot with fear and terror. Brother Yi, why? Didn't you take 800 tons of supplies from me? I'm here to work for you. Qi Yi's dark eyes were emotionless. You can mess with anyone, but not her. He then looked only at Xing Yi. Just kill her. Human pigs are too cruel. The coldness in Xing Yi's eyes faded slightly. He only smiled, not answering Qi Yi. Gao Chong's howls grew more intense. I'm wrong, isn't that enough? I don't want any supplies. I'm working for you for free. I be at the forefront. Don't kill me. As he spoke, tears and snot streamed down his face. All right, forget it. It's just a small matter. Yinan stepped forward and looked at Gao Chong, who suddenly looked at her with gratitude. In this apocalypse, life is hard. Let's keep him as a thug. Fu Sun and Qi Yi had no murderous intentions, so naturally, they said nothing. Xing Yizha was mostly intimidating. The 3 men said nothing. Wang Kai, A man who knew how to read people's expressions immediately released Gao Chong. As soon as Gao Chong was released, he threw himself into the arms of a man at Future Base and cried like a dog. He had finally learned his lesson. Now, not only at Future Base, but also at Fortress Base, no one dared to underestimate Enon anymore. These people were all powerful men, and they couldn't afford to offend this woman who had their support. Enon looked at the crowd and smiled. Everyone, let me introduce you again, the commander of Galaxy Base, Enon. Chapter 258. That single statement shocked everyone. This was the first time they'd seen a female base commander, but no one dared to ask or say anything. After quickly checking the remaining supplies in the factory, everyone prepared to depart. A man in black, possessing spatial abilities, produced 2 helicopters. Let's investigate the situation first. Contact us via intercom if anything happens. Shi spoke to the others. Gao Chong and Wang Xing agreed. Although they didn't have helicopters, being at the forefront didn't guarantee safety. We be with you at the Xinghe base. Fu Sun looked at Qi and said, then took Enan's hand. Let's go, Enon. Leaving her in the lap, he walked towards the helicopter. Qi's dark eyes darkened as he watched the tall stranger before him brazenly holding Enan's hand, and she offered no resistance. Well, Enon, get on my helicopter, of course. The next second, Xinghe blocked Fu Sun's path. Qi Xian followed Enon, his intention clear. He boarded whichever helicopter she chose. Enon glanced at Fu Sun and Xinghe, his tone growing serious. I think I just boarded one myself. The 3 panicked. This woman always kept her word. If she was truly annoyed, she might just kick them all out. Xinghe immediately beamed. Enon, get on whatever you want. Enon swiftly boarded Fu Sun's helicopter. Xinghe raised an eyebrow, and was about to follow when he caught a cold gaze. He looked over. He met Qi's dark eyes. Fu Sun noticed Xinghe's gaze and turned. Qi Xian also turned to look at Qi. For a moment, the 4 men's expressions varied. Captain, see you later. Qi Xian's gaze was the most frank and sincere. He spoke gently, then boarded the helicopter. Fu Sun withdrew his gaze and followed. Xinghe finally averted his gaze. He stepped onto the helicopter steps, his pleasant voice slowly saying, don't even think about taking advantage of Enon. He then neatly entered the helicopter and closed the door. The 2 helicopters slowly ascended. From below, Gao Chong, watching the helicopters, wiped the sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself that they were finally leaving. He immediately trudged towards Qi, hoping to curry his favor. But Qi boarded the helicopter with a very sour expression. Gao Chong paused in frustration, muttering, no, I just said a few mean words. Serves you right. A man's voice spoke calmly. Gao Chong looked at the man in black who had passed by him. Seeing a familiar face, Gao Chong followed him. Li Tian, what do you mean? The man in black, Li Tian, continued walking. You have no idea how important this woman is to our boss. He's done so much for her. Gao Chong finally understood. He hadn't expected Qi to be so secretive, to actually be obsessed with a woman. Enon first went to Zhongwan and the others' hiding place, and assigned Jiang Heng to arrange for a helicopter to take them to City M, picking up Xunyan's brother and grandfather along the way. After arranging everything, he flew south with Fu Sun and the others. This time, they were heading to Tianhua District in I3 City to investigate the Southern Kingdom's base. According to information gathered, the Southern Kingdom had established bases in Tianhua District and Fenglin District. Enon and Qi's team split up, with Enon heading for Tianhua District and Qi heading for Fenglin District. The cityscape of I3 City was the most desolate, and the number of survivors was pitifully small. Since they couldn't alert the enemy during their covert investigation, Enon and his team disembarked immediately after entering Tianhua District. Enon quickly retracted the helicopter and infiltrated the building, with all the psychics following. After a brief assignment, Enon and Fu Sun headed their own way. The 2 searched southeast. The corridors were filled with zombies, but Fu Sun always eliminated them immediately, leaving Enon no chance to act. As they hurried, Enon glanced at Fu Sun's handsome profile. He softened. Thinking back to the first time he met him, he stood so high and mighty behind his subordinates, always controlling everything with that cold, indifferent expression. And he didn't know when it had all started. He seemed to have been pulled down from the altar, his noble head lowered, always rushing ahead, like a knight charging into battle. As if sensing Enan's gaze, Fu Sun turned to look at her. Their eyes met. In an instant, the temperature gradually rose, as if the sounds of the zombies around them had vanished. Enon, you must not flirt with Fu Sun while I'm away. Xing Yi's voice, slightly dissatisfied, suddenly rang out from the intercom. Inan, eh? Fu Sun's face darkened. The two continued on their way. Soon, they had crossed 2 streets. There's a living person. Capture them. A southern man's voice rang out. Inan turned her head, and saw a dozen southern men running out of the alley. She clenched her weapon, and just as she was about to strike, a warm, large hand grasped hers. Inan understood, and she looked calmly at the running southern men, her face expressionless. We're out on a mission. Fu Sun spoke fluently in southern dialect. Inan was surprised. His southern dialect was so standard, it was almost impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. A dozen southern men across from them stopped, their knives pointed defensively at the 2 men. The leading southern man stepped forward and asked, "Whose subordinates are you?" "We're working for Mr. Maeda." Fu Sun's expression was composed, not a trace of guilt visible. The southern man, upon hearing the name, turned around and looked at the others in confusion. Seeing that none of them recognized him, he said nothing. After all, there were so many of them, and many of those in lower positions would have subordinates they could use. The man then asked a few more questions. Fu Sun answered them all quickly. He remained composed and his answers fluent. Although most of his answers were nonsense, he managed to get away with it. The 2 of them then followed the main force back to the base. As the 2 of them walked behind the crowd, Inan silently turned off his intercom and secretly gave Fu Sun a thumbs up. Fu Sun smiled. He was already extremely handsome, his sharp features tinged with a touch of coldness and indifference. His usual sternness made him seem aloof and unapproachable. But this smile, surprisingly warm and endearing, was a contrast. Chapter 259. Zombies ahead, be on guard. At the street corner ahead, a large number of zombies were seen tearing into the living. From the shouting, they were all southerners. Fu Sun and Inan exchanged glances. Their moment had come. What's going on? Are the zombies out? The dozen or so southerners, no longer bothering with Inan and the others, immediately rushed forward to join in the zombie killing. Fu Sun slipped in amid the chaos, while Inan followed in stealth. As she walked, she quickly sent a message and location to Qi Xian via her wristband. Qi Xian immediately notified the other bases upon receiving the message. Inan and the others rounded the corner, and saw several large trucks parked on the street. The cargo door of one of the trucks was apparently broken, and the zombies inside had escaped. Inan looked at the other tightly sealed trucks. So, those trucks were also full of zombies? But how did they manage to gather such a large number of zombies? Inan suppressed his confusion, observing his surroundings, as he followed Fu Sun forward amidst the chaos. The further they advanced, the more southerners appeared. A large number of southerners rushed out, their guns drawn, blasting the uncontrolled zombie hordes. But Fu Sun's appearance was still too striking, and several southerners kept glancing in his direction. He responded politely with a smile, his demeanor composed, so no one suspected anything. This was the former industrial zone of I3 City, with vast factories sprawled out. After crossing a narrow street, Inan and the others came upon rows of heavily guarded gates. They must be the gates to the southern stronghold. Columns of soldiers and civilian-dressed southerners entered and exited in an orderly fashion. Inan noticed that those entering had to undergo a one-by-one inspection and present their ID cards before being allowed entry. She immediately opened the cargo door of a truck. A swarm of zombies rushed out. Soon, chaos erupted outside the gate. The inspector stopped what they were doing, picked up their weapons, and joined the ranks of those trying to stop the zombies. Inan seized the opportunity to open 2 more cargo doorways. What's going on? Stop the zombies! Don't let them into the base. Who did it? Who did it? Among the soldiers, a man in an officer's uniform raised his gun and shouted. Everyone rushed to stop the zombies. The civilians, however, clearly had no fighting ability. They lowered their heads and hurried back into the factory. Fu Sun was among them. Come here! Suddenly, a man in an officer's uniform commanded Fu Sun and his group. Everyone rushed over immediately. Clean up Building 003. Everyone rushed into the building, quickly picking up mops and shovels and sweeping. Fu Sun followed a man about his own height. The stench of blood filled his nostrils as soon as he entered the building. The floor was littered with body parts. Almost all of them had been tortured and dismembered. Several massive torture racks stood inside the room, with several people tied to them. All of them were reduced to bare bones, their facial flesh and features shaved off. These southerners were clearly accustomed to this. They didn't even glance, simply cleaning with their heads down. One by one, they dumped organs, bones, and heads into large black bags, then dragged them out and discarded them. Not only that, the other compartments were also in a horrific state. Fu Sun followed the tall man into a compartment. The tall man expertly tossed the body parts into a black bag, saying, "Save the meat for stewing." Seeing no response, the tall man looked at Fu Sun. A puzzled expression immediately appeared. "You look unfamiliar." But he didn't say anything, as if seeing unfamiliar people here wasn't unusual. Fu Sun looked up at him, his handsome face, stained by mud, expressionless. "How could that be?" "You're Shota, I know you." "No, my name is Takumi." A dart lodged in his throat. The man named Takumi's eyes widened, and he collapsed without a sound. Fu Sun took his ID card and tossed him into the black bag. He walked out swiftly. Unexpectedly, several people were already waiting outside the gate, holding booklets. They glared sternly at Fu Sun and his group and said, "You've just entered without verification. Come forward and show your ID cards." The crowd began to step forward one by one to report their names. It turned out they were from the cleaning station, a low-level group without special abilities. On a daily basis, they could only do manual labor. Useless. Just a bunch of zombies. Won't they just be put back in the truck? A man's roar echoed from the gate. Inan looked over and saw it was Aikawa, whom he had met before. The swarm of zombies was almost over the gate. "Warrant Officer Aikawa, Mr. Akitsuma isn't here. We can't do anything." Before he could finish his sentence, Aikawa slapped him to the ground. "With Akitsuma gone, you have no way, you idiots." Inan remembered Akitsuma's name. The man immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "I do it right away." He immediately looked towards Fu Sun and ordered the soldiers to bring in several men. He spoke a few words to them, and their faces instantly turned pale. But none of them dared to resist. Several soldiers drew their long islands and hacked at the men's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. Each of them had an arm severed. "Go! Fight for the honor of our southern nation!" the man roared. The men with the broken arms howled as they rushed out, leaving a trail of blood beneath their feet. The troops outside the gate received the order to fight and retreat. The men with severed arms rushed into the zombie pile without a backward glance. For a moment, the zombies roared with excitement, their senses stimulating with the sheer volume of blood. The zombies quickly surrounded the men, gnawing at them relentlessly. Inan stood hidden behind the crowd, heads partially obscuring her view, but she could still see the occasional, agonizing struggles of the men. Their bones were exposed, and their screams were like giant hands, twisting at their hearts, as if to wring out every last shred of humanity and morality. The other Southerners stood by and watched, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. "Get on the truck, you losers." Aikawa was clearly displeased with these men. The young officer he just slapped was incredibly skilled at reading people's expressions. He immediately chopped off the arms of several more sanitation workers, and called in several strength-type psychics to throw the bleeding men toward the truck. Bang! The men with their arms chopped off were thrown straight onto the truck, their blood splattering in the air, attracting a swarm of zombies. Following the scent of blood, the zombies pounced on the truck. Soon, one truck was completely filled. They repeated the same trick, quickly filling another. "If you can't handle something as simple as this again, you know the consequences," Xiangchuan said fiercely, turning and leaving. Inan didn't bother watching. She signaled Fu Sun and quickly left, running toward the Southern Kingdom stronghold. Chapter 260. Due to the sheer number of buildings, Inan couldn't search them one by one. But clever as she was, she followed Xiangchuan and the others directly into a building. A building that allowed a warrant officer like Xiangchuan to enter must have something special. As expected, the first floor was heavily guarded by armed men. Seeing Xiangchuan, the armed men all stepped aside and respectfully opened the door. Then Xiangchuan walked in alone. Inan quickly followed. However, Xiangchuan was wary. As if sensing the slightest movement of air, his sharp eyes darted behind him. Seeing nothing, he withdrew his gaze, but the tension in his eyes lingered. Inan had already moved away from him, heading for another room. She was surprised to discover that this was clearly a military building belonging to the Southern Kingdom. Inside the first floor were numerous boxes of firearms. Inan put everything away. To avoid being discovered too quickly, she only collected the guns from the boxes. So, from the outside, the boxes appeared unchanged. Unless they were opened, the disappearance of the firearms would remain unnoticed. Inan continued walking, heading for the second floor. As expected, there were also some firearms on the second floor, mostly bombs. Further up, there were no more firearms. There were only some cold weapons, maps, and strategy books. Inan didn't collect them. She quickly climbed to the rooftop, her intuition telling her there must be more than one military building. She swiftly grappled with a grappling hook and flew to the rooftop of the next building. This factory had previously been a car factory, so naturally, there were numerous parking structures. The architectural style was very suitable for vehicle parking. This building was filled with armored vehicles and helicopters. The top floor was guarded by numerous soldiers. Enon was not in a position to attack. But she didn't care anymore. She simply killed the guards, and quickly collected all the armored vehicles. She quickly headed downstairs. Downstairs, several light tanks were parked. Just as Enon was about to collect them, a man's stern voice came closer. "Two men, come down and help." Enon quickly collected the light tanks, and the man had already come up. Seeing the empty building, his eyes widened. Just as he was about to shout, Enon quickly dispatched him. Enon continued walking. Downstairs, she reached the first floor. The first floor was incredibly tall, 3 stories higher than the other floors of the building. Through a long corridor, she could see a dozen men carrying diesel. They were orderly squeezing the oil out of large tanks and carrying it out. Enon collected all the oil from the large tanks into the space. Why is there no oil? Strange, I tried that one. There's no oil here either. Several men began to panic, searching for oil. Outside the door, an impatient voice urged, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" Enon hurried out. She knew it wouldn't be long before the disappearance of the supplies would be exposed, and chaos would ensue. She had to collect as much as possible in the limited time available. Meanwhile, Fusun had infiltrated the laboratory building. With his valid ID badge from the cleaning company, he had relatively smooth passage. Each building required regular cleaning by numerous cleaning company personnel. The building Fusun was currently in was the tallest in the factory, and one of the most heavily guarded. It had a total of 18 floors, the first 6 of which were completely sealed off, and the 7th was also heavily guarded. Fusun suspected there must be some secrets hidden within. As he reached the 7th floor, 2 armed men approached. They scanned Fusun's ID badge and warned him, "This isn't a place for you cleaning crews. Get out." Just then, the door opened, and a man in a white coat emerged. His white-gloved hands were stained with blood and flesh. Seeing Fusun holding cleaning equipment, he immediately said, "You come in and clean up." Fusun then walked in. Entering the doorway, he entered a long hallway. On both sides of the hallway were several tightly closed alloy doors. In front of him was a vast laboratory. The laboratory was surrounded by glass. Fusun immediately spotted a body lying in the middle of the laboratory. The body's skin had prominent veins, a faint, deathly gray hue, and its eyes were wide and dark. The body's chest had been ripped open, its internal organs ripped out, and blood was spilling all over the floor. But the blood shone faintly with a blackness unbefitting of a human. Although Fusun observed carefully, his face, shrouded by a white mask, showed no emotion. He expertly stepped forward to clean. Everyone in the lab looked at the man cleaning, then, seeing nothing unusual, looked away. As Fusun expertly wiped away the last speck of dirt, a man's voice echoed from afar, "You come here." Fusun slowly set down the trash bag in his hand and looked ahead. He was at the innermost end of the lab, a solid alloy wall blocking out the view from within. But as a dual-element psychic, Fusun's hearing was excellent. He could faintly hear the voices of several men conversing through the now open door. They seemed quite amused. "I'm calling you. Come here." The man, seeing Fusun didn't move, grew impatient. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to Fusun again. From the shadows, several men with guns emerged. The message was clear. If he didn't go, they would kill him immediately. Chapter 261. Fusun followed the man through the alloy door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large floor-to-ceiling glass window. Inside, besides several large experimental instruments, stood several men in white coats. They surrounded a sullen-looking middle-aged man sitting in a reclining chair. One of the men in the white coat said to the middle-aged man in a very flattering tone, "Colonel Furukawa, the experimental subject is here." The man named Furukawa raised his hand without even glancing at Fusun. The next moment, the man opened a delicate box. Inside, a tube of white medicine lay. The man carefully picked up the potion and boasted to Furukawa, who was sitting in the reclining chair, "Colonel, this is our latest upgraded version of the Superpower Awakening Agent. We've named it the Level 2 Superpower Awakening Agent. This is a wonderful potion we've developed after testing thousands of subjects. Drink it, and you gain even greater power than the Level 1 Awakening Agent, and even awaken 2 superpowers simultaneously." The middle-aged man named Furukawa was clearly intrigued. He sat up straight, gazing at the potion expectantly. "Show me." The man in the white coat handed the potion to Furukawa, patiently waiting for him to examine it before carefully taking it from him. He then walked over to Fu Sun, holding the potion with his arms. Young man, it's time for you to contribute to the honor of the Southern Kingdom. Drink it. Fu Sun stared at the white potion in the man's hand, his eyes darkening. His shape-shifting ability activated, and a tube of identical white potion appeared in the palm of his left hand, hidden behind his back. The potion he had transformed into was essentially a tube of water. The effects of this unknown potion couldn't be replicated. But this was exactly what Fu Sun wanted. He took the potion with one hand, his expression calm. For a moment, everyone looked at him, as if expecting to witness the birth of a new beast. But the next second, Fu Sun turned and headed for the door. With his back to the crowd, he successfully exchanged the potions in his hands. Another cowardly bastard. Stop him. Instantly, several white-coated men rushed over. Fu Sun took the opportunity to hide the potion the white-coated men had handed him in his pocket. So now, he had only a tube of boiled water in his hand. He was stopped by several white-coated men. Without waiting for them to question or accuse him, Fu Sun turned around and said resolutely, "I drink it." He then took off his mask and gulped down the potion. Everyone looked at Fu Sun nervously, waiting for his transformation. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. No change. The leading white-coated man looked anxious. How could this be? Logically, it should be strengthened within a minute. The middle-aged man named Furukawa was immediately disappointed. Are you kidding me? How dare you? How dare you? There must be a mistake. Yes, there must be a mistake. We still have one, Colonel Furukawa. Don't worry, this must be an exception. But no matter what the white-coated man said, Furukawa's face remained grim. He seemed to have lost his patience and stood up to leave. He opened the door and pointed angrily at the white-coated man. Kill this incompetent loser. But the white-coated man, now so anxious that he didn't care about anything else, grabbed the potion and poured it into his mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp and then hurried after Furukawa. Colonel, I'm not failing. Please wait for me. I be strengthened soon. Please wait a moment. Furukawa paused, but before he could turn around, the intercom on his waist began to buzz rapidly. Colonel Furukawa, our armory has been looted. The supply warehouse has been looted. The light tanks and helicopters have all disappeared. All the food is gone. What? Furukawa was utterly shocked. He trembled with fear. Not only him, but everyone in the lab who heard the news stopped what they were doing and looked shocked. For a moment, no one noticed the increasingly unnatural behavior of the man in the white coat. But Fu Sun, at the end of the crowd, saw it. The man in the white coat began to swell, his skin turning slightly pale. Soon, his coat was stretched to shreds, and his entire body began to behave strangely. With his upper body completely exposed, veins bulged in his skin. He roared angrily. This immediately captured everyone's attention. They stared in shock at the terrifying man who had transformed into something truly terrifying. The man roared with laughter. Colonel, did you see that? I've been strengthened. Seeing the man's frenzied appearance, Furukawa and the others drew their weapons in fear, taking defensive stances and retreating. This scene further incited the man in the white coat. He stepped forward and shouted frantically, I've proven this potion is perfect, and yet you're afraid of me. I've mutated now, I've become a monster, but I'm fighting for the Southern Kingdom, and yet you're afraid of me. It's all your fault, Furukawa. You distrusted me and threatened to kill me, forcing me to drink the potion and transform into a monster. I'm going to kill you all. I want all of you dead. The man's voice grew increasingly furious. The next second, he lunged at Furukawa at breakneck speed, and Furukawa drew his sword to counter. However, even the most formidable warrior seemed powerless against the man in the white coat. The man in the white coat now possessed not only a more formidable attack than a zombie, but more importantly, he possessed greater intelligence. Human intelligence. He snatched Furukawa's sword, unleashing a blazing green flame. For a moment, everyone screamed and ran. The guards outside the gate heard the noise and rushed in, guns drawn. They fired wildly at the man in the white coat, but his hardened skin was now perfectly resistant to the bullets. The man in the white coat clearly possessed the dual abilities of fire and speed. He quickly dispatched Guchuan and the lab staff, then ran towards the man who had fired the gun. All of the alloy doors flew open. People in white coats rushed out, rushing downstairs to escape. Fu Sun had already closed the door. He began to check the instruments and materials in the room, reporting the information to Enan immediately via his wristband. Enan's voice quickly rang out from the wristband. Take the important parts first. I'm stuck here for the time being. Are you in trouble? No, it's nothing serious. Don't worry. Fu Sun felt relieved. Then, he heard a slight vibration. Looking towards the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Fusun walked over. Below him, a whole floor of zombies. 2 dim lights hung in the air, illuminating only a portion of the zombie swarm. But Fusun still saw something different about these zombies compared to ordinary ones. He immediately understood why the 6th floor was sealed off. If the 6th floor were completely filled with zombies, wouldn't that mean the first 5 floors? At this moment, the zombies beneath the glass suddenly began to stir frantically. A large door opened, and light shone through, illuminating a staggering swarm of zombies. Zombies swarmed madly from that door. Fusun immediately rushed downstairs. When he pushed open the door, there were only corpses outside. He ran out quickly. The hallway was filled with people in white coats fleeing from the upper floors. Fusun looked down through the window. Downstairs, he saw countless enhanced zombies pouring out. Chapter 262. Inan naturally noticed it too. Outside the window, the entire factory was practically overrun with zombies. Qi Xian notified the other 2 bases to go support Qi. This place is no longer needed. And then, what happened? This is now an empty base overrun by zombies. It's no longer needed. Who? A man's voice rang out. Inan turned off the intercom and quickly fired a dart with his right hand. He then took 2 steps forward and quickly dispatched the other man. As they tossed their bodies out the window, a team ran over. Seeing no one was inside, they left, run, quickly and move all the boxes down. Inan, now invisible, quickly ran in the opposite direction. As they passed a conference room, they heard a conversation. What's going on here? So many zombies. We handle this ourselves. Don't worry about it. Then hurry up. I told you, 500, not a single one less. Mr. Hongbing, if you keep this attitude, we really can't continue this discussion. A dozen seconds later, the man's still unyielding voice rang out. At least 450. Our base commander brought so many crystal cores and supplies this time. Enough for at least 450 potions. We've traded with you many times, so please be flexible. Outside, listening to all this, Inan became even more certain that she had heard correctly. She had just finished collecting supplies from a building, and was fleeing when she heard a southerner man mention the name Hongbing. That's why she followed him. Reporting to the base commander, the boxes have been moved down. Following a man's report, Inan turned and entered the next room through the window. Fortunately, there were no guards inside. Everyone remained outside the tightly closed door. There were numerous boxes inside, and Inan opened them one by one. In addition to crystal cores and food, she saw a large number of firearms. She was truly amused. Hongbing, this fellow, was actually exchanging such precious supplies for potions from the southerners. Inan immediately stored the entire room full of crystal cores, firearms, and canned food into her space. She then refilled it with stones. Bang! The door flung open. Warrant Officer Aikawa, please review. Several soldiers surrounded Aikawa and entered. Inan quickly rushed to the rooftop, killed several guards, and stored all of Hongbing's helicopters into her space. After completing all this, she noticed that several helicopters were slowly taking off from the rooftop of a building in the distance. It's the fleeing southerners. She frantically collected supplies, but the factory was so large that some things were inevitably missed, and there were also spatial psychics among the southerners. So, quite a few of them escaped. Inan looked down from the rooftop. The ground was covered with enhanced zombies, invading every building. The number of these zombies was more than 10 times the number seen in City I-2. Eradicating them was impossible. Anan! Xing Yi's voice rang out. Inan looked over and saw a helicopter flying towards her, Xing Yi waving at her. She immediately ran over, leaped high, and grabbed the helicopter's landing gear. Even off to the other side, Qi Xian's helicopter had successfully picked up Fusun. The 2 helicopters turned and departed. However, not long after they began to fly, Inan saw a helicopter taking off from the building behind Hongbing. Judging from its direction, it wasn't heading towards the South China Sea, but towards City Inn. Inan was immediately shocked. Not only did she see Hongbing, but she also saw boxes and boxes of alloy boxes. Inan recognized the boxes. They were the ones used by the Southern Kingdom to store medicine. So they killed Xiangchuan and stole the medicine? Hongbing had naturally spotted Inan, as they were incredibly fast. Inan knew it was too late to chase them. Her eyes darkened as she struggled to climb into the helicopter cabin. Inan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Xing Yi immediately expressed concern. Inan simply shook his head and immediately called Lu Qi through his bracelet. Ah Qi, Hongbing has returned to City Inn with a large batch of mutagenics from the southerners. Lu Qi's response was swift. How many are there? Inan frowned. It was a bit far away, so I couldn't see clearly, but there must be at least 400. Goose's voice snarled in the background. I knew that idiot had mutagenics, but I didn't expect it was from those bastards from the Southerners. Lu Chi's voice was much calmer. This information is very important, and you must be careful. Don't worry, my ex-brother, Enan is perfectly safe with me. Xing Yi's voice, half smiled, suddenly echoed from the side. Thankfully, Enan was quick to act and silently cut off the call before he uttered the first word. Chapter 263. After receiving a glare from Enan, Xing Yi only managed a faint smile. He looked like a fawning male fox. Galaxy Base, Future Base, Fortress Base, this is Shadow. Attention, please do not advance into the Maple Forest area. They have fighter jets. We Shadows are also rapidly withdrawing. A hurried voice came from the intercom. Fuck. Fighter jets. A powerful voice rang out from the intercom. Then we at Fortress Base are turning back. We at Future Base are withdrawing too. Xing Yi immediately looked at Enan. Enan, let's turn around. Before the fighter jets, all of their psychics were as insignificant as ants. By then, not only their companions' lives would be at risk, but even the helicopter could be destroyed. Enan didn't respond to Xing Yi. She picked up the intercom. How many fighter jets are there? Only one. Enan's face was firm. Keep moving. Xing Yi looked, not just him, but everyone in the helicopter was looking at Enan. Enan's eyes were filled with fearlessness. It's just a fighter jet. I have one too. The intercom was on, and everyone heard this. Some people at Galaxy Base had seen Enan's fighter jet, but the others were shocked by the news. In the apocalypse, large, costly weapons like fighter jets are not affordable for ordinary people. So far, only large, national-level bases have the capability to operate them. Chi Ye's voice rang out over the intercom. I'd be waiting for you in Misty Town, southeast of Fenglin District. Gao Chang's voice followed closely. What about us? Will we go to the future base or not? Then a strange man's voice rang out. Gao Chang, you just said you were working for free. Are you feeling timid again? I, Gao Chang, won't be timid. Let's go! Alright, then I continue my journey from the fortress base. I, Wang Xiying, won't give up my share of the supplies that belong to us. Everyone chatted as they continued their journey towards the Maple Forest District. The closer they got to the Maple Forest District, the denser the zombies became. Not only that, but the nearby buildings showed signs of being bombed. Enan and the others landed safely and met up with Chi Yi. They've spotted us. They just launched a wave of bombing. They should be back soon. I fly a fighter jet to meet them, Enan said, immediately heading for the rooftop. The next second, her wrist was grabbed. Enan turned and met Chi Ye's dark yet resolute eyes. He looked directly into Enan's eyes. I go. I've received thorough fighter jet training at the national base. Hearing him say this, Fu Sun, Xing Yi, and the others fell silent. Flying a fighter jet was truly a blind spot in their knowledge. Enan hesitated. Her self-taught fighter jet skills were sufficient for daily bombing swarms of zombies. If she were to face a professional pilot from the Southern Kingdom, she would likely be defeated and lose a fighter jet in vain. Her courage was based on her light and space abilities. At worst, she wouldn't die. But if anything happened to Chi Yi, it would be extremely dangerous. As if he could read Enan's mind, Chi Yi smiled faintly. Trust me. His eyes were calm and resolute, and Enan felt a sense of relief. She immediately compromised. Then I fly my bomber and blow those beasts to pieces. Chi Yi immediately shook his head. No, their base in Fenglin District holds a large number of psychic test subjects. Fu Sun crossed his arms and pondered. So, the base in Tianhua District specializes in zombie research, while the one in Fenglin District specializes in psychic research? That's possible. After the decision was made, no further discussion was made. Enan purchased a large amount of aviation fuel from the points panel. After some preparations, Chi Yi took off in his fighter jet. However, at that moment, the opposing fighter jet also flew over. The two aircraft engaged in a duel. The conventional combat method of a fighter jet is mainly to use aerobatic maneuvers to occupy an attack position, allowing the nose-mounted fire control radar to illuminate and lock onto the enemy fighter, and then launch missiles to shoot it down. This is the most challenging moment for the pilot's control. Everyone watched the two fighters in the air nervously. The fighter piloted by Chi Yi, with extremely agile and instantaneous turning ability, swiftly turned the nose, locked onto the radar, and launched a missile to shoot it down. For a moment, everyone cheered. The cheers suddenly stopped. 5 fighter jets arrived from the South China Sea to the south. They all flew towards the fighter piloted by Chi Yi. It's over. What should we do? The boss is in grave danger. The Shadow's men suddenly panicked. Anne's heart was in her throat. But she immediately looked at the crowd calmly. Is there anyone here who can skillfully operate a fighter jet? She could purchase fighter jets from her points panel, though each one cost a full 200,000 points. But at the moment, she couldn't care less. In I go. Fu Sun immediately stepped forward. Xing Yi and Qi Xuanhe bravely stepped forward. None of you have ever touched a fighter jet, so don't join in the fun. Enan waved her hand. Since there are no pilots here, I go myself. With that, Enan opened the points panel. She currently had 889,000 points. Enough to purchase a fighter jet. But Enan looked at the upgrade button, which required 60,000 points, and finally clicked it. The points panel glowed, and the system's voice followed. Beep, the points panel has been successfully upgraded to level 3. New supplies have been unlocked in each section. Please explore on your own. Enan had no time to explore this time. She quickly found the level 3 weapons section. Sure enough, a modified fighter jet appeared. Upgraded combat power, equipped with machine guns, aircraft cannons, and 30 light missiles. 30? That didn't seem enough. Enan clicked the level 4 upgrade button, which required 90,000 points. Ding! It's not advisable to upgrade the points panel too quickly. Host, please wait 3 months before upgrading. Wow, another 3 months. Look! The boss has destroyed 2 fighter jets. A man's excited voice rang out. Enan looked up. The 2 fighter jets, freshly hit, were rapidly falling. However, at the critical moment, Qi Yi's fighter jet was also hit by a missile. Qi Yi parachute out. Enan picked up the intercom. Instantly, all the Shadow members huddled around the intercom, each one talking at once, urging Qi Yi to escape quickly. Boom! However, as the second missile was launched at the fighter jet, no parachute was seen ejecting. Everyone fell silent. The destroyed fighter plane landed heavily, creating a massive mushroom cloud. Boss! Boss! All the Shadow men rushed down towards the area. Enan felt as if she had fallen into an icy cellar. Her hands trembled slightly, as she spent 500,000 points to buy a modified fighter plane. She stared intently at the 3 fighter planes circling provocatively in the air. Enan pushed the engine hard, those beasts. After the fighter planes glided for a distance, Enan pulled back on the control stick, and the fighters lifted off. The 3 fighter planes all turned and flew towards Enan. Enan examined the chaotic array of buttons on the control panel, relying on his previously learned theory and intuition to operate them. Instantly, the fighter planes launched 9 missiles. All at once, they flew towards the 3 fighter planes. The opposing pilots were stunned. They had never seen a fighter jet capable of launching 9 missiles simultaneously. Instantly, they all turned to evade the missiles. But Enan's fighter jet was no ordinary fighter jet. Its missile's target lock and tracking capabilities were exceptionally powerful. Boom boom boom. Under the powerful missile bombardment. One attack. 3 fighter jets, all destroyed. Enan witnessed the power of the modified fighter jets produced by the system. Her hatred for these people reached its peak, and she flew straight for the forward base. It seemed as if she had received the news of the 5 fighter jets downing immediately. The Southerners were already fleeing in helicopters. Enan spared no one. She fired all the remaining 21 light missiles at the Southerners' helicopters. After all this, Enan realized the entire stronghold had been completely destroyed by the Southerners. Smoke billowed from the charred building, and ruins lay everywhere. Enan immediately turned and flew towards the crash site of Qi Yi. She quickly retracted her fighter jet and rushed down. In the wreckage, the zombies had been completely cleared out by the Shadow's men. But everyone's faces were filled with grief and pain. Fu Sun and the others were also there. Seeing Enan arrive, they all came forward. Everything's been blown up. There's no hope of survival. Fu Sun's voice was calm, yet it was also filled with deep regret. Enan looked at the ruins ahead and at the grief-stricken figure of Qi Xian, the leader of the crowd. She said nothing. It was as if she had returned to that bleak, cold night when Qi Yi, alone, carried Qi Mei's body into the darkness. And for those who remained, a winter's chill remained in their hearts that would never melt. But Enan hadn't told anyone that after Qi Yi left that day, he briefly visited her. At that time, she'd been killing zombies like crazy, exhausted, and driven away. But she run into Qi Yi, who had returned, in the forest. He just stood there quietly, clearly waiting for her. She gotten out of the car and stood across from him. Under the night sky, his eyelashes were frosted, but his gaze toward her held a last vestige of tenderness. He gently hugged her. His cold body only gained a hint of warmth when it was close to her. She heard his soft voice. Wait for me. He told her to wait. She didn't fully understand his meaning, but she simply nodded. Then she watched him disappear into the cold. This memory, hidden from everyone, lay deeply buried in Ian Anne's heart. She didn't think about it constantly, but she knew that a lonely but deeply devoted boy would one day come to her. Yet, this boy now lies eternally asleep on this earth. And then don't cry. Fu Xuanwei's voice rang out, tinged with heartache. Chapter 264. Inside a building in the coastal Gufang district of I3 City. What? All 5 fighter planes are destroyed? Not only that, the troops from Camp 021 haven't been able to return. Camp 022 also suffered heavy losses, with only about 50 people returning. Warrant Officer Ikawa and Colonel Furukawa were also killed. A large amount of our weapons and research results have been lost. Bang! A glass slammed to the ground, shattering everywhere. How could this happen? Just how powerful is the enemy? I'm not sure. The conditions are limited, and our reconnaissance capabilities are hampered. In the large conference room, a dozen men in military uniforms fell silent. A middle-aged man spoke up. Anyone capable of such a feat must be the national base of the Eastern Kingdom. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. It seemed that only this made sense. We've been so careful, setting up camp only on the eastern border, yet we're still exposed. In my opinion, we must retreat back to the country as soon as possible. We can't stay here any longer. I agree. I agree too. And now, in the Maple Forest district. Around the crashed fighter jet stood dozens of solemn men in black. We're almost there, but the closer we get to the Maple Forest district, the more zombies there are. We're reaching a point where we can't move forward. A high-pitched voice rang out urgently over the intercom, accompanied by the background sounds of zombies' roars. Shengyi looked at Enan. The zombies are gathering more and more, and then, we must leave here as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone at the Galaxy base looked at Enan, awaiting her decision. Fu Sun walked to the other side, picked up the intercom, and began talking to Gao Chong and the others. Ah! 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 The zombie swarms were growing larger and larger on all sides. We can't stop them anymore. Everyone retreat. Jiang Heng's cry rang out. The leading man in black heard this, and scooped up a handful of dust from the fighter jet's dust cloud. His expression was mournful. Let's go! Although the boss is gone, we, the Brothers of Shadow, must continue to fight and uphold Shadow's mission. What is Shadow's mission? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out from behind. For a moment, all the men in black turned around in shock. The leading man seemed oblivious, his face filled with the determination to die, fight to rebuild humanity's home. Boss! All the men in black immediately ran back. The leading black-clad figure finally seemed to react. He immediately turned to look at Qi, who was surrounded by the other men, tears welling in his eyes. Boss! Boss, what's wrong with your arm? Is it serious? No big deal, just a few days of rest will do. Enan looked at Qi, who had emerged from the black fog, and quickly approached him. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Qi honestly informed her, the ejection system is broken. I can't escape by parachuting. Thankfully, my dark powers can penetrate solid objects, and I was able to escape at the last moment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. A damaged ejection system would have been a near 100% chance of fatality for the pilot. Even for a psychic like Qi, perfectly utilizing his powers to escape in the nick of time would have been extremely difficult. Captain, I'm glad you're okay. Qi Xian's sadness turned to joy. Qi patted his shoulder. Everything was self-explanatory. Seeing that Qi was alright, Enan got straight to the point. The base in Maple Forest District has been destroyed. For a moment, everyone looked at her. It's a scorched earth. So, the experimental subjects inside are also dead? Wang Kai asked in disbelief. A man in black stepped forward. According to the information we've gathered, there are at least 7 or 8 experimental buildings inside that are used to study psychics. Damn bastards. The crowd erupted in anger. And Fu Sun's intercom was clearly on. Wang Shiheng's frustrated voice echoed from inside. So, all the supplies are gone? Gao Chong then angrily said, then why bother going? It's a wasted trip. Let's just go back. They should have a base in the south. As Qi spoke, everyone seemed to have found their target, all looking at the young shadow leader. Fu Sun nodded in agreement. The Gufang area of the South China Sea is their landing point. They must have a camp there. Then let's go! Enan remained silent, staring at the modified fighter jet on the points panel. It read, 10 missiles required 100,000 points. She only had 330,000 points left. Purchasing 30 missiles would mean she completely drained her points. But she couldn't care less right now. An's voice was soft, but remarkably firm. I can go alone. Soon, a new, upgraded fighter jet flew across the sky. Look, there's a fighter! There's only one, don't panic. Squadron 137 will cover the rear and draw fire. We retreat first. In the Gufang district, helicopters quickly took off, heading for the South China Sea. The Southerners seemed perfectly at ease facing these lone wolf fighters. Bang! 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 9 missiles simultaneously pierced the air, each one precisely aimed at the Southerners' helicopters. The helicopters, like fragile paper airplanes in the face of the aerial missiles, were blasted to smithereens. What kind of fighter is this? Colonel, I don't know. Retreat, retreat. For a moment, they were clearly panicking. The terrifying power of this fighter far exceeded their expectations. However, as ferocious as Enan was, he didn't give them even a chance to react. Bang! 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 For a moment, the entire sky was filled with smoke. When Chi Yi and the others' helicopters arrived, they saw only ruins and smoke. Atop the tallest building, the girl gazed out at the South China Sea, her desolate figure radiating an indescribable loneliness. Fu Sun and the others were filled with worry and distress. They rushed to the rooftop. Enan heard their footsteps and turned back. The calm expression on her face instantly reassured the men. The next moment, Enan grinned. That's fucking awesome. Fu Sun couldn't help but shake his head fondly at her wild and unbridled smile. Xingyi's smiled brightly. Chi Yi's dark eyes shone with stars. Qi Xian, farthest away, looked at Enan, a faint smile on his lips. For a moment, all the members of the Shadow and Galaxy bases sensibly stayed away from the rooftop. They gathered downstairs, gazing at the rubble. The setting sun cast its last rays upon the ruins, and in the hazy mist, no one could tell whether the glimmering light was hope or despair. It's just that the points are gone. On the rooftop, An's smile faded slightly. Then the determination in his eyes intensified. Like a dancing flame, he was ambitious, powerful, and fearless. Under the gaze of Fu Sun and the others, Enan flashed another, even brighter and more seductive smile. The next time we meet them, I take the initiative. Chapter 265. Peace City. Layers of barbed wire surrounded the crowded tube-shaped buildings. Outside the wire, zombies swarmed, banging and howling against the fence. A four-limbed mutant zombie climbed over the wire and fell into the pile of spikes below. Steel spikes as thick as arms pierced the zombie's body, dislodging its internal organs. Red blood mixed with pus spurted out. It flowed over the bodies of the remaining zombies, startling a swarm of insects and flies. Behind the layers of barbed wire, men stood or sat, forcing themselves to keep watch. Most of them were pale and thin, their skin tanned, but they dared not slack off. Just then, an elderly man, carrying a basket, shambling over, said, "Guardians, time for dinner." The men turned and ran towards the woman, practically snatching up all the potatoes from her basket, and then devouring them with hearty mouthfuls. "Here, don't choke, here's water." The old woman distributed the water one by one, before turning and walking along the wire fence to the next guard post. "Grandma, Grandma, great. I passed. A man's voice rang out in suppressed excitement. The old woman looked over and beamed, "Anan, keep your voice down." The man immediately suppressed his excitement and stepped forward to give the old woman a big hug. "Grandma, I passed the Shadow selection and can report to the Shadow tomorrow." "Great. My Anan is amazing." The old woman smiled with satisfaction and patted the man's shoulder. Behind them, several guards munching on potatoes looked over with envy. As if joining the Shadow was a truly glorious and great thing. One of the guardians bowed to the old woman and said, "Grandma Wang, your grandson is truly remarkable. The Shadows are incredibly selective in their selections." "Not at all. My Chen Jianan is just an ordinary man." The old woman, Grandma Wang, was humble. The grandson beside her was also quite sensible. He immediately nodded to the guardian and said, "Thank you, brother. I do my best." The two of them then left. The silence was finally broken by the guards, who began chatting one after another. "After I finish this month's training, I give it another try." "Joining the Shadow?" "Yes. The Shadow is great. The pristine land of Peace City's Southeast 6th District is entirely thanks to the Shadow. You could say each of us owes our survival to the Shadow. It's just that I don't have any big ambitions. I'm content to be alive. Good luck. I don't have any big ambitions. My wife and children were saved by the Shadow. Then I realized someone has to carry the burden. Rather than just surviving, I'd rather fight the zombies and those insignificant bastards to the bitter end. The man spoke passionately, but then froze in his tracks. The men around him teased, fight to the bitter end? Are you stupid? Seeing the man's increasingly suspicious expression, everyone looked in his direction. A black dot, accompanied by a clattering sound, approached in the sky. Helicopter? A shadow? No, more like the glory base. What? Those bastards. Several men stood up, picking up weapons like knives and sticks. One of them immediately went to report the news. Did you see that? There are 2 helicopters following us. Getting closer. Damn it! They seem to be coming towards us. Damn it! Hurry, get into the building. Inside the tube-shaped building, more and more survivors heard the noise and came out. Go in. Close the doors and windows. Don't come out. At the man's shout, everyone rushed into the building immediately, in the shadows. In the alley, a group of people slipped silently into the darkness. Inside the helicopter, Hong Bing looked at the vast expanse of tube-shaped buildings ahead and laughed. What are you hiding for, you idiots? He glanced at the 2 helicopters chasing them from behind and said sinisterly, Dock quickly. Ready your bombs. Yes, base commander. Hong Bing looked at the nervous Akitsuma beside him and softened his tone. Mr. Akitsuma, don't panic. With you here, we can definitely shake them off. Akitsuma was skeptical. He looked at the foreign man he had only just met and asked you. What makes you so sure? Hong Bing patted Qiu Jinjin's shoulder, his face full of hypocrisy. If they're anything like you Southerners, this time we might really be doomed. Qiu Jinjin frowned, clearly confused by Hong Bing's meaning. Are you praising us Southerners for our prowess? Hong Bing laughed 3 times and nodded sincerely. Yes. Then he cursed in dialect, idiot. Qiu Jinjin didn't understand and simply looked at Hong Bing. Seeing him with a kind expression and eyes closed, he didn't ask any more questions. Captain Liu, they've indeed gone to the survivor base. Keep chasing. Yes. Hong Bing's helicopter quickly landed, and the next second, it vanished. The group quickly split into 2 groups and rushed down. Bang, bang, bang. The helicopter Lu Qi was in fired furiously at Hong Bing and the others. The bullet narrowly missed the last man in the group, killing him. Then Lu Qi's helicopter quickly landed, and the troops from Dawn Base sprinted down to catch up. Run, run! They're shooting! In the building, the survivors fled frantically. The men behind Hong Bing ran, firing their rifles. Their voices were loud and arrogant. Dawn Base is here. Hand over your supplies, and you won't be killed. One man, clutching food, raised his hands in panic. My rice is here. Don't kill me! The next second, the man was shot through the skull, blood splattered onto the bag of rice, eliciting the painful howls of the women and children. Damn, Hong Bing, at it again. Killing people, and then throwing the blame on us. Lu Qi listened to the angry words of the man beside him, but remained silent. The troops at Dawn Base were well trained and were about to catch up with Hong Bing and the others. However, just as Lu Qi fired his bullet, Hong Bing swiftly dodged behind a man, blocking the shot. At the same time, another team hurried over, and the men from Glory Base raised their bulletproof shields and retreated in an orderly manner. The firing from Dawn Base intensified. Bang, bang, bang. Forcing Hong Bing and the others to retreat repeatedly. Lu Qi, look what I have in my hand. Hong Bing hid at the back of the crowd, holding the bomb button high in his hand. My men have already planted the bomb nearby. If I press it, not only them, but the rest of us will die here. No one will survive. He spoke with increasing arrogance, his final words tinged with a hint of insane triumph. In the surrounding buildings, the crowd secretly observing the situation erupted in panic. They gathered their belongings and fled. Run! If you don't run now, it'd be too late. For a moment, the crowd was in chaos. Lu Qi's shooting never stopped. Most of Hong Bing's men were killed. They could only use the bodies of their companions for cover as they dodged the bullets. Lu Qi, are you crazy? Hong Bing demanded in disbelief. He felt a moment of panic, as if things were out of control, making him uneasy. Disregarding human life was not something Lu Qi could do. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind him. Hong Bing reacted quickly, pulling his subordinates behind him to shield him. The bullet pierced the man's head, glancing past Hong Bing's ear and into the wall. A bloody hole appeared on Hong Bing's earlobes. He growled, and through the painful ringing in his ears, he looked behind him in shock at Gu Su. He aimed his gun at him with murderous intent, while the elite soldiers behind him ran towards him quickly. Hong Bing immediately hid in the alley. He realized that Gu Su and his men had probably anticipated his route and ambushed him there. The bomb must have been defused by them. The footsteps outside were getting closer. At this critical moment, Han Bing clung to Qiu Jinjin tightly, as if grasping at a last straw. Qi Jinjin knew that he and Han Bing were now in the same boat, not to mention that as a southerner, he had no place in the east. Saving Han Bing was his only chance of survival. Akijin forced himself to remain calm amidst the panic. Energy surged violently throughout his body, and his eyes gradually turned a deep black. The next moment, all the elite soldiers and troops from the Dawn base, who were charging and seemed to be drawn in, halting in their tracks. The clarity in their eyes vanished, replaced by emptiness. Gu Su and Lu Qi, sensing the energy wave, quickly retreated to avoid the strange interference of the energy field. Not only them, but even the soldiers at the back were unaffected. They all stared at their companions, who had suddenly become strange. An unknown fear rose from their hearts. They retreated, weapons raised, this time, not at the zombies and enemies, but at their former comrades. Swish! All the soldiers under control raised their weapons, and swung their swords at their fellow disciples. The few soldiers, who were not under control, drew their swords to defend themselves. Han Bing watched from behind the wall, his fearful eyes narrowing with excitement. Brilliant, Qiu Jinjin, you're truly brilliant. He immediately turned and ran deeper into the alley. Hurry, let's go! Gu Su and Lu Qi tried to give chase. But a massive army attacked them. Damn it! Gu Su's face was utterly grim. He radiated a powerful aura, unleashing all his energy. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from his feet. All the soldiers within a 10-meter radius shifted from their state of excitement to one of terror. Their eyes were hollow and filled with fear, their faces utterly paralyzed, unable to even attempt any attack. Lu Qi seized this opportunity to follow. Also following him were several soldiers, who hadn't been controlled. Gu Su, desperately maintaining his energy field, couldn't escape. He watched Lu Qi's retreating form, and said coldly, I hold them back. Lu Qi, make sure to kill that beast. Lu Qi's pace was swift. As he rushed out of the alley, he saw the helicopter already in the air. Strafe! Don't stop! Instantly, all the soldiers raised their guns and fired at the helicopter. Lu Qi climbed a few steps up a small bungalow and ran towards the helicopter. Han Bing looked at Lu Qi chasing after him and sneered. Chasing from such a height? You're overestimating yourself. The next second, a thick vine shot up from the ground. From the rooftop, it stretched straight towards the helicopter. With incredible speed, it climbed onto the landing gear. Lu Qi grabbed the vine and climbed up. Seeing Lu Qi disappear below, Han Bing felt a bad feeling. He stepped back, and two string-type psychics immediately blocked his way. If you want to save your life now, the only way is to destroy the barbed wire below and let the zombies rush in. I can control the zombie swarm within a certain range. Akijin's voice rang out urgently. At this, Han Bing's pale face calmed down a little. He looked at the two strength users and said, You two, jump down and destroy the barbed wire. The men, upon hearing this, began to resist in fear. Besides anything else, jumping from here would mean half the death. This is a dead end. I remember correctly, you all have families and children at the base, right? Jump down now, and I ensure they have food and shelter for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, you won't survive. The two men's eyes welled up, and without a second thought, they opened the plane door and jumped. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was almost reaching the landing gear. Just as he was about to reach the landing gear, a bullet fired with pinpoint accuracy. The vine snapped. Lu Qi rolled to the ground, looking up to see several helicopters approaching in the sky. The Southern Alliance's insignia was prominently displayed on their fuselages. They're here, finally. Han Bing saw the people inside the helicopters, his entire body trembling with excitement. God bless me, Han Bing. Heaven is helping me. Several helicopters followed steadily behind Han Bing's, as if protecting him. Lu Qi frowned slightly at the sight. The last helicopter hovered overhead. A man's serious voice boomed from behind the window. The Southern Alliance needs to conduct a trade with the Glory base for now. We secure this person for now. Any grudges can be settled after we're done. Without waiting for Lu Qi's reply, the helicopter sped away. Ah! Below the rooftop, a massive swarm of zombies began to swarm toward the survivors' base. Like an overwhelming tide. Chapter 266. Captain, we've successfully shaken them off. Inside the helicopter, a gray-clad man reported respectfully. Yes. Inside the large helicopter, besides the gray-clad man, sat only one other tall man. Beneath his short black hair lay a face as stern as a fallen immortal, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his amber eyes shone with unfathomable depth. It was Shen Yi, the leader of the Southern Alliance. Seeing his superior's lack of reaction, the gray-clad man hesitated for a moment before continuing, Captain, will this make Dawn Base and Dawn Base our enemies? Shen Yi's expression shifted, and the gray-clad man tactfully added, I'm not afraid. We in the Southern Alliance fear no one. It's just that both of their bases are quite large, having been spun off from former national bases. Their strength should not be underestimated. Although Hongbing has been weighing on them, it's clear that Hongbing's Glory Alliance is weakening. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. Shen Yi looked at the gray-clad man. He seemed to be getting interested. How do you know Hongbing can't hold out much longer? What does the Alliance leader mean? The 9 divisions conveyed this time that Hongbing went to City I-3 for the mysterious potion. The gray-clothed man's eyes widened at this. Didn't they develop the potion themselves? Then which base developed it? Qin Liang, you're asking too many questions. The gray-clothed man's expression tensed for a moment, then he immediately bowed his head in apology. I've overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me, Alliance leader. Shen Yi said nothing more. He rested his head on one hand, thinking about the news from the 9 divisions about the destruction of the Southern Kingdom's stronghold. The enemy's strength is terrifying. Their fighter planes are unlike anything I've ever seen. It's truly amazing that a base could develop such powerful fighter jets in the midst of apocalypse. We wanted to continue tracking, but there were so many zombies that most of our men were killed or injured in less than half a day. We had no choice but to retreat. Fighter jets? Shen Yi's eyes half closed, his deep gaze devoid of emotion. Soon, several helicopters landed steadily at Glory Base. Hongbing immediately greeted them with a fawning smile. Mr. Qin, please. He extended his hand, motioning Qin Liang forward. Thanks to your timely arrival, I was able to save my life this time. I, Hongbing, owe you a life. Qin Liang smiled. In the midst of apocalypse, let's not talk about owing lives. Captain Hong, just some supplies will suffice. Seeing that Qin Liang didn't honor him and instead took the opportunity to ask for supplies, the genuine gratitude in Hongbing's eyes faded a bit. He smiled and said, let's not talk about this here for now. Let's go inside and have some snacks before we chat. Captain Hong, you're in great spirits. I've heard all along the way that your base is about to engage in a decisive battle with Dawn Base, and you're still in the mood for snacks here. Well, when it comes to people, attitude is what matters most, isn't it, Mr. Qin? I'm not here alone this time. Qin Liang said, respectfully pushing open the plane door. Captain. A pair of brand new leather boots stepped out. The moment Hongbing saw Shen Yi, his eyes lit up. He immediately took 2 steps forward, speaking with immense respect. You must be Captain Shen, the leader of the Southern Alliance. He then extended his hands for a handshake. Shen Yi slowly put his hands in his pockets, his amber eyes fixed on Hongbing. The pressure was intense. Hongbing's face darkened for a moment. After all, his subordinates were watching, and it was embarrassing for him to be so disrespectful. But he quickly regained his composure, and continued to smile, as he welcomed the Southern Alliance troops into the base. Along the way, many people came and went. Most of them walked briskly, their heads bowed, in a hurry. You will die a horrible death. All of you will die a horrible death. Suddenly, a man's howl rang out. In a nearby building, a man was dragged out. His lower body was covered in blood, his face bruised. Even so, he continued to curse loudly. The base commander is over there. Take care of him. The next second, the man was stabbed to death and dragged away. Ah! Help! At the same time, several more people, men and women, rushed out of the building, running and screaming frantically for help. Soon, they were all stabbed and dragged away. Captain Hong, what's happening at your base? Qin Liang looked puzzled. Hongbing smiled broadly. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Everyone has their share of troublemakers, right, Captain Shen? As he spoke, Hongbing met Shen Yi's gaze. Only then did he notice the cold glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Hongbing's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stated, I, Hongbing, am sincerely discussing cooperation this time. If Captain Shen doesn't believe me, I will promise you 300 tons of supplies as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Chapter 267. Shen Yi finally cracked a smile upon hearing this. The group entered the conference room of the building without incident. Qin Liang spoke first. So, Captain Hong wants us from the Southern Alliance to contribute both manpower and personnel to help you annex the Dawn and Morning Light bases? Yes. TSK, Captain Hong, that won't be that easy. Hearing Qin Liang's words, Hongbing's face didn't show much disappointment, as if he had expected this answer. You know, their 2 bases span 8 cities. Captain Hong, you know what 8 cities means, right? Hong Bing's smile faltered. Qin Liang, however, seemed oblivious and continued to press. Your base only occupies cities N and P. Even in P, your glory base isn't secure enough. The 6 southern districts have broken away from your control and established their own survivor base. Hong Bing, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted coldly. Mr. Qin, am I not seeking cooperation with your Southern Alliance? Hong Bing looked at Shen Yi and said respectfully, Chairman Shen, your Southern Alliance spans 11 cities, formed by the merger of over 20 large and small bases. You will surely help my glory base overcome this crisis. I, Hong Bing, beg you. This time, you must help me. The pleading and humility in Hong Bing's eyes were genuine, and Shen Yi naturally knew he was nearing the end of his rope. But he didn't know whether his sincerity was genuine or calculated. Shen Yi didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request. Hong Bing, my Southern Alliance will not participate in your struggle. I will only provide weapons, not personnel. Captain Shen, just tell me how much you need. I want 70% of the glory base's food and crystal cores. Hong Bing's face paled at this, and he fell silent. The turmoil in his eyes reflected his current mood. Shen Yi looked at Hong Bing, who was frantically weighing the pros and cons, and said calmly, as a trade, I give you 10 cannons, 50 micromissiles, and 10 tanks. Hong Bing's eyes grew brighter, as Shen Yi spoke calmly. He was clearly quite pleased with the weaponry. But he was incredibly ambitious, so he boldly said, Captain Shen, you know, my father is Hong Yi, the head of the national base. My glory base was also spun off from the national base. Not only that, it's also integrated with the former Southeast military region. I'm not short of weaponry. In fact, my weaponry is even better than Gu Su and his men's. Then what do you need? People. I'm especially short of people. Hong Bing said boldly. He didn't show it on his face, but he had already prepared a second strategy for what to do if Shen Yi refused. Shen Yi didn't refuse immediately. He changed the subject. Although I can't give you the person, I can give you the Alliance's newly developed zombie virus inhibitor. What? Hong Bing couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped up. Zombie virus inhibitor? Hong Bing's face was filled with disbelief. A drug that can inhibit the zombie virus? Several men came up behind Qin Liang, carrying a box and handing a drug to him. Qin Liang took the drug and looked at Hong Bing. Captain Hong, is there anyone who has just been infected with the zombie virus? I'd like to demonstrate it to you. Yes. Hong Bing immediately summoned a subordinate and whispered something in his ear. Soon, a man with one arm stained with blood was brought in. He stared in horror at his base commander and the unfamiliar men. Unaware of what was happening, he immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Commander, spare me. Commander, I want to live. Qin Liang took 2 steps forward and quickly injected the potion into the man's body. For a moment, everyone in Glory Base turned their gaze on the man, awaiting his reaction. The man, unaware of what was happening, was trembling with fear. 10 minutes have passed, Commander. Hong Bing listened to his subordinate's report and, with a look of disbelief, walked towards the man. He stopped in front of him, his eyes scrutinizing him closely. The man was so frightened he lost his ability to think, cowering with his head lowered. Captain, I want to live, Captain. Amazing. Observing the man's fearful yet still vibrant expression, Hong Bing muttered in shock, anyone bitten by a zombie will mutate within 5 minutes. And it only took a few minutes to drag you here, and now another 10. The man finally realized he hadn't mutated in such a long time. His fear faded, and a look of joy, like a withered tree reborn, appeared on his face. Yes, I'm still alive. I'm actually still alive. Hong Bing immediately turned to look at Shen Yi, his eyes filled with a frenzied desire. I want this zombie virus inhibitor. I give you 90% of the supplies and crystal cores in exchange for 2,000. Chapter 268. Southern Peace City. From the helicopter, Ian watched the residential area approach below. A large number of survivors lived there. Seeing the helicopter approach, they all stopped what they were doing. Waves of joy greeted them enthusiastically. It seems they have a high reputation in this area. Fu Sun's voice was calm. Qi Xian's voice was as clear and pleasant as ever. The captain is naturally very reliable. The helicopter landed smoothly. As soon as Qi Ye's helicopter touched down, a man in black rushed up. Boss, you're finally back. District 2 has been attacked by a zombie horde. What's the reason? It seems the barbed wire has been destroyed. A group of soldiers are helping to control the zombie horde. Soldiers? Yes, they're not from Glory Base. We don't know which force it is. Ian watched Qi Yi and the man in black conversing, and roughly guessed what was going on. But she had no desire to see Lu Qi. She had more important things to do right now. Everyone, please follow me. A man in black led Enon and the others to a temporary resting area. This was a safe zone converted from a residential complex. The open space within the complex had been converted into a training ground, where a large number of people were engaged in intense training. Enon and the others were taken to a dormitory building. Enon entered a room alone and began to review her score dashboard. She hadn't properly reviewed it since it reached level 3. As usual, Enon clicked on the first tab, Base. The Base tab had a new subtab labeled level 3. Enon entered and saw a new batch of new materials. Not only that, there was a line of small text beneath the new materials, immune to zombie virus. This meant that even if this new material was exposed to zombie fluid for an extended period, it wouldn't carry a trace of the zombie virus. This would greatly improve humanity's survival space in the apocalypse. Even the points required had increased significantly. Enon clicked on the weapons. Level 3. In the Level 3 weapons subcategory, a new batch of superpowered weapons appeared. Superpowered AK, Superpowered Thompson, Superpowered M12, Superpowered Gatling, Superpowered Artillery Shells, and so on. Enon's heart skipped a beat. She carefully examined the superpowered weapons. No bullets were needed. Instead, superpowered crystal cores could be inserted to imbue the weapon with the corresponding superpower, granting it a superpower bonus and dramatically increasing its power. Enon immediately traded 5,000 points for a superpowered AK. She took out a fire-type superpowered crystal and inserted it into the AK's crystal slot. On a daily basis, besides habitually collecting zombie cores, Enon would also collect crystals from deceased psychics. Not to mention that it would be a waste not to collect them. If they fell into the hands of intelligent zombies, they would only become an ally of the zombie horde. The AK, with its fire crystals embedded in it, seemed to sense the fire energy. The gun barrel suddenly became blazing, and the psychic bar on the rear end turned a fiery red. Enon fired at a point in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullets, like small fireballs, blasted the ground with an extremely fierce attack. Enon was very satisfied. She immediately used her remaining points to exchange for several more psychic-type guns. She then installed ice crystals, speed crystals, skin-hardening crystals, strength crystals, and so on for each one. She arranged everything she had. After some research, Enon discovered that the energy bar would be consumed, and as bullets were fired, the energy bar underwent slight fluctuations. The fluctuations were minimal. Enon speculated that a single crystal should be able to sustain at least tens of thousands of rounds. And this was just a first-level crystal. The number of rounds held by second and third-level crystals increased exponentially. Enon finally understood what it meant when the system's products were meticulously selected. Not only that, there was also a newly modified 2 Malawang Quach's armored vehicle below. It can carry up to 10 people. Its exterior is made of a new virus-resistant multi-molecular material, as tough as a tank, and its hull is equipped with a machine gun. A modified 2 Malawang Quach's helicopter. It has a speed 140% of a military helicopter and can carry up to 90 people or 24,000 kilograms of cargo. A modified fighter jet. It has upgraded combat capabilities, equipped with machine guns, aircraft cannons, and 30 light missiles. After the apocalypse, due to the scarcity of aviation kerosene, Gu Su and his men's fighter jets were rarely used. The development of fighter jets had stalled due to challenging conditions. But now, the space could directly purchase modified helicopters and fighter jets. And whether it was kerosene or gasoline, she could buy them all from her first-level space panel. Having witnessed the power of the modified fighter jets, Enon's thirst for points reached its peak. She deeply realized that this system belonged not only to her, but to all of humanity. As long as she diligently accumulated points, humanity might one day successfully defeat the zombies and rebuild their homeland. However, the points required for these modified weapons were frighteningly high. Modified 2 Malawang Quach's armored vehicle, 30,000 points. Modified 2 Malawang Quach's helicopter, 80,000 points. Modified fighter jet, 500,000 points. Her points were so low right now that she couldn't buy anything. She continued browsing. Enon clicked on the supplies. Level 3. Unlike the physical and supernatural foods at Level 2, the Level 3 supplies panel had a new type of supernatural plant cultivation soil. Presumably, it could be used to cultivate those physical and supernatural foods. Not only that, some physical and supernatural foods and seeds had also been added. Their effects had also been upgraded for mildly improving physical fitness and supernatural powers to delicious and flavorful, with physical fitness and supernatural power benefits. It can be combined with other ingredients to create delicious dishes. However, the points required were also significantly higher. Inan continued browsing. Clicked on the last column. Supernatural powers. In the level 3 sub-column of supernatural powers, a supernatural gift pack appeared. Superpower gift pack. Randomly unlock 5 superpowers, random quality. Required points, 200,000. Inan wasn't particularly interested. Superpowers are about quality, not quantity. If 5 fire-type powers unlocked, it would be a waste of points, and they would still be ordinary superpowers with a low upper limit. By comparison, Inan was more interested in the 100,000-point random combination superpower balls. Inan continued browsing. But he froze when he saw the words at the bottom. Under the superpower gift pack was a crystal core concentrator. Placing a crystal core in this device extracts the energy within the crystal core and compresses it into a crystal core concentrate. This not only makes the crystal core energy purer, but also triples the energy absorption rate of a normal crystal core. Triple. What a concept. This means that normally, it takes 100 crystal cores to upgrade. With this crystal core concentrator, it can upgrade with about 33 crystal cores. Chapter 269. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Beep, mission completed in excess. 1/70th of the time, this time's rewards have been super doubled. Mission rewards are being announced. Inan's heart began to beat rapidly at the word super doubled. Reward 1. Reward the host with 3 randomly combined power orbs. Reward 2. Reward the host with 3 power replication orbs. Reward 3. Reward the host with 10 randomly selected special power orbs. Reward 4. Reward the host with 1,000 level 1 crystal cores, 1,000 level 2 crystal cores, 1,000 level 3 crystal cores, and 500 level 4 crystal cores. Inan looked at the increasing number of crystal cores and power orbs in the space. At this moment, she felt incredibly happy. With crystal cores and a crystal core concentrator extractor, wouldn't it be possible for all members of her base to upgrade? The next second, Inan fell silent, looking at her 2,316 points. Master Tonzi, are you going to award some points? Silence. Extremely quiet. The system played dead. System, give me some points. Inan instantly transformed into a humble puppy. The system's voice paused for a few seconds before finally ringing. Reward 5. Plus 2 physical fitness, plus 2 speed, plus 2 toughness, plus 2 beauty, plus 10 strength, plus 100 mental strength. Inan's heart finally settled. She nodded resignedly. Okay, if you won't give me any, I go get them myself. Looking at the vast number of energy orbs in the space, Inan immediately decided to give some to Fu Sun and the others. No matter how powerful she was still just one person. She didn't have all the skills to handle everything. In the apocalypse, the competition came down to teamwork. Although Fu Sun and the others were already strong enough, Inan still wanted them to be even more powerful. God knows what kind of enemies they face in the future. There's no limit to how powerful they can become. Without thorough preparation, they won't be able to face any future situation with ease. Inan thought about her experiences so far, from the struggles between major bases to the calculations between nations. From simply fighting zombies to facing artificially enhanced zombie hordes. Changes were frequent. If she hadn't had the system's help, she might have died in one of these operations. And Gusu, the commander of Dawn Base, wants to see you. Fu Sun's voice rang from outside the door. Inan followed him out. Through the hallway, they reached the main gate. Outside, 2 military helicopters landed in the square. Dozens of soldiers, some standing and some sitting, rested guzzling water. They were all covered in blood and sweat, looking exhausted. At the head of the team, Gusu and Lu Qi, also covered in blood, stood tall and spoke with Qi Yi. The 3 of them stood tall, Gusu, imposing, Lu Qi, deep, and Qi Yi, cold and icy. All of them were dazzling. Inan looked at them one by one, his mind preoccupied with whose superpowers he would secretly copy later. The 3 of them looked at Inan as she approached. At the same moment, Xing Yi and Qi Xian, who were sitting nearby, also glanced over. In the training ground not far away, everyone had clearly noticed the scene. A man muttered quietly, "These leaders are so handsome." His companion chimed in, "That's right. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a gathering place for male models." And then, Lu Qi was the first to approach Inan. The moment he saw her, the fatigue in his eyes seemed to dissipate, leaving only a tenderness of longing. But before he could take 2 steps, Gusu blocked Lu Qi's path. "Let's talk business." The implication was that no romantic talk was allowed. Lucci stopped and looked at Gusu. His eyes darkened. What had he just done? Calling her Inan was also romantic talk? However, Gusu had already strode over to Inan. Commander of Galaxy Base, are you willing to cooperate? Chi-Yi, Fu-sun, and the others watched in silence. Faced with Gusu's blunt question, Inan simply smiled and crossed his arms. I don't think Dawn Base needs external assistance against a glory base. If it were just a glory base, then of course it wouldn't be necessary. But this time, the Southern Alliance has intervened. Hearing this, Inan's eyes darkened. The Southern Alliance spanned 11 cities, and the strength of its bases was unfathomable. However, Inan never did anything without benefit, no matter who was involved. Lucci was no exception. She immediately lowered her hands and became serious. Gusu, I'm a straightforward person. With me, cooperation means double the benefits. But if you join my galaxy base, I won't ask for any benefits, and I even give you my full support. She made it clear. Either I offer you double the benefits for cooperation, or I join the galaxy base. What do you mean by joining? You become a division of the galaxy base, under my unified control. But everything else will remain the same. Besides me, you be the most important leader of the division. Hearing Inan's calm and composed words, Gusu's lips curled. It doesn't matter to me who has the final say in the base, except Inan. His eyes held a rare hint of seriousness. You're undeniably strong, but I'm not sure about your leadership abilities. So, I won't consider joining the galaxy base until I'm sure you're a qualified leader. Gusu glanced at Lucci, then looked seriously at Inan again. Double the supplies, deal. Okay, let's go then, Inan said readily. At that moment, a man in black rushed over. Oh no, boss! A massive zombie wave is coming. Everyone immediately followed Chi-Yi and the others to the high-rise observation deck. Outside the survivor base, a large number of zombies were pouring in. Above them, several helicopters were dangling bleeding bodies. They were flying from north to south, the bodies strapped to the landing gear bleeding from several knife wounds, attracting zombies that followed the helicopters and screamed frantically. When they reached the survivor base's defense network, the bodies were thrown out one after another. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies, stacked several stories high, surged through the barbed wire and into the base with unbridled ease. How inhumane. This Hong Bing is truly disgusting. One of the men in black couldn't help but curse. Shi immediately led his men towards the defensive entrance. It's the same trick again. Gusu's voice was cold. They destroyed the survivor base this time to trap Shadow, preventing him from cooperating with us to attack them from both sides. So you hear they do this often? Inan looked at him. Lucci, standing behind Inan, said in a low voice, 3 times a day. I don't know how many rounds we've wasted trying to drive away their helicopters. So inhumane? Inan had learned something new. Let's get going quickly. Time is running out. Chapter 270. On the helicopter. Inan clutched the power copying orb in his palm, secretly pondering whose power to copy. There were only 3 power copying orbs, and Inan treasured them immensely. Fu-sun's form-shifting abilities were unique, but they weren't alluring enough for Inan, who possessed infinite space. Xing-Yi's mirroring ability was also impressive, but it boosted combat effectiveness, which wasn't particularly appealing to Inan, whose combat prowess was already off the charts. Qi Xian's discernment ability was more of a supportive one, and Inan didn't care to know whether others were telling the truth or not. Human hearts were unpredictable, and she'd do anything to disobey them. After much deliberation, Inan finally looked at Lucci, who was discussing serious matters with Gusu. Lucci's domain ability was certainly possible. Having made her decision, Inan planned to copy Lucci's domain ability. Suddenly, a large, warm hand grasped hers. She raised her eyes, meeting Fu-sun's deep, dark eyes. His voice was low yet tinged with displeasure. Inan, do you look good? Her eyes were never off these men. Inan was stunned. She was truly at a loss for words. She was simply trying to figure out whose superpowers to copy, not coveting any other beauty. Lucci's eyes suddenly turned cold when he saw Fu-sun holding Inan's hand. He stood up and pulled Inan to sit next to him. Inan, sit next to me. Seeing the situation was not going well, Inan immediately changed the subject. Fu-sun, here's one for you. With that, he placed a random special power orb in Fu-sun's palm. This single sentence extinguished the men's burgeoning jealousy. Everyone looked at the small bead in Fu-sun's palm, emitting a faint yellow light. What is this? Inan raised an eyebrow. Hold it in your palm, and activate it with your body's energy to gain a random special ability. At that word, everyone's expression changed. Lucci had personally helped Inan open a bead, so his expression was the calmest. Fu Sun immediately did as he was told. His slender fingers tightly grasped the glowing orb, its white hue shimmering with a warm yellow light, its fingertips tinged with a reddish hue, an exceptionally beautiful sight. The next second, a powerful energy surge. The driver cried out in panic, "Base Commander, there's a strong energy surge." "It's okay, keep driving," Gu Su said, his dark eyes fixed on Fu Sun. Soon, the energy surge reached its peak, and then, as he turned, it subsided. Fu Sun's brows furrowed slightly, his expression shifting several times. His eyes, half closed, gazing at his palm, were as dark as a deep pool. Seeing this, Enan immediately asked, "What kind of superpower is this?" Fu Sun looked up at her, a glint flickering in his eyes, a carefree smile playing on his lips. "Copy." "Copy?" Amidst Xing Yi's puzzled expression, a pistol materialized in Fu Sun's palm. This is the result of transformation. Enan marveled at Fu Sun's ability to transform into a palm-sized pistol. Under everyone's focused gaze, the pistol in Fu Sun's hand suddenly transformed into 10. They covered the carpet between the two rows of seats. For a moment, everyone's expressions were slightly shocked. Fu Sun felt the energy fluctuations within his body, then looked at Enan. Transformation consumes a tremendous amount of energy. I can only transform 2 items at a time, but the newly added replication ability allows for large-scale replication in a short period of time. Enan's eyes were filled with joy. If this were the case, then there would be no need to buy bullets at all, and even crystal cores could be replicated in large quantities. This is only level 1. No one knows how many it can replicate once it reaches level 5. This ability is truly powerful. Hearing this, Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Although it sounds like a support ability at first, it has double the effect when combined with your shape-shifting ability. He spoke calmly, his expression normal, but a hint of loneliness lingered in his eyes. He was the first boyfriend she had personally acknowledged, yet he had never received a single power orb. On the contrary, she had given Fu Sun such a precious gift in front of everyone. Enan immediately noticed Lu Qi's distress. Just as she was about to say something, Xing Yi's dissatisfied voice rang out, "And then, I want a power orb too." "Hey!" Enan interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I'm only giving it to the members of my base, aren't you? Hasn't our killing base joined the galaxy yet? We haven't officially joined yet, so it doesn't count. You haven't earned any points yet, so none of them count." As he spoke, Enan met Qi Xian's eyes, and immediately gave him one as well. Qi Xian offered an ice-type ability. It's considered a fairly powerful offensive ability among special abilities. Gu Su couldn't understand what was going on. This woman was simply trying to lure them into joining her base. He shook his head slightly, smiling helplessly. Lu Qi was naturally clever. He looked at Enan and said gently, "Enan, we Chinsi are ready to join you at any time, but I'm not doing this for the power balls." "That's enough. I'm about to throw up my breakfast," Gu Su interrupted abruptly. Just then, the pilot's voice rang out, "Base Commander, we're here." Chapter 271. This was Enan's first time back in H City, since the split from the national base. This place had undergone tremendous changes. The prolonged military fighting had reduced the entire city to near ruins. Walls of extremely strong high-wire fences kept the zombie hordes at bay. And beyond the layers of defense lay the Dawn base. Everyone in the base was extremely busy. Upon seeing Gu Su and the others return, several soldiers immediately rushed forward. "Base Commander, everything went smoothly. Elite Teams 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 have successfully surrounded the Glory base, District 3 of In City." The soldier's face was filled with excitement and glory. "All right, everyone else prepare. We launch a single attack tonight." "Yes." With Gu Su's words, the soldier quickly ran away. Enan immediately stepped forward. "You seem to be making good progress. We don't know what deal the Southern Alliance and Hongbing have reached. To avoid further conflict, we must fight quickly." Gu Su glanced at Enan and quickly walked forward. "I take you to the battle base in front of the base." Lu Qi walked beside Enan and patiently explained, "Over this long period of time, both sides' military equipment has been almost completely depleted. Hongbing is already at the end of its strength. But if the Southern Alliance heavily supports Hongbing with firearms, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us." Enan quickly followed Gu Su, understood. In a battle between such large bases, large-scale weapons are far more important than psychics. As she walked, she secretly counted the ordnance in her space. She was running low on points, with only a few stockpiled weapons remaining. The number was extremely small. Enan was shocked. She was in urgent need of points. Although the points had been steadily increasing due to the simultaneous development of several divisions, It was still not fast enough. Inan immediately stopped and looked at Xingyi, who was gazing at him with narrowed, almond-shaped eyes. Xingyi laughed out loud at Inan's calculating gaze. "Inan, what are your instructions?" "Young Master Xing, why don't you go back and merge the base with my galaxy base before going out to enjoy the scenery?" Xingyi was displeased. "What do you mean by enjoy the scenery? I'm here to protect you." "Do I need your protection?" "That's true. Inan is invincible." Xingyi smiled ingratiatingly. But he was also a master at reading people's expressions. His smile faded, his eyes filled with endless doting. "Understood." Seeing Xingyi leave obediently, Inan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to follow Gusu and the others. "Young master, are you really leaving now? Why do I feel like Boss Ian is just looking for an excuse to leave you behind?" Jiang Heng asked, puzzled, following behind Xingyi. At that moment, there was no trace of laughter in Xingyi's eyes, only a calm, dark expression remained. "Not really. She seems desperate to acquire the sub-bases. She's trying to lure the tiger base over to her to make it unhappy." "Okay, master, keep up the good work." Hearing this, Xingyi bristled. He raised an eyebrow at the relaxed Jiang Heng beside him. "Are you ordering them around like oxen and horses?" "Hee hee, how dare I, how dare I!" Elsewhere, Lucci took Inan's right hand, lowering his gaze to her eyelashes. "You seem to be in desperate need of development." Behind Inan, Fu Sun and Qi Xian looked at Lucci's hand, their expressions varying. Inan looked back into those deep, dark eyes, a smile spreading across her face. "Of course. Dawn Base is always welcome to join us." Seeing her mysterious demeanor, Lucci piqued his interest. His voice, low and alluringly husky, asked, "What happens after you join?" The next second, Inan's left hand was grasped. Fu Sun stared straight ahead, his expression calm, his voice asserting his authority. "After you join, you naturally be in Anne's." Inan immediately felt Lucci's grip tighten slightly. Radars buzzed in her head, and as she sensed the smoke of war all around her, Inan immediately changed the subject. The former national base has been renovated and made it very safe. The two men, naturally aware of Inan's intentions, suppressed their anger and began to walk calmly. "The protective wall is very high," Inan continued, silently removing his hands and walking to Goose's side, away from the two men behind him. The Dawn base is now divided into two major areas. The southern area is the military zone, and the survivors are stationed in the northern area. The men made their way through the crowd and arrived at a passageway encased in layers of barbed wire and steel scaffolding. Several soldiers were guarding the entrance to the passage. The passage was about 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, allowing a maximum of 3 people to pass through at a time. At this moment, the passage was constantly moving, making the space cramped. Inan hadn't expected Gusu and his team to have built such a passage. The engineering effort must have been immense and extremely difficult to complete, which filled Inan with a certain amount of admiration. Since the passage was narrow, the 5 of them entered in order. Gusu walked in front, Lucci second, Inan third, Fu Sun behind Inan, and Qi Xian brought up the rear. All the soldiers they met along the way greeted Gusu and his team respectfully. After passing through the passage, which stretched for more than 10 meters, they arrived outside the base. The roars of the zombies grew closer. As soon as they left the base's protective wall, the entire passage was crawling with zombies. Inan quickly followed Lucci's steps, observing the zombies all around him. They were crouching outside the barbed wire, their mouths wide open, biting furiously. The wire scraped away their bloody lips, and a mixture of blood and pus flowed down madly. Thankfully, there was a layer of iron plate at the top of the passage, shielding the pedestrians from the direct onslaught of zombie flesh. But some zombie flesh was still flung into the center of the passage with their violent movements, making people nauseous. "It's going to be tough, just walk through it." A warm hand reached out from the front and grasped Inan's, and Lucci's voice soothed him. "Doesn't this passage need regular maintenance? There are too many zombies here." Inan couldn't help but wonder. Gusu's voice came from the front. "Maintenance soldiers come to reinforce it almost every day." Inan understood. The entire tunnel was divided into 2 layers. The outer ring was constructed from steel supports and layers of barbed wire, while the inner layer was still steel supports and barbed wire. This provided a double barrier between the zombies and their flesh and blood. While there was a risk of damage from the zombies, the inner layer of defense gave the soldiers ample time to react and escape. Ouch! At this moment, a zombie was squeezed against the wire mesh by the other zombies. It was a male zombie wearing a groom's suit. Although the wedding dress was tattered, the bow tie at the collar was still very eye-catching. His entire face was pressed against the wire mesh, and one of his eyes was squeezed out. 2 wormholes in the grayish-white eyeball hissed with white-green fluid. Twisted, unidentified worms continuously burrowed from the zombie's mouth and nose. Its eyeball, pressed firmly against the barbed wire, looked ready to explode at any moment. This is an infected, mutated zombie. Everyone, get out of the way. Avoid getting contaminated by bodily fluids. Gusu commanded, and the surrounding soldiers quickened their pace. Puff! The grayish-white eyeball exploded completely. White-green pus mixed with maggots exploded. Some of it was contained by the iron plate, while the rest sprayed onto the crowd. Chapter 272. At the critical moment, Enon activated his light-based supernatural power to block the attack. Several soldiers who had escaped the attack thanked Enon. "Thank you very much." "Thank you, sister." "Thank you." Enon waved his hand quickly. "Hurry up and move on." Ouch! 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 Ahead, several more infected mutant zombies appeared. Infected mutant zombies already have more body fluid than other zombies, and their skin is grayer and paler. As they evolve, their bodies are covered in maggots, making them extremely easy to distinguish. Even among the zombies, they stand out clearly. Qi Xian's gentle yet serious voice echoed from behind. "This kind of barbed wire is most afraid of infected mutant zombies. Move quickly." Gusu quickened his pace, and the soldiers in the passage followed suit. Some of them were carrying wounded soldiers, some were holding weapons, and some were carrying lunch boxes. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads and hurried on. Ouch! 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 More and more infected mutant zombies climbed onto the barbed wire. Just as Enon was about to use his light-based abilities again, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the front. Enon frowned and looked ahead. Gusu's entire body was unleashed, a terrifying force emanating from him. All the zombies around him suddenly stopped gnawing. A faint look of fear crossed their decaying faces, and they froze in place, as if stunned. At the same time, Enon and the others scurried forward, quickly moving away from the area where the infected mutant zombies were gathered. Monitoring team, listen up. Infected mutant zombies are gathering at section 019 of corridor. Inform everyone else to bring protective gear before crossing. Gusu transmitted a signal from the intercom. Enon, curious about Gusu's second ability, was moved. System, analyze Gusu. Gusu's character analysis. Male, 28 years old, 187 centimeters, 84 kilograms, Capricorn. Awakened abilities, Eye Sphere. High loyalty, high sense of responsibility, high IQ, and high upper bound on combat power. Teammate compatibility, unknown. The data is too volatile to be predictable. Fear? Enon thought about the zombies' reactions and immediately understood the purpose of Gusu's second ability. It must be a ranged effect that inflicts fear on enemies, temporarily incapacitating them. Such a ranged ability is truly powerful and rare in the apocalypse. Enon immediately changed her mind about copying. However, she was still puzzled by the system's inability to determine Gusu's compatibility. What number is this? The third one. Yen Mo Xing Yi. Now there's another Gusu. Enon felt something was amiss, so she immediately sent another command to the system. System, analyze Xing Yi. Xing Yi's character analysis. Male, 27 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 78.6 kilograms, Scorpio. Awakened power, mirror power. High loyalty, extremely high sense of responsibility, high IQ, and extremely high upper limit for combat power. Teammate compatibility, 100% perfect compatibility. System evaluation, deep bond and affection. Enon was stunned. All the values were exactly the same as before, except for the compatibility, which had become 100%, and the system evaluation had also been added. Why was this happening? And then what's wrong? Feeling Enon's slow pace, Fusun asked with concern. Nothing. Enon quickened her pace, putting things she couldn't figure out first. This was her usual style. The corridor was incredibly long, and it took more than 10 minutes to reach its end. Ahead lay a factory converted into a combat base. Tall buildings towered above, and the soldiers moving about with solemn expressions. Enon could even see several tanks driving through the factory. They looked as if they had just returned from the front lines, their bodies covered in scratches and blood. Base commander. Behind the corridor, several soldiers waiting respectfully saluted. Enon held a power cloning orb. As Gusu ascended the steps, she secretly reached the orb toward him. She silently chanted, "System, copy the fear power." Beep. Successfully acquired the fear power, rewarded with 10,000 points. Feeling the energy fluctuations within her body, Enon felt a surge of joy. Chapter 273. Base Commander, something important." A soldier rushed over. At the same time, Gusu's intercom was buzzing frantically. "News from the front. Glory Base has artillery shells coming from nowhere, killing countless of our men. Notify all elite teams to retreat immediately." Gusu commanded coldly, but the next second, a gruff male voice echoed through the intercom. "Base Commander, if Team 8 doesn't retreat, it's just a few artillery pieces. We charge them tonight." The voice sounded familiar to Inan, and the next second, Gusu said sternly, "Wang Biao, now is not the time to show off. The Southern Alliance has intervened, and we don't know exactly how many new weapons they've acquired. Just to be safe, return now. Your lives are more important to me than anything else." Gusu's Adam's apple moved slightly, his sharp eyes wavering slightly, but he swallowed the last words. He'd never been good at sentimental speeches. In fact, the more concerned he was, the less he acted. "Base Commander." Wang Biao's voice faded over the intercom. "Over the past few months, we've fought countless battles with that beast Hong Bing. We've finally managed to decimate their weapons. Success is within our grasp. We've fought our way here to encircle Area 3 of Glory Base, and countless men have died." He grew increasingly emotional. The soldiers around him seemed moved by his tragic tone. These normally fierce men now bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly, tears welling in their eyes. "So, Base Commander, this time, our elite 8th team will risk their lives." Upon hearing this, Gusu's hand gripping the intercom bulged with veins. An's heart skipped a beat as she observed his tense profile. All along the way, she had been constantly observing the situation at Dawn Base. Dawn Base and Glory Base were both spun off from national bases, and their military equipment was already comparable. After such a long confrontation, if Glory Base's equipment had been depleted, then Dawn Base would surely be no better off. And the situation she observed was pretty much as she expected. This must be why Wang Biao and the others were reluctant to return. In the apocalypse, when weapons are scarce, human flesh is sometimes the best weapon in desperate need, so they were determined to fight to the death. In this situation, if someone like the Southern Alliance were to take advantage of the situation, it would be easy to capture the two warring factions and reap the benefits. Inan knew that Gusu and the others must have considered this, which was why they were trying to bring her into the alliance at this time. After she joined, the confrontation between Dawn Base and Glory Base became a confrontation between Galaxy Base and the Southern Alliance, and Inan never allowed herself to lose. Inan didn't know if Xing Yi could complete the mission safely. She always took a cautious approach. While messaging Song Yin, Inan leaned over to Gusu's intercom and said, "Wang Biao, you guys come back first. Human flesh against artillery is like an egg against a rock. We at Galaxy Base will find a way to deal with firearms." Wang Biao's voice on the intercom was filled with surprise. "It's you, sister. You're back?" Inan hadn't expected Wang Biao to remember her. She paused for a moment before hearing Wang Biao continue. "If you were here, we'd definitely be able to take down those beasts. Back then, you took on an entire room of zombies single-handedly. We grown men would be ashamed of ourselves." "Okay, we talk when we get back," Gusu interrupted coldly. "All right, Team 8 will go back now." Wang Biao's compromise further confirmed An's thoughts. Just as Inan, Gusu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, a shocked voice rang out over the intercom. "Look, a ton of zombies. They're enhanced zombies. Run! Why so many?" For a moment, everyone stared nervously at the intercom. Gusu demanded in a deep voice, "Wang Biao, retreat quickly. Wang Biao, can you hear me? Wang Biao." In response, all he heard was the zombies' roars. "Base Commander, Elite Unit Teams 1, 2, and 3 have also been overtaken by zombies. They're enhanced zombies, massive numbers of them." Several soldiers rushed forward in despair. "Everyone, move out. Retrieve them." Instantly, all the tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters in the base were deployed. They flew into the zombie tide. Inan and the others followed to help. From the helicopter, Inan watched the zombie tide below. They surrounded the base, and among the crowded zombies, there were occasionally a few enhanced zombies. A soldier, gripping his rifle in anger, said, "Those stronger and harder to kill zombies have been appearing for 3 months. At first, there weren't many, just a few. But even killing one was extremely difficult. We thought it was a new type of zombie mutation, but later, there were more and more of them, sometimes even dozens at once. Later, we discovered they were fleeing from City Inn. On one occasion, our companions saw them being thrown from a helicopter." Qi Xian took over the conversation. "It was the Glory Base. Yes, they somehow created enhanced zombies that are even harder to kill. Fu Sun couldn't help but wonder. Hong Bing is the son of the former National Military Headquarters Chief, Hong Yi. Why would he have a grudge against your base commander? I don't know. I just know that one day, Chief Hong Yi's son, Hong Bing, appeared and said he wanted to take over the national base and force Commander Gu to step down. The soldier's eyes wandered as he spoke, as if recalling something. Commander Gu seemed extremely angry at the time, and all the brothers in the elite division protested and resolutely defended him. And then what happened? Ina knew nothing about the details of this incident. Then Hong Bing took it upon himself to kill all the elite troops, sparking outrage among the entire base. Commander Liu led all external forces in a joint counterattack. Finally, Minister Hong Yi, along with a group of his closest associates and most of the military equipment, departed for the glory base built by Hong Bing in City Inn. Inan frowned slightly, puzzled. If Gu Se and Lu Qi had joined forces, they would have controlled the entire national base's military. Hong Yi shouldn't have been able to take any of the military equipment. The soldier's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Indeed. However, Hong Yi and Base Commander Gu have always had a close relationship. It seems that Base Commander Gu, mindful of their past, allowed him to leave. Who would have known that not long after Minister Hong left, Hong Bing would launch a massive attack on our base? The soldier spoke, his expression growing indignant. The soldier in the driver's seat was also furious, cursing silently. Fu Sun lowered his eyes, glancing at Yin An's pensive profile. It sounds like Hong Yi isn't a bad guy. It's his son who's the bad guy. Inan nodded. That being said, it doesn't make sense. No matter how arrogant Hong Bing is, he's still under Hong Yi's control. If Hong Yi truly had a bond with Gu Se, why would he suddenly switch sides after Gu Se had shown him mercy and returned most of the weapons? She had met Hong Yi once before. The trustworthy-looking middle-aged soldier in the conference room that day didn't look like someone who would impulsively start a civil war or lose sight of the bigger picture. Furthermore, given Gu Se's discerning eye for character, to have yielded to Hong Yi at that moment must have meant he trusted him. Almost there. I see them. The soldier suddenly half stood, pointing excitedly below. Chapter 274. Inan opened the window and looked out, only to see two tanks surrounded by zombies below. However, the tanks were too tough to be breached by the zombie swarm. At most, they had difficulty advancing. The two armored vehicles in the rear were the hardest hit. The windows of the armored vehicles were shattered, and the zombies kept trying to squeeze in through the broken windows. Inside the window, a gnawed and shattered corpse stood between the soldier and the zombie swarm. Inan quickly used crystal cores to upgrade his fear ability, quickly reaching level 3. Why don't you use helicopters? Qi Xian, quite puzzled, looked at the soldier and asked. There are only a few helicopters left at the base, and their fuel is almost exhausted. These are the only two still operational. The encirclement is more covert, and helicopters are too easily visible. The soldier said, firing at the zombie swarm below. Up ahead, Gu Se and his men lowered a ladder from their helicopter, and Lu Qi was the first to climb down. Without a word, Inan pushed open the plane door and was about to leap. Fu Sun's long arm stopped him. You're going to die. At least use a ladder. He never forget the moment when that woman jumped directly from the helicopter during their night pursuit of the zombie king. It was a heart-wrenching experience. Inan looked at the crowded pile of zombies below and finally chose to descend using a ladder. The pile of zombies was too crowded. Jumping down at this moment might restrict his movement. Handing a special powered gun to Fu Sun, Qi Xian, and the soldier, Inan quickly climbed down. The soldier looked at the new AK in his hand, its red energy bar flashing, his face tense and bewildered. He glanced at Fu Sun and Qi Xian, who were firing at the zombie swarm below, and immediately understood how to use the gun. Amazed, he immediately joined their group. The helicopter slowly approached. Inan glanced at Lu Qi, who grabbed the last ladder and swung his wood-type ability to rescue the soldiers. The armored vehicle was surrounded by zombies on 3 levels, with limited vision, making rescue impossible. The zombie swarm below froze for a moment under Goose's fear ability. 3 psychic guns, armed with ice, fire, and string-type bullets, blasted a swath of zombies in a frenzy. The soldiers' fire-type bullets were deliberately separated from Fu Sun's ice-type bullets. The resulting vast expanse of ice and fire below formed a stark contrast. From behind, rescue tanks slowly approached, diverting the zombie swarm in all directions. At the same time, Lu Qi and several soldiers jumped down. For a moment, the zombies all around them almost surged towards them like a wave. Thankfully, these were all ordinary zombies, and Lu Qi and the others could handle them with their skills. The zombies around the armored vehicle dispersed a little, revealing the roof covered in scratches and blood. A helicopter hovered above the armored vehicle. Gusu jumped out first, unleashing his fear power to suppress the zombies. Simultaneously, two strength-type users quickly broke through the armored vehicle's windows and dragged the soldiers out. Enan had already jumped out, shrouded in light-type power. As she passed by Lu Qi and the others, she also cast a layer on them. Rushing straight to the second armored vehicle, Enan unleashed her third-level fear power. While briefly suppressing the zombies, Enan didn't have time to kill them one by one. She quickly kicked the stagnant zombies aside, revealing the damaged armored vehicle window. Gaze upon the scene inside, Enan's brow furrowed. Behind the glass, a soldier stood with his back to the window, his hands clinging to the roof, his body hollowed out. All the internal organs were dragged out. Behind the hollow, a soldier's face, frozen with fear, met Enan's gaze. Enan immediately understood, but every second was precious right now. Without a word, she flung the car door open. All the surviving soldiers rushed out. Enan imbued them with light powers one by one. At the same time, a helicopter with a ladder landed above. Get up. The fear power wore off, and all the zombies madly pounced on Enan and the soldiers climbing the ladder. Fu Sun and the others provided support from above. Ouch! 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 Suddenly, a terrifying roar of zombies could be heard. Enan looked over and saw a massive surge of enhanced zombies surging towards them. Get up! The enhanced zombies are coming! Retreat! Everyone retreat! The soldiers shouted. Everyone quickened their movements and desperately climbed up. Enan sensed something was amiss. She vaguely saw several black spots approaching. After standing on the roof and slashing through a dozen zombies that were about to attack, Enan looked closely. Several helicopters. They're from Glory Base. Enan, hurry up! They're leading the zombie wave. Lu Qi, clinging to the ladder, shouted to Enan. Enan nodded and immediately climbed up. Before boarding, she glanced at the tanks finally moving forward unimpeded and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this operation went smoothly. Enan climbed into the helicopter smoothly and retracted the ladder. Inside the helicopter, the man who had just met Enan's gaze was now sobbing uncontrollably. Along, he's using his body to protect us from the zombie wave. Sadness and pain filled the faces of every survivor. The man's tears streamed down his face. You know what? He just smiled at me. Even with his insides ripped out by the zombies, he was still comforting me. The man trembled as he spoke. Enan was speechless, watching the man's sorrowful expression. She peered through the window at a few dark spots behind her. A military telescope appeared in her palm. Enan frowned, then felt as if she were in an icy cellar. Something was hanging beneath the helicopter. Though she couldn't clearly see the features, she could make out it was a human head. Chapter 275. Drive faster. Enan lowered the binoculars with a heavy expression, his tone as calm as possible. The soldier in the driver's seat accelerated at full speed. Qi Xian noticed something was wrong with Enan's expression. He looked at the helicopters chasing them. They were some distance away, and in the dimming sunset, they couldn't make out clearly. But something seemed to be dangling from each helicopter. It's a human head. Fu Sun's voice was cold and calm, taking the binoculars from Enan. Qi Xian frowned at this. After Fu Sun's words, all the soldiers stopped and looked at the helicopters behind them. They couldn't see clearly, their eyes filled with panic and fear. One soldier even looked at Fu Sun. What did you say? Did you see clearly? Don't talk nonsense. The words were filled with disbelief. Seeing Fu Sun's silence, the soldier's expression gradually turned desperate. The helicopter landed steadily at the Dawn base. All the soldiers immediately rushed down to assemble. Enan followed behind, and the atmosphere was extremely tense along the way. Look, their helicopters are heading straight for our base. Damn Hong Bing, knowing we don't have anti-aircraft missiles, he's so bold. Did you see what's hanging from the helicopter? It doesn't look like a living person this time. Under the command of Gusu and Lu Qi, the troops quickly and orderly entered defensive mode. Enan didn't have anti-aircraft missiles. When she left the national base, she only took away a mortar and a cannon. Both were ground suppression artillery, one with a short range, the other with a longer range. They were suitable for attacking zombies and enemy bases, but they were completely ineffective against helicopters. Even a few days ago, against the Southern Kingdom, she had only achieved victory by relying on the modified fighter jets with the system's level 3 points panel. The helicopter flew closer, and the troops below set up their firing array. However, when everyone saw the human head hanging from the helicopter, they erupted in anger and cursed. The helicopter flew over the base, the doors opened, and enhanced zombies began to fall, all landed on the base. Even after falling from such a high altitude, the enhanced zombies were unharmed. As they landed, they rushed towards the soldiers. At the same time, all the heads on the helicopter fell. A soldier, anxiously rushing down with a gun in hand, was knocked to his knees by the head that hit him. Most of the head was shattered, brains splattered on the ground, and only half of the face was visible, a bloody mess. But the soldier still recognized his companion. He growled in pain and rushed down madly. "I'm going to fight them." The helicopter dropped the items and turned to retreat. The last helicopter circled for a moment before a large package dropped from it, and the helicopter flew away. Enon fired relentlessly, but to no avail. Despite the immense power of the superpowered gun, it was impossible to bring down a helicopter in midair. Below, dozens of enhanced zombies engaged in a frenzied battle among the soldiers. Fu Sun and the others immediately went down to provide support. Enon followed closely behind. In the crowd, Gusu and the others were already killing frantically. Everyone was consumed by the sight of their comrades' severed heads, overcome with grief and indignation. The battle lasted for over 3 hours. After the last enhanced zombie died, the base was a mess of corpses. All the surviving soldiers were exhausted. Enon looked at the pile of zombie corpses, mixed with the remains of some soldiers. The scene was so horrific that it made one reluctant to even look. At this moment, Gusu, Lu Qi, and the others were facing the huge package that was constantly oozing blood. Everyone's face was heavy. It seemed as if they could guess what was inside by the outline of the package. No one dared to open it. Gu Sisen, with a cold face, stepped forward to open the package. Suddenly, dozens of human heads appeared before everyone's eyes. Several soldiers vomited on the spot. These were all the heads of their comrades. The head at the bottom of the pile was even completely shattered from the impact. Red and white brain mixed with blood, eyeballs, and teeth. Lu Qi looked away, unable to bear to watch. Gusu's body was covered in frost, his eyes blazing with fire. A pair of hands, half etched with ice, retrieved a red-stained slip from his skull and slowly unfolded it. The words written on it were written with arrogance and sarcasm in every stroke. "Gusu, these people died because of you." Enon couldn't bear to look at Wang Biao's head. She remembered the first time they met, when he enthusiastically introduced their elite unit to her. The youthful energy and vitality in his eyes warmed the flames of this hopeless doomsday. Eternal life. And now, he and his teammates were all tragically dead. Enon turned away and looked away. The system's voice rang out. "Beep, host detected conquering a base. Points added. 5,000, beep, sub-base system activated. Scanning sub-base 005 begins. Sub-base 005 has a land area of 101,121 square meters, awarding 101,121 points. The total number of members in the 005 point base is 894, with a bonus of 89,400 points, starting to enter the loyalty system for the 005 point base. Beep, 3 individuals with unqualified loyalty have been detected. Since the sub-base lacks an automatic ejection system, the host must remove these individuals. The host is now provided with a list of individuals. Points will be deducted for unqualified loyalty individuals, minus 300 points. Please install the Intelligent Loyalty Inspection Gate as soon as possible to clear the base. Enon looked at the points panel, which now read 201,721 points. Unexpectedly, the system's voice continued. Beep, detected that the host has conquered a base. 5,000 points added. Beep, activating the sub-base system. Scanning and detecting sub-base 006. Sub-base 006 has a land area of 89,000 square meters, with 89,000 bonus points. Sub-base 006 has a total of 679 members, with 67,900 bonus points, starting to enter the loyalty system for sub-base 006. Beep, 9 individuals with unqualified loyalty have been detected. Since this sub-base lacks an automatic ejection system, the host must remove these individuals. The host is now provided with a personnel list. Points for unqualified individuals will be deducted, minus 900 points. Please install the Intelligent Loyalty Inspection Gate as soon as possible to keep the base clean. The points instantly increased to 362,721. A message rang on his wristband, and Enon walked to a secluded corner to open it. Fang Yingqiu's cheerful voice echoed from the wristband. "Xinghe Base Commander, no, from now on, you are my boss. I look forward to your guidance." Hearing her voice, the frown on Enon's face softened slightly. Then, Song Yan's voice rang out from the bracelet. "Boss, we're almost there." "Okay." After processing several messages, Ian walked towards Gusu. Under the dim moonlight, Ian's tone, though calm, betrayed a determination to kill. Go for it, Gusu. Gusu's icy black eyes gazed at Ian silently. With just one glance, Ian saw the grief welling up in his eyes. Her gaze was unwavering. From now on, all weapons will be fully provided by Xinghe Base. Chapter 276. City B. Southern Alliance Headquarters. Above the building, beneath the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the pitch-black city was unobstructed. A few faint lights flickered, and around them, blurry figures bustled busily. This contrasted sharply with the utter silence behind the windows. The door opened. A wheelchair made of purple trembling wood was wheeled in. The attendants held candles steadily, and the 2 candle lights illuminated the dim room, previously lit only by a single dim lamp. In the wheelchair sat an elderly man, nearly 50 years old. His graying hair was elegantly combed, and he wore loose, clean lotus silk pajamas. The old man waved his hand, and the attendants behind him withdrew. The footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound. The door closed tightly. The old man spoke slowly. I heard you finally gave Glory Base another 40 tons of oil and 40 anti-aircraft missiles? The old man's voice was like the sound of a worn, rusty iron wheel, old and dry. Yet it exuded the majesty of someone who had always held a high position. Behind the French window, Xinghe stared down silently, not saying a word. The old man wheeled his wheelchair closer to the long table. He steadily placed the candle on the wheelchair handle tray on the table, then leaned back in his chair. His old yet sharp eyes fixed on the tall figure standing in front of the French window. Xiao Yi, aren't you afraid these 2 tigers will turn their blades against our Southern Alliance? Are you afraid? Xinghe asked instead, turning to look at the old man in the wheelchair, his words steady and even gentle. The old man smiled and shook his head. With you here, I'm naturally not afraid. I also gave Hong Bing 2,000 zombie suppressants. The old man's smile faltered, and he stared intently into Xinghe's eyes. The candlelight danced in his amber eyes, flickering and fading. 2 seconds later, the old man's expression calmed down. He curled his lips and shook his head. You're still you, you've never changed. Your moves are always so steady that I can rest assured. His aged voice slowly analyzed. Hong Bing is risking all his resources this time, aiming to destroy the Dawn and Morning Light bases. If he succeeds, his gamble will be a success. Seizing the resources of Dawn and Morning Light, he will once again become the dominant force in the central region. Given Hong Bing's temperament, he one day turn his sword against our Southern Alliance. If he fails, the Glory Base will be destroyed, and Dawn and Morning Light will develop steadily. Who knows, one day, they might even be destroyed because of your actions this time. Intervene to retaliate against our Southern Alliance. The old man tapped the armrest of his wheelchair twice, lowering his eyes in deep thought. But if Glory Base obtains those 2,000 zombie inhibitors, then regardless of whether they succeed or fail, those 2,000 psychics will deal a crushing blow to the victor. The old man's smile widened as he spoke. Yes, very safe. Not necessarily. Although Dawn and Morning Base have exhausted their munitions, my investigations reveal some connection to the Galaxy Base in the north. Xinghe walked over to the table and sat down. He pushed a map toward the old man. On the map, the cities of M, C, and X were all marked with red markers. Our helicopter was targeted by artillery fire over City X and nearly crashed. The Galaxy Base's development is far superior to ours. The old man took the map, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Have you found out anything about this Galaxy Base? Is it the Fu, Qiu, or Xing family? These 3 families were all chaebols in the northern region before the apocalypse. They all held a certain monopoly over resources and the economy. I've inquired, but the gate to their base has a mysterious detection mechanism, preventing our people from getting in. Not only that, almost the entire Galaxy Base is powered. What? The old man finally lost his composure. He shifted slightly, staring intently at Xinghe. We in the Southern Alliance have only managed to power a small area. They've managed to power the entire base under such harsh conditions. They're quite capable. His eyes grew colder, and his tone was indescribably decisive. A base like this must be nipped in the bud. It must not be allowed to develop. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door. The old man turned his wheelchair toward the door. Outside, a servant's respectful voice rang out. Alliance leader, Dr. Duan requests an audience. The voice was a touch panicky. At the same time, footsteps approached. Xinghe opened the door and met a pair of cold, clear, glassy eyes. But these usually calm eyes were now clearly surging with undercurrents. It's Xingyu, come in and sit down. The elderly man's kind voice echoed behind Xinghe. Duan Qingyu looked at the approaching elderly man and nodded politely. Uncle Shen. Don't be so polite. Your father and I are brothers, and you're like my own son. Why are you being so distant? Duan Qingyu remained unmoved. Uncle Shen, my research reagents were stolen by the research department and transformed into a deadly bioweapon. Did you know about this? Facing Duan Qingyu's questioning and indifference, Uncle Shen Xinjiang merely smiled. He placed his hands before him and slowly shook his head. Uncle Shen truly doesn't know about this. Shen Yi's eyes flickered beneath the shadows, instantly understanding something. He glanced at Shen Xinjiang vaguely, then met Duan Qingyu's cold, questioning gaze. Without further comment, Shen Yi simply said, the Alliance doesn't need to consult anyone for anything it does. Duan Qingyu, however, smiled. It seems you did it, Shen Yi. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. All the attendants lowered their heads, not daring to speak. On one side stood the enigmatic Alliance leader, on the other the highly respected head of the medical department. Neither was someone they, the subordinates, could afford to offend. At that moment, a middle-aged man, looking anxious, rushed over. It was Duan Qingyu's father, Duan Baizheng. The moment he saw Duan Qingyu, Duan Baizheng breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately looked at Shen Xinjiang and said politely, Xinjiang, my son is ignorant. I get him out of here. With that, Duan Baizheng moved to pull Duan Qingyu away. But Duan Qingyu dodged, as if anticipating this. Duan Baizheng knew his son intimately, so despite his anxiety, he was helpless. Shen Xinjiang laughed, haha, Baizheng, Qingyu has precognitive abilities. How can you possibly capture him? Then Shen Xinjiang looked at Duan Qingyu. Qingyu, we didn't discuss this with you in advance. It's our fault. Tell me what compensation you want, and I give it all. Duan Qingyu stared straight ahead, his tone icy. I cannot accept you using my research to kill people. This matter cannot be reconciled. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Southern Alliance. With that, he turned and walked away. You? Duan Baizheng, watching his son, who had precisely dodged his steps, was so furious he could only shout, catch him. Several servants glanced at their leader, and seeing he didn't stop them, they gave chase. The next second, they all stopped dead in their tracks, their faces bloodshot. Their blood rushed backward, their eyes bloodshot, veins burst, blood gushed from every orifice, their bodies exploding into death. For a moment, the Shen family, including Duan Baizheng, stared in amazement at the blood on the ground. Such a rare second ability. Shen Xinjiang's eyes flickered with excitement. Old Duan Qingyu is truly remarkable. Duan Baizheng, realizing what was happening, uttered an annoyed, you bastard. How dare you hurt someone in the Alliance? Well, it's nothing. He knew Xiaoyi had the ability to rewind, and he was just throwing a tantrum. Shen Xinjiang waved his hand, dismissing the incident. Shen Yi walked over to the bodies, his hand slightly raised. The next second, the pool of blood on the ground mysteriously reappeared, and the several living people returned to their safe and sound appearances of just a few minutes ago. They immediately understood something, the fear of death still lingering in their hearts. But they had no time to be afraid. They immediately thanked Shen Yi profusely. Thank you, Alliance leader, for saving our lives. Okay, leave. Shen Xinjiang looked at Duan Baizheng, his expression serious. Baizheng, I will promote you to the position of Deputy Alliance leader. You and your subordinates will enjoy the highest treatment in the Alliance. Under Duan Baizheng's flattered gaze, Shen Xinjiang continued, You, please persuade Qingyu. Our Alliance cannot do without a well-rounded talent like him. Chapter 277. Helicopters. Hurry, notify everyone. 3 helicopters are approaching. From the patrol tower of H City's Dawn base, 2 soldiers quickly rushed down. Don't be nervous, they're one of us. Qi Xian, who had been waiting outside, immediately intervened. The 2 soldiers, looking at the tall, elegant man before them, recognized him as the guest who had accompanied Base Commander Gu to the base today, and stopped their movements to report. 3 helicopters slowly approached, landing directly in Qi Xian's direction. For a moment, many soldiers in the surrounding area turned their gazes. They were curious about the origins of the 3 helicopters, especially the lead helicopter, which they had never seen before. Not only was its specifications larger than any other helicopter, but its main rotor system and fuselage had undergone significant modifications that were visible to the naked eye. Are they from the Galaxy base? Their helicopters are quite unique. Yes, I've never seen one like that either. Amidst the hushed discussions among the surrounding soldiers, the 3 helicopters landed steadily. The doors swiftly opened. Under everyone's gaze, a tall, cold woman with shoulder-length hair emerged. She exuded a cold, unapproachable aura. Behind her was a towering, burly man. As he emerged from the plane, he glanced around. A warm, cheerful smile plastered across his face, and he waved and greeted everyone around him. Someone in the crowd recognized them. They looked like members of the Nansheng team from the national base. The Nansheng team, rumored to have made the most significant contributions? Yes, I've seen them outside before. Behind the tall man, a large group of well-trained men, dressed in clean clothes and armed with firearms, descended one after another. Each of their faces was filled with seriousness and enthusiasm. Not only that, their spirits were visibly high. The soldiers around them, watching this group, felt a surge of hope. After months of fighting, the zombies, and the loss of their comrades, they had long since lost their initial vitality. The arrival of such a large, well-equipped force was like a fresh, boiling blood infecting them. And is in the conference room. I take you there. Song Yin and Chung Su immediately followed Qi Xian. The people at the Galaxy base, led by their team leaders, immediately joined the base's military units and spontaneously assisted. Outside the conference room, a soldier's voice was deep and penetrating. The perimeter is full of survivors. It's impossible to bomb. Even if the Galaxy base could provide us with aerial bombs, I still don't support large-scale bombing. In the conference room filled with officers, Enan stood at the end of the crowd, quietly observing the officers' discussion, like a silent spectator. Another officer immediately turned to the officer who had just spoken. Of course we won't bomb. For so long, our air assault division has never disregarded the lives of innocent people. Then the officer looked at Enan and said, Sister, you're providing the munitions. It's up to you. What do you want? Lei Haud. As Gusu spoke, the officer named Lei Haud immediately looked at him and said respectfully, Base Commander. This battle is a feud between our Dawn base and Glory base. Gusu spoke, glancing at Enan. Galaxy base is providing assistance, but no one may make demands on Galaxy base, let alone order them to act. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officers stood straight, their backs erect. Yes, Base Commander. Enan looked at Gusu, who had lost his usual languid demeanor, and exuded a sense of authority without anger. She half lowered her eyes, and remained silent. How could she not see his intentions? As proud as he was, from the moment he approached her about cooperation to the recent attack on his base, when the entire Elite 8 squad was completely destroyed, he had never made any demands of her. If she offered him any help, he would accept it. If she didn't, he wouldn't ask for it. Even with Lu Qi's assistance, she hadn't seen many troops from the Dawn base. Su Liang, Luo Xiaomei, Qiao Chunuo, and other outstanding psychics from the Dawn base were also absent. Enan could only find one explanation. Gusu had never intended to borrow anyone's help to fight this battle. He only wanted weapons. He most likely invited her to cooperate for the weapons. Enan respected this extreme pride and was happy to stand behind them as a spectator. The meeting continued normally. Only after seeing the detailed map of Glory Base did Enan gain a deeper understanding of Hong Bing's shamelessness. Glory Base consists of 5 major districts. 3 of them are located in City N, and 2 are located in the northwest of City P. These 5 districts are closely connected, forming the vast Glory Base. However, unlike Dawn Base, where the military is stationed in the outer districts while the survivors are protected in the inner districts for the benefit of the people, Glory Base has relocated almost all of its survivors to the dangerous outer districts, housing them in the most rudimentary makeshift shelters. Thus, if the military attempted a large-scale bombing of Glory Base, they would most likely only target innocent survivors. Bombers couldn't even fly into the central area of the base, where all the armed forces were stationed, without being shot down by anti-aircraft artillery. So bombing was completely impractical. Hong Bing had taken advantage of Gu Su and his men's reluctance to harm innocent people, and had placed many of the survivors on the roof of the armed forces building, making them sitting ducks. Their only options were either a close-range assault, or luring the enemy out of their lair. A direct assault was extremely difficult with the zombie horde and the augments, so their only option was to lure them out. And then, they're here. Fu Sun walked in from the front door, leaning over to Enan and whispering. Enan nodded, then looked at Gu Su, who was at the end of the long table. He was currently speaking. Our best strategy right now is to lure them out of their lair. This statement echoed Enan's inner thoughts. His gaze locked onto Enan through the crowd, his tone softening slightly. Before the meeting, the Galaxy Base commander mentioned providing military equipment. I'd like to ask how much. This pertained to all their specific operational plans going forward. For a moment, every officer in the room turned to Enan. But none of them expressed much anticipation. Instead, their brows were furrowed with worry. After all, None of them expected this suddenly appearing female commander to provide them with much powerful military equipment. You have to remember that, back then, most of the country's military equipment was concentrated in national bases. Even large alliances like the Southern Alliance, which had absorbed the arsenals of several cities, had far less than half the arsenal of Dawn Base at its peak. "I be out for a moment. I discussed this matter with Commander Gu later." Enan didn't respond immediately. She politely said this before turning and leaving the meeting room. Outside, Song Yin and Chung Su saw Enan and immediately approached to report. They brought with them over 200 psychics, 10 boxes of bombs, 20 individual missiles, and some guns and ammunition. Enan remained expressionless. This weaponry might be impressive for a typical base, but it paled in comparison to the system's scoreboard. She briefly informed Song Yin and the others of the current situation, and then left to find Lu Qi, who was out handling business. Chapter 278. To the northwest of the base is the medical wing. To protect against artillery and zombie attacks, most areas of the base have been converted into safe houses. Especially for a place like the medical wing, filled with wounded soldiers, its structure is a formidable air defense fortress. In the concrete-walled exterior, various medics carried wounded soldiers out. The thick smell of blood mixed with disinfectant filled one's nostrils. "Missing, Commander Lu is inside." The soldier pointed respectfully at the safe house's door and quickly left. Enan turned to look at Fu Sun, his dark eyes fixed on her. Before she could speak, he whispered, "I wait for you outside." Enan nodded, and without further ado, he quickly walked towards the safe house. Stepping through the iron door of the safe house, the dim scene within came into view. The entire safe house is divided into 2 floors. The second floor is a circular open area, and from the first floor, one can roughly glimpse the scene on the second floor. The interior was divided into different areas by various medical curtains. Enan scanned the interior. The more seriously injured were on the second floor, while the first floor was mostly occupied by patients undergoing emergency surgery, and those with less serious injuries. The sounds of pain were incessant. But due to the zombie apocalypse, these agonizing cries were clearly suppressed. But it was this very suppression that made the pain in the voices even more pronounced. Enan's hearing was already better than average, but the sound made her brows furrow slightly as she heard it all. She made her way inside, dodging passers-by. Soon, a man in a lab coat and a mask blocked Enan's path. His coat and mask were dusty, clearly unwashed in a long time, and stained with old and new blood. It looked more like a butcher seeking revenge than a savior. "Which department? Who are you looking for?" the man asked bluntly. "Galaxy Base, looking for Lu Qi." The man saw Enan's calm demeanor, his clean features, and distinguished demeanor, so he didn't ask any more questions. He turned and walked inside. "Follow me." Enan followed the man through the operating room. On either side of the path were large tents where surgeries were taking place. Glancing through the cracks in the tents, Enan could see a man inside having his thigh stitched up. His entire leg had been blown off, and blood flowed from the floor of the tent, spilling into the central aisle, a trail of blood punctured by footsteps. Rescue efforts failed. Died from excessive blood loss. A doctor's calm voice echoed from the other tent. There was no emotion in his tone. Here, death had become a commonplace. Several medics expertly carried the body out. Further ahead were 2 healing psychics. They were treating an officer. Enan could see that the facilities here were noticeably better than those outside, presumably where some high-ranking officers were receiving treatment. And a resource like healing, which is both rare and extremely energy-intensive, could only be prioritized for more capable officers. "Quick, tell the construction department to bring in some concrete." Several men in black shirts quickly ran out, carrying buckets of water. Enan looked at the crowded crowd ahead. Behind the crowd, a wall had been damaged and was under repair. And the busiest figure at the head of the crowd was Lu Qi. "Captain Lu is ahead." The doctor pointed in Lu Qi's direction and left. Enan nodded, standing there quietly, waiting for him to finish. "Are you looking for someone?" A man's voice rang out. Enan glanced sideways, seeing a man with a broken right arm, a friendly smile on his face. She nodded and smiled immediately. "Yes." Are you looking for Captain Lu?" The man's tone was a little hesitant, but his eyes were resolute. Enan became interested. "How did you tell?" "Haha, your eyes are practically glued to him." The man's face wrinkled with laughter. Although he was disabled, his face was tanned, and his figure was thin. The vibrant vitality in his demeanor was truly moving. Enan felt a liking for him, her voice softening. "Of course, he's my boyfriend." "I see." The man's eyes sparkled. He glanced at Lu Qi, then back at Enan, nodding his head in praise. They're a perfect match, truly a perfect match. Ah, Base Commander Lu, like Base Commander Gu, are both the best and most admired leaders in our hearts. Don't underestimate their youth. They always rush to take on any task. They're both leaders. They could easily solve problems with just a few words. He even did things like repairing the wall himself. The man seemed to reflect on something, sighing, I used to be a soldier under Hong Bing, but I couldn't stand his arrogance, his disregard for soldiers, so I defected to Dawn Base. Enan glanced at his severed limb. She wanted to ask him if he regretted it. But one glance at the afterglow in his eyes told her there was no need to ask. Enan, why are you here? Lu Qi's pleasant, deep voice rang out. Enan pulled herself away from her thoughts and looked at him. He had finished his work by now, his face and head stained with dust, and his clothes were partially soaked with sweat. This mess and the dust added a touch of military prowess to his otherwise meticulous, serious, and handsome demeanor. I need to talk to you about something. Enan's voice softened. When she was with him, her tone would always unconsciously soften, with a hint of allure. Lu Qi's eyes darkened slightly. He wiped his dusty hands with a damp cloth, then gently took her hand. Let's talk outside. Okay. Enan took one last look at the soldiers behind him, who couldn't help but smile as they looked over, and followed Lu Qi out. What are you thinking about? Lu Qi lowered his gaze to Enan's pensive eyes, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I wonder why these injured and disabled soldiers at the base are so energetic and vibrant. Even among the soldiers who had just repaired the wall, there were quite a few disabled ones. If she had lost both arms and legs, she would probably be devastated. They just want to do something for the base. Lu Qi stared straight ahead, his voice calm, even if they still have a breath left. As if hearing the unfinished part of his words, Enan raised her eyes to look at his profile. From her angle, she could only see the corner of his eyelashes, but Enan felt that if it were him, he would truly do the same. In fact, he would do it better than anyone else. Like a flagpole standing tall in the flames, burning to the very end. Enan tightened his grip on Lu Qi's hand. Feeling her sudden increase in strength, Lu Qi looked at her. The moment their eyes met, he saw the heartache in her eyes. Inexplicably, a feeling of being understood and cherished enveloped him. A faint starlight flickered in his dark eyes, a deep love flowing. He heard her gentle, firm words, I won't let anything happen to you, Ah Qi. Chapter 279. Fu Sun, waiting outside, witnessed the scene. The two emerged from the safe house, their voices in harmony, their love flowing. They were the envy of everyone else. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Fu Sun suddenly felt an indescribable pain well up from the depths of his heart, rising to his throat. Master Fu, what are you doing? A hearty voice echoed from behind him, and then a strong arm reached out and wrapped around Fu Sun's shoulders. He looked at Chung Su, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's okay, let's go. Chung Su observed the smile on Fu Sun's face, and no matter how he looked at it, he felt a hint of sadness in it. He looked ahead. Behind the crowd, Enan and Lu Qi were holding hands, talking to each other. Neither of them had obviously noticed this side. Chung Su immediately understood and followed Fu Sun backwards, his voice lowered in confusion. No way, young Master Fu. Didn't the boss acknowledge you back at Section 002? Why are you avoiding him? Go meet him. Enan is going to discuss serious matters. Fu Sun's tone remained steady. Throughout their journey, there had been numerous mishaps and endless matters to deal with, leaving him with no opportunity to discuss these matters of affection. In the face of the apocalypse, between life and death, the feelings between men and women seemed insignificant. In his heart, they weighed as heavy as Mount Tai. Ah Qi, are there any anti-aircraft missiles left at the base? Enan got straight to the point. All the anti-aircraft missiles have been used up. Not a single one left? Enan's question was urgent, and Lu Qi naturally saw something. She always had a lot of secrets and strange things, so asking about the anti-aircraft missiles must be helpful. After a moment's thought, Lu Qi said, there's another anti-aircraft missile outside the base, but it's a broken one. A broken one is fine, take me there. Okay. The two of them made their way through a long corridor to the armory outside Dawn Base. Shini Chen, the armory engineer captain, received them respectfully. Within the vast armory, the broken anti-aircraft missile lay alone in a box. Enan stored it in his space. Instantly, the air defense missile option appeared in the first-level weapons section of the points panel. No new items were added to the second-level weapons section. Enan, disheartened, clicked on the third-level weapons section. The enhanced anti-aircraft missile appeared there. 30, 000 points each. The following line of small text read, "Its power is 3 times that of a regular anti-aircraft missile." Inan was delighted, and this joy showed on his face, leaving Lu Qi and Shinichen quite puzzled. "I can provide anti-aircraft missiles, even more powerful ones." Shinichen, the captain of the armory engineers, was immediately intrigued. "Could you please research them for me?" Inan, knowing his status within the National Base's armory, didn't waste any time and simply purchased one for 30,000 points. A brand new anti-aircraft missile appeared on the warehouse floor. Lu Qi and Shinichen, seeing this unprecedented anti-aircraft missile, immediately approached it. "It's 3 times more powerful than an ordinary anti-aircraft missile." Hearing Inan's words, Shinichen's excitement was palpable. After receiving Inan's approval, he immediately assembled a research team to study the missile. Inan slowly stepped out, followed closely by Lu Qi. "The airstrike problem has been solved," Inan said, looking at Lu Qi. "I can provide at least 10 more of these anti-aircraft missiles." She currently had 375,000 points. While it wasn't much, 10 enhanced anti-aircraft missiles were more than enough to deal with the helicopters and fighter jets at Glory Base. Not enough. Not enough points yet. A frown formed between Inan's brows. She glanced at the busy research team behind her and headed for the corridor. Beneath the corridor handrail, 2 lines of troops were rehearsing. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. Lu Qi could tell Inan was feeling this way. He stood beside her, his voice incredibly gentle, and then, "Go ahead." Inan lowered her eyes, clearing her chaotic thoughts. The time Fusen fell ill, she had already realized her feelings. She liked him. The system had originally said that if she accepted a date request from a handsome man, with a maximum favorability rating, she would receive 300,000 points. Although she was tempted by the points, she had no intention of playing with someone's feelings for them. She could have them join the base to earn those 100,000 points, or she could conquer and expand the base to earn more points. But how could Inan convince herself to rashly agree to a relationship with someone she didn't like just for the sake of points, and then forget about them after getting the points? Become that scumbag who made promises and a relationship, then betrayed others and toyed with their feelings? She knew she couldn't do that. But the situation was that she truly loved Fusen, but she couldn't find the right opportunity to be with him legitimately. Inan propped up her chin and looked at the crowd below, a hint of melancholy on her usually expressionless face. So what was she worried about? Was it the constraints of conventional ethics or respect and consideration for her current boyfriend? Inan bit her lower lip unconsciously. She had previously acted indifferent to Lu Qi, trying to give herself a chance. She had forced herself to be heartless. But afterwards, she truly still cared and blamed herself. Thinking of this, Inan looked at Lu Qi beside her. She met a pair of deep, dark eyes. He had been watching her. At this moment, those eyes seemed to see through her completely. For the first time, Inan showed fear in their gaze. She cursed herself for not having the confidence to do something wrong, but she remained as calm and composed as possible. Lu Qi spoke first, and then, "Whatever you want to do, I support you." As if she hadn't expected him to say such a thing, Inan's bright eyes widened slightly, staring intently at Lu Qi. She seemed to be trying to determine whether his support everything included relationships between men and women. After all, just 2 weeks ago, he'd been furious at his own indecision. Lu Qi withdrew his gaze, leaning on the armrest and looking down. "I have to admit, I had a hard time accepting it at first." Inan saw the suppressed emotion and restrained pain in his eyes. She listened to his deep, pleasant voice, slowly saying, "It's hard to accept this. At the time, I was almost completely distracted every day, and could only train hard to numb myself. Later, Gusa kept trying to comfort me. I finally figured it out. You're such a good person, I can't be the only one around you. And then, I choose to fulfill your wish." Inan's heart trembled. She knew all too well how difficult it was for such a proud person to accept this. She had never imagined that one day Lu Qi would say such words to her. Suddenly, Inan felt a pang of heartache. She knew, without even thinking, that it must have been very difficult for him. A wave of bitterness spread from the depths of her heart. Inan hugged Lu Qi tightly. She buried her head in his chest, his scent filling her nostrils. Inan's voice was muffled. "Qi, I'm not okay at all. Don't say that about yourself." "Really?" Inan pushed Lu Qi away, staring into his eyes seriously. "You know, I'm selfish, violent, petty, and scheming. I'm different from all of you. You soldiers are dedicated and compassionate. But I've always only cared about myself. I never cared about the lives of ordinary people. I'm extremely cold-blooded. Even a tycoon like Fu Sun would at least consider his subordinates. There are things that would make him do anything for them. But I only think about myself. Enon spoke excitedly. By the end, her tone had calmed, only a hint of sarcasm lingering at the corner of her mouth. That hint of sarcasm was clearly directed at herself. The next second, Enon was engulfed in a warm embrace. The embrace was tight, resolute and powerful, as if it could accommodate all her flaws. Enon was momentarily dazed. She felt that after she had said all this, he should at least ask her, why? But Lucci didn't ask anything. He simply held her tightly. Aren't you curious about how selfish I am? Enon asked. He didn't answer, just hugged her. Enon continued to sneer. Back then, I took most of the weapons from Armory number 18 at the National Base. I've killed quite a few along the way collecting supplies. As she spoke, a desolate and cold look appeared in her eyes. This is the path I chose. I never regret being such a selfish and cold person. Even if I had the chance again, I would still retrace my steps. As she spoke, Enon's tone dropped, almost whispering, I just don't think someone like me deserves your love. After she said this, Enon felt a sense of relief. It was as if she had spoken words that had been hidden deep within her heart. Enon. Lucci released his grip on Enon and placed his arm around her shoulders. He lowered his head slightly, his dark eyes fixed on her. You're fine. Selfishness is never wrong in times like this. Not to mention, I don't think you're selfish. If you were truly extremely selfish and evil, I'd actually be happy. Enon looked at her reflection in Lucci's dark eyes, puzzled. Are you happy? Yes, that at least shows you protect yourself. Enon. Under the night sky, Lucci's eyes were as dark and deep as a pool. If there ever comes a day when you need to sacrifice me for your better life, kill me without hesitation. For a moment, Enon felt a chill. She instinctively resisted the request and pushed Lucci away. I can't kill you. Lucci smiled. The darkness in his eyes faded, as if the unfathomable danger just now was just an illusion. He looked at her with gentle, doting eyes. Then you're not selfish enough. I'm worried about you. Enon felt like she'd been outmaneuvered. She was suddenly at a loss for words. Looking into his beautiful black eyes, Enon suddenly felt that people like Lucci and Gusu could be more ruthless than anyone else if they chose to be. It's just that they chose the path of a soldier. As she lowered her eyes in thought, Lucci's hot breath came over her. Enon raised her head to meet his warm lips, and the two of them embraced and kissed passionately for a moment. Their breaths lingered. Chapter 280. Stop! Stop! In the monitoring room, Chung-Su shouted, covering the screen. The soldier in the main seat looked displeased. No, it's just a beautiful kiss, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, so romantic. Why block it? You don't have TV to watch normally. So why are you refusing to watch idol dramas now? Why are you glaring at me? Turn it off. Chung-Su looked at the soldier's clearly displeased expression, then glanced at Fu-Sun's sullen face behind him, and said anxiously. The soldier reluctantly turned off the screen, his tone polite and distant. All right, please leave. This is a monitoring room after all, and no one outside the room can stay for long. Let's go, let's go. Chung-Su pulled Fu-Sun out. Song Yen followed them slowly. As soon as they left the monitoring room, Chung-Su scratched his head in frustration, glanced at Fu-Sun, and said guiltily, I'm sorry, young Master Fu. Who knew the boss and Commander Lu would kiss like that? It was his idea to find the surveillance camera, so he deserved an apology. It's okay. I have to thank you. Fu-Sun quickly regained his composure. He had taken everything Enon and Lucci had just said to heart. If anything, he was actually happier at the moment. Thank me? Chung-Su's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He glanced at Song Yen, who stood expressionless behind Fu-Sun, a look of confusion. Fu-Sun said nothing more and strode away. No, Nien Yen, what's wrong with people these days? Have they lost their minds after falling in love? Seeing your sweetheart kiss someone else isn't irritating? Song Yen glanced at Chung-Su and suddenly said, You're asking me? Chung-Su raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he asked the most inappropriate question of this icy beauty. I never know what these lovers are thinking. Hearing Song Yen's cold words, Chung-Su perked up. Don't be so sure. You might even become tempted by worldly desires. Humph. Song Yen snorted, seemingly finding it ridiculous. She shook her head. That won't happen to me. Then she started walking away. Chung-Su, caught up with her, immediately said, Hey, Nien Yen, what exactly have you been through? Have you ever been hurt and locked away from love? Tell me, I help you out. He patted his chest as he spoke, acting like a caring older brother. Song Yen remained expressionless. Me? Yes. I killed a member of my family. Her voice was cold, with a hint of indifference. That's no big deal. Those people deserve to die. Chung Su blurted out the words almost instantly. Song Yin's eyelids twitched slightly, and she stopped in her tracks. Her face remained expressionless, as she tilted her head to look at Chung Su. Don't you think I'm scary? How could that be? We've fought side by side for almost a year. Don't I know what kind of person you are? They must have bullied you first. Chung Su smiled. Yin, you're tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. You're not scary at all. Song Yin's eyes darkened slightly, and as if she had thought of something, she lowered her gaze. A faint smile played at the corner of her mouth. Chung Su, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Chung Su patted Song Yin's shoulder. Boss you, Rinxiatisha, you're all the most important people in my heart. No one is allowed to say anything bad about you. Song Yin looked at Chung Su, who was like a little son, and felt himself warmed by his warmth. She shook her head. You just care about us, but if someone wants to convict you, they always have a million excuses. Don't talk nonsense. All I know is that if anyone bullies you, I, Chung Su, will always be there for you. Fool? What? Foolish? You actually called me stupid. I may not be as smart as the boss, but I can definitely crush little brother Rin. Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a fight, and see if you've regressed lately.